Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, and a lot to talk about. Starting with the ad, Milwaukee just has always, when I saw that they were going to Milwaukee this weekend, I was like, they never play well there ever. It's just a bad park for them, and I'm like, this is going to be a crap weekend, and it started crappy. They had 9 hits last night, 1 run. The Brewers had 10 hits and 5 runs, and it just is not. I don't know. There's something about that place where I just don't like the Astros there. Remember when
No,
they had
you
to go
wasted
play?
and you wasted a pretty good outing by Renel Blanco, which is
He was
something
all
you don't
right.
you
Yeah,
don't
he
have
was
a
all right.
lot of. So, for him.
Well, once they fell behind 3-0 with him, I was like, I think this is this.
But he hung on.
Yeah, he was okay. He
No,
was
he was
okay.
okay. I mean, I have low
He had a quality start.
I have got a quality start. I've lowered my expectations quite a bit for
Yeah,
for
yeah, he was all right.
Blanco. But no, you had some opportunities, but you just didn't string enough things together, and you got nothing from the.
And
You
they
got
do that a lot. They
you,
do that a lot. They don't pick each other up. They don't. There's not a lot of really clutch hitting when this team is down. When this team, I don't know. It's crazy that they really don't put it together a lot. And because they'll have more than a few of these 13 hit games, 13 hits, 3 runs, nine hits, 1 run. They do that a lot, and it's not it's there's not a lot of clutch hitting in there. Zenzo had a chance to really come through for him, and he struck out, and then I think Jake grounded out after that. It just is sometimes it's just so meh. But I,
well, I
I hate
mean,
that park.
the way
Remember
the
when they had to
Astros.
go there and play the Cubs? Remember when the
Oh yeah,
hurricane?
that was terrible. Well, that was after. Yeah,
Yeah,
that was in the
the
middle of the hurricane.
yeah,
He
they
got
had to
no
go
hit and
face.
one hit, right?
Yeah, yeah. I
I
mean
mean, yeah,
that's what I
that was
remember from this park, and I'm like that always has bad feelings for me. I
well.
don't like it.
So you only scored because of an error. Um, you really didn't even with
Yeah,
the 8 hits. I mean, it took a ground out / throwing error to get Altuve home, and that was it. Like that was
yeah.
all you manufactured. You left 8 on base. You never strung anything together to put a crooked number up. You didn't really threaten too much. I didn't feel like there was much of a threat going on. So it was one of those games where um, it felt like the old proverbial boat race. Once they get up 3-0 with Blanco on the mound, but Blanco, did not allow any more runs after um, after the home run. So he was, I thought, well, you got a shot here. Let's see if the bats can get going. But honestly, I didn't feel like the bats were going to get going at any point. You never felt like they were getting to the Brewers pitching staff, and Brewers just kept going, new guy, new guy, new guy. Like you kept facing a new guy every inning.
Yep. Um, there were some good games last night, though. Holy crap! The NBA games.
Really
The
good, and it
yeah.
would have been Brunson's a choker, would have been the storyline, and now it's Jason Tatum can't win the big game, although
Well,
he has. I mean, he's won a title.
yeah. I mean, somebody, the athletic guy wrote, this just woke the Celtics up. That's all that did.
That's what
Uh,
I think. I
yeah,
think the
I think the
Celtics will be
Celtics
fine,
are
but
much better.
the Knicks, Tom Thibodeau is from the old Jeff Van Gundy school. Tough basketball is making a nice little comeback. The Pistons are not a soft team. The Rockets are a hard physical team. The Knicks are a physical team. Like physical basketball has officially come back. It's
Yeah,
officially
except
back, and it's a much tougher game. And you have coaches who preach toughness and defense, and so you're seeing it manifest itself. Like Boston was limited to 16 in the fourth. They got outscored in the fourth, which is how the Knicks made their comeback, and then the Knicks won in overtime. But Boston, I ran into a Chuck D from Public Enemy. He's a big Knicks fan from New York, and I ran into his Twitter account this morning, and he was talking about we need to punch them in the head. We need to do this is Boston's a Met Gala team. Basically he was just saying, he just kept saying Boston's so gorgeous. Boston's gorgeous the way they play basketball. Basically deriding that brand of finesse. I guess he considers it finesse basketball. So I know New York prefers a physical team. I know that
Well-
Houston's got a physical team. That's going to be an interesting series just because the Knicks are pretty grimy, but Boston's just a lot. I just think Boston's better.
Boston, a physical age of basketball. Well, it is. The playoffs have been very, very physical, and this was a low-scoring game. You know why it was a low-scoring game? Because Boston took 60 3-point shots.
Yeah.
And made 15 of them.
Yeah, that's their move.
That's terrible. And you know what? That's lazy basketball. How do you keep on throwing? How do you throw up 60 3-point shots? If I'm Mazzulla, I'm like, what do you got? Hey, can we get somebody inside? Somebody drive to the basket.
That's what they do.
Dish. I mean,
Dell's yelling at you right now.
Who is why?
Dell
No,
is.
that's Mazzulla
what they
ball.
do. That's what Missoula wants. That's
not 60.
No,
60
they lead the league.
I know they do, but it's 60 is a
don't
record.
care.
Nobody's ever done it. Nobody's ever done it. So guess what? It's way too much.
Well, you can tell Joe Mazzulla that.
He won a title doing that last year.
Not 60. You know what? And especially when you're making 15.
They
something
don't.
else.
They far exceeded everyone's 3-point attempts. I get it. They missed shots, but he will tell them keep chucking because that's how.
Oh my God.
That's the math game they're playing.
Oh yeah, they're just playing math. That's a math team.
Well,
you can't say anything about their 3-point shots because that's what they want.
Well, you know what? Keep doing that and throw 60 up there and blow a 20-point lead. You had a 20-point lead. You know what you do?
Yeah, you should never blow a 20-point lead
at home.
Yeah.
I mean, goodness gracious. Keep on just running up and throwing threes up.
Well, but
with
they're
no
not
time
gonna
off
stop.
the shot clock. See how that works out for you.
They're not going to stop.
That's just
for
dumb.
Sure.
That's just dumb basketball.
No,
and
that's good. That's smart basketball. It's math basketball.
Yeah, good. Math.
You're
lost.
not a numbers guy. You don't know.
Math lost.
That's why they got a ring and you don't have a ring. Do you have an NBA
really?
ring?
Do they?
Do you have an NBA ring?
They won last year.
Joe Mazzulla's got an NBA ring.
Not one of them. Mazzulla, and he's none of them.
Mazzullo, he's Italian.
No, he's not. You could have an.
You don't know if he's Italian.
He's Italian. Anyway, yeah. Listen, just keep doing that. None of them are in the Hall of Fame, are they? No, they're not. Okay,
well, they're not trying to make the radio Hall of Fame.
Well, no, we'll try something different because you're not making the NBA Hall of Fame.
I mean, Jason Tatum's
16.
probably making the Hall of Fame.
Well,
that's just how that's how the Basketball Hall of Fame
works.
works.
I saw an argument.
Well, yeah,
that,
everybody gets in. But
wait. I saw an argument that
we shut it down.
Hold on, I saw an argument that Alperin is on a clear path to the Hall of Fame, and I saw that mentioned on Twitter, and I saw a little argument about it. I'm like, I'm not comfortable with that argument yet. Like, that's way too early. And then I realized, the NBA Hall of Fame is a lot easier to get into.
It's not the NBA Hall of Fame.
Well, because it's the basketball Hall of Fame. But for him, it's the NBA Hall of Fame. Unless he's going to do something.
No, actually,
is Turkey going to win a gold somewhere? Are they going to win a gold medal?
Turkey, he probably gets in because he's from Turkey. Because every Russian woman who's ever played the game is in the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Well, he's not a Russian woman.
No, I know, but Turkey now is going to take that over. If he's a Hall of Famer, then what is Jokic?
Hall of Famer?
Because he had 42 and 22 last night. Did you see him coaching the team last night?
No. What do you mean coaching
the team? They
the
fired Malone, and Jokic is on the sideline just yelling at everybody. And just he's standing up and during the timeout, and he's just, he was so emphatic and telling everybody what's going on. Now, he did have 6 assists and 7 turnovers, but, Jokic is – I love that, we think Şengün is baby Jokic. He ain't close to Jokic.
No, he's not.
Ain't close.
After the series, he's got some characteristics and qualities in terms of the diversity of his play, but there is a stark difference.
Yeah, well,
and honestly – And I said this, it's funny because Alperin said the same thing I said when and you know what's funny is Rocket fans will disagree with him. This is how it's become. The narrative has become that Alperin has taken this huge jump, and this is not going after Alperin. We're having a discussion about players. Stop being so sensitive, Rocket fans. Honestly, stop being so sensitive. Y'all have gotten soft. You can have a discussion about where players are at this particular juncture.
Wait a minute. If he says I wasn't as good this year, then how are they going to make the argument that he was?
He's being hard on himself because the series, he didn't like the way the series over. But if you look at he's an all-star. No, he knows the guy plays. It's okay to trust the player over yourself. Alperen's telling you he wasn't as good offensively. I didn't think he was as good.
The game 4 at Golden State, where he started, he dominated in the second half, and then they came up short and he threw up, was that 3 or 4, whatever it was, and he threw up that shot at the end and it missed, and they lose the game. It was a close game and everything else. I mean, we're in there watching in the second half, and with my boys, and they're like, man, is he dominant? He's dominant. And he's 6 for 18 or whatever he was. What was he? 8 for 22, whatever he was. It was like, these numbers that he's putting up, he's not. It wasn't that good. Wasn't that good.
It was volume. He was volume shoot. This was not a great series, but just in general, I think, and this is not saying Alperen is the problem, guys. Like I said, stop being soft. This is not the discussion. Is where are the Rockets right now? Where is each player? How much more? If you've got a guy who's capped out, then you have to consider that. If you've got a guy who has growth, then you discuss it. That's all it is. Stop. I mean, I can't believe how soft people are that if you bring up anything, you're either a hater or you're not. Like, guys, it's okay to have a discussion about Rocket players. And it's not about blame. It's not about this or that. It's a sports talk show. It's okay to talk about this stuff. Okay. I swear on everything. All right. And Alperen Şengün is a guy who needs – hold on. Alperen Şengün is a guy who has room for improvement because his game right now with the ball in his hands has taken potentially some very small regression, in my opinion, in terms of I think players have figured out how to guard him a little differently. You want him to have the ball in his hands longer because he becomes less efficient.
You're a numbers guy.
I am. Well,
I am. His numbers, and you look at his numbers and his shooting percentage, and you say, look, dude, he can be better. He should be better.
Look at it.
And he's got to be better. And he wants to be better. By the way, he's the one that says he needs to be better, and he's not being hard on himself. That was the first thing that came out of his mouth.
Yeah.
What about this? And he's like, I got to be better.
He said, I think I was better on offense last year. By the way, the Celtics shoot 13% more threes than any other team in the NBA. They are a high volume three-point
with a 20-point lead. You know what?
Win
the game.
Make it 30.
More important to win the game.
How do we get up by 20? By firing. Let's keep firing.
Where do you think the Rockets stand in the three-pointers per game for the season, regular season?
Oh, they're not a big.
They're 20th.
Volume. Yeah, they're not a big volume team.
They're 20th. No, and they're not built for volume. Daryl Morey would have had this team shooting a crap ton of threes, which would have been a disaster. They're not built for that.
All right, look at. I mean, just hey, Rocket fans that's complaining about us being haters. 2 years ago, he was 55% from the field. Last year, he was 53. This year, 49.6. He's regressed field goal percentage.
Why has this been an argument? That just because he made the All-Star team, he was clearly not as efficient from the field. He didn't shoot as well. It's like it's not hard to see, and his shots aren't. I don't think he's taking harder shots. I think he's making them harder. I think Alperen. It'll be interesting to see where he goes. Like the idea is you're just going to continue going upwards. And more than likely there are elements to his game that are going upwards. There's right now we have seen something that is not getting better, which is the way that he shoots from the field. So look, Alperen is my primary concern because I already know Jalen to me is just not going to be. He's not one of the top two guys. If he's not one of the top two guys and he makes this much money, you can't be making this much money and be the third best guy and a young player. You can't.
Well, he's going to that money that he's making, he'll probably be the third. He's the third or
not on this
highest
team
player anyway. So maybe he can be the third. Let's break and we'll talk about Jalen and Fred because some news came out yesterday about Fred that we've got to get to. We'll do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, I'm talking about Own Well. I'm talking about you. You got to do this, people. Lance has done it. Lance went. I don't have a house in Houston anymore, so I can't do it. But if I did, I would call Own Well and say, fight my property taxes because May 15th is coming up. It is really, really important that you get this done. You have got to fight your property taxes. You are running out of time. If you let it go, I mean, you just keep on putting it off. Stop putting it off because you got to fight your property taxes. You got to do not let the government. It doesn't cost you anything unless they win. And if they win, they only get a fraction, like a small fraction of what they won. And listen, that is awesome that it's only a fraction of what you would have paid, right? So go with Ownwell, let them do it. They know it better than you do. They've got the technology, they've got the expertise. They've been doing this forever. They save people a bunch of money, an average of over $1,100 every single person. 86% of the time they win. Ownwell.com. It takes 3 minutes to sign up. Let them fight your property taxes. Ownwell.com. OWNWELL.com.
Dallas, my mic still on? Dell, I can hear you. I can't hear the board. That's better.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So most guys who enter free agency in June. Not Fred VanVleet. They have to make a call on his contract, whether or not they pick up that third year in 5 days, 5 days after the season ends. So the clock is ticking. We will know in a hurry whether or not they are going to keep Fred VanVleet or let him move on. What's your gut?
Pick up. I don't think they're going to do an extension. I think they'll just say, look, let's just pay the big. they can pay it. They can afford to pay it. I think they pick up. Fred's going to be one of the luckiest players. He's the Kirk Cousins of basketball, where he's going to be making $45 million next year. Basically, he will make about $130 million over the course of 2 years. 3 years, close to $130 million over the course of 3 years. Fred VanVleet is just he got lucky. A player of Fred's caliber is going to be paid like the third or fourth best player in the team. He ran into a young team that had money to spend. He got paid. He helped change culture. All that's great. I don't begrudge him at all. I understand why the Rockets did it. I don't think extending him beyond that is the answer. I think a 3-year run is good for Fred to help try to change culture, be a vet, mentor, and then we're done. This doesn't need to turn into a 3-year deal. God forbid a 3-year deal. It doesn't need to turn into a 2-year deal. If you do a 2-year deal, what you're doing is you're going to try to lower that number and create more space for yourself over the next 2 years. But I'm not sure that you have to do that. For what's the purpose? You've got expiring contracts coming up.
Well, it's a conversation that has to be had, and I think that Ime is going to play a huge role in it. I mean, so listen, Rafael and Patrick Fertitta, they make the decisions, but Ime has about as much input as any coach in the NBA, and rightfully so. And look at what he's done. And he's changed the entire culture. He wanted Fred VanVleet. He sees more in Fred VanVleet than we all do. Fred VanVleet played his ass off in the postseason while everybody else kind of cratered. Everybody else kind of turtled. Nobody played as well as Fred did. Fred was knocking down shots that he wasn't knocking down during the regular season, and it's more important. I guess it's more important. Look, with Fred, we thought Fred was just meh, and they are the second seed. Fred on the court for Ime is like he can't get enough, even though we see something different. I certainly see. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they don't pick this up and then extend him too. I wouldn't be surprised at all because that's how much Ime thinks of him. Now the decision has to be: are you paying? You got that 44. I don't know that you give him 44 going forward after that if they do extend him. But you're going to do Fred VanVleet and not be able to do much else. You can't afford another $40 million player.
No, Steven Adams is gone. You're not getting Steven Adams back.
Well, probably not Steven Adams and probably not Durant.
No. Well, I mean, probably you want to give him – well, Durant's just part of you just have to get some salary. You'd have to go to – it would be hard to find a salary. You'd have to match –
Where?
Well, I mean, you're already Jalen and Dylan Brooks.
Would go.
Like you have to.
Dylan Brooks is 20,
and that's way more. And Jalen's over 30.
I'm not sure Dylan Brooks goes. Jalen is.
Well, then you can't do it anyway. You couldn't have done Durant anyway. He was never going to be. They're not.
You could if you got rid of Fred's money.
They're not going to get rid of Fred. They like Fred.
Well, that's the thing. That's the whole thing. You're making a decision that Fred VanVleet is going to be when Fred VanVleet is your highest paid player, which Fred VanVleet is going to be and has been.
Yeah.
How good are you? That's a question. That's an honest question that this organization is going to have to ask.
Yeah.
itself.
No, I'm with you, and I agree with that. I think that's it's a tough one because you don't have to. You're not in a financial conundrum right now. It's just it's a strange look to have Fred making that much money for all 3 years when he's clearly not your best player. And we know he's overvalued. He's overpaid by NBA standards. There's nobody else that's giving Fred VanVleet $45 million a year. That's what his rate would be right now. No one else. There's no one in the league that's going to pay Fred VanVleet that. Nobody, not one team. But you may end up doing it because you can. Number one, you can. And let's face it, athletes. And it's just this isn't Fred. It's not. It's just the way it is. It's extraordinarily rare for an athlete to say, like, the great thing would be if Fred, and I don't begrudge him for not doing this because no one else has really set this standard. If Fred said, look, why don't we do this? Why don't we go 30, give me a 2-year deal, $33 million a year. That should give you enough money to pick up, because he's not going to say, like the Rockets, I don't see the Rockets doing something where they say, all right, we're not picking up your rate. We're not picking up your rate, but we want you to come back for 1 year. No, for 1 year, he's not signing that. If Fred said, look, for 2 years, $33 million, we can afford to get Steven Adams back. Then you got a chance to run it back. You don't even have a chance to run it back right now. This is how quickly a team can change from year to year. It's an NBA. This isn't the Major League Baseball where you have a long runway of team control. It's not that.
So Durant is 54, Jalen's 33. Steven Adams, I think Steven Adams should be a priority bringing back. Did you hear he came in at the 7-minute mark, 5 minutes into the game, and the crowd gave him a standing O when he came in? He's become a fan favorite, and he gives you that kind of physicality that you need, that Ime loves, and that is, Dylan Brooks and Alpi played well defensively as well this year. He took a big step defensively. It would be something special if you could keep Fred, bring in Durant, keep Steven Adams, and Dylan Brooks.
How make the math work on that?
Well, I mean, 33. It doesn't have to match perfectly.
Well, it's got to be within 15%. It's got to be pretty darn close.
Listen, the NBA salary cap is like it's the hardest.
You do have to match it pretty close.
It's advanced calculus. So
no. It's not that hard. You got to be within, I think, 15%, or maybe they extended it.
And some of it has to do with second apron teams. So Phoenix certainly can't bring in more money than they're sending out.
Yeah.
So you don't get that advantage.
But you have to get closer than
the Dylan Brooks, Jalen Green contracts would make it work pretty well, and then you'd have to send them picks and
you're not going to be able to keep Dylan.
Yeah,
you're not going to be able to keep Dylan Brooks,
everything else, right? And there's mid-level exceptions.
Wait, why do you need Dylan Brooks, John?
I like Dylan Brooks.
Okay, but you got Jabari and you have Kevin Durant now.
I like Dylan Brooks' attitude, and I thought Dylan Brooks played better. Dylan Brooks, I thought, brought a lot to the table.
But you got to give something to get something.
I get that, and Jalen, and maybe Jabari. Listen, I really like Jabari, but
he doesn't make enough.
But Kevin Durant fills that need that Jabari. And Jabari's just not good enough for you to win a championship.
If you'd rather send out Jabari than you're sending out other young players, or because he's at that combo, since we're doing this math thing, is about like 44, and you still need to give more money to Phoenix and make it work. So that's why the Dylan Brooks thing seems easy.
Yeah, that's why we have Jay Sean's and draft
I'm
picks.
sure that's what
back draft picks, which count.
The draft picks don't count for salary. You got
draft picks actually count in the money. Yes,
draft picks won't make up $12 million.
Well, whatever. You send them you get mid-level. You send them mid-level exceptions or whatever.
You can't just make things up. You're just saying you're making things up. That's not how this works. Team salaries over $29 million. Teams can receive 125% of the outgoing salary plus $250,000. That's the rule. It's not going to be, and then you got luxury tax rules. It's not going to be as easy as you say without giving up Dylan Brooks. And this, it's a lot to give up for a rental. You're right. I'd like it if Dylan Brooks wasn't gone either, but you're going to have to make, before you have any conversations, monies have to get figured out. I don't know I don't think the Rockets have a trade exception.
I can tell you, I've seen so many NBA trades, and you're like, how did that work? What? Okay, it works, and that's why they've got accountants that figure that stuff out better than we. Okay, tell me that you know the NBA salary cap better than.
No, but you're just saying that it can just work and that you don't need to know any details.
But they can make.
I just read you got to be within 125%.
Right.
If the Rockets don't have I got to see if they have. No, they do have Rockets do have a trade exception. I don't know how.
There you go.
I'll have to check.
There's that crap that they throw in.
Well, if it's not much, if it's like $1 million, a lot of these trade exceptions aren't much. It's probably not much. That's whenever they picked up. Remember Jaden Springer?
Remember that guy? He was on
remember Jaden Springer, that trade
for 2 hours or so.
They got a trade exception, so it's not going to be a whole lot.
Well, what was your favorite part of Jaden Springer?
When they got rid of him,
when they waived them or whatever.
So, all right, let's let the end, because I've heard NBA trades on radio, and it's not good, because they know a lot more about it than we do. There is a Terrence put this out, and let me ask you guys. Okay, so we're up against it, and we'll do it on the other side. The comparison to James Harden and Jalen Green, it may be closer than you think. We will talk about that on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, I'm talking about Chastain Ford. I'm talking about employee pricing. I'm talking about if you're in the market for a truck, okay, Chastain Ford, your business is out there. Chastain Ford customizes, and there's a reason that they have been the number one Ford business dealer in the city of Houston. Okay, because they know they've seen it all. They know how to customize that truck for you. And businesses say, well, we care about the bottom line, and we care about service, and we care about the quality of the product. Well, you've got all of that at Chastain Ford. But it's the same for us too, except this. You customize the deal, the vehicle the way you want it customized. I got my F-150 exactly how I wanted it because Chastain Ford, they don't add on, they don't mark up. I love that about Chastain Ford, and they found me the best interest rate they could possibly find me, and that's what they'll do for you too. They're going to work that deal to make sure that you get into that Ford pickup or truck or SUV the way you want it at the price that you have to have it. It happens every single day at Chastain Ford. Employee pricing going on right now. It's the best time to buy. ChastainFord.com on 610 and Homestead, not Hempstead. 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford.
Okay, he's doing it again. I'm not hearing the board. Dell.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Ooh. The countdown to I just got this. The countdown to NFL schedule is on. Every game revealed May 14th, the day before we have to protest our taxes.
Colleen
next
Wolf
next Wednesday.
and Laura Rutledge had to do a combined NFL Network
I
and
know.
ESPN. Did you see that?
That was so embarrassing.
Oh, she hated it.
Oh my
She
God, that's
hated
terrible.
doing it. I texted her, and she's like, "It was one of the worst moments of my life. Everyone's
Gilbert
out
liked
there,
it.
like we were announcing a schedule
I
release."
know.
She
I
said
know.
the fans were like, "Wait, what?
Well,
What are
I
y'all
know.
doing?" She said it was one of the
It's coming, and it's so. Oh God.
yeah. It wasn't they trust me. That wasn't their idea.
No, I know. I felt bad for both of them. They had to do it because NFL Network had to do it with the ESPN, and they picked the two hot women that they've got to do it. It was embarrassing. It's your league. You're embarrassing yourself. You got to be more like the
Yeah,
UFL.
but a lot of people are going to watch it. I guess it's not
Okay.
me. I'm not
Did
watching
you
it.
see? Have you seen the play in the UFL? It's unbelievable.
No.
No one has.
In fact, I haven't.
It's actually no one has seen anything from the UFL.
Um,
It's actually in worse trouble than it's ever been.
yeah,
Their
it's the
TV
worst.
ratings are down. Their
Because they're
attendance is
not.
down.
They didn't do radio
They
broadcasts. They're
can't
stupid.
like they
Local
can't
radio broadcasts.
when it's new.
Yeah.
1 year like a
Radio.
1 year deal. You get like there's new interest, and then it all just goes away.
Yeah.
And it's really can never ever be about selling tickets and TV ratings. It can't. It's just got to be an NFL developmental league. That's all it can be.
Right.
That's all it
And
can
give
be.
'em-
And it probably
yeah.
shouldn't be in the spring. It probably needs to be running concurrently during the NFL season.
There would no one would pay attention to it then. No one.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it can't be about paying attention or you'll fail.
Right.
Why do you think every football or any run at the NFL has failed? And it will fail miserably because you
Right.
can't compete with it. You have to be a minor league system.
Well, maybe if they did it in Birmingham and Memphis in during the football season, they don't
During
have pro
SEC
teams, so they
football?
have developmental. But they already have developmental football there. It's called college
Birmingham,
football.
Alabama. I don't know if you know, but I mean, there's some football in Alabama that they're paying
Right, but
attention
they've
to
already
during the
got
fall.
that. It's called Alabama and Auburn.
Yeah, it wouldn't work. Like it can't.
No.
You have
Well,
to.
they
It
can't do
cannot
it
be about
concurrently.
fans. It can't be about fans or TV
No.
ratings or selling tickets. It can't. It's
All
just got to
right,
be
let's
about
get-
ball.
Let's get to this James Harden, and I thought that was a little interesting. So the Thunder traded James Harden to the Rockets when James was 23 years old. Okay,
Mhm.
And their numbers are actually pretty similar. Jalen is averaging 21 points and 4.6 rebounds, 3.4 assists. James averaged 16.8, 4.1, and 3.7. James played in 62 games just because of the lockout, while Jalen they averaged about the same. They averaged about the same minutes. Harden averaged 31 minutes, and Jalen's averaging 32 minutes. They both flashed. James wasn't consistent. Jalen is not consistent. I don't think. Listen, if Jalen can get his 3-point, and which he improved, he looked better this year. His form looked better. He wasn't as crazy shooting as he has been in the past. Of course, he had a lot more structure in his life with Ime as opposed to Steven Silas. Is there a chance? I mean, that's the thing that I keep hearing from NBA people is how young he is. So we don't know yet what he is. Is there a chance that he could be a great player in this league?
Yeah, sure. There's a chance.
Yeah,
there's a chance.
And James wasn't nearly as athletic as he is either.
There's a chance that you can make that point for a lot of players over the years. And when I make that, you can make that same. See what happens is if you make that same. Is there a chance that Steve Francis 4 years in was going to get a lot better? Yes, there was a chance. There was a chance he was going to be a great player, all-star. But you could just feel like you have to at some point you have to make projections, because if you make projections, you can move. You're more nimble on your feet. And yeah, it's a game of you have to try to be on the right side. I mean, sometimes you're on the wrong side of a trade, and it can really really hurt you. But scared money don't make money. And at this point, if they stuck it out, that's fine. I think the Rockets are very competitive. I think they got a chance to get to the second round next year, maybe even the Western Conference Finals. I just really have a real concern. I don't know how it gets fixed, where your highest paid player, your second highest paid player, can't be counted on. I don't think. I mean, I'm not sure. That's the concern. Can he be counted on? I don't know.
He's
Maybe he
third
can.
he's third behind Fred and Alpy. Alpy's making more.
Yeah,
per
but
year.
he's not the best. But he's supposed to be one of the two best players.
No, right. But okay. Would
He was on the
Thunder have-
bench for giant chunks of the game. Like, that's not.
No,
That really doesn't happen on any other team where one of the best players has to sit on the bench. It's because there's no confidence.
Listen,
Four of 6 games, John, were 4 of 7 games were single digits.
This was the worst possible matchup for him. So
why?
I mean,
because
we've seen with our human eyes.
I know why,
how
John.
he plays
Tell me
against
why.
Golden State.
Okay, I understand that. Tell me why. What does Golden State
no
do that
idea.
shuts him down?
Because Steve Kerr just knows how to.
Well, you think Kerr's game planning for Jalen? I don't see it if he is.
Absolutely was game planning. Even Ime said it. He said they absolutely took Jalen out. They took
Jalen out. Could you see what they did? Who was it that was the Jalen stopper?
Everybody.
Well, yeah, that's a
Everybody was the
problem.
Jalen stopper.
That's a problem. So that leads me to believe that he's not going to be a great player. You're stopped by a roster of aging or below average players, and it's just too much for you to overcome. That's what leads me to believe that, you probably don't have that superstar. I don't, the stats will look good, but I'm not trying to look at stats. I'm looking at player. Like, do you have what it takes? And I just think getting shut down by this Golden State team is a bad omen.
We can make that conclusion 7 games into his playoff career.
No, it's not. It's not that. I don't like. You've got to be able. I don't think he has the mentality. I don't think he's a very confident guy. I think that comes from within.
Well, I don't know.
And I really have a concern about it. I don't know for sure. No, you're right. I don't know for sure.
No.
But you may have to bounce a little quicker than you'd like to. You may not have all the answers in when you move them. Because, by the way, when all the answers get in, sometimes it's not as easy to trade guys because other teams have the answers too.
Yeah.
You feel in your heart like somebody put a gun to your head, is Jalen going to figure it out in the playoffs and be a great player? You know you're not going to get your head blown off. You're going to say no. You're going to take a chance on no.
I do know this. I know that Jalen was a much better player for the majority of his career. I mean, no, he's been a much better player than he was in this postseason.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I do know this, for whatever reason, the Warriors are kryptonite against. The Warriors are his kryptonite.
Yeah.
And I don't reason that is. I don't know what that is.
I don't get it. But he's got a few kryptonites, by the way. I was looking through all of his splits. He's got a few different kryptonites. They're not the only one, by the way. I just picked out, that's a team the Rockets were playing. I'm not going to spend a bunch of time on the Heat because the Heat are one of his kryptonites too.
Yeah, but you don't have to face them until the finals. Would the Thunder have traded James Harden if they knew what he became?
No. I don't think so. Now, we had that guy Anthony who called in who said he was a sports talk host and he made it. I guess you have to. I don't know what James was like behind the scenes. I know what he is like behind the scenes here. There is a chance that Oklahoma City just thought, or it might just be where James was never going to re-sign with them because he hated living there.
Well, is he the first Luka?
What do you mean?
We ain't never going to win with him. Let's just get rid of him.
Well, I don't think
they knew what he would have. Listen, you know what? They know what he has become. He's become Elimination James.
But they didn't. They didn't.
Hall of Fame NBA player that can't win.
He was phenomenal, and you would have had potentially Kevin Durant with him to carry all the. I mean, ultimately, I don't think. I don't know what the reason was. I don't know if it's because James said, "I'm out of here. I'm from LA. I got to have lifestyle. I'm 23. Lifestyle is extraordinarily important to me. I'll never have it here."
No.
Because for James, usually you just say, "Oh well, on off season you can live wherever." James lives his life in the season. James takes vacations during the season.
Right.
So James will go to Vegas during the season. James doesn't wait for the off seon.
Yeah, we don't either.
He's never waited for the off season.
I'm never waiting.
And you tell me, I haven't spent a lot of time in Oklahoma City. Does it feel like a place that James would love?
It's not a place.
I don't know. I mean, you've been there, right? I don't know.
I've been there a lot. My daughter lives right there.
Does it feel like a place that you say, I can see James settling down here and having a good time?
No, the airport has like 6 gates. It's not a place, James.
Six Gates is not a James City.
It's not. It's more. There's more.
It's
than
hard
that,
to fly
but
people into
There's
Six Gates.
more than that, but not that many.
Six Gates
They-
is hard to fly people into.
They do have a Freddy's in the airport, which I
like the custards.
I do. Freddy's. Well, I like their burgers.
Their smash burgers
Freddy's
are good. Yeah,
good.
they're pretty good. They're not bad.
I don't think that's a James lifestyle, though.
No. Oh, they got Freddy's. I'm locking into a long-term deal. No, but obviously they didn't get enough back. I mean, obviously they got. It's one of the worst trades in NBA history.
Yeah, next to Luka.
No, I
mean,
think James was worse. James became a Hall of Famer. What is Luke? Luke hasn't done anything yet. Like, let's see. Luka doesn't even have to pretend wear a fat suit.
I'm not. I honestly am not sure if they didn't trade James for the same reason that Luka was traded. They just said look at the blow-bys. You know, Luka had 9 blow-bys in the deciding game. 9. And James has 9. I think he averages 9 blow-bys.
Yeah,
a
but
game.
James was coming off the bench back then. He didn't play.
He played 32 minutes a game. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Played
Well,
32 minutes.
I mean, I don't know that it was as his role was. You know, they had a defender on the wing. Like, I doubt they had enough to know what they got rid of him after 3 years.
Yeah, was it? Yeah, he was.
Yeah, it
23.
was just 3 years. Like,
Yeah.
is that? I thought we don't know how players are after 3 years. I thought we're not sure.
Right. But even if they did know, like Nico Harrison, he's like, I do know. Luke ain't winning. I do know.
But that's $375 million too.
Yeah,
you have to factor
Well,
that. I don't think Dallas is in a big hurry to get rid of him.
Cost them? How much would James have cost them right now?
Well, same they caught it. Well, wait. Let's not rewrite James Harden. You want me to run down how James played?
Well, no,
James
I know
was
how well,
James was in
how
the top
well
3
Luka
MVP
plays,
votes for multiple years.
But are they championship players? That's the question.
No,
Well, we
has
know
proven
one
at
of
the end
them isn't.
At the end of his career, he's not.
As far
Clearly
as
not.
And what we're ultimately getting at is Jalen Green a championship player?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think he's the number one. And when we say championship player, the number one guy, a guy who rises to the occasion. But it's early. I don't want to compare him to James, who's already done, because first of all, James was substantially better than Jalen as a player. Jalen's more explosive. James was a phenomenal scorer. Like, knew how to get his points whenever he wanted.
Not in Oklahoma City, he wasn't.
Well, James was a really, really good
and he
player.
had playoff moments. Yeah, he crashed out in the
He was
finals,
sixth
but
man of the year. He was
finals.
but he was a big component of them beating the Spurs in that conference final. So he had his playoff moment, and then the finals happened.
Yeah, he was
Right,
really
well-
good in that one. But he was sixth man of the year by his third year.
Yeah. Well, he was averaging 16 a game. I mean, it wasn't like he
It was a
that-
different.
he's
We're
the
talking.
explosive scorer.
We're talking over a decade ago. So the points in the NBA were different. So 16 can translate to what would it be
about
today?
20?
About
About what
19.
Jalen is averaging.
Well, shoot, I don't know how many
Yeah, 19.
threes
20.
did James take back then
Well,
compared to what he
James
would take
wasn't-
today.
James was the third option behind
Yeah, and
Russ.
also you had Durant and
in his
Westbrook.
third when he was in the game, he was third behind Russ and Durant. It was not even the same. Like, they were the number 1 and number 2 options. He only James shot 10 field goals a game. How many does your
He's
boy
in the
Jalen Green shoot?
17 range, something like that. Isn't he around that range?
He shot 10 field goals a game and averaged 16.8 points per game. How does Jalen do?
Jalen is what, 17 and 22?
Yeah, that's not the same.
In a league where you shoot more threes as well.
Well,
it's
do you
all
shoot
different.
more now?
The game is different.
Well,
So
I'm just doing
Yeah.
points per. No, I'm just doing points
But
per.
comparing
per attempt.
numbers, as we're in James's case, he wasn't taking as many shots. You didn't shoot as much. Pace was down. There's a lot of differences between when he was young and when
Jalen
Jalen
has
was.
never shot over 42% in his career. It's kind of who he is. 42, 41, 42, 42. Shot the exact same from the field. 423, 423. Three-point percentage is better. He's getting a little better as a three-point shooter.
Yeah.
Jalen is not the story is not written on Jalen just yet.
No,
Jalen's going to get better, but this is an off season
question.
where they're going to want to do something, John.
And that's the question. Can you put up with the fact that Jalen may become a great player in the NBA?
Can you put
that's
up
what
with the
you're gonna
fact
have
that they don't make a deal this offseason?
Yeah.
Can Fertitas put up with that?
We'll see. Right now, though, I know that I can't put up with not having testosterone. So I went to Game Day Men's Health. I was getting my testosterone from other places. I've been doing testosterone for a while, testosterone replacement therapy. And it just became a routine that was just not I didn't feel like they cared. I thought it was just come in, get your testosterone, give us our money, and get out. And that's how I felt. I didn't feel like they cared about my goals. I didn't feel like they cared about me having the success that I wanted to have. And I'm going to tell you that is not the case at Game Day Men's Health. They got locations all over. If you're downtown, they're in Edo now. If you're down south in Friendswood, Willowbrook. I mean, they're Katy. I mean, there's locations all over the city now that it's easy to get to, and there's more opening up. It's not a matter of, I mean, convenience is really important, but I'll tell you this, if you can't get there, that's okay. They'll give you the shots to take with you, or they'll give you the pills, or they'll give you the pellets that will release. I mean, there are a lot of different options, and Game Day Men's Health just is different for me because they just care more. A free consultation, labs in every facility. They really, really, really are doing this right. If you're looking for a great way to get your testosterone replaced and reach your goals, GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them you heard it right here. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. So, D'Amico met the media yesterday at some golf tournament, probably the Texans golf tournament. And we got a Tank Dell update. And I don't know. I think it would be, for me, it would be amazing, right? I'm not expecting Tank Dell. Are you expecting Tank Dell at all?
Ever again?
No, this year.
Oh, no. He's not playing this year.
Absolutely not. Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I'm not sure I expect him in 26.
Yeah, this is
There's no
you
chance
think
in
this is a
25.
Lance McCullers kind of thing.
I don't know that he comes back in 26, but he's got a chance. Like different people rehab differently. I don't know if he's putting his time in, and some people heal better than others. So I don't know. I'm hoping he does. It's just he only had his ACL surgery kind of, relatively recently because he had to have all the other swelling come down. Like, do you remember that? Hold on. I think I saw. Let me see. I think I read that Dr. Lowe, I didn't know he wasn't team doctor anymore, but yeah, he got his ACL surgery on March 6th, John. You remember when he got injured? December.
Yeah.
I was in Savannah, Georgia when that happened with the wife. He got injured in December. He had his ACL surgery. Many times you have it, like you just have to wait for the swelling to go down.
Many times.
He didn't even, the surgery followed initial surgery to repair other damaged ligaments and a dislocated kneecap suffered in a December 2024 game. The ACL surgery is expected to extend his recovery timeline and likely keep him out of a significant portion of 2025. March 5th, even if you go with the shortened timeline of 6 months, that's May, June, July, August, September, October. That's with the shortest recovery possible. That's the shortest recovery possible. There's no reason to bring Tank Dell back this year. You let him stay out the whole year for sure, and then you hope he comes back with the same burst. And he wasn't the fastest guy, by the way. Tank wasn't the fastest, but he plays fast, and the reason why is he's explosive in short area and he's quick. If he didn't keep that same quickness, he becomes a little guy who's not super quick. You can't play in the NFL like that.
Well, here's D'Amico talking about when asked about where Tank is.
I talk to Tank all the time. Tank is doing great. He's in good spirits. He's on the road to recovery. He's doing really well on his rehab process. He's in a really good spot. So excited to see how that continues to progress.
I wanted to the draft. We'll take a few more.
For Tank, I want him to continue to get better, continue to attack each day of the rehab process the right way, like he's been doing with a great attitude. And he'll be back when it's time for Tank to be back. There's nothing to rush. There's no set timeline or we need him back by this certain day. We need Tank back when Tank is ready to be Tank, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah, I don't see it. This timeline of his surgeries and everything else, and the severity of it and everything. No, Tank. But now I think you addressed it in free agency. It'll be okay.
In the draft,
they're going to keep 6 wide receivers.
Dude, Jalen Noel will potentially replace Tank. Period.
The Texans attacked free agency in that position, telling you what they think of Tank's timeline.
Yeah.
They traded for
the
Kirk.
there.
They drafted 2 receivers.
And one of them was specifically placed the same position Tank.
Yes. They went out and got 3 guys they expect to be on that opening day roster.
Justin Watson, Christian Kirk, Jalen Noel.
Justin Watson aside, but just the guys they added in terms of assets that they had to give up to get him. They went and got 3 guys who they expect to be playing day one.
Well, let's keep this in
Week 1.
mind. Tank has gone through 2 years so far of a 4-year contract. He likely will not play in year 3. He'll be in his contract year 4, by the time he makes it back. The reality is it's hard for players beyond. It's going to be hard for Tank to get much of a second contract with the Houston Texans if Jalen Noel has turned into a player, which is very possible by his rookie season. Tank's going to be battling for playing time. His contract number is not going to be what he wants. It's really complicated for Tank Dell. And we all love Tank Dell. I want him to have a good NFL career. It's just, the Texans getting a second contract is going to be really hard for anybody when you know how much money you're going to have to pay your quarterback. Your quarterback, that's looming, and that number is going to be huge. Will Anderson's number is going to be huge. We already have a huge number for the cornerback. So knowing that, it's cheaper to go with draft picks and not give second contracts.
Right.
That's just the reality of once you get guys who make the elevated money, you have to start going cheap at other positions.
Tank is going to have to play really, really well to get elevated money after his 4th year. He's going to have to play.
Yeah, and he has to get snaps. And you have to be confident that he's like, before you give him money, He's had season-ending injuries. He's played 2 years. He's had season-ending injuries 2 years, and now he's had a catastrophic injury. Who wants to give him a second contract? Like, I feel bad for Tank, but I just think he's really up against it right now.
So the 6 wide receivers are Nico, Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel,
Mechie Hutchinson.
Xavier Hutchinson, Justin Watson.
At 7. Watson can play special teams too. Watson's a really rock solid player, but he's not. Yeah. He's more of a 5th wide receiver, maybe 4th. Like Hutchinson may have a hard time. Well, Hutchinson or Mechie's not making it. Watson's going to make it over one of those 2.
They really like. You know who else they like is Jared Wayne.
Okay,
they do. They like that guy.
Well,
it'll be interesting to see how. I mean, now you got.
Do they have
you're
anyone else?
You went from a really bad to one of the great wide receiver rooms in the game today. Maybe I'm pushing it there.
No, but we did like it last year.
I listen. I like Jaden. Jaden Higgins. Did you see? I saw him working out.
Barrios. Don't say Barrios out loud, Dell.
Braxton
Don't embarrass
Barrios.
yourself.
You asked. I'm just telling you who the other guy is that they signed.
Xavier Johnson, I've never heard of, but yeah, Braxton Barrios, I have a really hard time.
He returns kicks.
He does, but he's wee. He's got short little arms.
Wow.
He'll have a hard time.
Hard time what?
I mean, Mechie and him aren't both making it.
Yeah. Mechie.
One of those guys is not making it for sure.
You got a few little guys. Christian Kirk.
Yeah.
You got Noel.
Although Kirk is pretty stout. Like, he's not skinny like Tank. Christian Kirk's 5'10", 200. So he's pretty stout. Tank is, in the 160s. I mean,
keep on giving him less and less.
He is. He's in the 160s.
I don't know how much. Oh my God! Speaking of
5'8", 165.
Did you see what Jalen Carter went through to put? He had to be knocked out too to put all his tats all over his body.
Wow.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to these tattoo guys used to just you'd have to go in multiple times. They're just trying to get it done all at once.
Yeah.
Just put me under. Just do it all at once. Like, well, I thought you had to fill in your sleeve. It's going to take you about 6 months. No. I just want it right now. Just put me under.
And this is what happened to Jose Altuve. He was covering up that tat that he was getting removed, and then they accused him of cheating. See? So Jalen Carter, we're not accusing of cheating. He did it all at once. See? Everybody learned. I've learned that I really I love to play. I think I'm going to play today a little poker, but I'm in LA, so I can't go to. If I was in Houston, I'd definitely go to Texas Card House, Westheimer location, and the Spring location, right off 45. It's beautiful. They're great, 2 great facilities, easy to park. Both have big parking lots, lit, secure. You've got security guards in both. You get wanded when you come in, so you don't. I honestly have not worried at all going into Texas Card House. Nothing, because there's plenty of security there. So that's one thing. If you're worried about that, you don't have to. If you want to play at home and you'd rather play that, you'd rather play online. You got that as well. Hijack Poker. Just download the app. You can if you can't deposit money because with credit cards or whatever, your credit card won't let you. You can go to Texas Card House and deposit your money there. You can do that. And in your initial one, put in Spring 20. If your initial deposit, they'll give you $20 free play. If you've been playing, you got cash 20. Put that promo code in there, and you get $20 free play. So if you've been on Hijack Poker, or if you haven't, you still get $20 of free play. TexasCardHouse.com. See where they are. Get on over there. 24/7. It's always open. There's always a game. I love the cash games. They got tournaments as well. TexasCardHouse.com. Did y'all happen to see Tyler Callahan last night? He runs. He's primarily, and this is a warning, okay, to the Astros. He's primarily a second baseman. He's playing left field for the Reds last night. He went for a Matt Olson ball that just fell in, and oh my! I don't know if I've seen an uglier crash into a wall in foul territory. Look up Tyler Callahan. Oh my God! He broke his forearm. It was ugly. Did you see it?
No, I'm looking it up
terrible.
right now. Tyler Callahan injury is already a search.
Yeah, it is. It's bad. It's so awkward how he hit the wall that it's like, oh my God, that guy can't. He could have died, but he broke his forearm, and Matt Olson got an inside the park home run. But it's just, I think, we don't need second baseman playing left field. That's all I'm saying. And how about last night? And Jordan, by the way, out with a hand for 10 days, and Altuve. I guess they just don't like Jose Altuve.
Whoa, boy, I don't need to see that.
Yeah, you see what it's at? You see what I'm saying? It's bad.
Yeah, I don't need to see that.
It's bad. You know,
Jordan's hurt again. Yay!
Yeah, stop. He's gonna be okay.
I know he's going. I'm not saying he's not going to be okay, but he misses time every year. Jordan gets hurt with hand. By the way, is this his first hand injury? Or has he had? Is this his third hand injury?
Or I don't know, maybe
third.
But he needed a break anyway. He needs to reset. He needs to start being Jordan again. That's what we need. We need Jordan to be Jordan again. That'll be great. Christian Yelich. Did you see the other night they're playing Pittsburgh, and this kid in left field makes a catch in foul territory he's a little kid.
Yeah, I saw it.
You saw that?
Yeah.
And Christian Yelich is out there, and he asked him, "Hey, Christian Yelich, will you sign my ball?"
Yeah.
And Christian Yelich was like, "No." So the interviewer went out, and the kid was like, "Yeah, I just wanted him to sign it." And the interviewer said, "Well, how about this? I brought you a bat that Christian Yelich has signed in between innings, and here it said, 'Hey, kid, great catch. I'll see you someday in the majors,' or something."
Yeah, that's
like
pretty
that.
cool. And then what's going to happen is
cool.
He's going to pitch and strike out Christian Yelich, and it'll be like Amen Thompson beating Steph Curry, because we heard about that, how the Thompson brothers went to Steph Curry's basketball camp. The story would have been great if Amen Thompson would have won the series. It would have made the series better.
Well, there was just that one little thing. That's just that one little thing where they didn't win.
By the way, you know what you would hate? Like, you would hate living in my house, because there'd be little things that the kids would say that would make you mad, like they do me. Like Mason said, Dad, if Curry loses Game 7 to the Rockets, he said, we're taking him out of, like, he's gone from the conversation of being one of the top 5 all time if he loses this. And I said, what? What are you talking about?
Wait a minute.
If he loses, we're not talking about that anymore.
Well, wait a minute. LeBron is 2-12 in his last playoffs.
I know. He's
lost 4 straight first round matches.
It's not a regressive thing. Once you pass a certain spot, you're there. Yeah. And unless somebody passes you. LeBron is one of the top 2 players of all time. Period. That's just what it is. And
you know what?
Steph Curry now is in the conversation.
I'm thinking Steph Curry is too.
Yeah, and Steph Curry, you can have that. You can have that conversation. You want to have the conversation of Steph Curry versus LeBron? I think that's fair to have the conversation.
Yeah.
People I think I'm going LeBron, but it's not like it's you got plenty of firepower to say Steph Curry.
Has anyone changed the game as much as Steph Curry?
I think Steph Curry is one of one. And that's the crazy part, is I don't know anyone else who can play the game like Steph Curry.
No.
I really don't. I've never
seen
anyone.
Game. See, when Michael was doing Michael stuff, that's great, because you're Michael Jordan and you're an unbelievable, one of the great athletes of all time. But you don't have to be a great athlete to shoot like Steph Curry. You just have to be a great shooter.
Yeah.
And he literally changed the game. And Caitlin is changing the game for girls too.
Yeah, I'm sure it's Steph Curry is the one who changed it for her.
I'm sure too.
Obviously.
She's like, yeah, she's.
I mean,
she's-
shooting from the logo, and there's a lot of teams who don't like that. We'll see if it's changing it for little girls. We won't know for years and years.
Well,
They better
both-
shoot like she does in terms of
Caitlin-
efficiency.
Caitlin changed it for Joe Mazzulla. I mean, he just throw it up from anywhere. I see Caitlin doing it.
Well, that's been their way. They win that way. The Daryl
Well-
Morey math way has been a thing in the
Well,
NBA
how
for a
long?
long time.
Right, and he saw Caitlin
Live by the
doing
sword,
it
die by the sword.
at
all.
Iowa. He saw Caitlin doing it at Iowa. So what does he do? Let's do that.
I think he was already
You
doing
think that's how that came about?
You don't know.
I'm
You don't
asking
know.
you. You think that's how it
It's a
filtered to
possibility.
him? He decided he watched a couple Iowa Nebraska games and thought, when I get my chance,
This
I'm going
is
to get
what-
Tatum and Brown to do that.
Yeah.
All I need
Well-
is for Ime to do something with some woman, and now it'll be my chance.
It'll be my turn. My turn. And when I get my chance, guess what? We're playing Caitlin ball.
Did the Celtics shot a lot of threes back then
With who?
with Ime, but couldn't have been at this rate.
It was never at
It's
the Missoula rate
never been at this rate.
because they were setting records. They're setting records as far as
It's
attempts
the
per.
most attempts per. I mean, the
By a
Rockets
good
had it for
margin.
a while, but it's
Well, it was
the most attempts
stupid
right now.
last night.
Yeah.
It was stupid.
Yeah, so Missoula is, hey, you're not getting up enough threes. That's why you're here. Keep firing, and they took it to another level last night, and the Knicks took advantage. Jalen Brunson, we talk about moves that could have been made or weren't made. The fact that the Mavericks didn't give Brunson an extension when they could have, we'll wait to free agency. He turns into a good player, a really good one, and then they have his dad on the Knicks staff, and it was done after that. And now look at him, wins game one of the best clutch players in basketball. The Mavericks could have had him, Luka, and others.
Mhm.
Instead,
How about
they got none of it.
that? How about that? How about that?
Wow,
That is-
that's unbelievable. That's just unbelievable how criminal that is.
They just decided we're going to wait on an extension, and then he blew up. They could
Yeah,
have got
and-
him on a really
And that's the
team-friendly
problem
deal.
is the Rockets would much rather do their deals or like it makes sense. In basketball, you're less likely to take big steps back. It happens in baseball a lot. Football kind of the same way. Basketball, you got to take your chances. And, the good thing is basketball doesn't have the 7 and 8 year contracts like it used to have. So that's where
What a-
baseball's screwed. Baseball's
about-
got these mega,
you know,
all guaranteed.
What about Porzingis, Luka, and Brunson right now?
Well, Porzingis would always be hurt because he's hurt again. But yeah,
Yeah,
they put together talent. They maybe didn't have the right coach at the time and didn't have the foresight to know that Brunson would become what he was. The Porzingis was the final step for the Celtics along with Drew Holiday. But look, he's not playing right now. So I get why you might want to get off
I
of
know.
him
He-
because
when
there's
he
always a
plays, though,
question. There's always a question about him, though.
Always.
Can he
Well,
play?
was
Will
it-
he be available?
We actually interviewed him once when he was really tired.
Porzingis
I
on a
I
mobile.
remember
Yeah.
that. He was very
Porzingis-
tired.
It's when he was a rookie and he was taking breaks because he was so
He was so
tired.
tired. He was tired. We didn't interview him. We interviewed Porzingis on a mobile.
Right. Who kept
Right.
falling asleep during the interview
He was
because
tired.
of how exhausted he was. He's always rubbed me the wrong way after that. And then when
I
you're
kinda-
always out,
I
you're
love
always
his
hurt.
game,
I don't
though.
have any respect for
I know
guys
he's
who
never there,
constantly are out.
but when he is there, man, that's a dude. How do you stop that
Yeah, when he's there.
when he's there? Right.
He missed time during their title run last year. He was unavailable for games. It's just
Yeah, but
what he is, man. You're
But
never
then he
going to
came
be
back-
able to. He played
but
42 games this year. You can't count on him.
No.
No.
No, and anytime you got somebody you can't count on, you want to move away from them.
And he might be a guy they have to get off of because they got a very expensive roster.
Lance wants to trade Jordan because of that.
Is
Well,
that, is that true?
That's not true. I'm not sure where that rumor started.
Like-
I don't want to
I
trade
think it
Jordan.
started 20 seconds ago.
I think it did. I think it
it's
started
just-
14 seconds
I
ago.
just started it.
I am a little concerned that Jordan misses so much time and he's getting ready to get. Well, I don't.
Porzingis played 7
He's
playoff
not
games
getting ready
last.
to get
Sorry, I'm
anything,
still
I
stuck
guess.
on the sleepy dude. He played 7 games in the postseason
That's
last
it.
year.
What was his
7.
injury last
You
year?
have to win 16 to win the title. Only played 7.
Well, but he was good in those.
Tired.
Not really. They don't want to. They couldn't give him
Tired.
heavy minutes because he's always
was
banged
tired.
up.
He
He
was
was fine.
Sleepy, tired.
Sleepy, tired, injured.
Okay, that's not a great combination for an athlete, but okay, I got you.
No,
He could have been there
sleepy,
though.
tired, and injured is not a great combination. It's like jerk, punk, and loser. The John McClane, the big three, they used to call players. They're either a jerk, a punk, or a loser. Or every once in a while, a guy would be a jerk, punk, loser. Porzingis is hurt, lazy, and sleepy. It's not great. It's not what you're
Sleepy,
looking
tired,
for.
injured.
Yeah, sleepy, tired, injured. Yeah. STI.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776, the number. If you want to get in here, HRP is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about your business. I'm talking about how you can be better. I'm talking about how they can make your business better. I'm talking about how they made our business better. We love what HRP does for us every single day, and you will too. I told you I had an issue. I put in the wrong number on my. I was deducting my entire check, which is illegal. You can't do anyway. I was doing that for my 401k, and I was like, oh my God, can I get this back? I need that money. And sure enough, they did it. And your employees, so your employees aren't going to come to you. They're going to go to HRP and say, hey, how do I work this out? Okay. I made a mistake. How do I work this out? Because I'll tell you this, HRP really doesn't make mistakes. They really don't. They just don't. HRP is totally sweet. It's incredible how good they are with all of the different ways we get paid with commissions and salaries and hourly and everything else. And HRP doesn't make any mistakes. HRP will help your business be better because they're doing something that you don't know anything about, the payroll and the HR. And then they'll give you options on all the other benefits packages. It's kind of a big deal that you do it right for your people, and HRP does it right for us. HRP.net. Tell them that you heard it right here. If you want to change how you're doing business and be better, HRP.net.
Okay.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, Dell, I just put in a Cal. I think the sound is better on that one than the one that you had. I just put in a Cal bite about them moving, the possibility of moving. And you have to see it. I mean, and this is a close-up of Cal and Hannah. And while Cal is talking, you just have to imagine.
The stare is incredible, isn't it?
Hannah is looking at him and nodding like, okay, you're saying it right now.
Good job. Good job.
Yep.
Going.
Keep saying, okay, you're going right.
And he did good. Then, like he was talking about they're begging for money.
Well, and then she had to interject because I think he went off the script that she had for him.
Oh, I didn't see her interject.
Yeah. So here is, so they're out at the golf tournament yesterday, and of course, and their new team president had talked, I think, already, or maybe he talked after, I don't know, but which one. But he talked about, listen, yeah, we're looking for a new facility for the team outside of NRG, a practice facility. So he was talking about, offices and practice facility that would be away from NRG. So that'll be interesting to see if they move out. Cal also talked about, it's a very complicated deal because of the rodeo as well. So, but here is when asked about the moving. Just imagine Hannah just standing there looking up at him and nodding and then having to interject.
What's great is we're okay where we are. And so that's our starting point. And then would we move out? Yeah, we would move out and do a brand new one somewhere. But
Greater Houston.
Greater Houston area, I'd say.
Greater Houston. She had to jump in.
Greater Houston
like
area.
None of this. So when we were doing stadium radio, which everyone's all excited about, none of this is a surprise to us. They were going to ask for money. They're not going to get it. They're going to ask for a new stadium. They're not going to get it, and they're going to have to move. And now they're talking about practice facility, but they have to be talking about the whole thing. I mean, you're not going to practice somewhere else.
Well, teams do that.
Yeah, they do it, but it doesn't make a lot of sense for them.
Why?
Why would you want? So you're going to drive? I mean, I guess then your home base. That's true. That's true. I guess I'm just used to their home base.
Most every team does that.
I guess I'm just used to the, but not every. Well, okay. So here's what it would be. This is what's a little different. No, well, some teams do. Yeah, some teams do, and some teams have multiple practice stuff. They have one in the camp, and then they have one in season. The problem you have is that all the everything, you're basically all of your offices are there. So now you're going to move your business. You're moving everything in essence to another, to Kingwood, to, it wouldn't be Kingwood. I don't think it would be. I think it would be probably Fort Bend County would be my guess. Katy, Fort Bend County area.
Maybe. Yeah.
Because you pull from that area.
Katy,
anytime you leave, it's no longer central. It's going to, you got to feel good about, I mean, actually, they're probably looking at their season ticket holder base and seeing where they're from. They're probably I'm sure they know exactly where season ticket holders are from, and I'm sure they can say, hey, you know what? Let's go here. They're going to look at any kind of tax advantages they can get, which won't be much. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess I don't care where they practice. I guess what difference does it make to me?
I think that's it. It's going to be who wants us, who's going to give us those tax breaks, where can we buy land that is going to be, and enough land for the stadium and parking, and who wants us the most. And Fort Bend is probably in. I don't know about Kingwood. That would be interesting if it was Kingwood. I don't know.
It's a little far out there, and I don't know where you would.
Well,
I don't know who's got the land. I have no idea.
It's close to the airport, so that's different. But
yeah, that's true.
Which would be ideal for them. It's a short ride to the airport. So, but yeah, it'll all be about where they can get their best deal. That's all. That best deal. Now, it'll be the road. Does the rodeo want to come along? I don't know. I don't know that the road is. I haven't heard the rodeo say that NRG is not a good enough facility. I haven't heard that. Have you?
No, I don't think the rodeo would say that. I think it's just fine for the rodeo. I think it's just fine for football. It's
Yeah,
not.
but-
It's just they want to make more money. Let's just be honest about this.
Yep.
Everything is a cash grab.
Yep.
Nowadays, there is nothing that is not a cash grab.
Yep.
There are
It's all
some
cash.
teams, Chicago Bears needed a new stadium, and they couldn't get one, so they tried to, build a spaceship inside of it. And then after that, they said, no, we actually need a new stadium. And so now they're trying again to get a new stadium. They brought in Kevin, whatever his name was, Kevin Warren, who came from the Big Ten, and now he's the boss of Ryan Poles and everyone else in the whole building. So, okay, well, he took over that whole organization. There are some stadiums that need, there's some places that you could argue need a new stadium. I don't think this is one of the cities. I think the stadium is fine. They can make whatever adjustments and updates, but ultimately it's just about how much money can we make? Like, we'd like to make more, and the best way to do that is have nice stuff that we can charge for people who have a lot of money to pay us some of their money.
Right.
And
look around the division, Lance. They currently have the oldest stadium. The Titans The Titans are getting a new one. The Jags are as far as the Jags are getting a new one. Well, the Jags stadium is older, but all these other places are getting new ones.
Well,
and then the Colts have a 2008 built stadium.
Is the Jags in London, or is the Jags in stadium?
As it stands now,
is it 20,000 seats?
yeah, I don't want to pay a penny if I live in Jacksonville for a stadium.
As it stands now, the Stadium of the Future is what they're calling it until they get a sponsor. 2027 or so. It's supposed to be in Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
And the Titans got one coming, so I'm sure the McNairs think to themselves, hey, how come everyone else has a newer stadium? We want one too.
Well, that's it. Because Amy's out there getting her stadium, so now Hannah wants to have hers too. So that we're not.
So stadiums are like clothes? When we say women dress for other women? Like we say women dress for other women. Hannah's like, I see Amy dressing out there. I need one too.
I see Amy. I see Amy's stadium.
Boy, I'd like to say you're making a joke, but there is a chance that they say, I'm not letting them get a new stadium and we don't get some. That actually could be in the back of their mind a little bit. I think it's just they want to maximize revenue. Now, they have a sweetheart deal.
Well,
the Texans have an unbelievable sweetheart deal over there, but they don't own the stadium.
And by the way, it's not the oldest stadium in the conference.
Yeah, I was correct. I'm saying the other places are getting new ones, and the Colts built theirs in 08. So it's as it stands now.
Lucas Oil's really 08?
Yeah, they're looking to have the oldest one because the other ones are coming in 27 and 28. That's what they're trying to avoid. They don't want to be the old lady in the division.
God, it is so. Everybody is so freaking greedy.
I mean, it's true.
It's so.
It's just. You're just squeezing the golden goose. There's so much golden goose going on.
Let's see how much we can squeeze out of every
NCAA because there's
that walks in the door.
Well, on the player side and the agent side in college football, they've been so like instead of it's pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered, because now they're going to end up having Trump come in and start messing with NIL, and they're going to start. I mean, they're going to the government. And I thought we didn't like government interference. Well, the government's going to interfere, and the government's going to start standing up, and so now they're going to ask the government, to basically do something about NIL. They may not ask about them, but they're going to do it, and that's if people, and of course this all happened because the NCAA was greedy. They couldn't just pay the players just triple the per diem. The stipend. Had they tripled the stipend, they would have been in good shape for years and just raised it up 10% every year, 10% or 5%, and kept going up. You put a little money in the players' pockets, people would have, but they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. Agents for coaches just couldn't do it. They couldn't let it. They couldn't just let, and the agents don't
slice
care.
Off a chunk.
They're going to get paid on the player side and the coach's side, so they don't care. But it's like there will be an Armageddon at some point. I don't know when it's going to happen. It may take a long time. Baseball may be there with some of the contracts they're giving out. I mean, these 14-year contracts are just untenable. They're already freaking out in New York that Juan Soto is not being the same Juan Soto. We got to pay him for another 14 years.
That's important and all, but John, the real question is, how many pizzas will the McNairs have to give you to be a surrogate for the new stadium?
That's a good question.
Like
what is
for
that
you to
conversion chart?
Go on Fox 26 and talk about the need for a new place. Obviously, you have your platform here. How many pizzas will it take?
I mean, so far, one is all it's ever taken.
You're a cheap date. All it takes is one for you to be a surrogate for the stadium, and all of a sudden start telling everyone how a new stadium's going to help the community.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't you want Super Bowls here, everybody, and national
Yeah.
title games
Oh,
and
what
Final
about-
Fours?
soccer. Yeah, that's
Well,
too.
they get soccer without it. They got World Cup games coming here at the old place.
But the energy's not good enough for that. Okay, we're
Well,
not.
you don't have the
getting-
pizzas yet, John.
Well, I'm going
Don't
on.
give it out for free.
Well, listen, I might do a contract of a pizza in the future if they will come to terms.
Future pizza?
A future pizza if they come to terms. Okay. If they just a promise.
I
of a
want
pizza,
more than one pizza.
I'll jump on board.
This is a big deal.
How much will it take for you to be a surrogate? Because you're clearly against it.
Me?
How do they get you to switch over?
Oh, I need a suite.
A suite at the new
Free
place?
suite. Yeah, I can't. I'm not doing it for
they ain't
pizza.
giving
I'm not a
sweets
hoe.
away.
I'm not a
They
simple, basic hoe. I'm not a pumpkin spice.
John's a thought.
John's a thought with this. Give me a pizza. I want a whole ass suite.
John doesn't mind. Hey, John was fine being an Instagram
And
influencer.
I respect it. I respect
what?
that John's an influencer.
You know what they don't do? Give sweets away because that's where the rich people give
Exactly.
them a lot of
Sounds
money.
like I won't be on board then.
Sounds
Well,
like
then-
Sounds
Lance
like I'm
won't
not
be a
gonna be on board
surrogate for the
yet.
McNairs.
Well,
I'm
that's why
asking
they
for the
like me more.
I'm. You know what? But they said that about Deshaun Watson when David Mulgeta said we want $230 million guaranteed, and he thought that would chase Cleveland away, so Deshaun would just sign with Atlanta. Would get traded to Atlanta, and Jim Haslam goes deal, and he's like,
So you
I
think
guess we got to go to Cleveland.
You think Hannah's going to give you a suite? I
I'm
don't believe
saying it depends. You just never know what
You
an
can't
NFL,
get
what
one
an
if you don't
NFL owner,
ask.
you can't get
Oh,
one if
that's
you,
right.
that's right.
That's true.
An
That's true.
NFL owner, you never know how desperate they'll be.
And-
Maybe they'll see my influence.
What do they say?
Right.
Closed mouths don't get fed.
Close mouth. You can't score if you don't
And-
shoot.
Well, no.
If you don't
And
shoot a
you
bunch
don't-
of threes, you can't make a bunch of threes, John. That's what the Celtics say.
or miss a bunch of threes.
Well,
They made 15 of them because they shot 60 of them.
yeah,
That's right.
you can't
That's the
make
only
15
reason-
if you don't shoot more than 15.
That's right. But listen, you can't get hair unless you go to 975hair.com. That's Doc Linville's place. That's where you get your hair on. Okay. And you were looking at your hair this morning and you're seeing the hairline. You're seeing, the bald spot. Man, it's growing. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do? I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to go to 975hair.com. Go to 975hair.com. Get a consultation with Doc. He's going to be upfront with you. He's going to be honest with you. If you don't need the neografting, which is, it's not surgery. It's, I don't know, he's got an anesthetic. It doesn't hurt. It's like, it's weird. It just, they pull it from the back and side and they put it on top. It's your hair. Doesn't look like doll hair. It looks great. It looks like you never, ever got a procedure. Now, you might also get the PRP, which just stimulates the growth of your own hair. Doc will tell you. He's going to be honest with you. He doesn't need the money. He don't care about. He just wants you to get hair. And the best way to go about that is 975 Hair. Doc is one of the biggest in the city of Houston, and there's a reason for that because you guys realize how good this is. It's way better than the other process. Neografting is awesome. Find out for yourself, but do it. Don't go bald and then say I want it. Do it now. 975hair.com. So did you guys see? Well, this is breaking news.
You're back in the
Yep. Is that breaking news?
Breaking news.
Oh, okay.
Notre Dame and Clemson have agreed on a 12-year college football scheduling partnership. Notre Dame has been trying. They got a 5 games with the ACC, but a lot of them are against Wake Forest and North Carolina State and all these teams that Notre Dame is like, no, we want to play the bigger brands all the time. And so they've worked out a deal where Notre Dame's games against Clemson will count in the ACC schedule, but some of the Notre Dame games won't count for Clemson in the ACC, which is weird, but it's what they're doing. And then it looks like they're coming to an agreement with Miami. How about this? Miami, Clemson, and FSU are expected to be the top beneficiaries of the conference's new revenue distribution structure. They're going to get more than the other teams, which is not – I mean, it's interesting for the other teams. They don't bring as much to the table, obviously. So should they get as much as Clemson and Florida State and Miami?
That's what Florida State has been pushing for years. They were pretty much the main proponent of this to stay around. If you guys want to keep us, you should. Our brand brings a lot of eyes, more eyes than NC State or Wake Forest will bring. So pay us like that because we're not able to compete with the SEC.
But that's not new. Like Longhorns did it with Longhorn Network when they were in the Big 12. The SEC is just doing it with all of college football. Like that's not new in college. In college football, everyone says, well, I've got this value. So like they just can't play together. They just can't work together for a common good. They see themselves. And what's crazy to me is that you have an advantage of being like certain teams have an unnatural is not the right word. They just have an advantage that other teams don't have. Notre Dame has an advantage. I mean, they had their own TV network forever. Notre Dame has a huge advantage. Texas has a financial advantage over some teams. A&M's got A&M does really well financially too. Florida, I guess Florida has a lot of money, right? They're one of the other ones. Who are the richest alum? Who's got the most money? Because the argument was Oklahoma doesn't have. The argument I've heard is that Oklahoma doesn't have the same money. Did you make this argument, John?
No.
Or did I hear it by somebody else that Oklahoma doesn't have the same money that some of the other teams do, and they're going to start losing because they don't have the same money? Then I heard somebody that is an NFL guy told me that's not true. Oklahoma's got plenty of money. But do they have like the top guy money? He just said they're just poorly run.
Right. The top guy money is Texas and Texas A&M.
Yeah, that's what I would think, and I don't know.
I'm not sure it's in that order. Might be Texas A&M 1, but this I'm giving it up for Notre Dame because they're like we don't want to be playing the Wake Forests. We don't want to play Boston College. We don't want to play. We want to play, not Pitt. We want to play the best teams. We want to play a bigger schedule. They've got to make sure that they've got strength of schedule so that they can get into the playoff.
And even if it's not just the best teams that year, having brand names on your schedule help because your alumni, your alumni who've been rooting for you or went to the school in the 70s and been watching your games care about, let's just say, throw in Miami, your historic rivalry that was in the 80s and not the 90s, but the 80s. They care about that. Even if Miami's not good, beating up on Miami, it's great for them instead of beating up on Wake Forest.
The Shador thing is one of the most, well, I shouldn't say Shador, it's Dion. The Dion thing is one of the most intriguing things in college football because we've never seen it before. It's the first time ever that fans have decided to flock in to pull a LeBron where they're just going to move with LeBron wherever he goes. And people became Colorado fans based on a head coach. It's never going to be based on players because players leave. But it's based on a head coach. And head coaches leave too. Colorado will 100% lose probably 90% of those new fans once Dion leaves. So there won't be, it's like when Miami Marlins won the World Series. It'll all go away. Once those players go away, a lot of the fan base will just, will not stick around. I've never seen that before in college football. What's made college football special is that you don't have bandwagon jumpers. It's different. you're born into it, a family, especially in the SEC and Big Ten. You're born into it, or you've gone to school there, or your parents have, or your brother and sister. It's getting harder and harder to get into some schools. Hard to get into, really hard to get into Texas. Really hard to get into Michigan for a lot of kids. It's getting harder and harder. Georgia is hard to get into if you're not from that state. So there's some schools that are really hard to get into, but the fans are still, a lot of times it's regional or it's former family have gone there. They don't have this bounce around, transient like NFL and especially NBA have. I don't know if baseball's like that or not. It's always, but college football, that's the first time that I've ever seen that happen.
It's funny. I think, Colorado has a lot of alumni over the year. I mean, they've got a lot of alumni around the country. I think he just woke up that fan base, but you're right. I've never seen people jump on that don't have anything to do with the university. That
right.
is different.
Never.
But, right. Like Kelvin Sampson has woke up. I mean, the fan base was non-existent before Kelvin Sampson got there. Now look at this. Now look at
you'll
that
have some
arena.
local people right. And you'll have some people, especially regionally, that say, "Hey, I'm going to start watching some Cougar basketball."
Yeah.
But it's not like you are. The number of people who will be drawn to it with an emotional attachment forever is going to be smaller.
Right. Not like Dion, though. Dion is something that we've never seen. You're right. We've never
seen that in college sports before, because college sports is bigger than one guy. It always is. The history of it all makes it bigger than one guy. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen, to where people have become like, they'll fist fight you over Shedeur Sanders. That's not the battle. Now RG3 is already making excuses for Shedeur failing. I'm like, what are we doing? Let the guy play. He's like, he's going to fail. And here's why you guys are, because he's already set up to fail. It's like he's mad at the Browns because they're setting him up to fail. By the way, the more I think about this, I know that it's come out that was not the owner's pick. That's the GM's pick. There's just no way that was a GM's pick, Sanders. Because if it was a GM's pick, I had this conversation with Dusty. Once you get to the fourth round, you're on day 3. That's backup territory. If you're okay with Shedeur Sanders in round 5, you would have drafted him in round 4, because there's no way you don't think that he is a more talented player than Dillon Gabriel. Now, Dillon Gabriel is a more consistent player, and Dillon Gabriel is who he is. You know who he is, but he's for sure an NFL backup caliber type guy, but he's very small. And he can only fit in certain offenses. You would have drafted Shedeur in the 4th round. If that was a GM and he liked the value, you would have liked him, the value in the 4th round. In the 5th, all of a sudden it's a great value. You now got 5 quarterbacks. You've added drama in your room unnecessarily with a quarterback right before it. You would have just, if that was actually the GM's pick, Shedeur would have been a 4th rounder, not behind Dillon Gabriel 1 round after. That would not have been the case. Like, man, it's such a strange situation.
Well, I don't know. Let's not forget, the president Hazel might have been listening to the president.
He said, these owners are a bunch of idiots. Draft Shedeur, he's the best. Okay. I don't know how much all 22 the president has watched. And I can promise you there's some big followers. There's some big fans of the president who are not happy. He said that, like, we're not backing Shedeur.
Look what I did, Mr. President.
Now, I was thinking about this. Do you see any comparisons between Dion and Trump? Personality-wise, cult of personality. They like themselves quite a bit.
Yeah.
I was thinking, like, I can actually see this. I can see Trump going, I like Deion Sanders. And I can see Dion saying, he's got some valid points.
Do you want to do an actual comp between the two? Because we have sound from each.
Okay.
Look at my African American over here.
Does that sound like something Dion would
now
say?
do Dion.
Okay.
Do you believe that?
I mean, I can hear it. Yeah.
Look at my African American over here.
Do you believe that?
Okay.
There's a lot of confidence in both of their. They both feel a lot of confidence in what they're doing.
Yeah,
Dion to this day thinks he handled Shedeur's situation great. He thinks he handled it great.
Yeah. And all the NFL owners are liberals.
They're all like, we're dumb.
Yeah.
These stupid dumb owners, draft him now. They're like, what? Giving you a bunch of money. Shut up.
Haslam, listen. Okay.
No, Jimmy didn't do that.
No, that was
Andrew Berry.
Andrew Berry who made that.
Andrew Berry did it.
Did you see the video of him when he was picked?
Yeah, it didn't look like a guy who made that
back
pick.
going.
Stefanski and Berry.
It
came
did
to
not
that
look
decision.
like they came. It did
They
not
did
look
not
like they
look
made
like
that
they
big.
were overwhelmed.
I
Look
didn't
what we got in the 5th round.
Where's the high fives and the handshakes in the room?
None.
I didn't see that.
No,
it's like the only time I've ever not seen handshakes and high fives for any draft pick.
We got a 1st round talent in the 5th. You'd have thought they'd jump out of their chairs, that they'd be hugging
Kevin
everybody.
Stefanski's like, gotta update that resume. Dion's gonna be fighting for my job by week 3.
Can you imagine the pushback if we hear early that Dylan Gabriel's outperforming Shador in camp?
I'm not even going to live in that world. I don't want to hear that.
Can you imagine?
ESPN won't let that happen. ESPN won't let that happen.
Well, there are
ESPN
other sources of news.
No, not trustworthy.
Okay.
You got to stay with what ESPN says.
I can't wait for Mike Garafalo to drop Dylan Gabriel outperforming Shador.
Well, Tom Pelissero is the one who's not afraid
and then Get Up
of this.
And First
Sanders.
Take to rail against sources, anonymous sources saying Dylan Gabriel's performing better. And please give that to me. If all the stories that I don't care about Shador Sanders really, but of all the stories I'm looking for, can I get a report that Dylan Gabriel's outperforming him?
Well, so when you're dealing with quarterbacks, the quicker you get your nose into the playbook, the better. If you're trying to win a backup job, you got to be in there because you got to be the eyes for the starter, and you've got to be a great teammate. And that's the question is, like, Dylan Gabriel knows I can make a lot of money just sitting here chilling, just doing my, being Kellen Moore, being Cooper Rush. That's all I'm trying to do. Yeah. Stay out of the way. I mean, ask your boy Davis Mills. It's a lot. Like, I'm sure he wants to play, but it's not the worst life in the world to be a backup quarterback. In fact, it's one of the best lives.
Dylan Gabriel is the new Cade McCown,
Chase Daniel.
Yeah.
And Kellen Moore,
Chase Daniel, and Cooper Rush. Cooper has to play a little bit more because Dak gets hurt every year.
I don't see Dylan Gabriel playing that much. I just don't.
Really, when you have Joe Flacco, who's going to make this team? Joe Flacco, Deshaun Watson, Kenny Pickett, Shador Sanders, and Dylan Gabriel. I honestly don't. I know a friend of mine in the league says, oh, Flacco's the starter because they're trying to save their job and he gives them the best chance.
No,
does he? I don't know.
I don't know either. Shador's got a chance to step up.
No, Dak's actually, it's a tough initial look. Deshaun's not part of the future plan, so you can scratch him off the list. Joe Flacco's old. It's actually not the worst situation in the world for him if he actually buys in and works his tail off. It's actually a decent situation.
Is the worst situation in the world? Trying to get the break.
Yes, but an anonymous story of teammates are really gravitating towards Dylan Gabriel.
Oh, it's coming.
Please.
Well, you've already had all the players.
Anonymous source.
The Cleveland Browns players all reached out and said, Shador, they all posted on social media. Did you see any of them post when Dylan Gabriel was
knew
drafted?
that was happening. I knew that wasn't going to come. But once they get to meet Dylan Gabriel.
We don't have any issue here with Davis Mills. Like, the players just seem to like Davis better. I haven't heard that. And I'm sure they like Davis fine. But everyone knows the pecking order here. It's very clean.
All right. And you should know that if you have patio furniture that is shoddy, if the straps and the slings they need repair, if your metal is not is starting to rust, or wait a minute, I'm not sure that this is going to last. Hey, that's what Houston Powder Coat are here for. Your patio furniture. I mean, it's patio furniture, but it's also wheels, lift kits, bumpers, anchors, boat parts, metal, old refrigerators, or you've got some kind of metal. I don't know. There's a woman that had metal frogs in her backyard. She has a bunch of metal frogs, and she had Houston Powder Coaters fix them all, make them all look brand new. And they can, whatever color it is that you're looking for. If you're in Galveston, Huntsville, Fulshire, Baytown, Crosby, Mount Bellevue, they'll come pick it up. If you can hear us pretty much, they'll come pick it up and deliver it absolutely free. And listen, they're just awesome. if you need something to look new again, because that metal's better than any metal that you buy now. It's just better. If it's older and you want to keep it a keepsake or whatever it is, HoustonPowderCoaters.com, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Hello. Hello.
All right, so you got a business and you want, okay, how about you can take clients out, you want to entertain your clients, and you want to keep your employees happy. Well, how about getting a membership at East River 9? And how about this? They're playing golf, but they can play at night. So they work all day and then they play at night, and they've got a restaurant and bar where you can watch games at night. This is great team building, or it's great for your people to entertain. It's a wonderful place. You get 12 rounds of golf. You can get a corporate membership, $400 per month. If you want 24 rounds, $700 per month. It includes, buckets of balls. It includes priority tee time 2 weeks in advance, 15% pro shop discount, 15% food discount. I mean, it's a great deal. It's a great way for you to keep your employees happy, to have team building, or to entertain clients. They also got pickleball. If your people like to play pickleball, you got that as well. So you're looking for a great corporate membership. It's East River 9. We love it. You play at night. You'll love what I love best. On weekends, they cook crawfish there. So you're looking for a great place to get your golf on and yet still work. East River, the number 9.com, eastriver9.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance, we got 1 hour left, so let's go. We have a call? Do we have a call? Yeah.
No. Today's call free.
All right.
You want to take some calls? Let's take 6 calls this hour.
6.
6.
You want to take 6 calls?
I want to shoot for 6 calls. I want to see if we can get 6 calls in. And you have to do that within a 42-minute span, 44 minutes. So 713, you can't score if you don't shoot. 713-780-3776. 713
your shot.
780-3776.
I mean, do people care about this Fred thing? I'd like to hear from people.
Yeah, you got to have an opinion.
Listen, the clock is ticking. The Rockets have to make a decision on Fred VanVleet. Do you want him here?
Does your whole opinion change based on 2 playoff games? Game 5 and Game 6?
No. Well, he was good in Game 7 too.
Yeah, he was fine. Didn't make it. I mean, Fred wasn't great in Game 7.
He was pretty good in the whole. I mean,
he had no impact on that game.
But we like clutch though. We like clutch.
But you're paying that's fine. Is everything? Did you have a different opinion before Game 5 and 6? That's kind of scary to change your opinion based on the outcome of 2 games.
Well, I do know
when we know he's a streaky shooter. There's no doubt, right? We talked about that all year. You know he's a streaky shooter.
Yeah.
So a good streak, and you're on board with it.
Well, doesn't a guy who's clutch in the postseason, doesn't that change your attitude?
I mean, not necessarily. I'm taking the whole thing into account. I like him fine. I'm a 1-year deal.
But it's part of your decision making, and if it's not, then that's dumb.
Okay, then that's fine. But you can't have him.
Hey, this dude's clutch.
You can't have Steven Adams too. Then, so can't have them both. Make your pick.
You can't have him, and I think they can.
No, you can't.
You could if you wanted to.
Yeah, you
can't cut everyone.
You're just assuming if you got Fred, you can't have.
Well,
Steven Adams.
How are you going to pay?
Well, because
Steven
you have
Adams?
his bird rights.
They figure this stuff out all the time.
It's not just about figuring it out.
No. You can't just say they figure it out.
His bird rights.
Give me an example of how they do. They have his bird rights.
So that means
he's got to want to stay there.
That means if they paid him
Which
what he wanted,
they
can go over the cap. The question is, do they want to go past the first apron for Steven Adams? That's when you start to get into
Tillman paying extra money.
Yes. So you could, theoretically. The question is, do they want to?
Because Jalen's contract goes up. Alpe's contract goes up.
And they got to
Fred's contract
consider
goes up.
extensions for Jabari and Tari as well. Those are considerations as well.
Yeah, I don't think you just
I'm not going to assume that. I'm not in their financial meetings.
You don't have to be, John. You can go
figure
to
this
any
out all the time.
John, you can go to over the cap if you want, or Spot Track, and just go look at the contract amounts. We're not having some kind of nebulous. This is a very specific conversation based on numbers we can look at. Jalen's getting ready to go up 20 million.
Lance, definitively, they can't have Fred and Steven.
I don't know how they're going to do
the
it.
mechanics, from what I can tell at the moment, there's nothing that says they can't have everybody back. The question is,
you have to pay
how much are they going?
tax.
Are they willing to pay to do it?
And up to this point, he hasn't done it.
We see this around basketball. Financial decisions are made, and it pisses off fans because, you're going cheap when we think we can win. Steven Adams can come back if they want to pay him $14 million a year for 3 years or whatever the hell he's going to ask for. That's the question. 14 per, by the way.
I don't think he's going to take a 1-year deal.
Well, that's might be a reason he's not back.
Yeah, that's why
things
you
they got to figure out.
3-year deal, because it may be the last deal of his contract. And let me tell you, he's not as old as I thought he was. He's actually younger than I thought he was. And the second thing is, Steven Adams he appears to have a lot more left in the tank. I mean, he can still leap. I mean, he was way better than I expected.
He was great.
By the end of the year, he was way better. I would love to have him back. I just think it's going to be really challenging when 2 contracts are set to more than double, and that's Alpi and Şengün. They're about to go way up. And if I want a 3-year deal if I'm Steven Adams. You probably get 2.
I really, really love that the fan base got it and acknowledged him, and were excited about. And maybe that could play into, I don't know. I think people have been excited about him wherever he goes. He's a great interview too, by the way. Great interview.
Good teammate. He fits the Rockets profile. Everything about him.
Everything
fits. I'd love to have him back.
There's one guy that Ime may go, you know what? Alpi needs him. Alpi does need him. And they were a lot better basketball team when the 2 of them were on the floor together. The double bigs was tremendous. It was actually, the stats were phenomenal when Steven Adams was on the court, and we saw it with our human eyes. I mean, him being able, that zone defense where he came over, and his help defense was phenomenal, and it kept them in games. So yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out if he wants to be here and if they want to pay the money and what they have to give up.
Take a hometown discount.
Well, I don't know about hometown discount, but they might have to sacrifice other players for it.
Like Fred?
Well, maybe Fred.
Do you know if you sacrifice Fred,
I don't
your
think
money is
sacrificing Fred.
I don't think you sacrificing Fred either. But if you did, look, it's easier to. I think it's easier to find a shot blocker and rim runner, but that's not really what Steven Adams is. Steven Adams is personality. He's physicality. He's brutality. He is a rebounder. He is a shot blocker. Steven Adams is more than just a rim runner who catches them all and dunks. That's actually not even what he is. He's a mindset and a physicality, and it comes with certain statistical advantages too, which happens to be his offensive rebounding and shot blocking, because Alpi's not a shot blocker. Steven Adams can block shots. So even though you could find somebody to fill in that role, I think there's something unique about Steven Adams for Ime. But the concern I have, and it's not right now, is that Ime, like all defensive coaches, they love veterans. They love the known, not the unknown. They love the known, and they love dogs, and they love old-ass Jeff Greens. And I worry, because I saw this happen with Van Gundy, where the Rockets got old fast because they're more than willing to. Now, they're a young team right now, but I could see them losing some young guys just because the attrition that you can't keep everybody. And Ime is going to stick with older players. Steven Adams, I don't know if we're calling Fred VanVleet. Oh, he's older than the other guys, but he's certainly not an old player. He's still under 30. But I do always get nervous about defensive-minded coaches getting super old when the youth is their strength right now.
Yeah.
And it's one of their weaknesses too.
Right. The Rockets, I'm not worried about them getting old since they're one of the youngest teams in the league.
They are now. You trade for Kevin Durant, let me know. We've been talking about this Kevin Durant trade. All of a sudden, you're no longer one of the youngest teams because you're going to subtract 2 young guys. And you're going to add a 37-year-old. you just got older real fast because you will subtract a 23 and a 21-year-old, 22-year-old. So for a 36, you're not as young.
And Fred's 31.
Oh, Fred is actually older than I thought. So then you'd have a 36-year-old, 37-year-old, a 31-year-old.
Dylan will be 30.
Dylan will be 30. You're not young anymore. 3 starters in their 30s is not young. As a matter of fact, it's older by NBA standards. So it can change real quick if you trade for an old guy. And that's my concern, is that Ime is going to want to go with older players because he knows what he's getting from them.
Well, in that Tim McMahon article, Ime might comfort you with what he was saying. He was saying it would be a disservice to trade away some of these younger players because the vision is a long-term one. Now, after going through a playoff series, maybe that changes people's minds there, but it was him more than Fertitta. It was Patrick who was being quoted that was talking about how much they wanted this to be internal. And sure, Patrick echoed some of that, but he also offered the but of, well, but we'll always keep our eyes open for a potential move. Ime was more in the line of, hey, we got something here. I think we'd be taken away from some of what we're building if we try to make a move.
But this article is written before the playoffs.
It was written for the series, or maybe right in the middle of it. But certainly, I'm sure they got the quotes before.
If you're a coach, you can't say anything other than that.
That was before Fred dominated the series,
and before Jalen. Well, he was in the middle of crapping out. I think the Jalen hate's gone too far. We can have it. What was you said? That was Hater Report that created that graphic. So I saw the graphic where they compared Jalen Green in the draft to Darko.
Back to 2003.
In the 2003 draft, Jalen Green's way better than that. We're acting like Jalen's a scrub. He's not a scrub.
Because the other guys around him all have had some accomplishment, whether it be All-Star, All-NBA, something like that, and Dark in that draft so far. And they've been paid for it as well.
It's true, but he's not Darko.
No, Darko didn't play.
Jalen Suggs.
Jalen Suggs hasn't. I think Jalen Suggs got a deal, but he hasn't accomplished All NBA or anything like that, or All Star. Yeah.
No,
but the rest of the guys around Jalen were pretty good in that draft.
Cade, Evan Mobley, and also Scotty Barnes.
I think NBA people will tell you, yeah, Jalen's good too. Jalen's pretty good too. Yeah. I think we're really have our feelings hurt because of how he played, because you don't usually play like this. That's why the comparison to James, I'm like, man, James finished in the top 3 MVP votes 5 times. I don't see Jalen finishing in the top 5 one time his entire career. Not one time would I think that he's in the top 5. May not be in the top 10 or top 8, I guess, for his career. I just don't see it happening.
Top 8 what?
MVP voting.
Oh.
James was 1, 2, or 3 5 times with the Rockets. There's no way Jalen Green is ever in the top 5 MVP voting. Never. Not one time for his career.
I don't know.
Alperin will be. Jalen won't be.
He's got the talent to be a great player.
He's explosive. He's not a good enough shooter.
Well, but shooting you can work on.
Yeah, you can.
You can become a better shooter.
You can become a better shooter. He hasn't really. He's still 42% from the field his whole career, all 4 years.
Let that hate flow through you, Lance.
Well, I'm just saying he did shoot 35% from 3, which was
Fred
better.
VanVleet. Fred VanVleet's making $44 million a year.
Not top 5 MVP. I think that was the point. Not how much money he would make over his career.
He's never going to make top 5.
He's got what James don't. He got a ring.
You got somebody who will shoot you in the face with a shotgun if Jalen Green doesn't make the top 5. And if you say he won't do it, they'll put the shotgun down. What are you doing? But they'll give you a yacht if he does get in the top
$900 million
and the $900 million yacht. If he makes it in the
yacht.
top 5, you just got shot in the face. Congratulations. Mm-hmm. You're dead. Wendy's got to come identify the body. Close cast.
Jalen is a Pippin.
What is that?
Somebody says Jalen is a Pippin.
A Pippin? What?
He's not even a Pippin.
Well,
That's not true.
From Great Expectations? What Pippin are you talking
Scottie Pippen.
Scottie Pippen's son.
What Pippin are you talking about?
He said it's not the right Pippen. He said it's Great Expectations Pippen.
He's Pip.
No, he's Scottie's son.
A little English kid.
No, there is a Scottie Pippen Jr. We know of him.
Right.
He doesn't look
Pippen.
like Scottie Pippen.
Well,
he ain't Scottie Pippen, by the way, whoever that is.
No, he's not Scottie Pippen.
No, he's not Scottie Pippen. Just an FYI.
He's not Scottie Pippen.
Who's the Jordan?
We don't have
If
one.
Jalen's the Scottie Pippen.
Giannis.
Okay.
Alfie.
Sure.
Alfie's not the Jordan.
Alfie.
He didn't give off Jordan vibes. Every year he goes low. His field goal percentage goes lower and lower and lower every year he's in the league.
That's not.
It doesn't feel very Jordan-y.
Nah, that's more.
Well,
We'll just throw Jordan on anybody.
Yeah, apparently.
Who's the Jordan of the Utah Jazz?
Cooper Flag.
Yeah.
He will be. Hey, listen,
I just
Anthony
hope we get
Edwards.
Cooper Flag. I hope we get the
Anthony
first pick.
Edwards.
Oh, that's what you want?
Anthony
That's what you hope
Edwards
for?
is the closest thing
Yeah.
since Kobe.
Yeah.
To Michael
I
Jordan.
agree. I hope the Rockets get I hope Denver. I hope the Suns end up giving us Cooper Flag, and then we can have a whole new conversation. Like, I guess we're getting really young now because you ain't moving Cooper Flag.
No.
But what you could do is fine tune your roster and start picking and choosing the young guys you want to trade to really get a very specific. Like, then you would turn to Devin Booker. If you got a Cooper Flag, you'd say, okay, we're turning to Devin Booker. And we'll figure it out. We'll go get a a veteran two guard that can go.
All right. Let's go to John Daspit right now.
Let's go to John Daspit. John Daspit is the lawyer who fights for the injured, and he has to fight against insurance companies all the time, because insurance companies, what they're looking to do is really get a good deal with you. They're looking to. It's business to them. It's not like, okay, this is what you have coming to you. It's these injuries. We'll cover these bills, and we'll cover your time missed from work, which some of them won't do that. And then your pain and suffering payment is going to be way, way low, because they are trying to save money for themselves. It raises their profit. They're a for-profit business. And so it's in their best interest to try to squeeze you. John Daspit says, nope, we're not doing that. My client is going to get all of their hospital stuff taken care of, all their physical therapy taken care of, all their pain and suffering is going to be accounted for and given a fair compensation, and any time missed from work is going to be covered. And he will fight for you and fight for you and fight for you. And sometimes it takes a while to get to the settlement because the insurance companies try to play hardball. But at the end of the day, John Daspit plays the hardest ball of all. And if you go to court with him, you're going to lose. They know that. So eventually they give in and John wins. And that's how it goes. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, fighting for you, passionately pursuing justice for the injured. 713, call now or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
Well, Bobby Marks is with you, Lance. ESPN's Bobby Marks believes the Rockets should cautiously approach a Durant trade. Do you need to go out and get a superstar? I would be cautious about that. I think if you're going to go out and get a Kevin Durant, it's a watered-down package. Would you give them their 9th pick back and their unprotected pick in 27 and then Jalen Green and, fillers? I would. I wouldn't touch Jabari Smith, and I wouldn't touch certainly Amen Thompson, and I'm not touching Şengün. You basically have to kind of draw a line in the sand as to what's available and what's not available. Duh. You're not giving up your prime pieces for a Kevin Durant.
No, you cannot.
Giannis now? Because we've stopped talking. I guess we've stopped talking about Giannis.
Giannis is way different to me. And there's some people who are really, I know our guy 5-star is very anti-trading any Rockets. He's saying run it back. And I understand that. And part of me would be just fine with that. I mean, obviously, when you run it back, there's maybe some changes. Well, like we've seen with the Astros, like maybe Steven Adams isn't here. Well, the Astros kept running it back, and they would lose Charlie Morton. They would lose Garrett Cole. They would lose, that's going to happen. But your core stays the same. Giannis is different to me. Giannis is a completely different. Giannis is in that stratosphere. He's in at least the same zip code as Jokic when it comes to being able to have an elite impact in multiple categories in a game. So to me, that is a hard conversation because you may have to. I feel like, so much of Jabari Smith feels just like Robert Horry. He's a good teammate, does this. But he also feels like, I almost feel certain that Jabari Smith will be traded within the next 2 years. He's a piece that other teams will want. He plays defense. He's not a pain in the ass. He hustles. He's about, getting better. He's got a shot from the perimeter. He can shoot the ball. And I was disappointed that Jabari didn't play more in Game 7. I wanted him to play more.
Yeah.
I don't understand why he didn't play more.
I guess I'd have to ask, what does run it back mean? Because you can't operate in a world where financial considerations aren't part of your thought process. You mentioned Jabari. Jabari has fined $12 million this season, $12 million plus coming up. Then when Jabari says, hey, I want this, are you going to give Jabari this? Or are you going to let him get the restricted free agency? Or are you going to let him go? So I understand the dream of keeping all these guys, letting it play out. But because of all your assets, some of these guys are leaving no matter what. Unless you just want the biggest salary, biggest roster as far as salary ever. Some of these guys are going to have to go. So you're going to have to make decisions some way. So run it back. You could get away with it for one more year. But do you think this roster next year, the way it's presently constituted, is winning a title?
Well, that I'm not sure that it is. But I can't tell you it's not. I'm not sure it is. So for me, that's why it's tricky because I just when I say run it back, I mean don't make an off-season trade. That's
what it means.
Well, you can add pieces here and there. Run it back means not breaking up the core.
How do you? Where are you adding pieces? How many guys are playing on this roster? When two of your first rounders don't play, where are you adding pieces?
Holiday's gone, and you had a different guy. Steven Adams goes, but you had a different big. You could have some ancillary. Now, Steven Adams is one of the 8-man rotation.
He was in your playoff rotation.
Yeah, he's in playoff rotation. But, if you can't bring that back, you're still going to have all the same guys. I think that there's a greater chance that happens than a trade, but not much.
I'm not pushing one way or the other, but I get this utopia where
don't
all
give
the
up
young
too much for Durant.
All the young guys are together and they play. But look, you probably have a year, maybe next year is your last year of looking out on that roster and seeing Tari and Alper and all those guys together. I'm not saying who goes, but you're not paying all of them.
No, you're not.
No. Okay, so let's hear from Ime about. So I think a lot. I think this fan base. I think the fan base has turned on Jalen. I don't think there's any question about that.
Accurate.
This playoff series really has. I don't know if it opened some eyes or whatever the case may be. He obviously still has his defenders out there, but he was bad. Is it a deal breaker what happened in the postseason, or is it an aberration? Because let's face it, 6 out of 7 games, Jalen does not play poorly 6 out of 7 games. He plays poorly 2 or 3 out of 7 games,
right?
Not 6. So is this just a byproduct of playing the Warriors all 7, or is it? Let's hear from Ime about why he struggled.
You have to look at it as a sign of respect the way they went after him. Obviously, a leading scorer, and their objective was to take him out of the series. And like I've said throughout the series, he gets the ball out of his hands and gets us the numbers and the advantage. He's done his job there, and you have to try to take advantage of opportunities in transition when we get stops and get out and run and kind of be more efficient as far as that. But when teams want to blitz you, like I said, I always say we should welcome that and kind of pick that apart. We've seen it quite a bit this year with him, and so he's improved in that area. But he didn't get a ton of shots, honestly, throughout the series, or when they did guard him regularly, obviously had a big night, and then they went right back to what they were doing. And so, it's going to sting for him as well, not having his best performance in the series. But at the same time, like I said, you got to take advantage of those numbers, and he did his job to get off the ball, and everybody could have played better tonight, obviously.
You know what I like about? I want to say this because I thought about this. I don't know if you've ever thought about it, John. I was watching a post game, and Ime was asked a question after Game 7. He was asked a question. The first one was a female reporter, her voice. She asked a question and asked a second question, and he just, she said, "What was a problem today with the shots not going down," or something like that. And he could have. And as soon as she asked a question, I thought, why did this happen? What happened out there today? Something like that, general. And it's a question allowing a coach to make a broad statement. And what he could have said if he was Greg Popovich or a cranky coach after the game is, well, we didn't make shots, obviously. I mean, at the end of the day, we didn't make enough shots. Instead, he gave a real answer. He gave a very measured, the same tone, just like that, gave a very measured answer, respected her question, gave a respectful answer, gave an answer that I thought gave me as a listener or a viewer good intel, relatively speaking. I mean, it's not the hardest question to answer, but he answered the question and didn't act like an a-hole is what he did. And I don't ever remember him acting like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he gets short with people, but I feel like he's pretty respectful about answering. And it may seem like a small thing, but I think it just shows a level of like he asked for others to be accountable. I don't think he's going to act a certain type of way, and tell you need to act this way. You don't need to have bad body language, Cam Whitmore, but I'm going to have bad body language and a bad attitude in a post-game press conference. It may seem like a little thing, but to me, it looks like consistency.
I don't remember him. Has he blown up at anybody?
I don't remember. I don't even remember him raising his voice ever.
No, or being pissy with somebody. I mean, we see Nick already getting pissy, right? I don't think D'Amico gets pissy with the media. I mean, we haven't really seen him contest a question or be disrespectful to a question. I mean, I think he kind of chuckles sometimes and goes, "Yeah, well, I don't know about that," but we see Nick though. Nick is, I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, see, Nick has gotten really cranky, and he's kind of feeling himself where he's taking shots at people, and he's kind of making you uncomfortable to where you almost get the feeling he wants to intimidate a little bit. Ime doesn't do that.
Joe Espada's Dusty used to love Dusty going at it with Chandler or whomever. That was fun. But yeah, you're right. He is respectful, and he gives you answers to the question as opposed to word salad.
Well, he's
like
very
Nick does.
Yeah, he's very secure. Ime is very. Nick has been a word salad guy, or now he's a cranky, like, your question's not really worth it. Right. Your question, why am I even having to answer this question? I don't know why he does that. I don't like it. He doesn't need to. He's got the respect of people in Houston. I don't know why he's so pissed off about every question now, and he gets pissed. I think it's maybe certain. It could be some of the guys asking the questions. Maybe he deals with them. He doesn't care for them.
Well, everybody.
know.
Listen, the NFL is different in that everybody thinks they're smart. They know football, and so I mean, you get everything questioned. So, and what else makes you pissy is when your offensive line really sucks, and it affects your quarterback, your franchise quarterback. So that makes you really pissy.
Well, but somebody asked him about getting a guard, and he got all pissed off.
I know.
I mean,
Yeah,
so why are you pissed off if somebody's asking about a guard if you're pissed off with how your offensive line's playing? Number one, I mean, the fact is he got guys that are Laken Tomlinson's average. Ed Ingram may not make the team. Ed Ingram's not that good. Ed Ingram should be in competition for a job right now. Now you got him for a 7th rounder, I think 6th or 7th. So what Nick has done is he picked up 2 players, Christian Kirk for a draft pick and Ed Ingram. And I think they're both expiring after this year. So it looks like he's playing the compensatory pick game where he can let them walk away from contracts. But I don't know that Ed Ingram's going to get paid enough in a second contract where he's going to be a qualifier. Christian Kirk will.
Well, we haven't even talked about the acquisition of Jake Andrews.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. But
I mean,
I don't know if he makes the team either. But he could.
4th rounder in 23. He was with the Patriots. And now he's here. I don't know, maybe. And D'Amico was asked about it yesterday, and he said, hey, every guy who comes in here's got a shot. You play well, be a good teammate, be a leader, and get out. You got a chance to play here.
I saw it happen with Sean Mapes here. Started as an intern, was a good teammate, was elite at what he does as a producer, and now look at him, kind of like he's a co-host.
That is the formula for more than just Sean.
Right.
Well, but I look at Sean as kind of the shining example.
Right. It starts with attitude.
Yeah.
I mean, if we're playing this game,
Dell could never play for D'Amico.
If we're
never,
because I don't.
He's not.
Because I would always say swarm instead of swarm.
Dell's not swarm at all.
Doesn't that say swarm up there? That's what I would do. He would hate me. I was the trailblazer. You're just laying out what I did, what Sean did.
Nah, really.
And I was an intern, the first intern, actually.
You were an intern here?
Yes, the first ever intern.
What about Raheel was an intern at 6'10"? Raheel was the first.
But for this place, I was the first ever intern before you even really had an intern program.
I didn't even know you were an intern.
I was.
I just said, who's that punk kid?
You weren't even here. You were just floating around the hallway because you couldn't get on the air.
That's right.
That's how early I was.
Oh, I didn't even know you were here.
I remember that. And then I became a weekend producer, then a weekday producer and a host.
So Dell's saying he was a trailblazer
for that particular model that you're laying out.
I was the one that hired him, and
I was in the room.
Regret that.
I came in.
What'd you say, John?
I still regret that.
Yeah, you should. And I regret ever coming to that initial meeting. Look at my life. Look how it's turned out. I came in for a job, but I was inexperienced, and you hired Nuni Oaks instead. So they're like, "Hey, you want to be an intern?" I was like, "That's not what I'm here for, but sure, I'll do it."
Well,
back when I was bright and young and thought, this is a great path. Getting in on the ground floor of this radio station. What a mistake.
Well, you could still be doing AI where you're testing a robot doll or whatever you did.
I wasn't testing robot dolls. It wouldn't be a test.
Okay.
I would wear that doll out. But at least I got to work from home doing that.
Right. Well, at least Lance could talk a little underdog right now. Who do we got tonight?
Underdog fantasy. Well, so we got basketball tonight, and I'll look at my little underdog app here. The extender bonus when you start playing in the promos right now. Oh, look, that's right. It's NBA playoff boost. It's not the extenders anymore. So they got new playoff boosts, and you have to apply to do that. You hit apply, and then so now it's going to boost. So now your boost start to work for you. Game one, you want to play game one of a series, then you get on game two, then you get on game three, and the boosts keep going up and up every single game. Now they got quick buckets, which is another one. It has to do with points in the first quarter. They got a 20% boost on that. They've got the home run parade. They got a chance for you to 20% boost on that where you can play baseball for your home run. But right now for basketball, don't miss out on these boosts to your playoff games where you're picking higher or lower. Donovan Mitchell, 28.5 points for Cleveland. Higher. He's going to have a huge game today as they come back and beat Indianapolis. Similarly, I'm going lower on first half. Halliburton's points in the first half. Take a look here. And what do we have here? Or even first quarter, for example. They've got his first quarter, first half points. I got to take first quarter points, 4.5. All right. I'm going to say lower. I think that right off the bat, Cleveland's going to take him away. So watch these games, analyze what happens, project what's going to happen in the next game, and you got a chance to make money off of it. Just pick the right side, higher or lower, whenever you're picking statistics. You can pick as few as 2. You can go up to like 6 or 7. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play. You can play just $1, or you can play many more dollars and just increase the amount of money that you can win. You can even play their flex option, which means, let's say you pick 4 players, you can do flex and you can still win even if 3 of the picks win and 1 of them lose. So it's your choice every single time. But I can just tell you this: download the app and use promo code Lance when you make your first deposit, and you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. So use promo code Lance on that first deposit. Play along with these games, win real money, and start taking down scores with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
Dell.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Our final segment. I just put in a singing video. Can you guys get that ready? 52 years old to 52 years ago today, Secretariat won the Kentucky Derby.
Blowout.
Under 2 minutes. A record that still stands today.
That's bananas. Talk about everything.
That?
Like, No one has ever touched that. It's the biggest
mean-
blowout you've ever seen. And now,
Well, that was the Belmont. That was the biggest blowout.
oh, that's right. It's a longer race.
No.
But the the Belmont, yeah. And the question came up, man, why are so many of these horses in their bloodlines, they trace up to Secretariat? Well, here's why. And there's a picture of him winning by whatever it was, 70 lengths, like the most insane blowout you've ever seen. Like, this is a pretty good reason why.
This is what I want my horse.
I want my horse
That's
coming.
the blood I want.
I want him coming from there.
Yeah. 20 years ago today, Kerry Wood struck out 20 Astros.
Whoa. That was the most dominant. It was one of the 3 most dominant sporting events I've ever seen. Games.
Yeah. I was on the set. I did the post-game show, and it was like, oh, my God.
I'm not going to count boxing matches or UFC fights, but as a team event.
Yeah.
As a team event, well, there's probably been basketball games where somebody's won by 15
Nolan
or
Ryan
16.
has been that dominant. And
Kerry Wood, that I watched, Kerry Wood,
Astros
they had
looked
no
like they
chance.
were, at the end, Derek Bell was just like, what was his nickname?
Private Punch-Out? No, that wasn't him.
No, he was Operation Shutdown.
Operation Shutdown. Because Derek actually said he was going Operation Shutdown.
Yeah, I'm going Operation Shutdown now. Right.
Yeah, Derek didn't. He knew he couldn't get a hit. None of the Astros could.
So, Lance, and we got to say goodbye to somebody. And here he is. This is what he does in the off season.
Okay.
But we're saying goodbye.
Okay.
To this guy today.
All right. Chase is about to hit that high note. The high note's coming.
This is a beautiful song. My mom used to sing this in church at weddings.
That not like this tenor.
No,
although
actually,
he doesn't sound like a tenor.
Way higher.
I would think. This is the voice of Justin Tucker.
Yep.
Who
Say goodbye to
was
Justin Tucker.
released for football reasons.
No.
Baltimore Ravens
well,
said
he was actually not good last year.
He wasn't.
You can't be
hard to have internal conflict.
Be bad and
have 16 allegations against you.
An alleged rub and tug enthusiast.
Well, you can be that enthusiast. You can't be doing the.
No. You can't.
You can't be kicked out of there where they go.
If you go to a rub and tug place, you can be an enthusiast, but he didn't. He went to a regular massage place.
He went to the.
They had to kick him out.
They went
from
he went to the Deshaun Watson School of Massage.
Well, he went to 2 regular places, and they were like, "What are you doing? You're banned." Allegedly, they banned him from 2. And who's on that case? Tony Buzz. TB. Yep. And it started an entire fight online about, was Deshaun true? I wasn't. Justin Tucker treated the same way. And then other people said, Deshaun got $230 million guaranteed after.
Yeah, right.
Just like, whatever. But if the juice is worth the squeeze, if people knew how bad Deshaun was going to be, he would have gotten 0 contract offers. No contract. The Texans would have had to eat that contract and be done with it, and he would have never played football again. Justin Tucker is, I don't know if the Ravens were going to make the decision regardless. I think they might have, but boy, did it get easy when Justin Tucker. Do you think somebody signs Justin Tucker?
No.
I don't think this year.
No chance.
I think.
And by the way, he wasn't any good.
No, he wasn't. I think there's a chance in the middle of the year someone's choking. Somebody's really, really bad. There's a chance that somebody says, we'll fade it for the last, street free agent. We'll fade it for the last 4 games and into the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think there is that chance. And we are talking about the greatest kicker in the history of the sport. But he wasn't last year. It was in his head. He was bad. He was bad from 50 plus.
This keeps him out of the Hall of Fame.
Ooh. You can't. Wait, can you use this? You can't use this, right? Lawrence Taylor said, no, you can't use this. Deshaun can still get in, actually, technically.
I'm talking about Justin Tucker.
I know, but Deshaun can still get in for what happened there. So, no, I think it's going to be a tough road for Deshaun.
I mean, you couldn't use character against the greatest defensive player ever. By the way,
Leonard, we're going to talk about the retired jersey.
By the way, what lack of self-awareness does Abdul Carter have asking Lawrence Taylor if he could play with number 56?
Well, it's to honor Lawrence Taylor, obviously.
No.
I mean, he wore 11 in college. He wasn't number 56. This isn't a college number. He wore it because he knows that that's an all-time great number at New York. It's just, you just don't do it.
You just don't
do
that.
it.
You don't even ask. His number's retired because he's the greatest defensive player ever. You're not wearing it. I mean, that's ridiculous. That there's a reason it's retired. Like Shador. Nobody should ever wear Shador's number.
Well, numbers sometimes come out of retirement. It happens, not often. And Phil Simms was going to let him wear his number until Phil Simms' family go, no, you're not. You're not going to let him wear your number.
Yeah.
So he asked twice. He asked two Giants legends, their levels. Phil Simms was on 2 Super Bowl winning teams. He didn't play in the Super Bowl in one of them. But
did he ask Simms?
Yeah, he asked Simms, and Simms said yes until the family voted and said, no, you can't give him your number.
Chris Simms says no.
I don't know which Simms. Matt. It might have been Matt Simms. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Remember the long-forgotten Matt Simms, who played at Tennessee for a little bit.
Matt Simms. Oh,
the
my
Volunteers,
God.
not the
I
Titans.
forgot about him.
Yeah, he was the quarterback at Tennessee. Didn't play well for the Volunteers. But the Simms family got together and said, nah. Sorry. We're going to outvote you here, Phil. I know it's your number, but you don't get to make this decision.
You know what? That's an interesting, by the way, just real quick, I'm trying to look this up. So it does say there's not a clause for character, but it can factor in. Now, this is AI overview, so you never know. I mean,
I tested that.
Yeah, but it says negative character assessments can impact the player's chances of being inducted, quote unquote. But the selection committee also, it says it considers character and potential off-field issues while there's no explicit character clause. I could see him being kept out. Depending on how this whole thing goes with him, I could see him being kept out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Him being Justin Tucker.
The holier than thou. Oh, no. The writers are going to go, nah, we ain't doing that.
Doesn't he need an advocate? Isn't that how it works? So
he needs an advocate, but they still got to vote.
Who wants to take that shot?
Yeah, who wants to do that?
Right.
Yeah, you're right. Like a lot of times you need somebody to stand on a table for you.
You have to.
You really don't need that if you're Justin Tucker until now. Now you do.
Justin Tucker was
Why would John McClain be the one?
Despite the issues, if we keep it to football.
It's the Pro Football
Lawrence
Hall of
Taylor's
Fame.
in. He did cocaine. He did many different drugs. Like Lawrence wasn't a great guy.
Like, I know what you do, Dan, on your off time. Just starts calling out reporters.
You can't be telling me
glass
that
houses
on
and
some
stones,
of those road trips,
glass houses and stones and whatnot.
John could go to battle.
Right.
Of all the people to say Tucker did something wrong, it ain't you.
Shut it, Shaughnessy.
Shaughnessy. I know Woody Page didn't just say something from the back.
What's it? I don't want to name any guys that are dead. Is Bob Ryan still alive?
Oh, yeah, Bob Ryan is.
Oh,
Cut
barely.
it out, Ryan. I know what you did in 1984. I was right there with you.
Cut the crap.
Yeah.
I was there when you went to the World Series. Remember that club you went to that ended up being a sex club? What? Well, this is an NFL Hall of Fame argument, gentlemen.
So your boy Ron Slavin's in the news.
Shut it, Platschke.
He said
Cut the crap.
NFL teams had a 3rd and 4th round grade on Quinn Ewers, but passed on him because of the attention he'd get as a backup.
What?
They thought he was a 3rd or 4th round pick, but too big of a name to be a clipboard holder, which I think is a chicken ship.
Ron was pissed. I talked to him,
Yeah,
and he told me a certain team that we know well wanted him, and then a certain quarterback we know well said nope. And so they went with a different quarterback.
Wow.
Mhm.
Well, you think people would be calling for Quinn Ewers?
Well, it
I
doesn't
will
make.
s-
I'll say this doesn't make. I get that all the Shador talk. It makes total sense. That was a legitimate conversation to have once he fell out of. There was in the first round there were people who just didn't know and they don't understand the process. Then once you get beyond that, you don't understand that if you're now considered a backup, backups need to have certain personalities. You don't know if they, and there's a whole Dion factor that people are discounting, and it's a major factor with teams. However, Quinn Ewers deserves some conversation about this too. This is a guy who didn't lose a road game in 2 years. He went to the college football playoffs 2 years. Now, I would argue against the tape not looking good enough, and he's constantly injured. Like he's had durability issues. Now he plays through it. He's tough, but he doesn't have a lot of juice on the field in terms of personality. The arm's average. I can make a point, but I also thought Quinn would probably get drafted in the 4th. He got drafted in the 7th. I thought Shador would get drafted in the 2nd. He got drafted in the 5th. Both of them had a 3-round slide. I think it's fair that why aren't more people talking about Quinn Ewers going after 2 guys who had ACL tears, and Curtis Rourke from Indiana and Graham Mertz from right here with the Texans. Both guys coming off ACL tears got drafted higher than Quinn Ewers.
You really want
And he's not a bad character. Like he doesn't have bad character.
You really want to have the conversation about why the Quinn Ewers thing isn't the same?
Why?
What does Quinn Ewers look like?
Well, no, I'm just saying why is there no talk about it? Was it all absorbed by Shador, and so no one had any left for Quinn? Because Quinn was a guy that we were talking. Now he had no conversation,
and because no one was that impressed by Quinn in college.
Is Quinn going to disrupt the locker room?
No,
too?
no, he's not.
No, he's not.
And he's not going to. Ron is like the attention he's going to get as a back. This isn't Tebow.
He's not. No.
You want to get Ron on tomorrow? Ron's been dying to come on our show. Do you want to get Ron on to talk about this?
If you've got a mediocre quarterback, maybe. Hey, Quinn Ewers is sitting there. It's the same with Shador. They're going to go, hey, Joe Flacco. Why is Shador sitting there?
Wait.
But if you've got C.J. Stroud, you ain't getting no. We got to have Quinn
The
Ewers.
accusation is that Coleridge put his thumb on the scale and said no to Quinn Ewers.
Who?
Coleridge put his thumb on the scale and said no.
Oh,
is that the accusation?
Hey, you threw me off with Coleridge.
That's the joke.
Why aren't you going to? When are you going to stop that nonsense?
That's his name.
That foolishness.
And are we saying Coleridge said no?
The streets are saying. The streets are saying they spent a year together.
That's true. He just
he
didn't want Quinn Ewers around.
Saying
maybe
the streets are saying.
But that's when he had a mullet too.
Yeah, that was a different Quinn. He had no. He lost all of his confidence from then.
Man,
did he look like a confident guy in the postseason?
Coleridge called up and said, "Get me Graham Mertz and not Quinn." What are we talking about?
Yeah, well, there's no threat with Graham Mertz.
There's no threat with Quinn.
No.
Yours.
Well, you know what? Shaved head Quinn is different than mullet Quinn.
Yeah, mullet Quinn had more potential.
Mullet Quinn was flinging it around like he didn't have a care in the world. Like
shaved head Quinn got to 2 playoff games.
He was there.
He didn't have his head shaved. He was haircut Quinn.
Well, haircut.
I mean, shaved head. He was just haircut, and he lost all of his juice, his swagger.
The juice left.
The swagger was gone.
Got him to the playoffs. What are you talking
did he,
about?
or was it all those first and second round offensive and defensive linemen?
Be there, but
do you want to go through all the players that he got to?
4th
Byron
and
Murphy,
22.
Andre
4th
Sweat,
and 13.
Alfred
4th and
Collins,
13.
Baron Sorrell. We got
all right, we got to talk. What we got is Billy Brown. And you know what? What's a problem is that I don't have Billy Brown here in LA. So my wife, I don't know, she was watering the concrete, and all of a sudden she pulls on, and the hose comes off, and the water spraying all over.
Oh,
so she's got to find. Finds a plumber here, and I was like, we don't need this. What we need is Billy Brown. Billy, I need you to open up an office here in LA, okay? Because my wife, we're gonna have plumbing issues now. She had to turn. She found I had turned off the water, and now all of the spigots are spitting. So
that
I need
sounds
Billy.
Terrible.
It is. Billy, can you come?
Yeah, but there's too many regulations. He has too much red tape to cut through to get his business started. He's never opening there.
I need him. So Billy, come stay here and take a look at our plumbing here. So what I need, it sucks to not have a plumber. And you know what, Houston? We can't be luckier that we got Billy Brown. We cannot be luckier. So if you've got a plumbing issue, a matter of fact, a buddy of mine texted me the other day, hey, what's your plumbing company? Don't be that guy. 281-488-6238. 488-6238. Have that number in your phone because when you need a plumber, you need a plumber. And that's Aqueduct Plumbing Company. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238. Say my name. All right. In North Carolina, a referee was arrested after firing a concealed weapon inside of the basketball gym. Do you guys think that referees should be armed so that we can stop all this nonsense that goes on at games?
Really depends on where they are. Maybe don't be strapped at some little private Christian school. It's got to be adaptable to the environment. That's what I think.
Wait.
It can't be across the board.
No, so only it depends on where you are.
Depends. If there's been evidence of violence in the past where referees get their ass kicked for wrong calls, then strap up. But if you can walk into a gym and nothing happens to you, no matter how bad you are, then no, you don't get to carry a gun. Okay, ain't nothing gonna happen to you.
Yeah. Apparently, a boy is suing the school for suspending him. He made a gun out of Dr. Pepper cans off campus.
And then he brought it to school?
It was just, 3 cans this way, and it just looks like a rifle. And they suspended him from school.
Did he bring the Dr. Pepper rifle to
No,
campus?
it was off campus.
And how can you suspend him for off-campus activities?
No idea. And plus, they're Coke, they're Dr. Pepper cans.
Yeah,
they're not a gun.
He didn't. He didn't 3D print one. So which it could actually fire. So I'm not sure what leg they have to stand on.
Yeah,
Soft ass school.
I'm not sure that.
Well,
I'm
I
not
get it.
sure that
One of your
we're
students
stupid.
is building even a fake gun. You get a little shaky. It's the world we live in.
Do you want to go to Emmanuel College?
Well, I'm not sure. What do they do
Well,
there?
their admissions worker was fired. Apparently, he was giving this girl a tour of Emmanuel College and then wanted to have sex with her.
Why would that keep me from wanting to go?
Well, I mean, do you want to work there or do you want?
Look, I wouldn't use my position to try to influence someone to have sex with me, but as a person who wasn't propositioned, it probably wouldn't change my mind if I wanted to go there. But for women who may run into this person, yes, maybe you take a step back.
Should that bonus be added to the tour?
No, it's not a bonus. What are you talking about?
Okay,
it's wrong.
It is wrong. First of all, she's 17. Wait till she gets to college.
No, none of that. Stop it.
No, wait.
People can hear you.
Well, it's not like college girls don't do stuff. Okay,
oh, come on, man.
All right, I'm just saying.
If the college girl wants to do something, fine, but you should not be using your position as what was he, a tour guide? What
tour guide? Well, he's in admission. He's in an admission.
Oh, he's in admission, so he has the ability to decide whether she gets in or not.
Right.
Yeah, he probably shouldn't be using that as a way to secure sex from a potential co-ed.
And finally tonight, a Shedeur Sanders fan is suing the NFL for $100 million over emotional distress caused by the draft. Do you think the NFL should pay $100 million to this fan who was distressed now because Shedeur wasn't drafted until the 5th round?
I think I commend this fan for trying to get this off. Try. No, I don't think the NFL should just pay. But if you can squeeze some money out of Raj, go ahead.
He's got $100 million laying around.
I don't think this has a real basis. I don't think this fan's going to win any money or get any money, but you can try it. The NFL got money to burn.
No, really, no. Here's why. This is the definition of a frivolous lawsuit.
I don't know how emotionally damaged they were.
The lawyer, okay?
You don't know. You don't know.
Well, I don't know how emotionally spent you are now.
Thank you. Let them have their day in court.
Listen, if that sets you off and puts you out of into sorts, you need more help.
Look,
the $100 million ain't helping you.
Get yourself an emotional support buffalo or something. I'm not sure what the deal is. Of all people, Shedeur Sanders, the kid who grew up in luxury and wealth, never had a care in the world, played football for his dad his entire life. This is the guy. This is your symbol of whatever. This is the guy you've chosen, a guy who has no cause other than himself. Yeah. What does Shedeur talk about other than him and the Sanders brand? What does he stand for?
Legacy.
Legendary, I believe, is
legendary,
the hashtag.
Not legacy.
But
legendary.
Of all the people, Lance does this thing where those people don't care about you because people love to root for players who have no. Shedeur's the top of the list of people who don't care about you.
He don't care. He's legendary, and that's all there is to it. But I think he should get the $100 million because Raj got a lot.
Look, Raj probably is overpaid. So if you take it right out of Raj's account, I'm with it.
I'm okay with it. We gotta go. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I got to talk about Air Team. I got to talk about the heat. The heat is coming. It's going to be repressive in the city of Houston. I mean, and listen, 90 degrees at night. How are you going to sleep if your air conditioning doesn't work? It was the worst. It was the worst when it went out. And it's on me because I never, ever maintained my air conditioners. That's something you have to do first. But if you need a new air conditioner, Air Team is here for you. I loved the experience that I got with them. They were straightforward all the way. They gave me all the rebates that I could possibly get. They were wonderful to work with. The guys who installed it were excellent. They put 2 in, and it was like a 4-hour deal. And they were excellent. They know what they're doing. I'm telling you, they will make sure that whatever it is that you need air conditioning wise, and they'll be straight with you if they can fix that one or put in a new one. 713-936-5346. I love my experience with Air Team. I think you'll have the same experience. AirTeamLTD.com. AirTeamLTD.com.
Welcome into the show. We had a busy night if you love, and a great night if you love NBA basketball, but we'll start off with something that's becoming a theme when we talk about the Astros. I see a lot of the Astros are boring, and I got to calibrate because I'm a let's not lie about things. I'm not a baseball guy. So you tell me baseball's on, I'm going to just assume it's boring. But are the Astros boring or are they just mediocre? They're 17-17. They lose in Milwaukee last night. That's coming off losing 2 out of 3 to the White Sox. And Ronel Blanco's out there. He's fine. the quality start. He gets one, gives up 3, and it felt like the game was over. And the Astros bats confirmed your beliefs. If you thought the game was over, they go down 5-1, but he goes 6, gives up 3. But there's not a lot of juice there, man. Cam Smith gave you that juice coming into the year. The excitement of watching the rookie who had this rapid ascent. He was the crown jewel of the Tucker trade. So you're like, yes, let's look at Cam Smith do his thing. But that wears off. Now you're 34 games into the year. It's another game where you don't score more than 3 runs. And they're kind of just blah. After the intensity of the Rockets playoff series, it's a real come down to go to just watch the Astros and hope they put it together. And of course, record-wise, they're better than they were last year, but they're just a team still trying to figure it out. In the spot I talked about it, say, hey, our bats haven't got going. We're playing 500 baseball. Don't worry about us. And if you're Joe Espada, you can probably take some comfort in your team was pretty bad last year, and they found a way to win the division. So you've got utmost confidence. Now the guys have changed, but he's been around that organization long enough to know that the Astros tend to figure it out. And right now they got some figuring out to do, particularly at the plate. Look, the pitching has been up and down over the last week or so. Over the course of the first 34 games, the bats have been pretty inept. Chandler Rome tweeted out that this is the 20th time, or last night was the 20th time they scored 3 or fewer runs. Sean and I talked about it earlier in the season about the lack of cricket numbers being put up, where it felt like if their pitchers gave up one of their own, then the game was over, and that played out yesterday. So 5-1 the final. The bats are still in and out, like just depends on the game. They felt like things had turned, and then you run into the White Sox, and at least last night against the Brewers, and we're right back to it. So 20 out of 34 games, you don't score 3 runs or more, or you score 3 or fewer runs. That's rough for a lineup that you maybe thought, with the addition of Walker and then of course Perez as the Bregman replacement, you may have thought you had a bit of a deeper lineup because you didn't have the Abreu Singleton thing at first base, but you take into account you're pretty light hitting in the outfield, specifically when Altuve's hitting the way he's hitting right now. He's been in a slump. Then you throw in the Jake Myers of it all, who we always grade Jake Myers on a curve. Hey, look, Jake got a couple hits. It's like, all right, it's better than the Jake we know. And of course, your issues out in right field where you're not sure who your everyday right fielder is. They got some issues, hitting chief among them. So their pitchers don't have a lot of margin for error. So even in a start where Ronel Blanco, who is trying to find the form of last year, recovers from the early issues and guts out 6, it was over. It was over as soon as the second run crossed the plate in that inning that he gave up. So they're kind of blah, right? And we'll wait and we'll hope for the turnaround, but they go down. So that's now, after playing pretty well, they've lost 3 out of 4. The road trip has not gotten off to a good start against 2 teams who, well, particularly the White Sox. We thought they'd have their way. The final game of the series got canceled, or at least not canceled, but they didn't play the full game, so we weren't sure how that was going to go. Maybe they come back and win, but either way, you're down late in the game to the White Sox, and now you continue your road trip today in Milwaukee. It'll be Wesneski versus Chad Patrick. If you have never heard of Chad Patrick, welcome to the party. A lot of people haven't, who because we don't care about National League Baseball. So anytime they're playing a National League team, unless you're a baseball sicko, you're like, you're not going to know who these guys are. I challenge people. Could you name the full rotation of a National League Central team? Hell, outside of maybe hate watching the Dodgers, could you name a full rotation of any National League team?
I was going to say, I don't think I can name 5 starters among the NL Central.
Yeah.
Just
it's one of the more anonymous, boring divisions in baseball. We don't care about that.
I got Chad Patrick.
Because I just gave you that one.
Obvious. Everyone
Everyone
got
knows
Chad
Chad Patrick. Myers, because he pitched yesterday.
Myers.
Who else?
All right, now I have to start. Is Wainwright still on the Cardinals?
Is Adam Wainwright pitching for the Cardinals?
Chris Carpenter?
I'm gonna guess no. No.
I think he does the FS1.
Chris Carpenter?
Broadcast.
No. It's what it is.
Kerry Wood? Mark Pryor?
No, those are.
Damn.
No, those are no's. No.
They used to.
Yes, you're right. They
back
did.
When the Astros were in the.
Way back when the Astros were in the NL Central, the Cubs did have those two.
Paul Skeens.
There it is. But
forgot.
that's the AL East. I mean NL East, right?
No, the Pirates are in the Central.
See, this is what why are the Pirates? Why are the Phillies in the East and the Pirates aren't?
Because I guess Philadelphia is farther east.
It's the state of Pennsylvania. Well, how come the Astros aren't? They're further east than the Rangers.
Oh, whatever.
I should have known that. You're right, but it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense when the Phillies are in the East.
What's the other team other than the
Cubs, the Pirates, the Reds?
Oh, the Reds. All right. Next question.
No chance, right? No chance.
Reds.
If the Astros play the Reds for a day or two, I'll know some Reds starting pitchers.
Exactly.
But until that day, in fact,
Wade Miley is he still on the Reds?
It's a good pull, but no.
That's more recent than Kerry Wood.
Well, congratulations. Congratulations to you.
Far more recent.
Wade Miley. Oh, you are right. He pitches for the Reds.
Wow.
They signed him back in January. So Wade Miley's back with the Reds.
Okay. So he found his way back home for me to be right. Got it.
Yes. He spent the couple. Yeah, we know he was a Red for a couple years, and then he signed with them. So congratulations to Sean for pulling that name out. Wade Miley. He's a part of the Reds organization. I'm not sure he's on the Major League club right now, but he is part of the organization again.
As a player, not as like a pitching coach?
No.
Okay.
He is still trying to keep the dream alive.
Okay.
Wade Miley. Longtime Astros rival, Wade Miley. He did pitch for the Mariners for a year and the Red Sox and the Orioles. So the Astros have faced them in the last half decade or so. But there it is. Your update on NL Central starting rotations.
We don't know a lot of them.
We don't know any of them, really.
Oh, I just meant pitchers. We don't know a lot of the pitchers.
No chance.
The 25 pitchers that make up the.
We finally got to maybe the most famous name in baseball, Paul Skeens, outside of Ohtani.
Yeah.
We
famous American name in baseball.
There it is.
USA.
Is there a more prominent American baseball player than Paul Skeens?
Probably Judge. That's it.
He played for the Yankees.
Captain America. In the World Baseball Classic.
He's more like U.S. agent. John Walker is who I think of.
No, come on.
Captain America's a black man. I don't know if you've heard. Although Aaron Judge. Well, okay.
I'm not waiting.
I was trying to see how far you would dive into this, or if you wouldn't dive at all.
Nope, not doing it.
Probably a good decision on your part.
So quit asking, all right?
No problem, Coach Nick. No problem. And hey, look at me, Maria Taylor. Who would have thought? All right, so we'll go to break with that. We'll get into our scapegoat rankings because we certainly have a potential local addition to that. We have maybe a giant 7-footer out of Oklahoma City who we can add to the list. And certainly, let's not forget about that former Rocket and current Clipper. So we'll get to that at some point today. If you want to get in on anything, you can. That number 713-780-3776. We got Greek Fest tickets to give away as well. So if you've ever listened to the John and Lance show and you've heard them eat, which may be annoying to you, at some point Greek Fest was a culprit. So we'll give you an opportunity to go to Greek Fest a little bit later. We're giving away tickets all week throughout the lineup. So stay tuned for that if you want to take part in a Houston tradition. So we'll get to that in a bit. We'll come back with some sound from, well, we played the sound from the Texans and more so the two owners as Cal and Hannah gave their thoughts on a potential new stadium and just football facility overall. But we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans. We gave you the Tank Dell update as his words were tweeted out. We'll hear from the man himself when we come back, and we'll also get into the playoffs. Great night in NBA basketball, and some remarkable finishes and some records being set. One the Celtics probably don't want to see ever again. So we'll get to that. We're just getting started here. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So while we heard, as I said, from the McNairs yesterday, they are in the midst of trying to get a couple things built. They want a new football facility, possibly away from NRG, and also just a new stadium is something they're considering as well. We know the initial sell was, hey, improvements to NRG because the county has let the facility get run down. At least that's the new part of it. We had a tweet from someone who listens. Dustin said he knows people, and the McNairs aren't wrong in saying that NRG has become a bit dilapidated. The county isn't doing what they're supposed to keep that thing top notch. So while at most 1.5 billion is what the McNairs would want to throw in to renovate it, it may need it certainly needs upgrades. And if it surpasses the improvements surpass 1.5, they would want a new stadium. At least that's the reporting. So we heard from them. Hannah, we talked about it yesterday. I had to jump in when Cal was talking about, hey, we would move, but Greater Houston. Cal, don't freak anybody out. We still want to stay in the area. So she was right there with them to let everyone know, not move into a different city, maybe just a different location in the city. That's their concern. As far as what happens in 2025, that is more D'Amico's. He has more to say about that. And D'Amico Ryans was there with them as well. He gave an update on Tank Dell, and the update was no update. And here's D'Amico Ryans on Tank.
I talk to Tank all the time. Tank is doing great. He's in good spirits. He's on the road to recovery. He's doing really well on his rehab process. He's in a really good spot. So excited to see how that continues to progress.
I wanted to address. We'll take a few more.
Yeah, go ahead. For Tank, I want him to continue to get better, continue to attack each day of the rehab process the right way, like he's been doing with a great attitude. And he'll be back when it's time for Tank to be back. There's nothing to rush. There's no set timeline or we need him back by this certain day. We need Tank back when Tank is ready to be Tank, and that's good enough for me.
No updates, but how many times can you say Tank in about 35 seconds? I don't look. The Celtics set a record that'll live in infamy until someone else challenges it. Is that the record for a number of times someone can say the name of Tank Dell in 25 to 30 seconds? Because if not, D'Amico's really pushing it. It was, hey, I'm not going to give you anything, but if I say Tank over and over again, maybe that'll be something. So we talked about it yesterday. The Texans attacked free agency, and by that I mean trading for a player during free agency, and then the draft, like they don't expect Tank Dell to play for them this year. Whatever happens in 2026, so be it. But they have covered themselves in the likelihood that he isn't available. And Lance pointed it out this morning. Like he didn't even have ACL surgery until like March. He was injured in a playoff game, and he didn't have that surgery until March. So a lot of complications going on there.
He was injured before Christmas.
Yeah. The wait generally isn't that long.
No.
So
because there's so much other than his ACL that was jacked up.
Yeah. So they waited. That has been taken care of, and you know the news about Tank now is all the tattoos and people clowning him for having to get knocked out to get those tattoos.
Yeah. That was on the other leg though, right?
Yes, I believe so. I don't know the rule. If you had major reconstructive surgery,
can you get a tattoo?
Can you get
or is that the perfect time?
Can you get a full leg sleeve? Not sure what doctors think.
As you're rehabbing.
Yeah, who knows? But Tank's got a long rehab ahead of him, and the Texans have done what they can to protect themselves. And the possibility, even if Tank does come back in 2026, what type of player is he? So you've got two young guys, and at that point, Tank Dell would be in the final year of his contract. What type of deal could Tank Dell get? He would have to show that he's fully recovered, and that's going to be a challenge. So it's the business, and the Texans now have Tank's a young player, but the Texans just went and gotten two more young players. And in college football terms, they just recruited over Tank.
Yeah, NFL, not for long. By the way, you just said Tank so many times.
Well, you're
pushing D'Amico.
I'm doing what D'Amico did. It's part of the bit. I want to challenge. I can't get up 63s in a game like the Celtics did. So there's only a couple things I can try as far as news of the day. And doing what D'Amico did in referencing his receiver, I was gonna go with his full regular name to avoid it again.
Dell?
Yeah, Nathaniel Dell. But there it is. So that's the update there. As far as I keep referencing the Celtics, they go down last night. They lose a 20-point lead and drop a game to the Knicks. The Knicks, heavy underdogs in that series, although they did put a team together to beat the Celtics. That's why OG Anunoby is there. That's why Mikal Bridges is there. They got wings. They got the lesser version of Brown and Tatum, but not last night. Those two shot poorly. They were, along with Derek White, those three combined to miss the bulk of the 45 threes the Celtics missed, 15 out of 60. It's the game the Celtics like to play. You may criticize them for not adapting at some point, but hey, when you win a title, it's hard to flip what you want to do in one game. You know what? They'll come out and shoot 40+ threes in game 2 because that's the way Joe Mazzulla wants them to play. Did not work out. Jalen Brunson, after his performance in game 6 against the Pistons, followed that up with big shot after big shot in what was a low-scoring overtime game. But he continues to outplay a stature. Is he good enough to be a number one and win a championship? I don't know, but he's good enough to keep the Knicks relevant, which is something that has not been the case for pretty much since I was like, I don't know, 11 years old. The Knicks have not been a real relevant franchise as far as being in the playoffs and being a factor until he became what he's become. There are the Carmelo Anthony years where there was not a lot of success in the playoffs, but at least Knicks fans could comfort themselves with having Carmelo. It's not like they were winning anything with him. And Jalen Brunson hasn't gotten past the second round yet, and he probably won't get past the second round this time. And really, the biggest thing he's caused us is to deal with Stephen A. Smith being excited about basketball, because I don't think he cares that much about the games themselves. I think he cares a lot about the stories that he can build on his show. Now I have to deal with him being excited about Knicks basketball. That's a problem. That's what I don't like Jalen Brunson for.
Yeah, because the wrestling character that is Stephen A. Smith gets to do the I'm just so proud of New York.
Yeah, that thing. I don't like it. I like when you couldn't talk seriously about basketball because the Knicks stunk.
Yeah, I liked it when you're complaining about Tingus Pingus getting drafted. All right, I don't want you like the Mecca. Get out of here.
Didn't Tingus Pingus miss the second half of that game yesterday?
That's kind of what he does. But
yes.
This was due to illness, but not injury. Not injury, not the other illness that he missed like 2 weeks of the regular season.
When he was, yeah, he's always missing time. The Celtics won the championship last year, and he was supposed to
he was missing time.
Yeah, he was supposed to be a major piece, a difference maker, and he played like 7 games. You have to win 16 to win the title. He only played 7 overall.
Yeah,
and
last year the first 2 rounds were just
they're playing teams missing a lot of players, so he fit right in. But as you say, Tingus Pingus wasn't available in the second half.
Kristaps Porzingis, for anybody who
you don't know where that comes from.
A bit from like 2014.
Because the disrespect Stephen A. showed to a guy I guess he had never heard of, that his team drafted him. So he called him that. And Porzingis has had a checkered career. There was a thing in New York, part of the reason he's not there anymore that people don't remember. And then, of course, the time in Dallas where it didn't work out for him and Luka. But now he's a champion. Can never take that away from him. And the Celtics need him. Running Al Horford out there for 35+ minutes a night over and over again in the series ain't a good way to go about things. But if they make more shots, we're not talking about Brunson's comeback. The Celtics were awful.
They make 2
more shots. Make 17 out of 63s. And maybe get a shot off to end the game.
Maybe.
Because there were 2 scenarios in 2 different games where fouling or not fouling was, while you're up 3, was in question. The Knicks did it with less time on the clock than the Thunder did. The Thunder did it probably a little too early. Their coach, Mark Daigneault, said, hey, maybe I did it too early because it allowed for the make or misses that came because the Thunder were fouled to stop the clock, and they had to go to the line, and Chet missed 2. And it led to the Aaron Gordon 3. There is sound
because the rebound, I think, happens. Christian Braun grabs it after it hit the floor, and the Nuggets were a little not sure who was going to get it. He passes it to Russ, which, knowing Russ's recent history with potential game-changing layups, hasn't gone well. There's sound of the local Denver Nuggets analyst team that is going to talk about the game after they're ready to go. They're going to talk about it immediately after it ends. The games aren't on local TV anymore, but they still have the studio show. So they're going to talk about the game. And it's three guys going, no, 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 as he's racing up the court. And then he passes it. And then they go, that breath gets drawn in with the anticipation of where the shot's going to go down. Of course, Aaron Gordon knocks down the shot. Did not know he was called Mr. Nugget, but that's what he's called. And Mr. Nugget knocks down the shot. But that entire room was like, please, Russ, don't take the shot.
I mean, it was the longest 2.5 seconds that he had the ball of all time, because I also, sitting on my couch, was like, he is 100% going to try to force a layup against 3 Oklahoma City Thunder.
He made the right play.
He did make the right play.
The force of nature came through, as he called himself.
He is a force of nature.
So the Nuggets win with 1 day of rest off of Game 7. They go into OKC and win that game. And a lot of the conversation this morning, I'm sure we'll get to it because there's some stuff from Bobby Marks about the Fred VanVleet potential team option being picked up that will play. A lot of the conversation was about what the Rockets are going to do now. Are they going to run it back? Are they going to make a trade? The Thunder are in a very similar spot, except a year ahead. Now, it's only Game 1, but they've already lost home court. If they lose a series against the Nuggets, what are they going to do? They have more assets than anybody in the league. As far as the young players they'd be willing to move, they don't really match the Rockets, although we don't know who the Rockets are willing to move. But the Thunder have guys that we would consider untouchable. Shea's not going anywhere, but he's barely even a young player anymore. He's just an established star. Chet would fall under the young player category. Don't think they're moving him. He may fall under that untouchable category like Amen does here. But they got the picks. They got guys they can trade. I just don't think they have the potential that the Rockets guys do, but they can't lose in the second round again without real questions being asked about that roster. And look, Shea's one more second round exit away from all of that. He's pretty immune to criticism outside of the foul grifting stuff that people do online. He doesn't even get that on TV. He loses another second round series, he'll get put in that category of guys who, are they good enough?
Yeah.
Are they clutch enough? Just wait.
And that group AT&T commercial that they have is an AT&T.
It's not even. It won't be so cute anymore.
Yeah. That's the one guy who choked the 2 free throws. That's the other guy who stole an MVP from Nikola Jokic.
Yeah. If Jokic
and
takes
there's
him,
Jalen Williams with that stupid hat.
If Jokic takes out Shea in this series, when Shea's likely going to be handed an MVP trophy during the series, yeah, the narratives are going to change. And that's how quick I talked about it yesterday. Amen went from untouchable to bench him for Jabari to back to untouchable. Shea will go from he deserves the MVP to, wait a minute, is Shea good enough to lead a team to a title? That's how quickly these stories change. And we will see how the series goes. But we've had 3 game ones in the second round, all really good ones. Can the Warriors put up a fight against Minnesota? We'll find out tonight. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll do our NBA scapegoat list. Sean probably gave you a preview of one of the guys when he mentioned the 2 free throws being missed. Those Chet Holmgren free throws led to the Aaron Gordon game winner. As the Thunder, they didn't blow a 20-point lead late, but I think they were up by 9, comfortably ahead, and the Nuggets found a way. So the 3 road teams all won game 1. We'll see if the Warriors can match it. Have my doubts. They seem like they're on fumes, but they did get it done here. When we come back, we'll hear from Bobby Marks on Fred VanVleet's team option and what it means for other players on the roster. And surprisingly, because of how it's set up, Fred's situation will have an answer earlier than you think. We'll hear from Bobby Marks when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
All right, welcome back. So, Fred VanVleet, you would say the most impactful. I guess you throw in Steven Adams, the top two most impactful Rockets from the series for different reasons. Fred was the only one you could rely on from games 4 through 6 to knock down a shot, and he was spectacular. Game 7 didn't have the same type of impact, and maybe that had to do with what Draymond Green mentioned, and we might get to that a little bit later, but he talks about what a Game 7 means and how it affects people. And I can't really disagree. So we may hear from him a little bit later about that. We will hear from him go after Dillon Brooks because they have a long-standing feud, and he wasn't done talking about Dillon Brooks after the series. He was on his podcast with Baron Davis. So Draymond's still talking about the Rockets. We'll hear from him in the segment. But let's hear first from Bobby Marks. Bobby Marks, longtime contributor to ESPN. He's the guy they go to during free agency to tell you how contracts work, who can be traded where, who can be signed, what it'll do to your first apron and second apron, luxury tax, all that stuff. He's their guy. And with Fred VanVleet being the first major domino to fall for the Rockets, Bobby Marks kind of walks you through why it's going to happen so quickly.
So Fred's got a $44.9 million player option, a team option, excuse me. It's interesting, the language in his contract. The language in his contract is there's a 5-day window after the final postseason game to exercise the option. That is much different than most players having a June 29th player option or team option here. Basically, if the contract's not amended, we're going to know by the end of the week what decision Houston is going to go with Fred VanVleet. If they exercise the option, they pick it up. There's pros and cons to picking up the option and declining the option. The pros is that you exercise the option. Now you got a big tradable trade chip, $45 million contract to use in the offseason. The con is now you are $7.5 million over the luxury tax, and you're right at the first apron.
So a lot there, but what you need to know is Fred VanVleet, we'll have an answer 5 days after the Rockets' final postseason game, not the final postseason game, not the finals, game 4, game 7, whatever it is. As he said, by the end of the week, we'll know what the Rockets want to do with Fred. And if they don't pick up the option, then the conversation will be about, is Fred going, or maybe we'll have a follow-up report very quickly after that the Rockets and Fred are working towards a longer-term extension. We will see. Did Fred do enough in these playoffs? I wouldn't even say to change the Rockets' minds. From all accounts, it was Fred's coming back. Even if it's not at $45 million a year, it'll be less money annually, but more years. Has he done enough to change your mind about him? Because Fred has been a point of, well, at least his shooting has been a point of concern all year long. He is a 40% shooter or worse from the floor and about 35% from 3, whatever it is this year. And he does it at high volume, unfortunately, sometimes, where Fred doesn't mind. Fred VanVleet didn't mind going 6 for 18. Just get the shots up. And he was given, if you want to call it a green light, but he was certainly given the leeway to do it by the staff. No one ever put a governor on Fred and say, hey, knock it off. He didn't get that. So they are fond of him. I don't think this playoff performance is going to change their minds about him. The question is, how much is enough? How much is right? If you're going to turn down the player option because you don't want him making 45, but you want him back for more years, are you giving him $30+ million a year to be your high volume, poor shooting leader when you have a high volume, slightly better shooting 2 guard you're paying $30+ million next year? There's a real chance, let's say they don't give Fred 45. There's a real chance you're paying, let's say, $66 million or so to 2 guys that if you divided that in half, that's about their shooting percentage from 3. 33% combined. Now, Jalen went up a little bit. That's his career high, but it's a lot of money for guys who you can't count on night to night to knock down shots. It's a lot.
Yeah.
And
Jalen Green, I mean, he gets double teamed.
Well,
just can't do anything.
that's the narrative the Rockets is putting out there.
Are you paying $33 million to a guy who can get double teamed out of a game
and force you to bench him in a big playoff game? Because if he
wasn't getting double teamed,
yeah, if you
never
missed
mind,
it,
he was going.
You know
2
what?
for 8.
Since Sean is referencing it, let's play this out. And it's sound that I heard and don't really buy, but the coach said it, so I guess you have to believe it. Ime Udoka was asked about Jalen Green's struggles, and of course, there are stars around the league who have game plans put on them to try to shut him down, and they find a way to overcome. Jalen, we know, did not overcome this Warriors defense that was specifically set up to stop him, at least according to Ime Udoka. Here's Ime on the challenges Jalen's faced in this series.
You have to look at it as a sign of respect the way they went after him. Obviously, leading scorer, and their objective was to take him out of the series. And like I've said throughout the series, he gets the ball out of his hands and gets us the numbers and the advantage. He's done his job there, and you have to try to take advantage of opportunities in transition when we get stops and get out and run and kind of be more efficient as far as that. But when teams want to blitz you, like I said, I always say we should welcome that and kind of pick that apart. We've seen it quite a bit this year with him, and so he's improved in that area. But he didn't get a ton of shots, honestly, throughout the series, or when they did guard him regularly, he obviously had a big night, and then they went right back to what they were doing. And so, it's going to sting for him as well, not having his best performance in the series. But at the same time, like I said, you got to take advantage of those numbers, and he did his job to get off the ball, and everybody could have played better tonight, obviously.
While that final sentence is true, everyone could have played better. In game 1, he got 15 shots up and went 3 for 15. And then, of course, he had his big night. He talked about how the lights were too bright in game 1, and I guess he got over it in game 2. Yes, in game 4, or at least in game 3, 11 shots. In game 4, 8 shots. In game 5, 8 shots. In game 6, 11 shots. In game 7, 8 shots. Another guy who used lack of shots as a way to defend himself when poor performances in the playoffs happen. It was an excuse. One, James Harden. There's a lot of the greatest quote of all time from him is the ball just never came back to me. He said that after a game 6 dud for the Sixers. I'm not gonna buy he didn't get a lot of shots because of defense. What are we talking about?
He also shot like 30% from the field.
Yeah, so
it's not like the
so are you
shots
telling
he was
me
getting were good?
Yes, he didn't score a lot, but when he did take shots, he didn't make those. So are you telling me if he got his 15 shots up, he would have went 6 for 15? Would that been acceptable?
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
It's also like in the regular season, teams aren't double teaming him. He'll still put up a 3 for 15 in the regular season.
Yeah. I mean,
I feel like Jalen just kind of like that in the playoffs. He just was who he is in the regular season.
Like the coach is right not to crush him. Jalen was harsher on himself than Ime was. He goes, not good enough. I mean, there's a clip that Big Sarge grabbed where he pretty much said, hey, no excuses. What I did was bleep, not good. It's just not good enough. He understands. He knows. You want to protect him, cool, but I would come up with a better reason than he didn't get enough shots. So what was that going to do? He went 3 for 8 in game 7. Let's say he gets up 8 more. 6 for 16. Cool. Are we applauding him for that performance? If he even matches that, if he doubles it up, which is no guarantee, I'm sure the Warriors did quite a bit to keep him from going off. But that started in game 1 before he went off the first time. It wasn't like, oh, we forgot about Jalen in game 2, so let's go. I don't think that's how it worked.
We decided to stop doubling him for
game
2.
he made shots. He was good in game 2. He just was not good the rest of the way. And that's fine to say, but maybe not if you're the coach. I get that part of it. So that'll be Jalen Green's offseason, trying to figure out a way to do what a lot of other NBA stars do, figure out defenses that are trying to take your best stuff away. And Jalen's going to have to find counters. And maybe the Rockets' offense is an issue too. Outside of Ahmed cutting to the lane a couple times or being in the dunker spot, and there's not a lot of ball movement or player movement. Like Halpern can be a hub. Is a good enough passer where you can put him at the nail, and his physicality can draw, and you can use off-ball screens to get guys towards the bucket. There's not a lot of that, and for a team who doesn't shoot the ball that well, there may need to be more of that, and we'll see if they do change their offense, and that'll have a lot to do with personnel. We just don't know who that personnel will be because the Rockets are going to be in every potential trade, even if they don't want to be involved in the speculation. They're just going to be assumed to be a team who is willing to make a move. Part of the curse of having all those assets that people might want.
Yeah. It is just like anytime there's a star player, it's like, oh, Rockets?
Huh? Hey, they're a pretty good young team. Don't they need one extra piece to get over the top?
Make that. You want to push some pieces in for Zion Williamson?
Yeah, Bleacher Report.
No, not really.
Hey, Bleacher Report, get another trade.
Yeah.
Graphic ready because the Rockets are being mentioned again.
Whip something together on on the trade machine. Throw in some picks.
Yeah, if you wanna do a uniform edit, a jersey edit for someone, do that too.
Oh yeah,
because Brian Windhorst has mentioned the Rockets as a team that Giannis could like because no one knows what Giannis wants anyway right now.
Yeah. And my favorite thing with the Giannis, especially Giannis edits, but it happens with a lot of teams, is that they want to have some sort of realism, so they can't Photoshop him into a number 34 because, well, it's already retired.
Is he going to pull an Abdul Carter?
Yeah. I'm like, guys, this is just a hypothetical. Like,
you could do it.
You could do it. No one is going to be
You don't
mad.
have to put him in 33.
Like,
although that's retired too, is it? Is it
for Otis Thorpe?
Nah. 33 is available, right?
I think so. Wow.
Yeah, put him in. You guys, you don't have to put him in 33.
Robert Covington wore 33. So
he might have. You don't have to put him in 33. You don't have to put him in 33. Or
put him in 34.
Put him in 34. He's not even on the team.
Who cares? There's probably less than a 50% chance he will be on the team.
Yeah.
Like
it's unlikely, actually. If you Giannis staying a buck is probably the favorite. And then, of course, it'll change if we hear about a meeting that says he wants out. But at this point, I'm going to say Giannis remaining a buck is a favorite until proven otherwise. You got to think about...
Loves Cream City.
You certainly love saying Cream City. You got to think about it. You got to add in the Euro part of it. Those guys generally don't ask out. The guy who did get traded didn't ask out. He didn't want to go, and they sent him away.
It is funny that European basketball players are like loyalty above everything else. European soccer players are like, get me out of here.
It's true. It's true.
Every 18 months.
There's always some reason they want to go.
I'm done with Milan.
Whether, giant clubs. It's not like these guys are at small clubs in that league. Like, yeah, I'd rather play for Barcelona. But you play for Inter or AC. Yeah. I'd rather play for Barcelona or Real.
Yeah. And then again, 18 months later, they're like, you know what? No, it sounds good. Manchester United.
That's right.
Let's do it.
Because
I just turned 29.
I got one more deal in me.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I got to hit a lick.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, there's some suckers over there.
You said that, and because Fred was mentioned so much this morning, I was like, when Fred saw the Rockets coming, he was like, when he could pit the Rockets against the Raptors, he was like, oh yeah, you're going to give me a $45 million team option that maybe you'll exercise?
Yeah, it's like team option? Sure.
Sure, whatever. Maybe I'd
already made $90 million by that point.
Maybe I'll play well enough that you want to do it, or maybe I'm so good in the locker room you'll give me an extension. And here we are. We're about. We're a couple days away. We're a couple days away from figuring at least part of it out. We're done with hour one of the show. We got Greek Fest tickets to give away. We'll do that in the second hour. We'll also do our playoff scapegoats when we come back, and we'll play more sound from Draymond because he accused the Rockets of something, and maybe that's why one of the guys on our list played as poorly as he did. We'll get to that when we come back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. You want to join us? That number is 713-780-3776. Let's get to our playoff scapegoat rankings because we're into round 2. 3 game ones have been completed, and we'll have our final game 1 of the second round tonight. We had free throw misses. We had clunkers in game 7 since the last time we did it. Let's go. All right. So I have a clear top 3. If I wanted to go 4, that's the one I'm struggling with. Now, Sean, I have names on the list on the rundown. If there is a name that I did not put on the list since the last time we did this that you think belongs there, let me know, because I'm trying to get to number 4. I'm just not sure. The first 3 just seem very obvious. I mean, I could go a Celtic, I guess.
I was gonna say it. Celtic, there's not like one. I mean,
they were all
Jaylen Brown 1 for 10 from 3.
I
but
do
there
love,
wasn't like a big. I guess he got stripped on the last possession.
I do love getting after Jaylen Brown. It's one of my favorite pastimes during the playoffs.
Game 1,
Porzingis didn't play in the second half for some illness.
Yeah, but we don't. We don't want.
If he's sick, I can't blame him for that.
Cavs, Pacers. There's not really.
I mean, Donovan Mitchell was like 1 of 11 from 3. He scored 30, but it was all on like 30 shots, 30 plus points, but on 30 shots. So you could throw him on there if you want.
Maybe Donovan Mitchell and Jaylen Brown. If you went 1 for 10 at home in a game 1
from 3, maybe you both catch it. Yeah, a daily double.
You just share it.
Yeah,
both your teams lost. If they won, probably they're neither of them. We don't even think about it.
Just a footnote. Yeah, that's not bad. We'll throw Jaylen Brown
slash
Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell is on. I think he set a record for 30-point games in game 1s. This one
not a specific record.
Yeah, that if you want to call that a record, but he did it on 30 shots, and he was awful from 3. He's going to try to play better tonight because you can't go down 0-2 to the Pacers after 2 home games. So Donovan Mitchell belongs on the list, and Jaylen Brown for his poor performance. He was one of many Celtics who could not shoot from 3 last night, but when you're the guy with the ball in your hands on the final possession and Mikal Bridges just steals the ball right away from you so you don't even get up a final shot, you rise above the rest of your teammates. Because Derek White stunk throughout that game too.
Mm-hmm.
But Jaylen Brown, combined with Donovan Mitchell, they join.
Yeah, I feel good about that.
Make their first appearance on our scapegoat rankings.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, what an honor. What an honor, gentlemen.
Hopefully one of many.
Well, Donovan Mitchell, not so much. I don't have any irrational hate for him. Jaylen Brown, you're a Celtic. So if you want to join the list several more times, cool. I can't. I dislike you if I found myself rooting for the Knicks. I talked about it yesterday. I don't know who to root for. That was one of the very last things I said yesterday on the show. And then once the game started, oh yeah, I hate the Celtics. I'm rooting for the Knicks. That's how that played out. Number 3, another first timer, Chet Holmgren. Chet Holmgren makes the list because if you missed the game-ending scenario last night, the Nuggets played it perfectly. Thanks to the Thunder, they kept fouling the Nuggets to avoid them getting up a 3. The Thunder kept doing it. The Nuggets kept making their free throws, and then it came down to the Thunder to make free throws to give them a 3-point lead, and Chet Holmgren missed both. It led to a rebound. It led to a transition 3 and a steal of a game 1 win for the Denver Nuggets. So, Chet Holmgren, what else are you but a scapegoat? If you miss 2 free throws at the end of the game, that could have given your team a 3-point lead. And scapegoat is just about a person catching blame when they're not the only problem. But who else can we point to?
That's the thing with scapegoats is that, yes, you can go, well, this guy didn't do, that there's always a finger to point.
Sure.
However, a true scapegoat, there's not like a great defense. There's not like a great, generally it's the biggest moment, or you just played that much worse that, sorry, dude, you got to catch it. Guys further up on this list are even better examples of, like, if you want to mount a defense, you can, but at the end of the day, come on, everyone watched the game.
Yeah, think of it this way. Not everyone, because so long ago, but the Bills and Scott Norwood. The Bills lose a Super Bowl 20-19. There are several plays that could have gone the Bills' way, but once the offense put them in a position to win and he misses the kick, who else are you going to blame but Scott Norwood?
Yeah.
If he catches it, then this is how this is going. So,
Here we go, Chet Holmgren. Jalen Williams, the guard. He went 5 for 20 from the field.
yeah, he wasn't good, but he also didn't miss 2 free throws that would have given you a 3-point lead.
True.
So there it is. Chet Holmgren on the list. He'll have a chance tomorrow to bounce back. Let's go to a familiar face, a guy who, if we had this show and made this list the last decade, he would always be on it, it feels like.
This would be called the James Harden
annual scapegoat rankings. And James Harden makes the list. Another disappearing act when it mattered most. And it hurts even more for the Clipper fans because he fooled you with his Game 6 performance, but when it was time to show up. And look, the Clippers all were terrible to start the third quarter. That final stretch of the second quarter into the third quarter where the game got away from them, they all were bad. But we could point to one guy and go, is he even trying?
Exactly.
8 shots in a do-or-die game shouldn't surprise anyone because of the individual we're talking about. But just another instance of a guy simply not showing up and really leaning into his identity.
Yeah.
You can't say James doesn't have an identity.
Yeah. And especially because a lot of these are 2 for 8, 3 for 11. Like he
doesn't ever go
out
out
the same neighborhood.
Like sometimes he's 5 for 16, but there's never really, well, at least not in recent memory, where James like, I'm just gonna go 4 for 21 because I'm gonna take the Dion Waiters approach and just keep firing. At some point, he goes, you know what? I don't want to shoot the ball anymore. It's not what I want to do. And I don't know if he will ever have a conversation with it after his career is over about what goes through his head. I'm sure he'll just talk about MVP, scoring champion, all those things. That's kind of how it goes. But maybe when he's 50 and he winds up on some show with some interviewer he respects, he may explain what the hell this is.
But the thing is, like, there's no explanation.
Will he look inside himself?
It's over the course of a decade.
Yeah, but will he ever look inside himself and tell the feelings he gets during these moments and why he plays so poorly?
Considering that after this game he did not speak to the media.
Well, I'm not talking about now.
I'm just saying we have a long way to go.
To work through this stuff.
If he can't even get himself in front of a microphone and go like, "Man, I wasn't good enough." You know,
yeah,
like
Jalen Green can do that.
Yeah, just do the man. All the Rockets guys did that. Tari Eason did that. Like, they all were able to go, "Hey, listen, this is bad. This is bad. We fell short of our own expectations this summer. We got a lot to work on. We'll be better next year." It's like instead he just walked out.
His former teammate did that when he blew that layup in the regular season against Minnesota, which might have led to Michael Malone getting fired. Russell Westbrook didn't face up to the music. Maybe it's just an older guy thing. I don't know. At least the young guys for the Rockets are accountability. They have some accountability. They do have that. And speaking of the Rockets, let's play this from Draymond. It's the second one on there, Sean. He's talking about Game 7 and what he felt from the Rockets and maybe a reason for why Game 7 went the way it did.
On the biggest stage in Game 7, like, you see how tight guys can get. Look at Dylan Brooks. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see Houston was tight.
Tight. Were they tight? according to the man on the floor, they were. I mean, Jalen Green misses shots, tight, loose, whatever. So I'm not sure I'm going to attribute his missing shots to that, but he didn't take a lot. We've already gone through that. So he goes to number one because he's the local guy. He's going to, whether you want to say blamed or pointed to, whatever it is, his performance throughout this series is going to be called out, and it's a bit of a narrative starter for Jalen Green. No matter where he is, and particularly if it's here next year, people will go, we remember the Warriors series. Can you be better? It is something that's going to be on him until he proves that was an aberration, as opposed to the 38-point game being his aberration.
Yeah, that's I think to me that's what puts him number one. It is like the body of work of this series. Of there was only one game where he broke through. Every other the other 6 games, the Rockets either lost or won in spite of him. James Harden at least had some good games. He had good games early in the series. He was good in Game 6, so good that people were like, "Hey, why don't you talk about this, James Harden?"
We got that call.
Jalen Green only had Game 2. He can only hang his hat on Game 2. There's not another game that if you're to defend Jalen Green, you go, well, if you really pay attention, he played well in this game. So,
the best defense is the Warriors' defense was too tough for him to handle, which isn't actually a defense.
That's not good.
It's not a defense. Like, if they play him normally, you mean if the Warriors gave him shots he wanted? Is that the defense? He went off? That's not how competitive basketball works. They're not going to give you things you want.
Yeah. And again, this is a guy that we've seen do this in the regular season.
Yeah.
And he really has. It honestly is like his playoff performance, where it's just over more games, where he'll just have pretty pedestrian games, poor shooting games, and then have a week where he just makes all of his shots. And then we go, just do that more. And then he's like, nah, I'm good.
I don't got it in me.
No.
I had that week in me, but now I got to.
The Hawks are going to double team me on Tuesday. I won't be able to.
Yeah. Trey and at the time Bogdanovich are going to shut me down. Okay, cool. Well, I guess I can look forward to that. In this case, it was Steph and Pod and the rest of that great Warriors perimeter defense got it done. Yeah, Buddy Hill got after him.
Moses Moody.
I mean,
God.
he played
Killers.
all demons on the defensive end. Well, we heard the sound from Ime earlier. Do what you got to do to stand in front of the shrapnel for your player, but I ain't buying it. And that's why Jalen Green is at the top of our playoff scapegoat rankings. And we'll do this again next week. I'm sure someone else will rise to it. I don't know if Jalen Green can hold the number one spot up until the playoffs are over.
No, because the games will get bigger.
The games will get bigger. Someone else will have a catastrophic mistake. It always happens.
Chet Holmgren, you better not mess up for the rest of the series.
Yeah, two missed free throws that lead to a game winner,
or don't have a stinker Game 7.
Yeah, and by the way, we didn't mention Aaron Gordon knocked that shot down over a closing Chet. Chet tried to close out on him, and Aaron Gordon's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna make this one." So Chet, you are in prime position because the guys ahead of you are already out of the playoffs. So Chet's in prime position to take over, or he can bounce back.
He's the only one who can build on his resume.
It's true, unless Donovan Mitchell and Jaylen Brown have historically bad.
That's true.
Series in these second round series. So okay, we'll get to a break here, and when we come back, we'll give away some Greek Fest tickets. It's a great time. They have great food. We have been able to enjoy Greek Fest food for like the last 5 years, probably longer than that. They've been bringing food to the station for John and Lance to enjoy. So we'll get you a chance to enjoy that yourself when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. There's a couple things I want to get to before we close out the show. Paul Gallant joins us. Well, joins you guys. He'll start his show at noon, and then the Killer Bees follow him. But before we get to any of that, it's time to give away some Greek Fest tickets. If you don't know about Greek Fest, you should. That Greek Fest has been around quite a bit, and they do a great job with the events, with the food, and we're giving away a pair of tickets right now. Caller 4-713-780-3776 wins a pair of tickets to Greek Fest, where you'll get those gyros, the Greek salad, the pork skewers, the pastries, the live Greek music, dancing. It's all there for you. It's why it's a festival. You get anything you might want. It feels like you're traveling to Greece. No passport needed. It's in the city, and you can enjoy Santorini Market. They'll have a lot of Greek imported products that you can take home with you. Carnival rides for the kids and games as well. So it's a family thing. And so caller 4 right now, 713-780-3776 was a pair of tickets to Greek Fest. And I should have taken into account the possibility that the phones don't work because we didn't get a call this morning. So,
oh yeah.
So there's always that possibility. So maybe I dial the number from my own phone and see, because if we get a busy signal, all that was for naught. I didn't take that into account because I remember we didn't get a call this morning, and that could be simply no interest in the topics.
Yeah.
Other times, it's simply the phones are with an issue. So I'm going to dial right now, and we will find out. If I get user busy. Damn it. There it is. It crossed my mind this morning, and I did not think of it.
I'll text Joe.
We can reset it, actually, because AD taught me how, but I can't do it. I'm doing this. And I don't want to scream his name because he just walked by. Maybe he knows the phones are down. Yeah. We don't know. Sorry about that, everybody.
We'll work on it.
Hey, if we don't do it today, we'll have a pair of tickets giveaway tomorrow. That's how it'll work. So no Greek Fest tickets today. All right. So some college football news. We know we always like to get into a little bit. Notre Dame and Clemson have come together to make sure they play each other more. If Clemson and Florida State and Miami have taken issue with the ACC revenue sharing because they look at themselves as the big brands in the conference and say, why should in a world where we have to compete against the SEC and the Big Ten for recruiting and the chance to go win a national title, should we be making the same amount of money as the Pitts and the NC States and the Wake Forest of the world? So the ACC has agreed that the interest in the brand names are going to mean something as far as doling out cash. And how do you make sure your brand is more prominent? You play big name Notre Dame. So Clemson, Notre Dame came to a scheduling agreement. It's a complicated one where the games will count ACC-wise for Clemson, but not for Notre Dame because they're not an official member of the conference, except for that 1 year during COVID where they actually were in the conference for a year. And even if Clemson leaves the conference, those games will still remain, even though they're actually ACC games currently. And yes, it's weird, but the ACC is just trying to find ways to stay above water. And one of those is to make a conference opponent play a non-conference opponent that you have a scheduling agreement with, where you play like 5 games a year against that non-conference opponent will be a conference opponent game for your conference team.
So Clemson will play the same amount of conference games. Notre Dame will just take the spot
of a team that they deem less worthy of Clemson's attention. Yes.
So they'll still play 8 conference games.
At the moment, yes.
One of those will be Notre Dame.
Yes.
But not for Notre Dame, because Notre Dame
is
not in a conference.
Even though the rest of
play,
what, 5 games a year.
3/4 of a conference schedule.
But they rather not play Wake Forest so much. Make sure Notre Dame, Florida State, and Miami are more on the schedule because the big brands matter more.
Can I say something that's mean?
Sure, we say stuff that's
mean.
Can
the
ACC
hurry up and die already?
Look, trust that the three schools I've mentioned prominently, not named Notre Dame, would like to further that process along.
Yeah, I mean,
but they don't want to be looked at as the bad guys, and they're not sure they have a soft landing spot. So if Florida State could join the Big Ten today, more likely they'd rather be in the SEC. But if they could, they'd hasten the death of the ACC right now.
Yeah.
But the SEC has at least publicly said, we ain't looking to add you. And I'm sure Florida would have something to say. Hey, why do we need them in the conference?
Yeah.
You
You already have a Florida school.
Yeah, A&M tried that. Remember?
It worked flawlessly.
Yeah. They were like, hey, we don't need Texas, until the SEC went behind their back and said, yes, we do. A&M was like, what? I thought, nope. I thought you were going to, nope. Don't worry about it, A&M. Just get along to get along. You're barely a member, period. You've been here over a decade, and we'll still go behind your back and do things.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. So.
Yeah. Hey, the 12-year scheduling agreement, I don't know if we're seeing the ACC in year 12 of this thing.
Feels like that's really unlikely.
Yeah. So, sure. Congratulations, Clemson and Notre Dame. Again, they already played, every third year, basically, with the Notre Dame ACC scheduling agreement. So I guess they'll just play every year now going forward. Yeah, ACC, just come on. Everything that the ACC does, it's just like, I get why you have to, you can't just die, but that's a lot of work to avoid just dying. Let me tell you.
So yeah, Clemson, Notre Dame may play their 5-game allotment and then play Clemson as an extra game because it's a marquee name. Now,
this is so complicated.
Yes, it is. And maybe I'll pull back on the fact that the games may mean ACC games for Clemson, because I took that on the word of John Garnado, and he cannot be trusted.
Oh, okay.
So I'm not sure. I'll take that back. I'm not sure that the ACC games, or at least the games against Notre Dame for Clemson, will actually count as conference games. I have not seen that in the article so far, only that they will play more against Notre Dame because Notre Dame would rather do that more than find a matchup against, I guess, SMU, by the way, who's in that conference now too.
Yeah, yeah.
So there it is.
The conference title game.
You have a complicated way of the ACC trying to survive, when really the three teams that they would most like to keep are like, trust, when there's a avenue open for us to get the hell out of here, we will leave. But for now, you want to give us more money to play compared to the smaller brand teams, we'll do that for now to keep us happy.
Yeah. You're welcome, Boston College.
Look, Boston College, we already think we're more important to you. Now the contract says we're more important to you.
Yeah.
Now it's official that we're more important to you.
I think once you get the unequal revenues share in a conference, like the doomsday clock for the conference, that's already started.
Yeah.
It's already started. Once you start doing this.
Yeah. So revenue will be distributed in part based on TV ratings. That's official.
Okay. So there is like a,
yes. If some reason Boston College gets a lot of eyes on them,
hire Deion Sanders. Boom.
Oh. From Boulder to
Chestnut Hill.
Doesn't feel like a Deion type place.
Is there a Deion type place
Tallahassee
in the ACC that stinks?
Tallahassee. At least they stunk last year.
I mean, the teams that need the juice
of Deion Sanders.
Yeah, I mean, I guess SMU.
Oh yeah, he's from he knows the area pretty well.
Yeah.
Although Rhett Lashley's like, excuse me, I just made the playoff.
I'm giving you the Oklahoma job, Rhett Lashley. All right.
Oh, you're already making plans for Brent Venables to rejoin Dabo at Clemson.
Yeah.
That's where he would go, right? The question is no. Not Deion.
That was like Deion replacing Dabo.
No. Is Dabo ruthless enough, considering all that family stuff he pushes, if Brent Venables becomes available, to fire the current DC and rehire Venables? Is he ruthless enough to do that? I'm sure he would just
co-DCs.
I'm sure he would just put that guy in a different spot. If he wouldn't fire him. He just would no longer be the guy.
And that guy would then call his agent and be like, "Give me a DC job somewhere else."
Yeah, he would. Or Dabo says, "I'll just pay you what I'm paying you now, but I also want Brent here." In a world where your scenario comes about and Brent Venables gets fired,
he might not. I'll throw that out there. He might not.
A little grace from Sean Meigs.
Yeah.
He might not get fired.
Go 9-3. I'm gonna fire this guy. It's good enough.
All right. I'm glad you and your program have ascended to a level where you can scoff at 9-3. You're at a point now where 9-3, pathetic.
I guess for some schools that's good enough. I don't know.
It was something to achieve at your school in the not so recent past.
Yeah, that's a good Tom Herman year.
Those are the
I
old.
agree with you.
Those are the old days now. The new days, it's playoff or bust.
Well, the thing is, 9-3, you might still make the playoff.
Well, you're in the SEC, so they tried to get that off last year.
Yeah.
And considering how SMU played,
You just don't
they
need
probably will get it off this year.
Stupid Clemson winning the ACC title game, ruining it for everyone.
Yeah, that scenario where they made sure
Stupid Indiana going in undefeated.
that if Clemson hadn't beaten SMU, they were going to get another SEC team in. Because, I know Miami goes and loses to Syracuse. Sure, Alabama lost Oklahoma on the road, but you know what? They're Alabama, so we're gonna put them right in the spot to climb in as long as Clemson doesn't screw it up. But Clemson screwed it up.
And Indiana, stupid Indiana.
Well, we had taken
11
them.
and 1.
We'd taken them into account at that point. Not allowing Indiana in, we would have been better off probably, but they couldn't get that one off. In the Big Ten, they only lost the one regular season game. Yeah, I know the schedule's soft, but the Big Ten is one of the other power brokers. They could not screw the Big Ten over that way. The ACC, we were about to do it. We were about to do it until your one consistent brand decided to, in one of their off years, win the title. Then we had to put SMU in. That was the 1 year where they're going to lean into what's quote unquote right. Going forward, ain't nothing about justice going to take part in their decision making. Sure, Jackson Dart can throw 3-game ending picks in a matter of a minute against Florida.
Yeah.
But we'll put him in next time.
You see that Georgia game?
I did. I also saw the Florida game.
So that Alabama-Georgia
I also
game?
saw the Kentucky game.
Man, all these teams beat Georgia. They're so good. So is Georgia, by the way.
I also saw Ole Miss versus Kentucky, too, at home. I saw that, too. That don't matter, though.
Nah, that's old stuff. Why are you bringing up old stuff?
Because I thought the totality of the season mattered.
Old stuff.
Old stuff. Losing at home to Kentucky can't be put in the old stuff category. It should be very prominently displayed in any argument about a team and whether they can make the 12-team playoff. In fact, it should knock Ole Miss out of this year's playoff. Losing to that Kentucky team.
I agree with you on that.
Losing to that Kentucky team, 2-year ban.
You can't be doing
You
that.
come back in 2026 and see if we forget about what you did when we were like talking about you as a potential playoff team.
They need to start doing that. Just be like, you lost to this team, you're out. Not just this year, next year too.
Yeah, it's a show cause. You lose to Kentucky at home when you're supposed to be good. That's a show cause.
I have a hot take. They're the defending national champions, Ohio State. If you lose to Michigan again, get out of here. Unserious program.
From the Michigan we saw in the spring game,
okay, I'll say this. If Michigan is not in the playoff and you lose to this Michigan team again, Ohio State, get out of here. Get out of my face.
It's an automatic out. We replace you with someone else.
Doing this again. Bring back Indiana.
Talented enough to win a national title, and yet you still have that stain of losing to what's his name again?
Sherrone Moore?
No, not him. The quarterback.
Davis Warren?
Yes, losing to Davis Warren. That stain. Look, when they put that trophy in the trophy case, loss of Davis Warren should be written somewhere on that trophy, engraved on that trophy.
Davis Warren behind him.
Yeah,
he lost to this guy, and with his numbers, because his numbers were terrible in that game.
He stunk. Or just a picture of the fight that ensued after they tried to plant their flag on your field, something like that, just to acknowledge that we don't forget what happened to your team. Long memories here, particularly when it comes to teams we don't care that much about. We'll find a way to trash one of your greatest accomplishments.
They beat my team to win a national
and
championship.
Yet,
I'm still like, lost to Davis Warren.
Yeah.
I root for a team that beat Davis Warren.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Handily.
I don't know what you
in
guys
their
are
building kicked their ass.
Yeah.
Look,
we went into their trap and took over their trap.
One stupid screen that you guys scored on at the end of
screen
to end the first half, changed the complexion of that game.
Mickey Mouse. Dishonest football.
Yeah, not ethical. We love an ethical hooper and we love an ethical play to end the half. Just kneel. Instead.
Or 4 verts.
Something.
Screen.
Now you're just doing the CFP dynasty stuff. Throw 4 verts. Screen would never work in our dynasty. Speaking of, we got a national title game to play. We'll see if that game goes off today. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple more things to go. Sorry about that with the whole call in. I should have known. We'll see if we can get the phones fixed before the show's over to get those tickets out. All right, couple segments to go. We'll be back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So we're working on the phones. We may be able to take calls, and that's likely more important for the rest of the day. But if we can get that done, we'll be able to get you or give you an opportunity to get yourself some tickets to Greek Fest. So we'll try to get that done. We didn't mention this. Jordan Alvarez goes on IL. It's 10 days, but with the Astros, you never know. Hopefully it doesn't become longer, but he is on the IL with a hand injury. So Jordan's going to miss some time in a lineup that's already dealing with a lack of pop. It's hand inflammation. This is from Brian McTaggart's piece on the Astros site. You know, he missed Saturday's game, and he didn't play Sunday either. And he showed up feeling better, but the club thinks he needs more time. So this is a quote from Espada. We got to get him right. And I think with a few more days of rest, I think it'll benefit him. And hopefully we get him back by the homestand. He's flying back to Houston today to see the doctors and get some imaging and make sure that we're right on the track. So at least from Espada's words, doesn't think it's going to be a long-term issue. But Jordan has not pit well. Has the hand been a thing all year? Don't know. But it is now a problem. It's enough of a problem where he has to miss time. And his final game before being scratched on Saturday was 0 for 4 on Friday in Chicago. And it's really been bad since April 18th, where the numbers have dripped dramatically. And he's got that one home run in Kansas City. Remember that home run was like, oh, look, Jordan's back. Nah.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
That was a fun home run.
It was a nice home run, and it helped them win that game. And everyone's like, oh, look, we got our guy back. Not so much. Your guy's going to be out for a little bit as he tries to find his way back.
Just a 10-day deal, though.
You say that like it's going to be longer.
No, it's just 10-day IL. No muss, no fuss. That's how the Astros do it. Kyle Tucker last year, they're like, let's see if he can play this weekend. I can't. 10-day IL. Boom.
Turns out.
Oh, wait. No, he was out until September. Damn it.
Mm-hmm. Kyle Tucker was out far longer than anyone could have imagined to begin.
That was a leg. This is a hand.
This is a hand.
It's way easier.
It's just inflammation. For some reason, inflammation bothers me more because, look, a broken bone is going to be out extended time, but at least they know it's a broken bone. At least we think they would be able to identify that through an X-ray. We know they've had issues identifying things in the past, even with machines that help you do that. They've had their issues.
Yeah, they do. I think they have X-rays there.
I hope this doesn't become some unexplainable thing that we don't know why he's bothered by it. We just need to give him more time. I'm gonna go with what Espada said.
His hand might be inflamed because there's a broken bone in there.
It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
Considering who we're dealing with, I'm just gonna hope it's just simple inflammation.
Just
take some
little flames on his hand.
Well, that would imply he's actually hot, which he has not been this year. It's inflamed, not flames. Inflamed. And we'll get past it. Jordan will be back. And once he has a little rest, he'll be back to being the guy who's one of the most feared hitters in baseball.
Yeah, just put an ice pack on it for next 10 days.
Don't feel like ice is going to get it done. I don't know what the remedy is, but let's find it. Whatever it might be. They need him even when he has been as poor as he's been. There ain't great options.
Yeah. I might be ready for him just to hey, Kawhi Leonard plan of just whenever you feel like not playing.
You want to put him on a Kawhi plan where he just picks and chooses when he plays?
Because really, the Astros just need him healthy for the last 3 months of the season.
That's more Roger Clemens. Where Rogers hangs out until
late June.
Yeah, until he's ready to go and he wants to pitch.
July. Yeah, all right.
I don't want that from not for this lineup. They're not good enough. They're not good enough to sustain him being absent and letting him pick and choose. Yeah, I like this pitcher. What if it's more like I like my matchup?
That'd be great. I would be interested to see if his numbers are actually that much better. If he only gets the most select matchups he wants, would he still just there's only so good you can be against certain pitchers.
It's true. So if Jordan,
he's not going to bat 400,
how many pitchers does he like his matchup against that? And how does that correspond to how many days he's available per week? Jordan's this week. And I don't like the stadium where these games are going to be played. So, So he
batter's eye. He just never plays at home again.
Hey, you guys did
the batter's eye.
You guys did it for Paredes. That's why he's here. So I'm just gonna play
only road games.
Oh well, I don't know.
Paredes only plays home games. Jordan only plays road games.
I'm gonna need more from at least Jordan. Paredes, I might get behind. But Jordan, no. But there it is.
Yeah.
Which means people on the radio can't hear us anymore.
Okay.
So we'll go to break with that. We're beyond a break anyway. So go to break with you guys not hearing me throw to break, and then we'll come back with this for the people on the stream. It's now about a month ago that the Cougars had a chance to win their first national title. They did not. Florida wins their third, and someone partly is getting paid because of it. Talk about a turnaround. He went from creep to national title winning coach, alleged creep to national title winning coach, and now he's got a big deal. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Sean, were you or are you a GTA guy?
A GTA guy? Is that what you said?
Grand Theft Auto, yeah.
Thank you. The video game, right?
Yes, not the car that you could possibly have.
Or the crime I could possibly commit.
Well, I mean, I don't want you to snitch on yourself.
Yeah. Hey, the past. Why are you bringing up old stuff? Speaking of old stuff, yes, I played a lot of GTA 5. Less so the other ones. A little bit of GTA 4, but not a ton.
I asked because a new trailer is out for that. I never played the game, so I probably won't get it. But it's Vice City, man.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's
maybe.
good. It's
So
good.
maybe. I said GTA. GTO is what I meant. Not that car, but the GTA. It just never struck me to get that game. I don't know why. Do you?
Just breaking the law, like you're.
It
Just
doesn't really appeal. It doesn't really appeal
I
to
want
me.
to open that door.
That's no. I don't think it's a gateway to me committing crimes in real life. It just never appealed to me. I don't know, but I know very, very popular. I thought I saw that it got delayed, but the trailer is out.
It did get delayed, but I think it got delayed like yesterday, and today they're like, you know what?
Got to give the people something. Give them a little something.
Here's one more for you.
Yeah, here. Look, guys, look how great this game is. You're gonna have to wait longer, but look how great it is.
Extra like 6 months, I think.
Just building hype for it. Building hype for GTA. So there it is. We won't get you a chance to, at least not on this show, to get those Greek Fest tickets.
No.
Phone
Stay
lines.
tuned throughout the day, though.
Phone lines are still busy, but once they become available, I'm sure we'll announce that so people can have their chance to call in to the shows and also get their tickets. I'm not going to reveal to John and Lance that the phones didn't work this morning. Keep that to myself. Because they were like, hey, don't you want to talk about this? I was like, maybe there's a reason for it. But I didn't express it.
Mhm.
I'm certainly not going to do it now.
Just have them feel self-conscious about themselves.
No, they have
So,
done
like,
shows where
man.
people don't call in. I just don't want to hear the inevitable whining that'll come from it. It may be justified, but I don't want to hear it. So we're not going to do that. They will live in darkness when it comes to the reason why they didn't get calls this morning.
They'll just never know.
They'll never know. Okay. Something that probably would have happened either way, but certainly was confirmed after winning a national title. Florida's coach gets a giant deal. He's now one of the top 5 highest paid coaches in all of college basketball. That's what Todd Golden got. And of course, in this article where it talks about him getting his 6-year, $40.5 million deal, it talks about how his year started, where he was under investigation for some Title IX stuff, or at least a Florida Title IX investigation from the university, where it involved allegations of exploitation and stalking and cyber stalking of multiple women, including students. That investigation was closed in late January, and we haven't heard a word of it since. And all he did was, I guess, put his head down and coach his team to a national title. And after whatever they did or didn't find, Florida has rewarded him with a deal that makes him one of the best paid coaches in all the land. That Florida team didn't have a lot of star power coming in. Transfers came together. Of course, Clayton Jr. was big, and he found a way to contribute in that second half of the game against the Cougs. But hey, just win, man. If you didn't believe it before, here's your prime example. People thought he was getting fired for what he may or may not have done. Turns out, whatever he was accused of, the investigation decided wasn't enough to get him fired if there was anything to begin with. And then he goes and wins a national title. So that investigation started in September. And he's got life-changing money, where I'm sure there are thoughts, if he thought any of this could really be proved, that he was going to lose his job. Instead, I'm sure if you ask a Florida Gator fan now about Todd Golden, you're like, allegations? What allegations?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Our coach led us to a national title.
Squeaky clean.
Whether they say that out loud, I'm sure they don't care. I'm sure they don't care what's there. You win, people will forget, and so will the administration. They're more than willing to give you a big deal.
It is fantastic for your job security
to win a national title.
I think so.
No one
started the country 21st in the preseason poll.
Yeah, they were supposed to be good, but they weren't a favorite.
No.
And he had a great year.
No. 21st, 20th, 21st, 18th, 13th, 9th, 7th, 6th, and then they're just in the top 5 for the rest of the year.
They kept winning, and there they were. So I don't know if it's forgiveness or winning blinds all. And like I said, I don't know what's in the investigation. It just got closed, and that was it. But Todd Golden turns his inauspicious start to the year into a national title, unfortunately, at the Cougs' expense. That music means we are done for the day. Gallant and George are up next. Dang it. I thought I was done doing that. I had gone a while without mentioning.
And you just talked to Joe,
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Paul Gallant is up next. Joe's actually going to be joining me next week because the schedules are out of whack. So Joe will be producing the show next week. But he won't be doing that with Gallant. That'll be Paul Gallant and Sean Mapes, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
We did it!
You didn't, Jason Tatum. You and Jaylen Brown and Derek White. None of you guys did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Mauricio has a hit tonight in his last at bat. That kept a hitting streak alive. This ball into left center. Isaac Collins makes the call on the catch, and the Brewers are victorious tonight 5-1, taking the first game of this 3-game series. The Astros now 1-3 on the road trip. Limited just 1 run in their last 3 tries here in Milwaukee, going back to 2023.
So we're back to baseball, and I guess after focusing for much of the last couple of days on the Houston Rockets and their Western Conference playoff series against the Golden State Warriors, we are returning to a 500 baseball team that can't beat teams on the road. Interesting. You know, we ask this question every single day of the year about our 2025 Houston Astros. The question that we consistently ask is, are the Houston Astros what?
We are built for this.
Not last night. What they are built for of late is a lot of singles, not a lot of extra base hits, and absolutely diddly poo in situations where they could potentially score runs. 3 runs or fewer in 20 of their last 34 games. Per Fangraphs, while they are doing all right in terms of hitting with runners in scoring position, 251 average, which is 15th, a 711 OPS, which is 16th. Fangraphs says that despite having the 7th most plate appearances this year with the bases loaded, 39, they are hitting 114 dead last with an OPS of 357. 29th. That ain't built for it. Making matters worse, one of the guys who has really been struggling in those spots, the birthday man himself, Jose Altuve. Altuve's been struggling. We're not talking about that. We're focusing on Christian Walker. But Altuve has not been looking so good the last couple of games. And look, he's one of those guys who, you know, should eventually bust out of this slump. But the 35-year-old, as of today, if you take a look over the last couple of games, it has not been going so hot. To be specific, when it comes to Jose Altuve, over the past week, we're talking about a guy. Why is this pop-up getting in the way? We're talking about a guy who is 4 for his last 21. Sure, there's been a couple of doubles, but he's not doing so much. So it's not looking so good, but Joe Espada, he is constantly a chipper voice of optimism and reason in the Astros clubhouse. Here he was after last night's 3-1 loss to the Milwaukee Brewers.
We're never going to score. We're never going to score. We're never going to score. That's it, nuts.
Oh, wow. Honestly, things have changed a little bit for Joe Espada from a voice perspective. We're never going to score. That's how I feel right now. That's how I feel. And making matters worse, Yordan Alvarez, he's on the IL. Crap? I get it. There's a lot of season left. It's May. They're ahead of schedule compared to last year. Blah, 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 blah. But I don't know. I'm feeling a little bit like Beavis and or Butthead. I'm not sure which one's which. They're honestly the same to me. Now that Yordan, who was scratched from the lineup over the weekend, is dealing with inflammation in his right hand that has him moved to the 15-day IL. What does that mean with the Astros and their training staff? You never know. But as astutely pointed out by Jeremy Branham, Yordan Alvarez has quite the track record when it comes to rando injuries. An IL stint for an inflamed hand. That was when Dusty Baker did not know which hand he was dealing with that was inflamed. He left the game because of fireworks smoke. he left Tampa because of a bad pillow. And this inflamed hand doesn't require imaging, but does require an injured list stint. How does that work? I mean, it is the Astros training staff, Sean Mapes, behind the glass. It is their medical staff. It's always a roller coaster with those guys, much like it is with Jordan's health.
Can I just say, like, can we put some imaging on him just in case?
Right. Why not?
Like, why are we so close? I mean,
does it cost money?
I mean, it probably costs some amount of money.
But does it put them over the luxury tax threshold or something? Like, what are we penny pitching for? It's Jordan Alvarez. What are we doing?
No, and it's not like they had a notable position player, one of the most important bats of their lineup last year that was, I won't say misdiagnosed, but was perhaps misdiagnosed.
Let's just call it what it is. We are not doctors, you know?
No.
To quote Jen Psaki talking about how she did not know that Joe Biden was all of a sudden a little loosey-goosey just the other day. We are not doctors. However, we do think that you should do your due diligence with your best hitter.
Especially like right after the year where a guy had a bone bruise, was on the 10-day DL, and was out for 3 months.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe just be a little bit more careful.
Because obviously Kyle Tucker, who Sean was just talking about right there, his bone bruise was a fracture, which is what doctors call it, because there's no such thing as a bone bruise. I learned this because my sister is a doctor. Do the Astros have doctors? Or is it Beavis and Butthead who are operating? Inflamed hand. Wonder where they got that from. I mean, the texter points out from the 713, Alvarez was hurt at the end of last year, and now this could be a total offseason botch job by the Astros medical staff. Again, I mean, would we be surprised by that? So, look, they're 17-17. They're not hitting, and they've ruined Jose Altuve's birthday because Jordan is hurt, and Altuve is not getting things done. Are things going to get better? If I know, but here is actually Joe Espada talking about their struggles to score.
We got people on base. We got 9 hits. We got the sixth inning. We had an opportunity there to capitalize, and we just gotta relax and let the game come to us. I think sometimes we tried hard, trying to get a big hit, trying to come through for our team. So this offense is going to explode here pretty soon. We just gotta stay positive.
Stay positive. I don't like being told to stay positive. Whenever you tell me to stay positive, I'm going to get negative. If you told me to say, like, oh, we're effed, I'd be like, actually, you know what? Maybe we're not. This is classic sports talk radio host syndrome. I have to zag, but do not tell me to be positive, Joe. Okay? You could be positive, but you don't say that you're going to be positive. I don't want to hear it. La 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 la. I don't want to hear it because it just makes me feel like we're never going to score. Damn it. We're never going to score. Try to score. Here's more Joe Espada talking about how things are going to get better. He was talking about the bases loaded numbers that the Astros have, which are, as I laid out a little bit before, the worst in baseball.
It becomes an emotional at bat, the magnitude of how big the spot is. I've seen our guys go through moments where we try to do much, but I also seen our guys when they relax and they could put really good at bats in moments like those. So we just got to be patient and the big hit is going to fall in there. We just got to continue to at least keep loading the bases, keep putting traffic out there.
Are they too emotional at the plate? Do they all need to go the Cam Smith route? We talked about this leading up to the year. Cam Smith listens to Bob Marley. I know there's an implication attached to listening to Bob Marley. We're not making that, but perhaps if the Astros are a little less emotional at the plate, I don't know, they wouldn't be the worst team in baseball with the bases loaded. They are. 7th most opportunities. It's been a pretty big sample size. They're dead last in average. They are 29th in slugging. It is bad. But Joe Espada is staying positive. Here's more Joe Espada saying, trust me, I'm not a doctor, but I am positive.
As long as the quality is there, I'm fine because I know that we're going to get some big hits. Our offense has not gotten hot yet, and we playing 500 baseball. Our pitching is doing a really good job. Our bullpen is doing a really phenomenal job keeping us in game. We just got to be patient and continue to move forward and continue to fight because this will turn around. We'll get hot here soon.
Feeling hot, hot, hot. We're not there. Ole, 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 ole. With the bases loaded, we're not hot. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. At Sean A. Mapes behind the glass. I'm at Gallant says if you want to get in touch with us on X and or Twitter, whatever you call it, if you want to respond to that, it's on the table. I'm not feeling great about the Astros offense. We're never going to score. Can you talk me off the ledge? Can you talk yourself off the ledge? Also, have the Astros committed medical malpractice? Again, that's all on the table on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Astros fell yesterday to the Milwaukee Brewers 3-1, and their struggles at the plate continue as they are now at 500. Meanwhile, of all teams, did you see that the Seattle Mariners are one of the hottest offenses in all of baseball for the first time seemingly ever? That's something to keep an eye on. They're looking all right. And they have the pitching. You want to jump in on the most interactive sports talk show in town? You can. Some commentary about the Astros and their struggles at the plate on YouTube at ESPN Houston. BVB09 says, the Astros are a mediocre team, but not only that, freaking boring ass team to watch. They look like they are clocking in at a bad job they hate. Damn, that is a scathing indictment. I'm not going to go that far. I just am frustrated with the lack of offense. I mean, between the Astros and the Texans this entire past season and the Rockets in these playoffs, I like that we've got a mentality as a defense-first town with pitching and fielding and high energy basketball-wise and swarming football-wise. But I don't know. I'd like to score. You know? I feel like Beavis on that bus. I want to score. Please. Score. Runs. Baskets. 3-point shots. The touchdowns. I want to score. I mean, off the field, oh, things are good. RiseHealth.com, RIIZE health.com, promo code 975. But in the sports side of things, in the arena of battle, nothing's happening. There's no scoring. And I feel like I was when I was a virgin leading up to my late, what was it? It was like right after I turned 20, actually. Yeah, I was late to the game. More commentary. Oh, wow, you had sex? Unbelievable. With who? Bazinga. Some more text here. 713-780-3776. To call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Why is the mentality for the Astros offense? Oh, we'll get hot. Why can't you just be good enough to score runs? Try and fix it. Don't wait around for a magical baseball god to let you all of a sudden get hot and score. The way that Joe Espada described it after the game, and to be fair, I do think he's correct. They have taken a better approach at the plate to this point. They have been more patient. They're not swinging at everything like they did last year. They're forcing more pitches. The problem is they're just not hitting in the most important situations. Runners in scoring position, they're actually not that bad, but given what this team is, we expect more out of them. And with the bases loaded, ditto, don't be the worst team in baseball with the bases loaded. That's what they are right now, Sean Mapes behind the glass.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine.
They'll be fine?
Yeah. No, I think, or maybe they're so screwed. I don't know.
Wow. Damn, Sean.
They're either fine or so screwed.
The duality of sports takes.
Yeah.
I can tell you're really thrilled to be back into the thick of baseball season.
No. And it's like exactly where we left them off, where it's like
I know.
Disappointing, but also 500.
You're hoping to leave for a little bit and come back and be like, here we go. All right.
I just wanted to be the Astros that I grew up on. And when I say grew up on, I mean the ones that were
that we started paying attention
when I was in my 20s.
Yes. Yeah. That's what I feel like.
And they were just winning 100 games every year. Can we go back to that? This Astros team, like, they need angels to win the pennant, you know?
Yeah.
But they can't help win the final game. The Angels.
That's true. And I mean, listen, the Angels might be doing poorly in the American League West.
Not the Angels I was talking
about. I know.
I was talking about the ones in the outfield.
Oh, well, I'd like some Angels in the outfield. The Angels in the AL West, last place, but the A's, who literally do not have a home in the AL West, are ahead of you in the AL West, as Grinding Coffee and Whiskey points out on the Twitch.
That's tough.
That's embarrassing. I'm sorry. They don't have a home. They're homeless, like many folks that live in the area that they used to play in, okay? Just a factual thing. That's not a shot. It's a fact. And they are more homeless than those people right now. They don't have a team name, for God's sakes, as far as their location. They're just Athletics. I don't even think they're the Athletics, because there's probably trademark infringement that broke-ass organization would not get into a legal battle with the people who own the New York Times and on top of that own the Athletic. They're not doing that. John Fisher, and they're winning. From the 281, Paul, you can't be that frustrated. You don't even watch a baseball game. LOL. I mean, I have it on the small TV because the Astros get small TV treatment when they're not doing so hot. I was watching the NBA playoffs last night. I'm a little upset about my Celtics missing 45 3-point shots. That wasn't fun. I was like, wait a second. We're the Rockets too? This is what I'm stuck with. It's just teams that can't hit an effing three. You're going to lose to the choking ass bum Knicks who tried to give it away after the Celtics gave it away. Ugh.
Don't worry. Game 2, they'll make their shots.
Mm.
I know they missed them all last game. Not all of them, but they missed the most in NBA history. But next game, they're going to make them. Just relax.
Are you Joe Espada? You sound like Joe Espada.
Just relax.
Okay, they're gonna come. We're getting good looks.
They are getting good.
They
looks.
are getting good looks. Jesus, Jason Tatum.
I believe more in the Celtics
I do too.
are going to make threes than the Astros are gonna become an awesome runners in scoring position team.
I just wanted to sweep because, for those who don't know, I went to school in Syracuse, New York, and I have some Knicks fan friends, and I knew exactly what would happen as soon as it went final. Eyeball emoji in the group chat. And I basically, my defense mechanism was, hey, remember when Kevin Harlan said that the Knicks are one of the most historic organizations in the same breath as the Boston Celtics in the same sentence? That was funny, huh? And then we got into a back and forth about, are the Knicks actually important to the history of the NBA? Which I would argue they're not.
No, probably not.
He's like, well, they're in one of the biggest cities. And I was like, yes. And in spite of all of that, what are they?
Yeah. It's not good when every win that they have in the second round immediately gets put into like, is this the best New York Knicks team since 1999?
Well, that's what I was talking about with him. I was
years.
like, so you guys were fodder for the Bulls and then the Rockets. Like that's when you were at your best, because the real Knicks fans talk about the 2 championships they won in the 70s when no one cared about the NBA. You think, I know a lot of the baseball people listening right now, you're not the biggest fans of the NBA. People used to truly not care about the NBA.
They're on tape delay.
And
the games are on tape delay.
And Knicks fans talk about that like it was the greatest time ever. And I was like, well, okay, you must have had to go to the Garden to watch the games. That's why you like it so much. Some comments here. BVB09 on YouTube says, every bases loaded situation has its own story. Do not quote Brock Osweiler to me.
That is
true. Not, for those who don't know, do we have that drop, Sean?
I can find it.
Okay, cool. We'll play that at some point in the next couple of minutes. Also from the 409, what do the Astros, Rockets, Texans, Red Zone, and Pauly G's love life have in common? Unable to score. I am immune from this now. I'm not. Listen, here's the date update. I'm very happy. That's the date update. I am doing better than the Astros and the Rockets and the Texans. That's all I'm going to say. Okay? Don't want to toot my own horn a little bit too much, but and I'm not going to finish what the thought that was just going through my mind.
Toot your horn,
there's a lot of horn tooting going on.
Yeah.
I'm not about to say
don't
that.
Want hand inflammation.
Yeah, it's not hand inflammation, baby. From the 409, time to wake up. You are looking for what this team was, not what it is. Damn, don't say that. Come on. Don't say that.
It's kind of what they were last year too, the year before.
Well, they're doing better than they. Listen,
they're just not that good. I don't know what they're just not that good.
Shh, we're not saying that. Look how cool I look in my new El Tiempo Astros hat.
They got the merch game.
The merch game
cooking
strong. The Space City uni strong. They look good, except for with the bases loaded and with runners in scoring position.
They look less good.
They do.
Yainer Diaz is striking out,
or when you're losing to the Milwaukee Brewers. A text, Paul, did you pick up your El Tiempo Astros cap yet? I literally picked it up 30 minutes after I was able to first pick it up. I was one of the first to get it. And then I was showing it off to some friends, and they were like, whatever. And I'm like, what? We are here all the time. Are you serious? How dare you? How dare you disparage LT?
That's the funniest reaction.
Yeah. And I was like getting in arguments with one of my friends about whether or not it was green or light blue. I'm like, what is this, Yanni and Laurel? Or that stupid dress that was blue or gold? F this. Some more comments here. Here's some thoughts on the Astros training staff. By the way, Yordan Alvarez on the injured list, so the offense might not be getting better anytime soon. Rate the joke, okay? I'm
Okay.
personally, I don't think it's a great one.
Oh, don't taint the jury, but okay.
Of course, the Astros have a team doctor. The only problem is that it is a gynecologist. Thumb down. Thumb down. Thumb down.
Do you get it?
It's disparaging
'Cause
gynecologist.
They don't have.
Listen,
know,
someone's got
it's not
to
their
look at those.
Yeah, it's not their area of expertise. It's hands.
Someone's got to look at them. I remember once I got grounded because my mom found a Patriots cheerleaders swimsuit calendar underneath my bed, and then she asked me point blank, "Paul, do you like looking at, the thing?" And I was like, "What do you think?" And then I got in trouble, and the door was taken off the hinge for a month. Classic teenager, huh?
Well, what do you think?
It was a funny answer.
It is, and it's
But
also
I lost a door for that.
It's a little bit of like if it was two normal people, two like people in equal footing having this conversation. Like, yeah, what do you think? But it's not something you can say to your mom.
For the 832, Kristen Hubble's standing up for my off the field activities. Kristen Hubble's the man, by the way. Easy, hell yeah. The Rockets didn't get past the first. Paul, are you saying you made it to second? I have no comment on the matter, but I have no comment. Okay, I'm just saying I should not be doing better than the Astros and Rockets. I shouldn't.
No.
I am though, factually.
No.
I'm doing
Houston
better.
Cougars too.
Yeah. Well, at least listen, Houston Cougars are the number 2 team in the country. So
That is true.
I am not the number 2 most eligible bachelor in the country. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. From the 832, the Astros training staff must stay at a Holiday Inn Express during road games. I mean, if they did, I would understand why. 100%. The service is so bad for the Astros. I mean, if they were cheaping out on the road, and I'm not staying in the team hotel, I'm at like a Motel 6. Nothing against Motel 6. It gets the job done. But I ain't no sob boy. I'll stay in a Motel 6. Just not going to bring somebody to a Motel 6 because there's going to be an implication there. But if that's what they're dealing with, I would understand why they're so bad. Anyway, the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. The 832. Paul, even your mom was questioning what gender you'd be attached to. No, my mom once said this to my sister. And again, this is not me tooting my own horn as we talk about horn tooting. My mom once said this to a doctor, like as my sister was about to have her first child. I don't know why she said this because she's also told me I'm running out of options, point blank. But she once told like just a random stranger, my son's a bit of a player. What? Mother, not cool. Okay. But anyway, we're talking way too much about me, huh? Because here's the problem. I'm doing better than the Astros offense. I'm doing better than the Rockets offense. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports rapid fire. We get through it. Lance McCullers back. Hunter Brown, Rob, Ahmed Thompson, him, James Harden, Dunzo. All of it. Stay put. everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports. Lance McCullers back. Not bad. Not expecting too much out of him in his return, but not bad. Will he last the entirety of the year? Here's what I'm going to do. Because I like Lance McCullers, and I think some of you guys are unfair with him. If Lance McCullers does not make it to the end of the year, do you know who I'm blaming that on? The Astros, not on Lance McCullers. I'm blaming it on the training staff and the medical staff, which might be the same thing. Sorry, training and medical staff, you guys are a very convenient scapegoat because you're faceless. That's the key to life. Faceless scapegoats to blame all of your problems on. You'll always feel like you're getting railroaded by something that you can't quite find. And then once you accept that you can only control what you can control, you're going to do well. Here's the problem. I can't do that. Hunter Brown, he got robbed. He got robbed for American League Pitcher of the Month due to a bunch of, in what I would say is liberal BS. Yes, because a New Yorker, Max Fried, won American League Pitcher of the Month despite having despite Hunter Brown having a better WAR, a better walks hits per innings pitched, a better FIP, don't know what that means, a better K through 9, a better walk through 9, and a better hit through 9. Hunter Brown was robbed. I guess the only difference is that Max Fried was 5-0. Helps when you have an offense that scores. Why can't the Astros score? We're never going to score. And Hunter Brown just 4-1. But I think that this is a bunch of liberal BS. Shout out to Ari Alexander of Channel 2 for pointing out all of that with a cute little video package. Hell yeah. It was on Channel 2 on Sunday night. Shout out to Randy McElvoy, my dog. Amen Thompson. He's him. This is what Steph Curry had to say about Thompson after the Rockets were vanquished by the Golden State Warriors Sunday night.
You kind of saw him develop in front of everybody's eyes. I know people who watched the Rockets play, night in, night out for the last 2 years have seen the potential, seen the raw athleticism, the hunger, and he's a dog. He showed all 7 games. And he's going to be a problem for sure. He's going to try to develop his game, especially offensively. But defensively, he's, a freak athlete. And I think he loves the challenge and loves to be in the fight. So, yeah, he was tough all series. And it's kind of crazy that the old man, got it done, though.
Yeah, Steph had to flex on it at the very end of it. But Amen Thompson, dog? Could he play for the Houston Texans? Confirmed. Yes. Because the Texans, dogs. Texans, swarm. Amen Thompson, swarm. Amen Thompson, dog. James Harden, dunzo. Oh, God. Somebody got me going. This is the kind of content that me in my mid-30s, this is the kind of content that my mom would consider to be something that's worth taking the door off its hinge for. A guy by the name of Josh Eberle put together a thread of all of the times that James Harden has come up short in the NBA playoffs. It is a 15-part thread. Let's go through it because hell yeah, dude. 2012, first NBA Finals, shoots 37.5% and doesn't score in double digits in 3 of the 5 games. 2012, his first playoff series as a Rocket. Game 4, he turns the ball over 10 times. They get to Game 5, not because of Harden, because of Chandler Parsons, Rockets legend. 2015, down 3-2 to the Clippers. Harden's playing poorly. He's minus 21, gets benched. Rockets come back and win in Game 6. 2015, against the Warriors, down 3-1 and facing elimination. Harden scores 14 points and turns the ball over 12 times. National media spends a week debating whether he was tired and if the minutes load was too much leading into the series. 2017, Rockets, Spurs. Rockets lose Game 5 in overtime. Kawhi Leonard is hurt in that game. James Harden played in that game. He played well. Game 6, he shot 18%, turned it over 6 times, scored just 10 points. Rockets lose the closeout game by 39. This thread keeps going at Josh Eberle if you want to revel in Harden's struggles, which also happened at the college basketball level. I do have to say, though, this was a little bit frustrating to see. Jalen Green shooting in non-game 2 games
in this Rockets-Warriors series, this is per Sean Pendergast, 19 of 61. James Harden shooting in his last 5 eliminations games, 19 of 61. Uh-oh. CJ Stroud, hey, he was at Rockets-Warriors Game 7. He shot a free throw before the game began. He missed. I thought he was good at basketball. I thought he was a multi-sport athlete. I think that CJ Stroud's, been a little too focused on the NBA this offseason. We've seen him at a lot of different basketball games. Hey, let's focus on ball. Let's focus on fixing the offense. Let's focus on scoring, because we're never going to score. In case you missed it, continues. I don't know how to pronounce sovereignty, but sovereignty beat journalism to win the Kentucky Derby. And guess who was there? Ted Cruz. That's why he wasn't at Game 7. We got to stop blaming Ted Cruz temporarily for Houston sports failures. Ted Cruz, not at Rockets-Warriors Game 7. I looked. People asked. I saw a Photoshop. It was a bad one online that everyone believed, because everyone buys into all Photoshops these days because they're getting pretty good. But this one wasn't that good. He was not at Game 7, like a lot of people suggested, because he was still, I believe, in Kentucky after the Kentucky Derby, where he saw journalism defeated by sovereignty, which, again, I do not know if I'm pronouncing it right, and I don't ever care to figure out the pronunciation of it, because I hope to never say that word again. By the way, apparently every horse in the Kentucky Derby was related to Secretariat. Shout out to Secretariat, who apparently is the father of our country, like Genghis Khan was once the father of the modern world in like the 1400s or so. Not the modern world. I guess it's like post-Middle Ages.
It was modern at the time.
Definitely. He
In
also,
the 1400s, that was modern.
Genghis Khan did more for global warming than any climate change activist who's thrown oil on a painting or has glued themselves to like the floor of a tennis match, because he killed so many people. The temperature of the world shrunk by 1 degree. I guess we can measure that. I don't know how. Anyway, that's too much history. In case you missed it, what else did you miss? Greg Popovich. He's moving upstairs with the San Antonio Spurs, and then he was walked away from a podium after he said, "I'm El Jefe now," by both Tim Duncan, who's got like a top knot looking thing, which actually is pretty impressive. He's really such an island guy. And then Manu Ginobili, they walked him off like that meme that you've seen online of Splinter from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as an old man being walked to, I don't know, a nursing home. Hey, Grandpa, let's get you to bed. But they reenacted that. The Lakers, guess what? The reason that they lost to the Minnesota Timberwolves, injuries. Or at least that's sort of the narrative they're putting out there. LeBron James, who was dealing with an injury that, per this ridiculous report by Dave McMenamin, that would have kept him out for 3 to 5 weeks getting recovery, a grade 2 MCL sprain. Yeah, he looked a little old in that series, but we're putting this out after the fact. Do we need to? LeBron's 40. No one thought LeBron played poorly in that series. No one thought that. They all thought Luka was a fatty boombati. We would like to see that Luka was dealing with something like that if you're a Lakers fan. It was just unnecessary to say that, hey, he played through an injury. You know who plays through injuries in the NBA playoffs? The majority of players in the NBA playoffs. The majority of them play through it. We did not need to put this out. Did you see also Austin Reeves was playing through a sprained toe? Oh, no, that's so hard. A left big toe sprain. He was supposed to miss 2 to 4 weeks, and he played.
When Austin Reeves is doing the after the season,
everyone's doing it now.
Yeah, it's like, all right, guys, let's chill out. I'm glad we haven't heard about, Fred VanVleet was dealing with the left wrist injury.
Right. I know. I don't want to hear it. Listen, if you're playing in the playoffs, as opposed to, doing the load management thing, that's what's expected. You're probably dealing with something. Yeah, it's a long slate of games, but do I need to hear about it? Hockey players never brag about this stuff. By the way, LeBron posted to social media, like almost to further remind people, like, hey guys, I'm hurt. This update he posted on X, hilarious. Unfortunately, because of my knee injury, he posted last night, sustained at the end of the season, I won't be able to attend the Met Gala in New York tonight, as so many people have been asking and congratulating me on. Hate to miss a historical event. I bet LeBron would have hated the Met Gala. Honestly, I think all of us would hate the Met Gala. My beautiful, powerful queen will be there holding the castle down, as she always has done. So I guess his wife went instead. Met Gala was last night, folks.
Do you think, now keep your third eye open,
Stephon Diggs was there.
Do you think that LeBron, this injury was so he could get out of going to the Met Gala and not get out of Game 6 of
Honestly,
the Timberwolves series?
If that is something we find out down the road, like that'll be the first time I've ever liked LeBron.
That would be awesome.
He's like, actually, you know what I want to do?
Oh, my
Stay
knee.
home, watch Netflix.
Yeah, because honestly, the Met Gala seems insufferable. Like, oh, look at me. I'm wearing some ridiculous fashion that everyone's going to clown me on. That also might have been it too. LeBron doesn't want to go to some in some weird ass fashion because he doesn't have the confidence that Stephon Diggs has. By the way, Sunday was May the 4th. Star Wars. Yeah, everyone did a joke. May the 4th be with you. Sorry, I don't like to enable lisps. No offense. And hey, listen, people have lisps. Try to get rid of it. Some people say I have a lisp. I don't know if I do. But if I do, I should try to get rid of it. May the 4th be with you. It's so annoying. I don't get it. I love Star Wars too. May the 4th be with you. Stop. It does not sound like force. It sounds like fourth. Those are two different words. Grow up. And that wraps up in case you missed it. On the Paul Gallant Show, everything you missed over the weekend in sports. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Gotta say, watching more basketball last night, because listen, the Astros offense, they're not scoring. They're not getting me going. Has me wondering if they missed out. Perhaps this is an overreaction, but did the Rockets blow an opportunity this year to actually go pretty far in the NBA playoffs? We'll talk about that on the other side. But first, let me tell you about my friends at risehealth.com. RIIZE health.com. Guys, Rise Health is awesome. Your boy had a receding hairline. They've helped me get it back, like all the way back. But I'm not here to talk to you about that. Rise Max is the latest product that they're bringing to the table. And if you are perhaps dealing with some struggles in the old bedroom, this could be the thing to turn it around. Why deal with the shame when you could potentially take care of this by talking online anonymously with a board certified physician for about 5 minutes and then have something discreetly sent to your home that could potentially spice things up for you? And this is top shelf stuff. It's combined sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin in a strip. So Rise gives you this strip. It's in a package. It's about the size of a condom. Very discreet. Easy to open. You don't need water. You don't need a pill. It doesn't melt. It doesn't break in your pocket. No, this is easy to use. You put it under your tongue. Boom. You'll be good to go in 5 minutes. risehealth.com. Go to that website, RIIZE health.com. 20% off your first order if you use promo code 975. Don't wait. Rise up, you'll rise up, you'll rise up with risehealth.com.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros lost to the Brewers last night 3-1, and they have the worst offense in baseball with the bases loaded. This is a fact. 7th most opportunities, plate appearances with the bases loaded. They're hitting 114 dead last with an OPS of 357, which is 29th, and that did them in the 6th inning. Also struggling with runners in scoring position, 15th in batting average, 16th when it comes to OPS, and now Yordan Alvarez is on the injured list. But hey, it's Jose Altuve's birthday. Happy birthday, Jose Altuve, the greatest Houston Astro of all time, and definitely Mount Rushmore of Houston athletes, along with at least Hakeem Olajuwon. We're not doing Mount Rushmore. Don't worry. We're not getting into that.
That's for next month when the Astros are 2 games under 500.
Damn, Sean, that's cold.
I mean, that's
cold.
That's just what happened.
It does feel like it's possible, at the very least. Hopefully, it doesn't go down that way. We were talking about LeBron James and his injury update. In case you missed it, said Virginia Buttonweed on the Twitch. At least he gives updates about injuries, which the Astros do not. Yep, that is a fair point. That is a very fair point. Yeah, I think I'd rather hear about the injuries as opposed to feeling like I'm not being told what's actually going on by the Astros.
Yeah, and this one was especially weird because it was an injury that he got in game 5.
Right.
While they were already down like 5 and then lost the series.
Yeah.
So it's like, sure. Okay. So if y'all would have won, you would have been out. Whatever. The Astros, on the other hand, are just like, hey, don't look, but he's working on something. A part of his body has discomfort.
Ugh. Anyway, that's the Astros, everybody. I think the Rockets might have missed an opportunity, and I am 100% overreacting to the first 2 round 2 games that I watched last night, but they were good. Real quick around the NBA. All right, 2 games last night. I think that Rockets fans might be kicking the Rockets over the trade that almost was. Was this a missed opportunity? I understand that his numbers were not great last night. He was 3 for 13 in 51 minutes with just 8 points. But he did make some key plays down the stretch. If you are a Rockets fan, would you rather have Mikal Bridges on the New York Knicks than Jalen Green right now? Again, you're talking about like a specific moment where Mikal Bridges did not look scared, and he did play the whole game. But considering he played 51 minutes to have 8 points, not great. Did the Rockets miss out on an opportunity by almost trading for Mikal Bridges?
I mean, the Rockets would still need a scorer.
Yeah, that's true.
That's kind of like
true.
They have the defender on lock. The defender who plays hard. They got those coming out their ears.
He did shoot 40% from 3.
On what, 2 for 5?
2 for 5.
It's not good when I can just do the math of how you got to that number.
All right, fine. How about this? Did the Rockets miss out on an opportunity in a wide open NBA this year, given that the Knicks beat the Celtics? I do think that the Celtics are totally fine. They missed 45 3-point attempts last night. There's a headline right now on ESPN with all the talking heads saying, will the Celtics 3-point obsession cost them a title? I don't think so. They are loaded. It is a game of math at this point in time. Blame Daryl Morey for that. But the Celtics play that game of math better than anyone, and I still think the Knicks are choking dogs. They did not choke last night. They did have an awesome stretch where they came back against the Celtics, who choked this game away, no doubt about it. But down the very stretch, like Jalen Brunson had a couple of moments at the end, and I'm like, this Brunson gets so much hype because he's in New York. Like, he had some really nice plays until like the last 2 minutes of the game. In the last 2 minutes, I thought he missed everything. Just a thought.
Yeah, no, that's the thing when people got mad at Becky Hammond for saying that Jalen Brunson can't be a best player on a championship team because he's too small, and people got mad at her for it. And I was like, I'm actually with her, but I think it's just because he's not good enough.
Me
I don't
too.
think it's because he's small. I think
Me
he's
too.
just not that good.
He had a wide open layup that he missed at the end of regulation.
Yeah.
But Celtics, this was a bad game for them. As far as last night's Nuggets Thunder game, I did not think the Nuggets would have the energy after a game 7 on Saturday to take down the Thunder. They were getting killed for a lot of this game. And then they crept back in. They kept on creeping and creeping and creeping. And the next thing you know, at the very end of regulation, after the Thunder had screwed up a last-second possession, the Nuggets get out in transition. And of all people, with the game on the line and the clock running down, Russell Westbrook, who I thought for sure was going to take the last shot, passes the ball to Aaron Gordon, who ices the Thunder with a 3. 121-119. The Nuggets pull off the improbable comeback and upset. By the way, Nikola Jokic, 42 points and 22 rebounds. Good God.
Pretty good.
He was so good in this one. And there were multiple moments. I had it on in the background and wasn't watching it like that attentively. I had the Astros game on too. And there were moments in this one where Jokic looked pissed off at everybody. And I think that Jokic might be single-handedly willing the Nuggets right now. Like, I don't think it's this coach that they have who, I got to say, his look does not inspire much confidence. Who's their coach now, Sean?
David Adelman.
Yeah, David I don't know. And like, obviously he's a little he's a nepo. He's Lucky Sperm Club because Rick Adelman, Rockets legend.
Yeah.
Much like Russell Westbrook, Rockets legend.
Of course. They can never take that year away from us.
They can't. The West looks wide open. It's a bummer the Rockets did not pull off the game 7.
Yeah.
I mean, the Thunder are the best team in the West, and this was a game against a team that had fired their coach that I think the Thunder had no business giving away. Now, if you're the Thunder, you got to be thinking really long and hard about it. Is this going to actually happen this year? I know it's just one game, but not a great one.
No, as this is the game 1 loss that is the least, like, I feel overreactionary to, has some issues with it just
Like
because
right.
It's a team of pretty inexperienced guys. Like Shea Gilgeous-Alexander's the most experienced, and the farthest he's gone was last year, losing in the second round.
Right.
So this isn't a super veteran group, and they did kind of just puke this game away. Like they did the foul up 3 thing, with way too much time left.
Mm-hmm.
Then they got the ball back. Shea just dunked it instead of running out more time and making free throws. Then they fouled when Nikola Jokic was off the court, so Nikola Jokic could come back into the game, which is terrible because the Nuggets didn't have any timeouts. They did so many things to lose this game, where you do look at a team and you're like, oh yeah, this is a team learning how to win in the playoffs against the best player in the league and a starting 5 that's been through it before.
Yeah. I like this Nuggets team. I really do. It's pretty crazy that they fired their coach after 50 wins, a 51 year. Although and there were a couple of games left. Slopez69 says it's going to be at OKC Pacers in the finals. It'll be the least watched finals ever. I mean, I don't know about that with OKC. And to what Sean was saying a moment ago, Pacers Cavs game 1, some fluky elements because the Pacers shot the lights out, and Celtics Knicks game 1, some fluky elements because the Celtics could not stop missing from outside.
Shut the lights on.
Yeah, they shut them on. I've never heard that before. Yeah, you're
the
right.
lights are too bright.
Sean Hayes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. That's a little around the NBA. Fun games last night, and maybe the Rockets blew an opportunity because this playoffs does look pretty open, largely due to the fact that the Warriors are the veteran team left. They're very old, and all these young players, like the next generation, none of them have proven it quite yet. So maybe next year's the year for the Rockets. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. By the way, it appears that Rockets-Warriors was not officially over, at least until it was ended late last night. How? Why? You'll find out on the other side. Stay put.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros spoiled a quality start by Ronel Blanco last night. They fell yesterday to the Milwaukee Brewers 3-1. They are 1-3 to start their road trip and now are trailing in the American League West. The Mariners in first place, 20-14 Seattle is right now, by 3 games. They are 2 games back of 20-16 Oakland. By the way, the Mariners have the 4th most runs scored in the American League this year. The Astros significantly less. Something to keep in mind. We might be bringing Mariners Watch back soon. I think that the guy will sound a little bit less depressed, a little bit less grunge, and perhaps a little ritzy, perhaps a little hoity-toity. Maybe like those tech folks in Seattle who are living on an ivory tower above all of the homeless shenanigans beneath them, Sean.
It'll sound like Steve Ballmer.
Could be.
Developers.
Did I call them Oakland? My bad.
You did call them Oakland.
Athletics.
That's all right.
I screwed that up. They are homeless. So the Astros are trailing a city overrun by the homeless, an actual homeless, in the American League West. Yes, I take shots at all cities.
Are they ahead of Dallas?
They are ahead of Arlington. By half a game.
Okay.
Half a game. Yeah, they're not doing so hot either, the Rangers. They're really struggling.
I'll get back into it. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm not going to, I think. I think it's going to be a long summer. Hopefully it will not. Anyway, Rockets, Warriors. It's done, right? I guess not. Now, Sean Mapes made me aware of this moment that I was not able to see because I was at Game 7 for Rockets and Warriors on Sunday night. For those who missed this, Draymond Green, troll that he is, found a camera in the closing moments of this game and had a message for the folks at home.
Go to the second round.
Toodaloo. Honestly, not a fun last thing to see.
No.
That is definitely worthy of it. That's a turn off the TV worthy moment, or switch to HBO or Max or whatever it's called and start the most recent episode of The Last of Us or whatever other show
As
you
a
might
pick
watch.
me up, yeah.
Yeah. Righteous Gemstones or what?
We don't need to help HBO by listing their.
There's a lot of shows.
The Nathan for You, or it's not Nathan for You.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
whatever
The
new one
rehearsal.
is, yeah.
There's the rehearsal, and there's that other show. Anyway,
White Lotus season 4 coming up.
Anyway, that was Draymond at the end of that game. But apparently, Rockets Warriors is not officially over because Draymond Green felt the need to go a little bit further on his podcast. He called out Dylan Brooks for not shaking hands with the Warriors at the end of Game 7.
Dylan Brooks ran off the court. So when I say you see what guys is made of, he ran off the court, like ain't shake nobody up, and you admitted that you was trying to hurt Steph Hand, which again, fine by me, bro. Like I get it, we all get it when you hoop. You know what I'm saying? So if you're gonna be on that type of time,
You gotta be on that time all
in the press
You gotta be on
conference,
that time all
yeah,
the time.
you're gonna be talking. You're going to
You
be
gotta be on that
Mr.
time
Big
all the
Bad
time.
Wolf. Don't lose and then not face the music. Don't be that guy because, again, you lose a lot of respect for guys in that moment. I had a moment with Dylan Brooks back when he was with Memphis, and I said the dynasty start after you. And the reason I said that is because things like that.
So Draymond Green, clearly a little biased when it comes to Dylan Brooks. And okay, as pointed out by our friend Vanessa Richardson, I know the man who hit Mike Conley's already broken face so hard he had to have metal implants, and who punched Jordan Poole, poked Harden's eye, took a shot to Dante Exum's throat, hit LeBron in the groin, et cetera, is not talking about sportsmanship? Question mark, exclamation point, question mark. Fair from Vanessa, but is anything that Draymond said there wrong? I think you got to shake the hand of the team that beat you. You have to. Even if you're talking all that noise, you have to. Apparently, Tari Eason also tried to sneak away from the end of Game 7 without a handshake, and Draymond Green felt the need to make sure that didn't happen because he respects Tari Eason.
Then Tari Eason do it. He lead the court. I got love for Tari Eason. His mom was talking. You know what I'm saying? My mom almost had to get out of it.
You got a lot of
we was
man. You
chilling,
shouted
you
him
know what
out
I'm saying?
earlier in the year, though.
Absolutely.
Like,
You know,
yeah,
I
you like
got a
it-
lot
you
of
like
love
this
for the way he
game,
played.
yeah.
And I ended up catching him right before he was about to walk out the arena, and he was walking this way, so he didn't have to come by me, but I could, in my distance, I could see him right there. I said to him, I like waved him down, and I went and I dapped him up. And that was kind of a little save, but
Seems like he lost a little respect for Tari Eason there, but because he does not want to lose respect for Tari Eason, he forced the issue. If I'm Tari, I'm pretty pissed about this. I'm also pissed that this was shared on a podcast, but it goes back to what I said earlier. If you lose, you got to shake hands. One of my favorite teams, and I was not alive for them, but I grew up watching highlights of them. I remember the Boston Celtics did this to the Detroit Pistons. And somehow the Celtics, perhaps because everyone loved the Celtics back then, the Celtics were able to get away with it. And then the Pistons tried to do it against the Chicago Bulls when Michael Jordan finally overtook them, and everyone crushed the Pistons for it. Definitely a little hypocrisy on that front because the Pistons were a-holes and people liked the Celtics, at least relatively. Not everybody, but relatively. Everyone hated
People
the
were
Pistons.
more forgiving nationally of the Celtics
Right.
than they were of the bad boy Pistons.
Back then, the bad boy Pistons cool now, but in the moment,
people hated them.
Without the benefit of nostalgia, everyone hated every single one of the players on their team if they were not from Detroit, Michigan. You know?
Yeah, watch the 30 for 30 battle.
It's fantastic 30 for 30. It'll make you actually like them, much like going back and watching the Duke documentaries. Like, oh yeah, Duke's was kind of cool back in the day. Much like going back and watching the U documentaries makes you like them. I hated Miami growing up. Then I watched the docs. I was like, oh damn, they were cool. But it only happens after the fact.
Yeah, or like watching the Robert Kraft Patriots documentary where you're just like, yeah, this is awesome.
Ha ha.
The only doc that isn't just a love fest.
Well, listen, it should be a love fest because that was the greatest dynasty in the history
Yeah.
of sports. And they skipped over a 21-game winning streak and 2 back-to-back Super Bowls. Like, just 2 seconds. 2 Super Bowls later, they just move on. I'm sorry. Ridiculous. I get it. There's other stuff to get to. You could have had the 2 Super Bowls. Whatever. Bringing it back to Draymond Green, talking about Dylan Brooks and Tari Eason. He is right here. He's right. You got to shake hands. Sorry. Any kid growing up, you might hate somebody in the other series. Shake the person's hand and leave whatever vitriol you have for that person on the field, unless you're bringing it to the weight room and trying to use it to motivate you going forward. RTC commenting on YouTube. You don't have to do anything. He's nitpicking, acting like this Game 7 of the conference finals, or it's a changing of the guard. It's the first round of the team's first playoffs. If the guys are in their feelings, let them be in their feelings. No, it's a learning lesson. I really think this applies to all levels of life and all levels of sports. You lose, it sucks, but you move on. And you shake hands with the people you played against. You know, like that moment with Shedeur Sanders and that guy from Colorado State. That kid from Colorado State talked a lot of trash to Shedeur Sanders leading up to it in the week. And then he came up to him afterwards and he offered his hand. This is one of the reasons that people think Sanders is a bit of an a-hole. Is it fair? I don't know. I really don't. But that is a moment that Shedeur Sanders was judged on, even though you could correctly judge the Colorado State player for talking so much trash to Sanders leading up to the game, you know? Which is also delusional. You're Colorado State. Relax. Right? I get it. It's a rivalry game, but like, relax. I get it. Colorado's never been good historically, but relax. But to bring it back to Draymond and Dylan Brooks and Tari Eason, yeah, it was a bad look. Draymond wasn't done. He calls out Dylan Brooks some more on the other side. And then did something that I think that some Rockets fans will like. You'll hear both next. Stay put. Paul Gallant Show.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros lost to the Brewers last night, taking on the Brewers again tonight. And we are talking about Draymond Green on a podcast episode, taking some shots at Dillon Brooks and to a lesser extent, Tari Eason. You heard a lot of what Draymond already had to say on Dillon Brooks. He wasn't done. Here he is closing Dillon Brooks out with the verbal version of a hand-to-hand combat match that we all were hoping to see at some point in the series and never did.
But that's who Dillon Brooks is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And we understand, like, you a sucker, man. You like, but Tari Eason, he not. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, his mind was talking. It's all love. I don't get off into that. I got a lot of love for young fella because the way he go about his business, the way he play the game. I got a lot of love for him. Don't be like that, because you lose respect. When guys lose respect for you in this league, like, it don't matter, and it's going to catch you in the end. You know what I'm saying? Like, Dillon Brooks couldn't come through in this series in large part because nobody on the court respects you. So anything you do, the way it's going to be looked at, the way it's going to be received, it ain't beneficial to your team.
I do think when it comes to the respect side of things for Dillon Brooks, I don't think a lack of respect for Dillon Brooks is the reason that he was a bit inconsistent in this series. I don't think he was bad. I thought he had some moments where he was good, but there were some limitations for him offensively that a lot of his Rockets teammates share. And that was the problem. That's why they're done. A lack of respect that others have for Dillon Brooks is not the reason that the Rockets went home and that Brooks struggled. So Draymond's making it a little bit personal there at the end, but I do think he was right to call out Dillon Brooks for not giving him a handshake. And same for Tari Eason. And hey, at least he likes Tari Eason enough to pull him aside and say, hey, let's do the handshake. You'll regret it.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a little bit of Tari Eason. There's still time for you to, you don't have to go down this path of being Dillon Brooks. You know, you can, Draymond Green, can help you save yourself from being the next Dillon Brooks. At least that's how Draymond's describing it. And yeah, I think he's fair to call out Dillon Brooks for this, because like we said, when we're talking about James Harden, how after Game 7 didn't talk to the media, just left out the back door. That was something that Dillon Brooks did in the Lakers Grizzlies series 2 years ago now.
It was. Yeah.
And we crushed him for it on this show.
Great point.
And that's something that it seems like, just, you know, following the team, that Dillon Brooks has kind of like matured from that experience. But this is a little bit of a, you know, a lasting kind of part of it is he didn't shake hands with Draymond Green. And I'm not saying you have to like bring him in for a hug or anything. Just boom. You can even do the college basketball coaches that hate each other blow by, where it's just quick, boom, don't even break stride, keep going. Like, that's even better than going straight to the locker room.
Yeah, totally agree. You don't have to stick with him. You can do the awkward Bill Belichick versus his ex-coach's thing. You know, it's not that hard to do. You could do Jim Harbaugh and Pete Carroll that one time.
Why you like this?
What's your deal?
Oh, what's your deal?
What's your deal?
What's your deal, man?
I think it's worth it. Some comments. Eric the Driver says, you don't have to shake hands with someone who doesn't deserve any respect. Draymond is just a hypocritical P word. I mean, you don't have to, I guess, but I've always felt that being the bigger man,
that's what it
is something that's nice to walk away with.
Yeah. Yeah, just because he's a hypocritical P word doesn't mean you have to be a hypocritical P word.
Right, exactly. More comments here. I wouldn't let my 10-year-old walk off the field without showing respect for the other team. Agree that it's something that has to happen. Hell, hockey players punch each other and still meet up at center ice. Yeah, there's an honor element to it. would it have been so hard for Dylan Brooks to do that? Now, he might have gotten refused. I don't think Jimmy Butler would have, received the handshake.
No, you don't think so?
I don't know. Seems like Jimmy Butler really has some issues with him. And a lot of the NBA has issues with him, much like a lot of the NBA has issues with Rudy Gobert. But I think if you lose, you got to offer a handshake. And Dylan, who talked a lot of trash in this series, he was the one that was calling Draymond the dirty player. I suppose he can walk away and say, like, I just don't respect the guy. But I think you have to. One more comment. A lot of these athletes in the big four sports act like they're such badasses they couldn't even handle being pro tennis players. When you lose in the championship match, you have to stay out there on the court and be interviewed and sit through the trophy ceremony. And that's not fun.
Yeah, you do.
Tennis players are rather enigmatic from time to time.
Yeah, I know. That's why they're all psychos. But yeah, don't they give you like literally a smaller trophy, or like the winner gets like the big trophy and you get like a little like plaque or something basically, and you have to sit out there for like 30 minutes. That is tough. They should do that in the NBA, or the NFL, where they're forcing you to do the Stephon Diggs stare at the confetti move from when he was on the Bills. Just like the other team that loses the Super Bowl, there's another stage being built for you guys to watch the guys.
Right.
Watch the Lombardi watch Emmitt Smith walk the Lombardi up.
Stephon Diggs is the one who really, really allowed that moment.
Yeah.
He's
the
linger.
Like iconic of the watching the other team celebrate guy.
Yeah, after a while, maybe don't do that. But shaking hands, don't be above that. Have a little honor. I don't think there's anything wrong with a little honor. I don't think there's anything wrong with a little manners. There is something wrong with me trying to speak the English language at this moment in time. By the way, Dylan Brooks aside, Draymond so complimentary of the Houston Rockets after this series, and on his podcast, he went in great detail hyping up Alperen Şengün.
One of two things happen. You either completely lose respect for someone or you gain a lot of respect for someone, because you see who really real and when these playoffs happen. You know what I'm saying? You see a lot of people fade. You get to see who really real. You also get to see how people act after the game, which we'll talk about. But Şengün real, man. He ain't back down at all. What I would say to him, if I was his OG, and he can take it right from here, flop a little less, embellish a little less, because with a defender like me, he doing that, my feet off that. You know what I'm saying? He real, he physical, he ain't backing down, he got a bat, you know what I'm saying? Like, he 23 years old. Like, right. I don't think people realize he's young.
Yeah, no, they got a young squad.
Absolutely. So he real, a lot of respect for him. The way
I liked hearing that too. I agree. Listen, everything he said here, maybe it's hypocritical to say, hey, Dylan Brooks, like, no one respects him. But
that's why you lost, is because no one respects you.
And that was personal. And also saying no one respects you. Okay, it could be hypocritical, but because just one thing is wrong over the course of that statement, that means everything he said is wrong. Texter, who gives a bleep what Draymond says. Another texter, Draymond is talking about players respecting you. What players outside of Golden State respect Green and his antics? Players tolerate him for some reason, but I'd bet the respect is low. LeBron likes him. I mean, there's a lot of guys across the NBA that do seem to like him, and he is one of those players who, when he's out on the court, is trying to get under people's skin. But there's clearly an element of respect amongst NBA players, and probably from the league itself, for Draymond.
Yeah, I mean, just like the simple fact, like you see how people treat Dylan Brooks, how other NBA players treat Dylan Brooks, how they treat Rudy Gobert. I think two guys that we can pretty safely say do not have the respect of their colleagues in the NBA. And you see how they treat Draymond Green. Draymond Green gets treated with so much more respect than those two guys.
Draymond Green deserves a little respect.
I mean,
he's won titles.
I was going to say, at the end of the day, 4 rings.
Like, one of the best defenders of all time. Another comment here. And I agree with this one. with Draymond, you can be mad, but you can't be mad. I'm a Rocket fan, but if you want to be mad, not shake somebody's hand, play harder, win the game. There you go.
You know what? As a Rockets fan, I would have shaken Draymond Green's hand if I had the opportunity to. I would have walked over there.
I would have listen. He complimented them after the fact. Like there is respect that has been earned in the series, even though like there's a lot of pushing, a lot of shoving, and clearly the Rockets, when they're on the court with him, don't like him. And I don't know. I like being respected by people who are good at the things that they do, even if I might think they're an a-hole. You know? Because I mean, Draymond, the guy will tell you what's on his mind. Never been a BSer out there. I think he's going to be a great NBA analyst on TV someday. Keith has a question about the NBA. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Paul. Hey, Sean. Thanks for having me. Quick NBA question. Which team currently down 0-1 in the second round between Boston, OKC, and Cleveland is least likely to come back and win the series? And second question is, did you really pay $60 for the El Tiempo hat?
$65, actually, sir. Yeah. It's bitching, though. And it's only, and if we're doing the math correctly, I exaggerate about the prices of El Tiempo margaritas. This is only 4 El Tiempo margaritas at Dyken Park.
Wow.
You know? I think it's 15 during the regular season. Playoffs, $22. Price gouging.
Of course.
Absolute price gouging. Some more comments here on the most interactive sports talk show.
His question about team down 0-1 in most trouble.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
I would go
Celtics least trouble.
OKC on the court, Cavs because of injuries.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're in agreement. I mean, Celtics are fine.
Yes.
Thunder, that was not a good look last night. And I mean, that's a tired Nuggets team. They've had plenty of time to rest. Maybe there's a little bit of rust or something like that. We'll see how this series plays out over 7. And yeah, I would say for the Cavs, the injury side of things.
That's what I'm most worried about.
But the Pacers are scrappy. They are. I think the last time they played the Celtics in a series, it was closer than, the 5 games indicated. So, yeah, that's where I'm at too, Sean. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, if you want to weigh in on this, I'm seeing a lot of responses to talking about old Draymond Green. Listen, I actually enjoy listening to him, and his antics do frustrate me, but I have a great deal of respect for him. He's one of the best defensive players in NBA history. Warriors fans annoy the hell out of me. The Warriors themselves, I've always respected them. I've always enjoyed watching them too. So, sorry. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Also, we got the 10-minute drill coming up next. If you want to weigh in on the Astros offense and their inability to score, I'm scoring more than the Astros offense, for God's sakes. You can. You know how to do it on the most interactive sports talk show in town. Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Some thoughts. Man, Draymond Green really bringing the people out right now. Eric the Driver, probably the biggest Draymond Green hater that we have. Green only gets more respect because Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Kevin Durant have been there to carry his bum ass his entire career. I don't know. I'm going to go back to 2016 Game 7. You know who was the only guy who showed up? And obviously he got ejected from that one game, so maybe that's why the series was even at a Game 7. But Draymond's the only guy who showed up for Game 7 against LeBron and Kyrie when they came back from down 3-1. I think Draymond had 8 threes in that game. Maybe it was 6. Whatever the case, Draymond played well. Everyone else, specifically Steph, who had a moment at the end of the game and Kevin Love one-on-one his ass. I mean, Draymond did his job there. Draymond, I would definitely agree, amongst the best Warriors players, including Kevin Durant, he's number 4. But I mean, you can't deny the defense, and it's weird that we're willing to do that. If he was on our team, he would be someone you love. He would be your version of what Marcus Smart was for me, or a better version of Patrick Beverley when he was on the Rockets. PJ Tucker, better version of him when he was on the Rockets, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of these guys that cycle through.
Yeah.
Again, like he said about Dylan Brooks, the dynasty starts after you, not with you.
Mm-hmm.
The dynasty started with Draymond Green.
100%.
Literally, when he started playing, they became one of the best teams in basketball. When Steve Kerr took over, they kind of got lucky that David Lee got hurt. And so they got forced to play Draymond Green, and they were a 65-win team immediately. So that, he does have some pelts on the wall.
Yeah.
Not Marcus, no disrespect to Marcus Smart, defensive player of the year.
Smart.
Dynasty started after Marcus Smart.
Yeah, it did.
Not dynasty yet, but they won the first year he's out of there.
He helped them get assets to win their first. Yeah, you're right. Drew Holiday, upgrade. More comments here. Huey and Spring, this is a funny one. If Draymond went into coaching, lost in the finals, would he pull a Scotty Brooks and tell his team to go shake the champ's hands? I think so. I also feel like Draymond, if he were in his 60s, could theoretically, as a coach, if he went that route, be the kind of guy that pulls a Coach K and reprimands the other team in their own locker room after the game for not shaking hands. But the way that he would actually communicate it would be less insufferable than Coach K communicating it.
By the way, since you brought up Coach K, do you know one of the more high-profile situations where he did that, where he pulled the other team aside and talked about winning with class?
No way. Did he do it against Michigan State?
No, he did it against Oregon, featuring a young Dylan Brooks.
Oh, that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
2015 Oregon.
I was wondering if he did it against Draymond at Michigan State.
No, he has too much respect for Izzo to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. More comments. Draymond's a hacking ass fool. Tell his own team that pods and Curry to stop flopping. Well, everyone flops.
And it's Pajemski, please.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't know. They advanced. Don't we have to call them pods now? I heard Russillo and Bill Simmons calling pods, listening to their podcast last night, and I was triggered for 3 seconds.
It's just easier to say.
It is easier to say. Pajemski. Dave has a thought at 713-780-3776 to call it the text. Dave, what's up?
Hey, Paul, good afternoon. I got a quick question for you. I'm an old retired guy, so I listen to a lot of sports talk radio. And the other day I was listening to the other station, and one of the hosts was saying he loves Amen Thompson, as we all do, but he loves him so much that he's so glad that the Spurs didn't take him with the number 1 when they took Victor Wembanyama, so that he fell to the Rockets. And I called him and I said, do you really think that right now, if the GM of the Spurs were to call the Rockets, Raphael, and say, we'll give you Victor straight up for Amen, that Raphael would say no to that? And another way to put that is, if you asked every GM in the NBA, you said that isn't on the Rockets or the Spurs GM, and you said you can have the pick, Amen or Victor, which would you rather have? Again, maybe that guy's right. Maybe he's right and I'm all wet. But I just think that Victor, with all the potential upside and how transcendental a talent he is, that it'd be very hard to turn down that deal. What do you think?
I agree with you entirely, Dave. Good call. Don't go to the other stations. That's what I'll tell you on that front. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. Sean, I think it was you who said it yesterday. Just looking at that picture of Victor Wembanyama in between David Robinson and Tim Duncan standing a foot taller as if they were his dates.
Yeah.
That's all you need to see.
Tim Duncan looked like a shooting guard in that photo. It was crazy.
Wembanyama, the only thing with me I look at with him that I think could hurt him is health, just because his body doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But
even then.
But even then,
you get like 4 healthy prime years of Wembanyama. Like
he's 2 defenders. Okay? And imagine if he develops his offense a little bit more, which, by the way, shouldn't be hard, because he is basically standing half a foot over the tallest people in the NBA.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, we all love Amin Thompson.
I love Amin Thompson, right?
Obviously, like he's on the team. He's this show views as the future and the biggest star potential on this team. That being said,
yeah,
you trade him in a second
and then
for Victor Wembanyama.
No, for sure.
You kidding me?
And as someone who speaks a little French, I'd be able to talk to Victor in a way that no one else in town would be able to.
I could no one else knows French. Yeah.
Well, no one else in Houston sports media was French club president.
Okay, I thought you were going.
No, I'm flexing. I'm flexing
Houston,
here. I'm flexing here. I'm flexing a little bit. Hey, noted stooge Paul Gallant was French club president. He was. Allons les enfants de la patrie. Je parle un peu de français, mais je n'étudie pas le français depuis j'ai 19 ans. N'est-ce pas? I did say things there. Nothing dirty. But how about that?
I don't believe you that was nothing dirty.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, okay.
I just said
it sounded dirty. The afterwards, that I feel like something dirty came before that.
No, it's not Pierre Lescargot from all that. Okay, it's
that's actually what I was thinking.
I know a little bit of French, and I haven't studied it in a while. So how about that? More comments on YouTube. Jared Trim asks, question: what Rockets player currently on the team could have impacted the series had they been given the minutes? Jabari Smith Jr. That's the answer.
Yeah, Jabari.
He didn't play enough.
Jabari playing more minutes. Either Dylan Brooks when the last 2 games of the series where he didn't have it, which they did bench him in Game 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you just kind of shift the sliders around to give Jabari more of those minutes, you could also talk to me about some less Jalen Green minutes and some more Jabari minutes.
Is really what would you have done with Jalen Green? That's the slider that you got to figure out, because who plays in that spot? I thought Tari Eason struggled in this series. I thought he was awful in Game 7. I really thought he stunk. And I get it. He's going through some stuff on his own too, with his father having passed away a couple of weeks ago. But I thought he was awful.
Yeah, I thought he was really good on defense. I think the second the ball hit his hand, you could tell he was uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you on that. And I thought there were some moments defensively where I was like, wait, what? Dude, you fell asleep.
Yeah. Oh, off ball, yes.
Yeah.
I was thinking more on ball. He guarded Butler super well.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, who else? You're not putting Reed Shepherd in there. Good God, lights look very bright for him.
Yeah.
But he's the future Steve Nash. That's fine.
Yes.
That's what somebody in the Rockets front office said. But they did not go on record with that quote.
MVP, Steve Nash.
Yeah. Like Steve Nash, Reed Shepherd did not play at all his rookie season.
Sweet.
It's like, cool. All right.
I'm not calling Reed Shepherd this.
You know what?
Neither did Darko Milicic. All right. And again, I don't think Reed Shepherd's Darko Milicic. I'm just saying we can both name guys who didn't play year 1.
Yeah, Royce White didn't play a lot year 1. And now he's a right-wing grifter, which is the funniest development for Royce White. Like, mental health advocate who wasn't doing his job because of mental health, in quotation marks. Man with a wall of fedoras. That 60-minute profile made my blood boil. My least favorite athletes during my time in Houston to cover, one, probably Brock Osweiler, because he made me not like football. We didn't play every interception as a story.
I mean, if you want to relive the man who made you hate football,
let's do it one more time.
Do you feel there's been a consistent theme with the interceptions that you've thrown this year?
No, I don't. I think every interception really has a different story.
Yeah, I just would have.
That was a great question by a young Paul Gallant.
There were no windows in that press conference room to jump out of. So it's my Mount Rushmore of players that I truly just despised.
not necessarily as human beings, but just watching them play. Brock Osweiler, James Harden. I don't think there was really an Astro player.
No, because
Carlos Lee, but if I watched the Astros.
yeah, I was gonna say because they're either awesome or irrelevant.
And Jeremy Lin annoyed me a little bit. There's a little bit too much love for him, but
Royce
White, who never played, is maybe my least favorite because he would get in these arguments with you and he just say like, well, the protocols. It's like, yes, explain the protocols, explain it. And then he would say, be well. And that, like, God, that made me so mad. Just walking away from a conversation, be well. It's the equivalent of shaking the hand of somebody that you have beaten in sports. It's the equivalent of Draymond Green tracking down Tari Eason and shaking his hand. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The Astros can't score. We'll talk more about that on Jose Altuve's birthday at 2 p.m. They are really struggling at the plate. Hopefully, things liven up against Milwaukee. The last segment, I was reminiscing on athletes that I despised watching. Royce White, who never really played for the Rockets, is someone I just despised as a whole, and I don't think it's surprising that he's gone from being a mental health advocate to being a grifter politician. But hey, that's neither here nor there. Find the cause that makes you the most money. It's not about helping people. It's about causes that make you money. I need to figure out a way to get into that. But some of my least favorites to watch, the guys that I despised watching, James Harden for the Rockets, Brock Osweiler for the Texans. Someone brought up a good one for the Astros. And while Rafael Montero gave him a run for his money because I covered him in Seattle too. Ken Giles, Astros closer Ken Giles. And I feel bad for Ken Giles, who clearly, was a bit of a head case. He actually punched himself in the face, which I've done. He actually punched himself in the face, although I'm more of a punch a wall with the side of my fist guy when I'm mad at myself, like slam it, but I want to feel the pain.
Wait, so like
this. Because
okay.
if you punch it, you might break a knuckle, but if you hit with the bottom of your hand,
That's
you won't
smart.
break anything. So there's at least a little bit of the lizard brain that's not entirely in control enough where I'm not breaking my hands on walls when I get angry at things, of which I get mad about a lot of things. Ken Giles decided to punch himself in the face, and yeah, it was rough. It was rough watching him as a closer for the Astros, for sure. For sure.
It's crazy that they won a World Series with that guy.
They did.
It's like, thinking about it now, that's insane.
But he didn't pitch that much, did he?
In the World Series?
Did he pitch that much?
Pitched a good amount.
I guess it's all. I'm just blacking all of it out.
I mean, they did have one game go to extras. One game they won like 13-11. So, or no, like 14-13, something like that.
Anyway, all right. Listen, 10-minute drill time. Let's do a little football in our lives, okay? We haven't done much football today. I need football. Football. We will also at 2:15 be taking a look at some of the things that were said at today's Houston Rockets press conference. But 10-minute drill. Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone spoke to the media. The 2027 NFL Draft will be in Washington, D.C., and President Donald J. Trump made the announcement with Roger Goodell to the side. Listen, I get it. I get that our president has bigger priorities right now, but I wish that he had arrested Goodell. I wish he had arrested him right there. Sent him to Alcatraz. He had him in his sights. That man besmirched the greatest quarterback who has ever lived, who may or may not have been a supporter of his. I mean, for all those people freaking out about the president rounding political enemies up, that's a political enemy. Tom Brady probably voted for Donald J. Trump. Robert Kraft probably voted for Donald J. Trump. Roger Goodell slandered their names and their reputations. Bill Belichick might have voted for Donald J. Trump. Donald J. Trump could have arrested Roger Goodell right there. That would have been great. I don't care if it would have been a gross miscarriage and a breach of democracy. Arrest Roger Goodell.
That'd been hilarious.
Oh, it would have been so funny.
If it got loaded into a back of an unmarked van.
And he hates the NFL. He hates the league. He hates the owners that wouldn't let him join the big boys club, many of whom are significantly more unqualified to run an NFL team than he would have been. Should have arrested him. Anyway, that's my thought on the NFL draft being in Washington, D.C.
Yeah.
Had a chance.
I think that's the only thought to have about a draft that's happening 2 years from now. Just
why didn't you arrest him?
You had him right there.
You had him right there.
Standing right next to
the political enemy of the NFL.
of the United States of America
Yeah.
at times. Hey, remember when they took the signs out of the end zone that said "End Racism"? The NFL did not end racism.
No.
I think Roger Goodell should be tried for crimes.
For hate crimes.
For
'Cause
hate
they
crimes.
Didn't
They gave up.
every instance of racism since they took it out of the end zone that falls on the feet of Roger Goodell.
100%. We didn't know to stop racism anymore.
No one's there.
Justin Tucker was released by the Baltimore Ravens. The coverage of this has been hilarious. I do not get why people can't just say, yeah, he stinks, and off the field issues are making it a lot more difficult to deal with him. For those who don't know, he has a alleged Deshaun Watson massage parlor kind of situation. Definitely some details differ on his hands. And he stunk last season on top of all of that. So the Ravens released him, but for whatever reason, the Ravens want everyone to know that we did not get rid of him because he's a creep, allegedly. We did not do that. They sent out a statement. This is their vice president and GM, Eric DaCosta. Sometimes football decisions are incredibly difficult. And this is one of those instances. Considering our current roster, again, what, are you afraid Tucker's going to sue you for wrongful termination?
That might be it.
I think it is.
It's very fun.
We have made the tough decision to release Justin Tucker. Justin created many significant and unforgettable moments in Ravens history. Sean, for your UT Longhorns, took out the Aggies in what was, for a time, the last game played between Texas and Texas A&M.
Luckily, there's another highlight to replace him with. So
That's true.
Just control X, control V.
There you go. His reliability, focus, drive, resilience, and extraordinary talent made him one of the league's best kickers for over a decade. We're grateful for his many contributions while playing for the Ravens. We sincerely wish him and his family the very best in this next chapter of their lives. So that's the statement that's put out. And Schefter wasn't done doing the Ravens' dirty work for them. They are clearly trying to avoid being sued. For some kicking context in Baltimore, the Ravens drafted kicker Tyler Loop in the 6th round. They also brought Wyoming kicker John Hoyland to rookie minicamp this past weekend. He is now a candidate to be signed as the Ravens' second kicker. They kicked off Tucker as they brought in a 6th round rookie kicker without any practice having taken place. Like, clearly they are out on him. And this was the cherry on top, these allegations. But this isn't the only weird coverage of this. There's this aggregator football account on X called @MLFootball, which I hate follow. Like, I really do not like the account. For whatever reason, ML Football felt the need to post this. It's a video of Justin Tucker singing opera. Trending. Legendary Ravens kicker Justin Tucker spends his off seasons singing opera, helping raise money for the Catholic Church. He has done this for years. Tucker is trained to sing opera in English, Spanish, French. Shout out to Justin Tucker. Also speaks French, Italian, German, Latin, and Russian. Why is this being posted? Is this person trying to do like a character reparation for Justin Tucker, who is allegedly a creep at massage parlors? Very weird the way that this has been covered.
I think it's that, at least like there's some motive to it that's like outside them. I think this is literally just like rage baiting of like, let me just post something about Justin Tucker
Maybe
in a positive light so people comment and go, this guy's a rapist.
You're probably right.
By the way, judging by the comments, a lot of that. A lot of that going on.
It seems some people aren't waiting for Justin Tucker to be tried in front of a jury of his peers.
No.
Interesting.
It is interesting.
Hashtag interesting.
But, good on him for raising money for the Catholic Church,
By the way, more from
Justin Tucker
on the Justin Tucker front.
Yeah.
Will Kunkel, my guy from Fox 26.
Oh, yeah?
Posted this. The Ravens released Justin Tucker. Would you want the Texans to sign the kicker? And it's just got a bazillion replies to it.
Any yeses?
The game is the game. No, everyone wants Kaimi Fairbairn over him.
I don't know.
Fairbairn had like 12 50-yard field goals over the year.
I thought Will like had some sort of like, well, if you look at this,
Yeah, that's true. Could have been that, but no, it wasn't.
No, it just hell no, absolutely not.
And wrapping up our NFL coverage, get this. Ravens tight end Brock Bowers is not participating in the Raiders' voluntary offseason program because he's finishing up his finance degree at the University of Georgia. This is another ML Football post.
Despite being the best in the league, is he? Brock is making sure his future is secured. His future was secured no matter what. He's Georgia. He's a Georgia college legend who has now gone on to the National Football League. You know, remember David Pollock? Pretty sure David Pollock is doing all right for himself, even though he is no longer employed by ESPN as a ex-Georgia legend. Some people, like David Pollock or Brock Bowers, can go back to Athens the rest of their life, and they're going to be treated like a god.
Yeah, he can open Brock Bowers' Toyota in Athens and be good. Never mind one of the best NFL tight ends.
Could literally run for political office like Herschel Walker, even if you're not that particularly good as a speaker, which, with Walker, I think. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show. Sean Bates by the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Why can't the Astros score? What's going on? We'll discuss. Stay put.
the most interactive sports talk show in town. We've talked a lot about the Houston Rockets today. Yes, their season came to an end Sunday night, but one, Draymond Green was calling out Dylan Brooks for not shaking his hand after Game 7, apparently forced Tari Eason to shake his hand, and also had some high praise for Alperen Şengün. You'll hear from both Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone at about 2:15 or so, because they spoke with the media today, an end-of-season press conference. Now, as far as the Houston Astros go, the offense this season has been frustrating. We know all the bats that they have in their lineup, and yet, for whatever reason, even though they are hitting better of late from an average perspective, this is a team that no longer features anyone hitting in the 100s in their starting lineup. They're just not scoring runs. Take a look at the numbers through this point. 34 games in, 20 games of 3 runs or less. After last night's 8 single, 1 double performance, they're not doing great with runners in scoring position. I guess they're not the worst team in baseball, but should a team like the Astros be middle of the pack when it comes to their batting average with runners in scoring position? They rank 15th at 251, or their OPS with runners in scoring position, they rank 16th at 711. They should be higher than that. And they definitely should be higher than this, a problem that they ran into in the 6th inning. The Astros have the 7th most plate appearances this year with the bases loaded in baseball, 39. They are hitting 114, last in all of baseball. They have an OPS of 357, 29th in all of baseball. That is bad, in case you didn't know. Joe Espada, manager of the Houston Astros, was asked about it after last night's game.
We're never gonna score. We're never gonna score. We're never gonna score. That's it, nuts.
Oh, he got beat up. That's kind of messed up. Who beat up Joe Espada? Why is Joe Espada sounding so nasally all of a sudden? I don't know. Anyway, for those who don't know, that is from the movie Beavis and Butthead Take America from back in the day. That was not Joe Espada. Joe Espada is very optimistic about the Astros offense being able to turn things around. And I mean, I hope he's right. I look at Jose Altuve and the struggles that he has been having at the plate of late, where in those situations with the bases loaded, he's hitting 200. You do wonder a little bit about if he's going to wake up in the near future. He's going to have to if Yordan Alvarez is out. Over the course of the last week, Altuve does have 2 doubles and 3 walks, but he is 4 for 25. That is a batting average of, if I'm not mistaken, do a little math, 4 divided by 25. I think that's 160 with 6 strikeouts and 3 walks. And that's over 6 games. 4 hits in his last 6 games, but he's got 25 at-bats along the way. I mean, at the very least, it makes you feel a little bit better about the Astros perhaps moving him out of the leadoff spot. But what is the deal? What is going on with this Astros offense? 713-780-3776 to call, to text if you have an answer. Here is Joe Espada after last night's game. He thinks that things will eventually turn around, though he didn't really give a reason as to why.
It becomes an emotional at bat, the magnitude of how big the spot is. And, you know, I've seen our guys go through moments where we try to do much, but I also seen our guys when they relax and they could put really good at bats in moments like those. So we just got to be patient, and the big hit is going to fall in there. We just got to continue to at least keep loading the bases, keep putting traffic out there.
Huh. All right. Does suck to see Wilson Contreras as the catcher on the other team when Yeah, it hasn't been the best year for Yainer Diaz, but Diaz was not the problem last night, and he's actually been hitting pretty well over the last couple of games. His average is now up to 222. But the guys who gave Ronel Blanco issues in the third inning were Wilson Contreras and then, of course, Christian Yelich, who went yard. The Brewers added on 2 more runs in the 8th inning, but at that point, I was sort of checked out. Not going to lie. Joe Espada thinks things are going to turn around, assuming that they stay patient. But it is a little infuriating to just hear somebody say, yeah, stay positive. We're staying positive when things aren't going so well. Here is more Joe Espada after last night's game, specifically talking about the Astros' terrible numbers with the bases loaded.
As long as the quality is there, I'm fine, because I know that we're going to get some big hits. Our offense has not gotten hot yet, and we playing 500 baseball. Our pitching is doing a really good job. Our bullpen is doing a really phenomenal job keeping us in game. We just got to be patient and continue to move forward and continue to fight, because this will turn around. We'll get hot here soon.
We'll get hot here soon. I mean, we did hear it last year. They did eventually get hot. It's just annoying hearing it. It's annoying hearing it. It's hard to believe it, at least at this moment in time right now. Joe Espada thinks they're getting good at bats, but the numbers with the bases loaded are wretched. Doesn't matter. It's eventually going to turn around. 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 346, the Astros don't eat vegetables. Do you think that's it? The Astros not eating their vegetables? Is that why Yordan Alvarez is dealing with hand inflammation that has him on the 15-day IL? That also can't be imaged for whatever reason? Kind of bizarre. No? Anyone? Am I the only person that feels that way? Allegedly per se 69 comments on Twitch. Yordan strictly as a DH has not worked out, and he still got hurt.
That is the thing with him being a DH. Is that
he shouldn't get hurt. That's why they play him at DH. He's not a bad fielder.
He got hurt last year running the bases. Like, you're just gonna have to play this guy. He's gonna have to play baseball somewhere.
The injuries with Yordan are just bizarre. It's like sleeping on a pillow wrong, smoke inhalation. There's enough of a sample size where you're like, damn it, what is this now?
It's also, they're so bizarre that you're kind of like, wait, I hope they're lying to us. I hope this isn't really what's happening. Like with this hand injury now, so one of the texters or Twitchers said that maybe this was something from last season that was a botch job. And you're like, I guess I kind of hope it just is a botch job, and that's why he stunk earlier this year.
But then again, I mean, well, what if this continues? You want 15 days is going to fix what we saw for about a month? From Yordan?
Yeah, that's a good point, especially if it's something that he had been dealing with over the offseason, because their offseason was way longer than 15 days.
Yeah, it was.
So
it was.
I don't know. I mean, there's just a level of like, toss your hands up in the air whenever any injury related thing happens. And with pitchers, I think I'm more forgiving just because, like, hey, that's kind of the league right now. So everyone gets hurt. Everyone has terrible elbows.
But with Yordan, it's always like, what?
Yeah, with Yordan, with any of the position players, with Kyle Tucker last year, it's just like infuriating, because it's just like, what are you telling me right now?
The updates they give make them more and more untrustworthy by the update. It's every single one makes you feel worse.
Oh, tomorrow, Wednesday, Dana Brown's going to talk on this flagship, and we're going to hear probably a completely different explanation.
I'm curious as to if he will talk tomorrow, because they're playing the noon game against the Brewers tomorrow.
Oh, so maybe he doesn't.
It might be Thursday. Yeah, it might be a convenient get out of jail free card so they can get their ducks in a row and get the PR ready to go.
Try to win a game.
Well, that too, obviously. But as far as what they're saying about Yordan, I mean, I wonder what they'll say. But remember, this is the same team that one time when he was dealing with hand inflammation did not know what hand he is dealing with. So there's also is there like a weird language barrier between Yordan and the Astros medical staff? he has a translator, and it's very clear if you've observed the Astros, like everyone likes Jordan in the clubhouse. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming they are all able to communicate with one another in some ways, shape, or form.
Just ask Mauricio Dubon. All right. Can he just
Right.
be his permanent translator? I know they have a Spanish translator in there.
Yes, I'd rather it be Dubon.
Yeah, just have Dubon.
Dubon would screw around, I think, too. It would be
This
kinda
hand.
funny. Yeah.
Just to point at which hand it is.
That would be nice. But it makes you wonder, does Jordan, one, was this going all the way back? Two, is Jordan doing something that he shouldn't? Is he a carpenter by night? You know?
Oh, I think, oh.
What? What?
That's how his hand is inflamed?
I mean, is he playing a little bit too much computer games?
Maybe he shouldn't have a computer in his room. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. Everyone should
hair
have
growing on his hand. That's why he can't.
Stop. Everyone should have a computer.
Hairy
in their room.
palms. Out
Everyone should
in
have a
days.
computer. Computers are the key to life. Computers are better than phones. Yeah, you don't want a phone. It's got. I don't know. Your
Let's
computer will
not
get
get
viruses.
into it.
Yeah. 409. Hey, the Astros are in a big jam. They've only got one guy who's a consistent hitter in Altuve. Yeah, he's not right now. That's the thing. He's not a consistent. Altuve's been not very good recently. Everybody else, it seems, is one of those types who are streaky. Yep, someone on the Twitch. I think King of all Twitches brought that up on the Twitch. If everyone doesn't get hot at the same time, they're in a lot of trouble. But they have enough guys where, like, some of them should be hot. Pena was hot.
Yeah.
Yandy Diaz is hot.
Honestly, just get like 2 or 3 of these guys at the same time. That's so much better than they've had right now. You need, like, if you're going to take Joe Espada at his word of just like, hey, just give this time, it'll all balance itself out by the end of the season. They've struggled so far, so they'll be really good for some stretch this year to balance it out. It's like, okay, fine. Also, can we have some baseline of performance? Like, can it not be so streaky? Can it just be
nice?
A little bit of, hey, we're just 250 spread out the entire year, not 125, 0, 500. Like, just not so peak and valleys.
Yeah, but this goes back to the theory we've long had. They sometimes score too many runs in a game.
They do that.
A lot.
Although, you know what, Paul, I'll make an exception tonight. I hope they score as many runs as possible tonight. Just get a win. Just get a win. I'm tired of these 1, 2, 3 run games. Just put up a 10. I won't be mad if the next day you score 2 again. You're scoring 2 already. Who cares?
Sean Mace behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. We heard from both Ime Udoka and Rafael Stone an end-of-season press conference about the Houston Rockets. I think that one of them is going to be on Soft Boys tomorrow. You'll find out who next. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. If you want to chime in, you know how to do it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Rockets held their end-of-season press conference this afternoon. Both Ime Udoka, head coach of the Rockets, and Rafael Stone, general manager of the Rockets, met with Rockets media and answered some questions about the future of the team after their season came to an end Sunday night with a 103-89 loss to the Golden State Warriors. Lashard Binkley, someone who covers the Houston Rockets, asked Rafael Stone how he weighs trading for a superstar level player, knowing you had to give up some of your young core with staying the course, but not knowing if they will ever get to that level. Nice question by Lashard. Here is what Stone had to say. Pretty interesting and might be a bit of a bucket of ice for any offseason excitement you have about big Rockets moves.
Young player to get that star player, but it will accelerate your championship window with wanting to keep your young players and see if they get to that level, but you don't know for sure if they're actually going to ever get to the superstar level.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the business of people. They're unpredictable. If we trade for a player, assuming that that player will be the same player in our environment that they were in the last one, that's not always the case. And so, you have to make the best choices you can. But I would say plan A has always been to develop our current group and hope that we can be good enough within it. And and on that front, everybody improved, and we're really happy with that level. I'm very happy with that level of improvement.
The plan is to stick with the group. That's the sense that I got talking with those who are a little more familiar with the Rockets after Game 7, that they're not going to push their chips into the middle of the table. They're not going to be super aggressive. And this could be a general manager just being coy, trying to make it seem as if the assets he has at his disposal are so good that we're not even going to think twice about it. But I wonder if they pick up the phone and try to initiate talks. That commentary right there sounds like they're waiting for a call to happen.
Yeah.
And a call is definitely going to come from Phoenix about Kevin Durant. We'll see if a call comes from the Milwaukee Bucks about Giannis Antetokounmpo, because Giannis has to tell the Bucks he doesn't want to play there anymore. And then the Bucks, maybe realizing that things are hitting the fan, we may as well get what we can while we can, would have to trade him for probably 60 cents on the dollar or something along those lines. But they're waiting for a call like that, Sean.
Yeah, and at the very least on May 6th, like, this is the tone that they should have, because honestly, they had, I think they had a good enough regular season and a good enough playoff showing with this young core to where they don't have to be desperate. They can play a little bit more coy and a little bit more laid back with their at least front-facing negotiation, where they don't have to be out there being like, we need a star. We know what we need to go over the top. They can sit there and be like, hey, listen, year one under Ime Udoka, they improved by 20 wins. Year two, they improved by 11 wins. Like, hey, we like the direction we're going. That is a very easy thing to sell when you're Rafael Stone, when you're Ime Udoka.
Oh, for sure. For sure. More from these two, and specifically from Rafael Stone, who I do think makes a lot of his decisions with the same kind of collaboration that Nick Caserio has with D'Amico Ryans. I obviously, I think Stone probably has a little more final say than you would think. That D'Amico has, obviously, on the Texans side of things. I think the Texans partnership, it's a little bit more, like 70-30 or so as far as personnel decisions go. But I would assume that now that the Rockets are into, if they just wrapped up year 2 with Udoka and Stone running the show, and a lot of Stone's picks have aged pretty well, I imagine they have a decent partnership. Jackson Gatlin of Locked On Rockets asked a pointed question
of Stone, and he brought data to the table. And I'll give him credit. Having this data ready to go is smart. It was a pointed question about Jalen Green.
This is for both of you guys. There's a decent amount of lineup data that suggests this team has performed better without Jalen Green on the court this season. How much do you incorporate that kind of data into your decision-making process moving forward, be it roster construction, coaching decisions, that kind of thing?
Yeah, that's a really flawed question. So like we have, there's great data that we have and we use. But I can, one of my, Ime would know, one of my favorite things I tell them when we have new coaches join, one of my favorite things to tell them is I can make data say whatever I want it to say. And so, I think, we heavily use it, but we're very careful to try and really parse it out. And I would say that I would say that some of our very best lineups include him, and so that piece by itself, I just think that's just not correct.
Well, if the data's out there, the data's out there. Jackson laid it out online. I agree with Stone on this front. Anyone can manipulate data to support their argument. We see politicians do it all the time. We see a lot of people do it all the time. Data is a tool. But we all watch this series. If the data is showing us something that reflects what we're also seeing with our eyes, then is that something that leads to a major change? It should. What the change will be, I don't know. I'd be very surprised if the Rockets stood completely pat this offseason and did nothing, even if Rafael Stone is opening up his press conference and responding to that question by Lashard Binkley like that. I think it's a little sensitive to push back on that question. We all watched Green play. He did not play well. Green, by his own admission, said, I played like bleep, poop, but he said it in cuss form. So look, I get why Stone answered the question that way. Stone's defending his guy, no doubt about it. But I think that's a soft way to answer it. Oh, that's wrong? The data is not wrong. And then you're saying, well, we can manipulate data anyway. And you could tell that Stone was trying to gather his words along the way there, a lot of stuttering. He's trying to think of the right thing to say there, and he did play it off with a little laugh. And I'm curious as to how Jackson felt about that. I know if I were in his shoes, I would have been pissed about that. It's like, who the F are you? That's what will be going on in rage brain. That's what goes on in hit a wall with the side of my fist brain. That's what I would be thinking in that moment in time. But we all saw Jalen Green struggle in this series. He found a question that he could ask with data to back up, which he posted on his X at Jackson.
Yeah, he
Gatlin, right?
He attached it. JT Gatlin.
JT Gatlin.
He attached it to this video with the lineup data, and let me tell you, it is pretty damning for our guy Jalen Green.
It is.
But I don't have a specific problem with anything Stone said there, because for the most part, we can find data that proves that he's awesome. Like, whatever. It's more like the delivery of how you said it, where first the shutdown of like, that's a very flawed question.
Yeah, it's condescending. And it's like, dude, I mean,
that's
Kevin
my
Porter Jr., big boy. Like that's every single time that he tries to act like he is Daryl Morey. I'm like, you got that job because you're down the hallway from Daryl Morey. And to your credit, you've done a pretty good job of late.
Yeah.
But I remember when you were trying to make Kevin Porter Jr. into James Harden 2.0. So you're going to talk down to people?
Exactly. I think that this is another situation where it's like he can't cut. He has to push back on this question in some way, because he can't go, you know what, Jackson, you're right. This guy stinks.
That's true.
But he has. There's just a better way of doing it, or just a less, I don't know, standoffish way of doing it. And I don't know Jackson and Rafael Stone's relationship. When you cover a team like this, you ask them a bunch of questions. Maybe they have a longer running thing, either that this is normal and they don't take it personally, or this is, Rafael Stone is kind of standoffish towards Jackson Gatlin. I don't know. I'm not there every day. I don't know how they get along at work, but this to me just the tone just it was just a little bit of the wrong tone to me.
I agree. We have eyes. Backs up the data.
Yeah, and look at this chart. This chart's ridiculous. I almost would think this chart's lying just because of how, like, literally all the worst or all the best lineups are just insert player on the Rockets without Jalen Green. And they're all over 10 net rating, except for Tari Eason without Jalen. And then all the ones with Jalen are all under 10, plus 10 net rating. So it's like they are an awesome team just in any lineup that doesn't have Jalen Green.
I've been, I think, probably too fair with Jalen Green. I'm not out entirely on him. But we watched this series where he shrunk away, and there's also this data that further shows it doesn't exactly work with him out there. And in a series where Amen Thompson took over, and when Alperen Şengün had his moments too, yeah, you do have to wonder where he fits into all of this. And all right, he's not the only one thinking aloud about this. I listened to the most recent episode of the Bill Simmons podcast. Bill Simmons had on Ryan Russillo, and they were exploring whether or not Amen Thompson and Jalen Green are compatible playing with one another.
I think the damning part of this series is the Jalen Green conversation. I mean,
Is there a conversation anymore?
When he had 38, it's like, see, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Well, that was the aberration. I mean, he had 7, 9, 8, 11, 12, and 8 in the other 6 games. That's not just like, hey, he's young and I know this is early, and yes, he is young and all this stuff, but like Amen clearly needs to be the priority for him around whatever they do with Van Vliet, whatever they do with Brooks. So if Green is taking away shot opportunities from Amen next season, that's getting in the way of his development because, again, Amen isn't even like fully formed, and just some of his reads, his aggression, his confidence, and Jalen's just kind of this wild card guy who drives and the decisions aren't great. It's a bummer of a Jalen Green conversation because now he's just in Amen's way. If you bring him back next year, he's just in his way.
I mean, I know a lot of people here aren't the biggest fans of what Simmons and Rousseau have to say about the Rockets, given that they didn't exactly enjoy the James Harden era. I didn't either, but hey, it's neither here nor there. Everyone's thinking about this right now. And it could potentially be something that if everyone's thinking the same thing, maybe makes it a little bit more difficult for the Rockets to get the absolute most that they can in return for Jalen Green. Say they are thinking about moving him elsewhere. It should be a thought. I'm not out on him entirely like some are. I think some people are writing him off a little bit too soon. But I'm also not at the same time saying, he's young, it's fine, blah, 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 be patient. You do have to be patient to a degree, but you're not patient for everybody. It wasn't everybody that made it to the end of the build up to what the Celtics have ultimately got with that title that they won. It took a while. And I mean, there's some big names along the way, whether it was Marcus Smart or Terry Rozier or some others who were contributors and they didn't make it all the way. Isaiah Thomas. I mean,
Jay Crowder,
Kyrie Irving,
Marcus Morris, Kemba Walker.
Yeah. A lot of guys. There were a lot of guys that they went through. Gordon Hayward,
Gordon Hayward, the star free agent acquisition.
Hayward and Kyrie. I mean, it's everyone was a part of this. It did not go as far as they wanted it to, and they had to make changes. You don't have to be married to everybody. And yeah, what bothers me about the condescension that Stone answered that with is I want to like Stone again, and this just makes me think like, hey, how about the data that you had on Kevin Porter Jr. being an idiot off the court? How about that? That's data. You could use the data or you could not use the data. You could use that data to determine whether or not that guy's trustworthy. Next James Harden, Jesus. Or let alone like just a good guy. How about that? And instead, yeah. Anyway, I'm trying to like Rafael Stone again. I don't like that. That was gross. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in before we get out of here. On YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. I get why Rafael Stone is not throwing what might be his biggest trade chip this offseason under the bus. But if somebody brings up data that shows that the Rockets aren't as good of a team with Jalen Green on the court, don't give me condescension in response to that. And that's what he did with Jackson Gatlin of Locked On Rockets today. And I will just highlight, and if you want to read it, read it. One of my favorite reads by a Houston sports blog came from Clutch Fans maybe a year and a half ago, and it was about Rafael Stone, and he ethered him. That website ethered Stone about how he handled Kevin Porter Jr. He was very well aware of data, let's say that condescendingly, with quotation marks around it, about stupid stuff that this guy was doing that at least indicated poor judgment, if not bad dude. How about that?
Yeah, he'd basically been kicked off of every team he's been on since high school.
Every single
including
one.
the Rockets now.
Yes. Because he tried to strangle his girlfriend, allegedly. Some more comments here. They would not have gotten here without Jalen Green. Yeah. You're right. Which is why I'm not completely out on him. But I do think it's fair to wonder just how he fits with Thompson going forward. From the 8-3-2, Thompson missed a lot of easy baskets. Yeah, there's no denying that. But he made a lot of them towards the end of the series. I felt like those issues were the first couple of games.
Yeah. He also made more than Jalen Green did.
Yeah.
Just he made more baskets than Jalen Green did.
From the 713, who's texting in? Paul George told me that Jalen Green was the king of Houston.
Oh, yeah.
Was that on podcast?
Yeah, that was a podcast probably last offseason, maybe during the season last year. Because it was about the James Harden thing. Actually, yeah, it was he shouldn't want James Harden to come to Houston because he's the new king of Houston, not James Harden.
Was James Harden ever the king of Houston?
Oh, the Rockets he was.
Okay. Yeah. Was he
Probably
the king
not.
of the Southwest Division?
Yeah, a couple years there. They hung a couple division banners.
Yeah, maybe. Was what?
18 they definitely did.
I know they definitely won it in 18. I'm not sure they won it every year though.
17 did they?
Yeah, it is the city of division champions.
I think they had it in 17.
Okay.
They lost to the Spurs in the playoffs though, but they won the division.
From the 713, someone's texting in about the Celtics saying they're always soft. You got pretty boys and gutter boys. All the other playing soft. I think the Knicks called them out on that BS. Oh, the Celtics are soft. Knicks fan, you're calling the Celtics soft?
Yeah.
What is your entire organizational history? Oh, that's right. You don't matter. You don't effing matter. And you're in New York City and you don't matter. Even the Giants and Jets matter more than you, for God's sake.
Nah, it's
New York, the Garden, Bing Bong.
They have gutter boys. It's gutter boys? Is that what he said?
Gutter boys, yeah.
Gutter boys now, like Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah. From the 409, Paul, did Stone just walk off the court without shaking JT's hand? Damn. Kind of did. Kind of did.
After the press conference, he doesn't shake his hand.
Junior Bronco says, you must respect our media. These are learned professionals of journalism. He's saying it sarcastically. Listen, it's more about like, who the hell are you, Stone? I mean, it's been nice the last couple of years. Şengün, great pick. Amin Thompson, great pick.
Yeah. No, he's been killing it.
I mean, he's done a great job. But at the same time, you're out in the first round and all of a sudden we're putting our Schmenzer on the table like we're God? Relax.
Yeah. It's like,
just don't give me BS. That's all I'm asking
or
for.
you could just, again, just without the condescension of it. You can just say, data can say whatever you want. We have our own data that says that Jalen Green is a key part of what we're doing here. So we look forward to continuing to build with him next season. And boom, boom. You just answered the question.
It's a flawed question. By the way, I am of the belief that there is no such thing as a dumb question because I go to press conferences and lots of questions get asked. And I don't think there's there's no such thing as a dumb question.
There's no bar that's too low.
There is no bar that's too low because some of these questions, at the very least, they will give me content. If they are like a kiss ass question or something like that, like I don't look at it that way. I think all questions are good questions. That's a flawed question. It's like, how is it a flawed question? Like Green stunk in this series and has had moments this season that would indicate that maybe it doesn't work with the rest of the team. That's all. Oh, it's a flawed question. From the 281, Jalen doesn't have the extra gear or instinct that Amen has. I am glad, we were predicting Rockets offseason storylines, and now that this press conference is, I think, done, now we can move on from that. But I am glad that the race wars are probably done between Şengün stands and Jalen Green stands, right? You got Dell calling just in an unbelievably racist manner. I'm saying this very sarcastically, by the way. Calling him the big Turkish stiff. Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you've got lots of significantly more horrible things said by Şengün stands. So does it become a Alperen Şengün versus Amen Thompson civil war? Among, because stan culture in basketball, for some reason, can't
There can only be one.
Yes, it's like it's Highlander. It drives me crazy about basketball fans today. Like, don't you like the team? Oh no, I was just gonna do this. How about the team? Like rooting for one player above all. It's just bizarre to me.
It's because and when they're young, or when the players are young, people are just like, I think this guy's gonna be awesome. Why? Because he got drafted to my team.
Yeah,
and that's kind of just where it starts. And you just find a way to. And everyone has their favorite. And then you go online and you defend them anonymously with
and
their
attack
face,
other ones anonymously.
with their face as your profile picture, and a very normal thing to do.
Very normal.
And
not toxic at all.
It's just you get dug in, I feel like most of these people just got dug into their opinions, and now they can't.
They're in too deep.
Yeah, it's just hard to wave the white flag of hey, I've been an a-hole to people for 3 years talking about whoever, not just a Jalen Green thing, but just whoever, a Josh Giddey thing 2 years ago. There's a lot of guys, Ben Simmons, I guarantee you there's a Ben Simmons stan account out there where it's hard to wave the white flag and admit defeat. There's still people that are surprised when James Harden disappoints in a game 7. There's still people that call in after a game 6 and are like, hey, James Harden, not so bad in game 6. And everyone reasonable has to go let's just wait until game 7 before we throw this guy a parade.
Yeah, that's true. We did
there's
need to do that.
And that guy's in year 15 of his career.
Yeah.
There's just you never have to give up any opinion ever. It's the worst part of 2025.
I will say though, all those people who were demanding apologies for Jalen Green after game 2, I hope they gave up the war. I hope they gave up their battle.
I don't think they did. Maybe some did. I've seen some lay down their shield, but there's still people that are.
It might be time for a seppuku.
All right.
What? With the take, just kill it.
Okay.
Laying down your shield. That means that it might come back. That's
that is
not
true.
That's not
That
a
is
complete
true.
surrender. That's a let's put
Conditional?
this in the freezer. Yeah. I'm just saying. I expect total compliance on that front. Green is never going to be the number 1 player here. Done. It's over. It is over. I don't think Stone even thinks that. And again, I get why he's answering it the way that he is. I just think it's lame. It's a flawed question.
Yeah, no, I get the bones of the answer. I just don't like that's a flawed question and the kind of smirking and laughing while obviously still trying to collect your thoughts, because it is a hard position to have, is to be hey, don't look at all the lineup data that all say that this team is better when Jalen Green is off the court. Don't look at any of that. Trust me, we got our own data. It's okay, I can buy that, but don't laugh at me as you say it. Don't say this is a flawed question. It's a completely reasonable question.
And honestly, I wonder if there's a little ageism going on there. I do.
Oh,
what? I do. This is not me caping for Jackson even necessarily. I think that
I think Jackson's in his 20s, maybe late 20s, early 30s. And I feel like Udoka's not Udoka. I feel like
Stone,
I feel like-
53-year-old.
Yeah, Stone. It's like, oh, I went to Williams. Relax, bro. Congratulations on your D3 basketball career. I know far too much about Stone because I used to go to war against Stone. And listen, I have laid down my sword and shield, but this makes me wary. Sorry, man. Like you haven't done anything yet. Anyway, let's do a little garbage time before we get out of here. But first, free stuff, free stuff. Here's some free stuff. Want to go to Greek Fest? Huh? Want to go? Greek Fest. You get admission tickets. Caller number 3 to 713-780-3776. Again, 713-780-3776. You get tickets to Greek Fest. You can buy tickets if you don't end up winning at HoustonGreekFest.com. Admission granted free with 3 canned goods a person. Gyros, Greek salad. Greek salad's awesome. Souvlaki, Greek pastries, live Greek music, dancing, and more. Plus a chance to tour a Byzantine-style church right here on the west side. Travel to Greece. No passport needed. It's Greek Fest. Again, caller number 3. Enjoy yourself out there. Garbage time begins. Guess what, guys? Alcatraz back. I'm going to watch The Rock this week at some point because President Donald J. Trump announced that they are reopening Alcatraz. I will say this for any of the fine, very fine people of San Francisco who are perhaps, I don't know, stumbling across this show from time to time, hoping you might troll your boy. I will say this. You should be upset about this. You should be upset about this because Alcatraz is prime real estate. That is the best place to get away from all the homeless people and the poo written all over the walls. And now it's turning back into a prison. Not going to lie, though. If I were the city of San Francisco and this has been an abandoned prison for a while and people tore it, I would have declared, no, this is mine. This is mine.
Just buy it.
Just buy it. Or if you're a billionaire living in San Francisco, buy it. It would be sick.
It is crazy. No one's just been like, give me that.
I guess because
I'll
it's a
put a
historic
casino
landmark.
there or
Maybe
something like that.
But yeah, I mean, like, imagine having your evil lair in the middle of the bay.
It could just be a lair. You
Oh,
don't
be
have to be
dope.
evil.
I mean, listen, San Francisco, the area around it is pretty. The Golden Gate Bridge is beautiful. It's awesome. But I don't know. Buy Alcatraz and make it some expensive real estate.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
That should premium, whatever.
It's an island.
Luxury condos.
Yeah, luxury condos in Alcatraz.
On Alcatraz.
Or like, yeah, they're all like fixed up lofts and stuff. Yeah, that'd be fun. I'd love to live in Alcatraz, but like only if it's like overpriced condos.
You'd love to pay rent to live in Alcatraz.
Guess you'd have to take a ferry to work every day.
That'd be a pain.
That'd be kind of cool though.
I guess.
After a while.
But the one day where it's like, sorry, ferry needs maintenance.
Ooh, yeah, that might
Be
not
like,
be
oh,
good.
I'm late.
What else do we have in garbage time? Ooh, road rage story. Hate it when this happens. Don't you hate it when you are driving and you get in a road rage incident and a Pennsylvania woman launches explosive diarrhea on your car? The family of 44-year-old Christina Solometo says there's more to the story than what you see below. Oh, there's more to the story than the projectile diarrhea.
There's always more to the story.
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so.
I actually would hope that there is more. I hope that the family isn't like, nope, you got it. This is all you need to know.
So runs in with the law, huh?
Got him. Wait, when you say that it was on the car,
yes.
Did they throw it or did they direct deposit?
Direct cheeks asunder, direct deposit.
Huh.
Yeah, it was a little.
So weaponized.
Oh yeah, it's like a dragon.
That's crazy. I just saw the video. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty.
Crazy to have that in the holster too.
That's true. You're just waiting for the wrong person to step on you. Classic Karen, although her name is Christina. My bad. I know it's being joked about a lot, said Prospect Park Police Chief David Madonna. There are all kinds of funs and innuendos online, but bottom line, we are treating it seriously. It can't happen in this community. No town wants this to happen in their town. The recognition a town gets over this kind of thing is really unwelcome. We don't want this. Again, Prospect Park, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, Prospect Park. We're sorry.
Only time you're going to come up on the show.
It's not your fault. It really is. It's
yeah,
not
you're
your
doing
fault.
the best you can.
But we will remember this. Oh, is he from Prospect Park? Remember the explosive diarrhea road rager? Unbelievable. Anyway, on that note, that's going to wrap up today's Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to our YouTubers, our Twitchers, our texters and callers, and everyone else who listened. For Tyler behind the glass, for Sean Mapes behind the glass, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
Not great. In fact, I'm a little ticked off.
Why is that, Jeremy?
A&M don't want to play baseball today. It's supposed to be away. It's supposed to be remote. It's supposed to be out of here at 5. Got a little TV game. They don't want to play.
Soft.
Fighting Texas Aggies. More like the sitting Texas Aggies.
Soft Texas Aggies.
Soft. But it is, you're on the home of the Texas Aggies.
I know. I got to be careful what I say. Upper management might get mad. Brian, you parked crooked again.
I did not.
You did.
Parking police,
maybe.
Brian.
I'm not affecting
you parked like a
anybody because
slash. You're in the lane. You're in the lines. but
I'm in
you're
the lane and
like
I
a
have
slash.
I guess it's a storage thing on the one side. So I knew I could play with that. I didn't have to be perfectly straight.
So you admit it.
He knew he could play with that, Jeremy.
He admits that he
And it
parked
didn't have to
crooked.
be perfectly straight.
Is it affecting anybody? Am I in the lines?
I think it affects a lot of people.
Well, you, because of your, I guess.
I had to see that nonsense.
Yeah, you're, what was it?
That debacle.
Obsessive compulsive? A little
That
OCD?
poor parking. He's blank on Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. You know what else is poor? Poor?
The Astros offense.
The Astros offense.
Pretty bad.
Yeah. You finished my sentence for me. That's how you know
That's
we
where
got a
we're
good
at. Yep.
partnership, good chemistry in our relationship. You can finish the sentences. You knew where my mind was going.
Like an old married couple.
It kind of is. Really is. That's why we need a marriage counselor from time to
Therapist,
time. When I watch this team, Blakers, and we'll dissect it, 713-780 ESPN. You're always welcome in here, Hive. Second most interactive show in Houston sports radio. Who's keeping count? 713-780-3776. This team feels very mediocre. They feel mid. Like, yeah, they beat San Diego 2 of 3, but you drop 2 of 3 against one of the worst teams in baseball. Milwaukee's fine, but you don't really show any life outside of that 6th inning offensively. Yeah, you're without your best player. The pitching's been good. The offense has been bad. Joe Espada, we'll come to our mean. We'll find our mean. Water finds its mean. We're about to explode offensively. This team feels mediocre to me.
I don't think you're wrong. I have a different vibe this year, and you and I've talked about this previously, but watching this team this year as opposed to years past, where I felt like, oh, you know what? They can get down early, but they're going to be fine, and they're going to have plenty of opportunities to score runs, and they'll capitalize. I said it got a little better for a while, but I also think as much as you used to give me a hard time about, how losses hit me or, and how I reacted to losses, this year it's just totally different. Like, you're right. All across the board, it's like I feel like this team really doesn't have a chance to win if they get down in a game. This team's offense just really doesn't seem like it's ever going to break out the way they keep saying eventually they're going to break out. And this team, when it loses, and I think the whole city reacts differently than they would have in years past. Where in years past, they lose a series against a team they should beat. Yeah, but they'll be fine. This year, it's like on every game that they don't do anything Astros-like over the last 8-9 years, people are like, yep, they suck. Yep, they're done. I saw it all over Twitter. Yep, I kept telling you, they're not even going to be anywhere near what they were in the past. But when they win, hey, they're right there. They got it. They're coming on, and they're close to first place. I don't have those vibes this year.
Yeah, I feel like it's the ebbs and flows of a baseball season. Like, part of me is like, hey, this is ebbs and flows. Hey, the Astros are only 3 games back in the division. They're only 2 games back in the wild card. This is a far cry from where they were last year when they were 12-24, right? Like, it's a far cry. And, like, I get that the offense is struggling. I get that Jordan's on the IL with an inflamed hand, and people are mad at me for calling him an enigma for some weird reason.
I saw that. Guy called you stupid.
Yeah. He was getting on to me for not having any journalistic integrity, which I'm not a journalist.
Sure, yeah.
And then he made fun of me. And then he called me an idiot, called me stupid. How do you question my journalistic integrity and then call me stupid? Where is your integrity? Huh?
Oh. I mean, that was he got a little saucy, that guy.
Was that like wrong of me though to say that Jordan's an enigma?
I think all you did was defend what you tweeted, which is your right to tweet and your right to defend it. And I just thought that he kind of went too far.
Like, I believe everything I said was factual there, because all I did was list his injuries, and then I said Jordan's an enigma. Enigma, dictionary, Oxford, a person or thing that is mysterious, puzzling, or difficult to understand. Wouldn't you call the list of injuries he's had mysterious, puzzling, or difficult to understand?
Without question.
Yeah, everything I said was factual there, and people were blasting me.
Now, do you think
Holly got on to me? Holly, she
That used to work
ratioed
here?
me. No, I think it was a different Holly. I know it was a different
the
Holly.
Astros Holly?
Yeah.
Do you think that the guy that was making all these name calling tweets, do you think that he looked up what Enigma was?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. I don't think they knew what Enigma was.
That's exactly
because
what
everything
I mean.
I said was 100% accurate. And I get it. Like, fans don't want to hear bad things about their favorite player. They don't want to hear bad things about their heroes. I totally get it. And look, both things can be true, though. Like, I love Jordan. I love that Jordan turned the game upside down. I love that Jordan's been one of the best offensive players in Houston Astro history and has been clutch in all these moments. But both things are true. Like, Jordan is an Astro hero. Jordan Alvarez also is an enigma with the injuries that he's had. And all these injuries that he's had are always on the road, too, by the way. Y'all notice that?
Yeah,
You notice all of them are on the road?
A lot of them are. Well, didn't we talk about,
I think
like,
all of them.
It seems like there's a lot of times where there's cities he just doesn't want to go to. I think Tampa's one of them.
Chicago's one of them.
Yeah.
In fact,
that was the one where he used Crane's plane just to play in the game and then fly back that night.
Yeah, he didn't want to stay in Chicago.
Yeah.
He doesn't maybe he's scared of Capone or something. I don't know. He doesn't like the mean streets of Chicago. Maybe he doesn't like the hotel they stay in there. But, he landed on the 10-day IL, which, I'm okay with putting players on the IL. I would err on the side of putting them on the IL. But you know where the Astros go? Like, they come home for a little bit, but you know where they go next week? Texas, which whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know the second leg of that road trip? Tampa Bay. He doesn't like Chicago. He doesn't like Tampa Bay.
He does not like Tampa.
Doesn't like Chicago. Doesn't like Tampa Bay. Doesn't like going. He thinks that the St. Pete is on the wrong side of the bay. But I got sidetracked there. But this team just feels mid.
Another way that I can say that I agree with you is he's on the 10-day IL. In years past, I'd say they're fine. They got plenty of offense. They got guys in the middle of the lineup that are going to hit, and they're going to pick him up with the power numbers. And you got Bregman, and you got Tucker, and you got these guys in the middle of the lineup that everybody knows can do it. This year, I'm like, not that he was ripping the cover off it anyway, but I'm like, man, for 10 games or 10 days and however many games, I'm deeply concerned about any chance of having any kind of power numbers.
Yeah. And that's the struggle of their offense is like the guys that they expected to have power numbers haven't been powerful.
That's right.
They haven't not even power. They haven't been good. Jordan Alvarez has been atrocious. Christian Walker's been atrocious. Yainer Diaz has been atrocious. And they've shown lives. Like, I think Yainer's been coming along better. Christian Walker had that, like, last week. He was pretty good. Hasn't really hit much this week. Jordan hasn't hit at all.
Brady snapped out of it. He started slow.
Yeah, and he, like, even whenever he's slumping, like, he'll get on base, because he walks a lot.
Altuve's struggling.
Yeah. It's his birthday today.
Happy birthday, Jose.
Happy birthday to the GOAT.
They call him Hosey.
They call him Hosey.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that name. I like Hosey. Hosey's good. My grandpa's name's Jose. I call him Chema, though. I don't call him Hosey. But it feels mid. Feels like a mid team. Some of the other things that I felt after yesterday's game, I wasn't very encouraged by Ronel Blanco's start yesterday early, but he finished strong, so I tip my cap to that. Like, he could have very easily went the other way. He could have that very easily could have been a 5-6 run given up performance by Ronel Blanco. So I actually tip my cap. Like, he kept the Astros in the game. He finished strong. Like, he didn't give up a hit for the final 4 innings or whatever it was. I started off very sour on him, and in fact, I keep notes as the game is going on. I put in my notes, and I feel foolish doing this, Ronel Blanco may not be a big league starter. I did that after he got shelled in that inning. The way he finished, I retract that statement.
It was crazy that they said he'd never given up more than 7 hits in an appearance, and he was up to 7 with a couple innings to pitch, and he pitched the rest of the way without giving up another hit.
Yeah.
And I just think the one thing that I kept thinking as I was watching the game is he's given up a lot of dingers this year. It seems like he gets touched up by one bad pitch that gets him one long ball that really kind of kicks him, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, he had that trouble. Not to the volume that he's had it this year, but he had a little bit of that trouble last year. And even that year before, whenever he was working out of the bullpen, like he is prone to the long ball at times. Like, he'll leave that changeup up and he'll get hit a long way. But he finished strong, so I can't be too mad at Ronel Blanco, even though he didn't start good. The game, to me, was lost in the 6th inning. They had the bases loaded, one out.
Yeah.
And I really feel bad for Zach DeCinzo. They never showed a replay of the check swing. There was a pitch in the dirt, first pitch of the at-bat. DeCinzo tries to check. They appeal down to first base, bring him up. They never saw a replay on it, so I can't really comment one way or the other. But it sucks that at bat started with a questionable strike one.
But he also caught one later in the
Did.
at bat where it
Borderline.
Yeah, where it looked like he actually did go, and they said he didn't.
Yep.
But that was just that right from the minute that pitcher came in, I was like, boy, I don't think that Zach's going to be on this because he's got a fastball and he looks like he's got a sweeper that's going to give him a problem. And he was chasing everything that was sweeping off the outside corner.
Yeah, not a great game. Not a great game. I feel like with Jordan gone too, like we might see a lot of these games while Jordan's away.
Totally agree.
1-2 run games.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just, like I said, in years past with Jordan out, no problem. This year, the minute that they said they were putting him on the aisle, I'm like, oh man, now where are they going to find power from? Because at least there were signs that he and even Yiner, but he for the most part was starting to snap out of it a little bit more. Getting balls out of the park, or it was in Kansas City, hit the home run in the double, and you looked at it, and you go, okay, well, we know enough that this is a guy that does it year in year out that I'm not too concerned. But it is kind of getting a little later than I thought before he snapped out of it. Now he's showing signs. Now he's out for 10 games. And I'm going, well, Paredes isn't going to give you power. I'm not expecting Walker to give you power. Altuve's not giving you any power. Yiner's struggling, but he's starting to show you a little. The only guy I could say is Yiner. I'm hoping for more power. Cam Smith, maybe. But DeCenzo got what? One home run? I don't know where the power's coming from.
Yeah, it's been a lifeless offense so far. Spada said they're going to explode. We'll see if I almost called it an X-Spada. We'll see if a Spada is right. Exploding X-Spadas. Be nice. Astros right now 3 games back. I mentioned that earlier. 2 games of the wild card. If you had to make the call right now on May 6th, does this team make the playoffs?
I still feel like they will. I just feel like, especially after last year, I just feel like whether it's the wild card or the division, they're just going to find a way to get in. And I got to believe that Christian Walker is going to snap out of it. And I really believe that Jordan is. I don't know if Yiner is, but I expect him to. And so I still believe that this offense will find its groove to some degree. And whether that's the wild card or it's the division, I do think that they're going to get in.
Mariners claim Leotis Taveras
saw
off
that.
of waivers. I just noticed. I just popped up on my timeline. Brian, do the Astros make the play? Brian's always pessimistic about the Astros. He's always optimistic about the Texans. He's a realist about the Rockets.
My lean would be no.
Okay, so
I think the pitching's good enough, but I don't see the big improvement for the offense.
I'm gonna go. They're still gonna make the playoffs.
Is that like last year where it's?
I think I see like
85-ish
87, 88
wins?
wins.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the offense can't be this bad all year. It can't be.
I wouldn't think so. And like I said earlier in the year, I was wondering about Paredes, and he snapped out of it. I believe, and everyone around the league, every time we see a game, it's a national game, and people are talking, or we hear Blummer and Todd talking about guys they've talked to. Everybody says that Christian Walker, he's a hell of a hitter. Just wait till he snaps out of it. This is going to be great. I hope so.
He is a notorious slow starter.
Okay. So was
Christian
Alex
Walker.
Bregman.
And not this year.
I know. He's killing it.
Alex Bregman started off pretty good.
Yeah, so far, so much for my comparison of Paredes and Bregman.
Yeah, Bregman's winning that race right now. 713-780-ESPN. Are the Astros a playoff team? 713-780-3776. What should we call Jordan? If we can't call him an enigma, what should we call him? People are weighing in on that. So if you want to, we'll go with the flow. If you want to chime in on that as well, 713-780-3776. Thoughts on last night's game as well. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man. Joel Bryans at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, being a homeowner comes with a lot of responsibility. Comes with a lot of cost, too. We know that. Ownwell is here to help you with both of those things. Let them take a little bit off your plate, but save you some money in the process. A lot of homeowners are overpaying on property taxes, and because I love you, members of the Hive, I do not want it to be you. So head to ownwell.com, sign up in less than 3 minutes. What are you waiting for? You're not doing anything else anyways. You sign up in less than 3 minutes, and their experts will be fighting for you. Cutting-edge technology, and they're going to start saving you money with no upfront cost. You heard that right. You pay nothing at sign-up. You only pay, in fact, if you save. So where is the risk here? What are you waiting for? 3 minutes of your time. If they save you money, that's the only time that you're paying. You're paying in no other situation. Ownwell handles it all from start to finish, and they deliver top results. Put that savings back in your pocket. Ownwell levels the playing field, eliminates the concern of paying too much on property tax. Like, even if they don't save you money, at least you have the concern that you didn't miss out, right? It eliminates the opportunity cost. 86% of Ownwell's customers receive a reduction, with the average customer saving over $1,100. Now, the deadline to protest is rapidly approaching, May 15th, so do not run out of time. Save money on those property taxes at Ownwell. Sign up in less than 3 minutes. Start that protest today at ownwell.com, OWNWELL.com, ownwell.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texture says the Astros need rice strips to explode. I like the play on the sponsor. That would help. Jordan equals Mr. Softy. Not my words. Mr. Softy sounds worse than Enigma, though, I think.
Yeah, I would
Right?
agree with that. Yeah.
Mr. Like, how insulting Enigma on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most insulting. How insulting is Enigma? In a lot of ways, it's a compliment.
But I think because people don't know what it really means, the word just has a way of people thinking it's a really bad thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think it's a bad thing, Enigma?
It just means you're confused by it, right?
Yeah, like Sting was an Enigma.
But I think if you did look up
Raptor
the
Sting?
definition and you just said or called someone that on the street, you don't think that they would find it offensive?
No. They'd be
I
like,
do.
huh?
I think so.
Yeah, most of them would say, like, what are you calling me? I mean, I guess it kind of could be an insult, but I wouldn't take it that
No.
poorly.
People are mad that I call him an Enigma. But on a scale of 1 to 10, how insulting is Enigma, you think? Enigma.
4.
4?
Yeah.
You're at a 4?
Yeah.
All right.
I would say, yeah, probably a 3.
Okay, that's where I'm at. Like
Yeah.
3, 3, 4. How about Mr. Softy?
That's a 9.
That's pretty high.
Yeah, 8 or 9.
That's an 8 or 9. That's an upper echelon insult.
Unless you get called the B word, Mr. Softy's pretty close.
Austin says just say Jordan is paradoxical next time. See, I don't know what paradoxical means.
I do not either.
Let's figure it out here on the fly. Do a little Webster's. Seemingly absurd or self-contradictory. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't feel like Jordan's paradoxical.
I don't think he's contradictory of himself.
Yeah, I don't think he's absurd.
No, but I would say that that's more insulting than Enigma.
I think he's
paradoxical.
I think he's a mystery.
That's what Enigma is.
Yeah, I think he's. I mean, the simpler form of enigma is he's a mystery.
It is
with history.
That's a synonym.
Yeah, I mean, he's got some great history here, but he's a mystery because we go through this seemingly every year, at least once or twice.
Yeah, I don't know what I did wrong. Not too early to trade. What could we get for him?
Who's trading him, especially with a great contract like that?
Texture, 10-game winning streak coming. We will be fine. I hope so. I hope that they start exploding. Texture, need more production from outfield and second base, but how do they get it? More on that later. Who's the first most interactive radio talk show? Paul Gallant.
Self-proclaimed.
The Paul Gallant experience is the number one
Trying
most
to do
interactive.
film study like you're Jeremy Branham.
No,
trying to make
but
everybody
like-
think that you know ball.
Look how interactive that is. And Joe, no. Joe's so offended that he said you trying to be Jeremy Brown. That's what insults me. It wasn't Paul calling me a posturer. I can live with that. It was Joe saying no when he got compared to Branham. He got comped to Branham. No, anything but that. That's what bothered me about that clip.
He just, I give credit to Paul. He's got a ton of confidence, and he self-proclaimed that, and it stuck.
Not Paul. Joe's going to Chicago. He's going to the Barrett Sports Media Convention. So we'll see if he has any cool, innovative ideas to put onto the show whenever he comes back. We actually have to interview him on Friday too.
Wait, that's obligated?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to he's going to come on the air Friday. Be like, hey, this is what I'm learning, guys, and this is what I'm going to have to tell you guys to implement on the show. So that's
Put
awesome. I love
exciting
when people
guests
tell me
in.
what to do.
Yeah, get exciting guests and get the break on time. Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, which
Thanks for the innovation.
we do get exciting guests, but not many of them. And
Breaks on time.
breaking on time is a lost art.
I would say we don't, but by comparison to the other shows, we're actually fine.
Time is relative.
That's true. Time is a flat circle, as we learned on True Detective.
You said we're down our best player. Is Jordan still our best player? I mean, he's your best offensive player, without a doubt. Hunter Brown might be your best player, but Jordan's your best offensive player.
Yeah, I find that hard to argue. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, whether you think he's the best in the league or not. His ability to hit for average and hit for power consistently, and he's done it over several years now. And whether you have, you look at Altuve or anybody else on this roster, no one's close, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's he's your best offensive player. Alex Branham to Astros Twitter. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. People don't like the truth. That is true. You talk bad about their best player, they don't like it, even if it's not bad. A texter said that we can call Jordan the big IC unit. Get it? ICU.
Yeah.
IC unit. Yeah. How insulting is that? That's pretty insulting. Like 7 or 8 there.
Yeah, it's definitely more
Jordan
insulting than Enigma.
I'll go 7.5. Yeah.
What are we're not going to read Jordan insults the entire show. 713-780 ESPN. We're not going to let you talk bad about the big fella. 713-780.
Same way we wouldn't do it for Lance.
We're not going to talk bad about Astro play. We're not going to talk bad about postseason heroes. We're not going to talk poorly about some of the best Astros in the history of the franchise. So you're going to send your insults all day, 713-780-3776. We're not going to read all of those insults. Maybe a select few, but not all of them. Eric, if they get to the All-Star break at 500, are they moving Fromber? See, this is a conversation I really don't want to have on May 6th. But if we're forced to entertain the idea, I think trading Fromber is on the table in July.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, we had that discussion a little bit yesterday, and it's something that's already crossed my mind that between now and the All-Star break, I think it's real.
Yeah, it depends on where you're at. And there's a lot between now and then. So it's a conversation that's more, let's put a pin in it and talk about it. June, July, probably more July than June.
Because there's a lot that goes into it, right? It's the one thing of saying, hey, if we know we're not going to pay him and he's going to walk, you want to get something for him. You finally did that with Tucker, which you weren't willing to do previous to that. But also the fact that if you could backfill him with starting pitchers that are capable, depending on I guess it depends somewhat on how he's pitching too. But if McCullers keeps making progress and he's in the mix, and you have and Arrighetti comes back with the guys that you already have not named Fromber, you have 7 guys there.
Yeah, it depends on where you're at. Poncho, Jordan is Astros royalty. Watch your mouth. Yellow carded me. Thanks for reading mine on the air, guys. Don't text us compliments here. We don't need thank yous, and we're not going to read any more Jordan insults.
I personally don't mind
ESPN. Maybe it's Jordan's time of the month. Men do get those.
That is more insulting than calling him an enigma.
We're not going to read mean things that you're saying to Jordan. 713-780-3776. Jordan is not Lance McCullers, ... yet. Come on, that's mean. We're not meaning mean Jordan things. We wouldn't do that. He's Astros royalty. Turn the game upside down. You're not allowed to say mean things about Astros who turn games upside downs. Thanks for. Oh, you already said that one. I'm going to the game this Saturday. Should I not be excited? I mean, Lance is pitching. Yeah, you should be excited. Going to a game is fun. Have some cold beers, maybe some dogs. Do the 999 challenge.
Seeing them all jacked up for 3 2/3 innings.
Yeah.
And he said that he's going to be jacked up for his first home game.
Better weather, that's for sure.
Once they mic'd him up yesterday, and he did you see that where he said, I think that the guys rehabbing me and those guys strategically wanted me to start on the road because of his emotions?
I have actually heard that before.
Huh.
I've heard people do that. Jeff Luhnow used to like to bring up prospects on the road.
That I understand.
Which is kind of the same premise. I mean, it's obviously different, but it's kind of on the same vein.
I mean, he's been there, done that before. To say that from an emotional support standpoint, instead of getting heckled, getting cheered, and having all that kind of emotional support behind you, and the fact that it would be much warmer.
Yeah, that's the biggest deal to me. But I have heard the general managers actually make that tangible. Rocky, the Astros aren't swarmy. Anyone believe me that they suck yet? I don't believe the Astros.
I don't think they suck.
And I still think they make a playoff team. They just right now feel like a very mid team. And look, people are saying mean things about Jordan, which we're not going to do that. We're not going to criticize Jordan. This guy says what you won't call Jordan is Cal Ripken. No, I wouldn't qualify Jordan as an Iron Man.
Nope, not even close.
Like if you had, okay, like the guys can be Iron Man, they can be normal, they can be prone to injury. Where would Jordan be on that scale?
Prone to injury.
Prone to injury.
Yeah, it's no brainer.
Prone to a lot of injuries.
Yeah. Some of them are mystery.
Enigmatic injuries. So excited that you do the scorebook as well as the game. That's a nice little old school reference there. Go to the game, bring a scorebook with you. You'll have a lot of fun filling that out throughout the show. All right, 713-780-ESPN throughout the game. It's Jose Altuve's birthday. Should we have an honest conversation about Jose Altuve? We said we were going to do this yesterday. We're going to do it today. Let's have an honest conversation about where Jose Altuve's at this stage of his life. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Do you think the steroids caused the injuries in Roydon? Come on, that's a crazy claim. It's a wild accusation. We're not reading that crap on the air. 713-780-3776. Has Jordan ever actually gotten injured? I know he gets hurt a lot, but I don't recall it ever being major. I swear the dude just be taking short vacations during the season. They're always on the road.
Kind of not wrong.
Now, he did have the double knee surgery early in his career. Outside of that, the other injuries have been pretty minor. Like, he's never had another surgery. Even the knee surgery last year that limited him in the playoffs didn't require offseason knee surgery.
Yeah, I mean, look, there might be something to that, but I think it's reversed from wanting to be on the road. I think he likes his family time away from baseball.
Maybe.
He's got PTO. He's going to use it.
That's right. He's got PTO. That's why he got a team-friendly deal. He gave you that very team-friendly deal. What was baked in was the PTO. Oh, he got the little Roger Clemens in his deal. We didn't know about it. They didn't make it public because they don't make anything public. But we have found out with our journalistic integrity and reputation that Yordan I can report that Yordan, according to my sources, that Yordan Alvarez has a Roger Clemens clause in his contract that he can abort a multi-city road trip at his choosing. 2 or 3 a year, in fact.
And use Crane's plane.
Yeah.
To get to and from.
And if they're desperate for a home run, they can, one time a year, they can fly them on the team. They can fly them on Crane's plane for a series finale and fly back home that day.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't have to stay in the hotel.
It's like a lot of the guys
contract
had in their contract that use of the private jet, like the team's private jet or the owner's private jet. A lot of college coaches get that too. But yeah, Jordan's got that with Crane's plane if he wants to just kind of pick and choose his road trips.
I with what he is signed to, the low salary, I would sign off on it at the time of the contract. I'd be okay with it. Yeah, you want to play for $16 million a year and be one of the best offensive players in baseball? That sounds fine to me. Be healthy in the playoffs.
How many series would you be willing to give him off?
3.
I'll give him off 3 multi-city road trips.
The whole trip?
All of them, okay.
3 multi-city road trips. So it's probably good.
That's a minimum of 18 games.
Down.
But it could be more.
Down.
I'm giving him 9 games. That's it. 9 to 12 maximum.
18 games. He's not playing 162 anyways.
Yeah, so that'd be what,
144 games.
146.
Like, sign me up for 140 Yordan games a year. If you can ride in 100, injury? He only gets injured on the road.
But you can give him all those, and then by chance, maybe he exhausts all those and then gets hurt.
Yordan can have 22 PTO days and he can use them every once.
Yeah, it's like our PTO here.
Injury, vacation,
exactly.
misses the family. I don't care how he uses his 22 PTO days. He gets 22 PTO days. You give me a team-friendly deal, you get 22 PTO games.
He's got to make 140 dates a year.
140 days.
To make this a wrestling thing. How he decides to use the 22 days off is up to him.
That's right.
Yeah, he could take it on and off day if he'd like. That would be not smart, but he's welcome to do whatever he needs to do.
He can do whatever he needs to do.
But then he's got to tough it out after that.
He did in the playoffs.
That's true.
Last year in the playoffs, he had a banged up knee and played through the injury. And he has been healthy in the playoffs. Like that, like a tweeter yesterday responded, he's healthy in the playoffs, don't care. Touche. That's a good point.
Easy to stay healthy for the playoffs when the last 2 games, though.
Dang, shots fired.
Wow.
It's a little bit easier.
Man, he hates the Astros.
A wrecking ball at high speed.
Brian hates the Astros. I mean, look at the last 4 years. Look at Linda. Look at the last 4 years prior to this year for Yordan. 147 games in 24, 114 games in 23, 135 games in 22, 144 games in 2021. I've uncovered something because I'm a journalist. He has 22 PTO games every year.
But then he's got to tough it out. As long as he's got to tough it out no matter what, unless it's like, he does something significant where he can't play.
It's incentive-based, too. So this year is like, it's looking bad. He might lose some of those PTO
Oh,
days.
he has to accrue them?
I need him to.
We accrue our PTO per pay period. Maybe he accrues them per home run.
Accrues them per home run. Yeah. Man, what an enigma. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Somebody's called the Yordan the mid-bomber. We're not going to read your Yordan insults the entire show. 713-780-3776. It's Jose Altuve's birthday today, Blankers. Did you buy him something?
No.
Jose Altuve. 35 years old for Jose. Do we want to have an honest conversation about Jose Altuve?
Let's do it.
Look, I'm totally in favor of paying Jose Altuve the money that you gave him. He's making $25 million a year. He's the greatest Astro ever. I said at the time that he is the one old guy that I'm willing to pay, that I'm willing to go, the entire career with because of what he's meant to this organization. So I'm not saying like, oh, look at Jose Altuve. He's making way more money than he deserves. But I do think the days of Jose Altuve being worth $25 million for his present day play are probably behind us.
I don't think so yet.
Let's define it then. What do you have to be a $25 million a year player? Because we know he's not giving you defense. I mean, they moved him to left field to hide his defense.
Well, it depends on where he plays, right? I think there's a chance that you can move him back.
But they've admitted that he's not a good defensive second baseman. That was the whole rationale for the move to left.
For me, it all comes down to his offense anyway,
Right,
regardless
so let's
of where he
define
plays defensively. I would say he's got to be like a 2.
Let's go OPS.
Okay.
What does a $25 million a year player OPS look like?
800 plus, right?
I was going to say 790.
Well,
okay, 790 is fine. Let's go there. Let's go
790 was exactly his OPS last year.
So 790 OPS last year, which last year equated to a 125 OPS plus. I'm glad. Like if he produced that, oh, absolutely. Sign me up for 790 OPS, 125 OPS plus. I would take that all the time. Sorry for doing that. This year, he's gotten off to remember, he had a hot start.
He did.
Remember, he had a hot start. His OPS right now is 681. His OPS plus is 95. League average is 100. That's 95. Not a 25 million. And look, I'm not saying he's going to stay there. Maybe even maybe he goes back above 100. Maybe next year he's even better.
He'll pick it back up.
I think his days of 790 are done.
Maybe. I just feel like he's a professional hitter. I feel like the way Michael Brantley was, even if he can't play defense, I just feel like he will still hit around 280, 285. And I think that he'll have his continue to hit his select bombs. Maybe those will go down. But I feel like he can do that.
You know what his batting average is down to right now, Joel?
360.
Whoa.
No, this season.
260.
259. Yeah, 259.
That's close.
Which I don't care about batting average.
I'm just saying because
right?
that was the point brought up.
Don't play stupid prices right rules.
The 95 OPS plus, that's
below league average.
But if we want to be like brutal about it, that's what Dubon does.
No.
Yeah, it is. His
I don't believe you.
Maybe not this year, but like on average, when you look at his OPS plus year per year, it's around 95. Like maybe 89 it dips down to, but
what's the difference?
It is a difference.
Quite a bit difference. Dubon's career OPS plus is 86.
Okay, has he had a season at 95?
Probably the year 2 years ago. 97 2 years ago.
Okay, so that's what I'm remembering.
He was 87 last year. 52 this year by Dubon, by the way.
Yeah, not this year.
And look, we're not okay. You're being brutally honest with it, so I'm not going to nitpick it too much. But a 20, and again, I'm not saying that they should force Altuve to retirement. I'm not saying trade Altuve. In fact, I started this conversation by Jose Altuve is the one player that I would pay and overpay to be here for the duration of his career. But we're having the honest conversation about who Jose Altuve is at the age of 35. At the age of 35, I don't think he's going to give you $25 million worth of production ever again in his career. He's going to be an overpay for the duration of his career, in my opinion.
See, and I think that the way you look at this, it's one thing when you start looking at the numbers themselves, then you also look at, well, where's the rest of the salaries in this league? $25 million is going to continue to be cheaper and cheaper for a player because salaries are going up. But I do believe that I don't think he's shown signs of bat speed or slowing down and not catching up to fastballs. Now he's chasing a lot of bad pitches.
They measure bat speed.
Let's
look it up.
Okay.
I don't think it's good, if memory serves. Finish your thought though.
No, so I just think that Abreu, when we saw him fall off, it looked like it was pretty easy to say it ain't ever coming back. With Altuve, he got off to a hot start, so he was actually hitting the ball well. Now he's fallen into a little bit of a slump, but I believe that he can get back somewhere in at least in the middle of the way he started and where he's at now. I don't feel like he's going to continue to just be where he is.
Well, I hope you're right. The bat speed for Jose Altuve is in the 9th percentile in baseball.
Is that bad?
Yes.
I pulled up.
It's bottom 10%.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. I know you're looking at the same thing, Jeremy, but I just pulled up his Baseball Savant page, and the offense it might as well be the Arctic. It's so blue. It is blue across the board.
Yes. Now, I agree with you that his contact skill is going to be enough for him to He'll give you some base knocks. Like, and he'll hit the occasional homer, and he'll hit one to the gap, and he'll lay down a bunt, and he's a ball player where he's not going to fall off the cliff like Jose Abreu. I do agree with that. But the days of Jose Altuve giving you the production of $25 million per year, I believe are long gone. And you threw out the number for the OPS of like up to 790. If he's up to 790 again, I would be over the moon. Like I would take 750 from Jose Altuve. I would take like a 105 OPS plus from Jose Altuve. So now go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, I guess with as hot as Jake was, and then people are thinking, I just think I'm more ambitious in thinking that Altuve can get there and get close to, whereas I think Jake's not going to ever. I mean, this is where Jake's doing this, and you're like, yeah, it's just a little hot streak, but it ain't going to last. With Altuve, he's just shown me so much that I believe that he's going to bounce back again. And it is kind of.
But haven't 35-year-olds over the course of baseball history shown you enough to say that they usually don't revert back to who they were in their late 20s?
Yeah, but I don't think he was it late 20s the last time that he.
No, I think he was really good last year.
So I think he could get close to what he did last year, except for the home runs. I think the home runs will fall off.
Now, last year, I would take last year's season, 790 OPS. You know his OPS the year prior to that? 915. So he went from 915 and 23. Now he had some injuries there, maybe it skewed the numbers, but he was 921 the year prior to that. He went 921 and 22, 915 and 23, 790 last year. Currently at 681. He's regressed in each of the last 4 years. And he's 35 years old today.
Yeah.
Today. So, look, I don't need the 900 OPS. Like, I'm realistic with this. You give me a 750 OPS, sign me up.
He'll get there.
Sign me up. You think he's going to get there?
I think he's going to get
How
there.
strongly do you feel about this?
I'm not betting you, but
so not that strong.
You where I was going.
Yeah.
Read me again.
But I do believe he's going to get there. I'm not willing to throw in the towel on him having a productive season or a couple. I mean, before this contract's up, I really believe that he's going to find it to at least that degree.
I mean, I think I side with you, Joel, that he's going to get back somewhere close to last year. But this is what the regression of a player aging looks like. Like, we could look back in a few years and like, well, that was obviously it. Like, this is what we see from players. And their decline's not always the same. Some guys decline gradually. Some guys fall off a cliff from one year to the next, like a Jose Abreu. But this sort of decline we saw from 23 to 24 to this season is what a lot of guys look like when they start to fall off.
The brutal honesty of this is that Jose Altuve has done an unbelievable job at already fighting father time.
For sure.
The years that he's put together, the last 5 seasons in his 30s is unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. How much longer does he win that fight with father time? And the secondary point here is, like, if we eliminate and again, like, I'm totally okay with paying Jose Altuve $25 million a year to retire here because he's earned that. Like, he's the one player that I'm willing to pay for the back of the baseball card because he has meant that much to this organization. He is the greatest Houston Astro to have ever lived, and I'm okay paying the greatest Astro to have ever lived well worth their current value for what they did in the past. He's the one player that I'm willing to do that for. But he is also an example of why you don't do it for anybody else.
No, yeah, but I also think that unlike like Miguel Cabrera and Pujols and guys that fell off the planet at the end of their career, I don't think I believe he can be better than respectable. I think that he can hold up somewhat of his end of the bargain for the next year or two minimum. That's why I believe that he'll find it to get to close to last year. The following year, we'll see. I just feel like he takes care of his body. He's in the weight room a lot. He's strong. He's quick. I haven't seen like a regression in like his quickness, his speed, things like that, to where I believe that he's going to be okay.
Why would you believe he won't fall off the cliff like Cabrera did? Like, Cabrera was still,
because I think he
pretty solid until about 37.
I think Cabrera fell in love with his knife and fork and spoon. I don't think that I don't think he was taking care of himself as well as Altuve does.
Pujols didn't really fall off a cliff until about 36.
Yeah, I'm okay.
And then also consider that, like what you just said, another year or two.
Mm-hmm.
This is what, year 2 of a 5-year deal?
Yeah.
So you're looking at next year and 2 more.
Yeah,
at 25 mil per year.
That last year of the deal scares me.
Yeah.
Especially if he's chasing 3,000.
Here's the other conversation point I want to have about this. If like he's currently hitting 680 OPS, you think he can get back to 750. If the truth lies somewhere in the middle, where should he be batting in this order? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Rest in peace, Toby Keith.
Oh.
I stumbled into some old school country artists singing music like in their early days on TikTok. It's the greatness of TikTok. And like there was like a young Toby Keith like doing like a little studio concert like in front of like 20 people. It's pretty legit. It's pretty cool.
I know Red Solo Cup and a couple of his, but not as much
good once as I'll ever be. Yeah, right here. This is the Jose Altuve part. I can relate to this now more than ever.
Rockets boy.
Little Tobby.
Roger.
Oh, yeah, they're tight.
Very tight, yep.
Him and Kelvin Sampson.
That's right, from his days coaching at Oklahoma.
Yeah, a lot of great Toby stories that he's told. I love this song.
He had,
listen.
When we used to travel to OKC.
Listen. As I ever was. Now I want a cold beer. What were you saying?
No, when we used to travel to OKC, there's nothing to do there.
OKC?
It's an awful
My
town.
wife's from Norman. Chill.
No, there's nothing to do in OKC except for wait for the next tornado. It's tornado out.
That's kind of true.
It's true.
Joel, I'll give you a chance to take that one back.
No, the tornado that went. They actually like
Tornado
No.
That's like saying there's nothing
you're
to
wrong.
do here between hurricanes.
No. It's not. It's not.
All right.
Oklahomans literally will watch the news and like play bingo with all the tornado catchphrases or keywords. And there's like this exists. And the Ogle brothers are like, the big newscasters there. That's what on the bingo card. Hook Echo is on the bingo card. Like my father-in-law would pack up the truck and chase tornadoes.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Storm chaser.
This is a legit thing in Oklahoma.
It's the sweet spot for them.
They're like, what is it whenever you fall asleep at night, like ADMR or whatever? You know what I'm talking about? ASMR. People from Oklahoma, ASMRs is like thunderstorms and tornado sirens.
That's when they freak out.
No.
That's what soothes
That's
them.
what like soothes them.
Yeah.
Oh.
No, you're 100% right on this.
Yeah. Well, the only thing there was to do is there was like one semi-mall and there was a big old Toby Keith's. And I'm like, what's a Toby Keith's? And it was like a big restaurant that also at like 9 p.m. turns into like a dance hall mini concert place where they have live music. I think that went under too.
Really? Yeah. The my how would I say this? My aunt-in-law, my wife's aunt, they live out in the country in Norman. They live about 3 miles from Toby Keith's ranch.
Okay.
In Norman, Moore, Oklahoma.
And how far is Norman from OKC?
About 30 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not far at all. It's about 30 minutes south of Oklahoma City. I like it out there. It's nice. But yeah, they do like their tornadoes.
No doubt.
They do like their tornadoes. 713-780-ESPN. Texture, we just need playoff Altuve to show up. Look, they got to make the playoffs. They got to make the playoffs for playoff Altuve to show up. But I agree with that sentiment. Texture, Springer, and Altuve both make exactly $25 million a year. Who would y'all rather have? First point here. The George Springer contract has not been team-friendly to Toronto.
No.
He's been injured. He hasn't lived up to production. Now, he's actually been pretty good this year. Springer this year has an OPS of 927. Wow. He's got an OPS plus of 165. So if we're detaching emotion and feelings and we're talking strictly the player, I mean, George Springer's been far better than Jose Altuve has this year.
This year. Like since Springer left, Altuve has been better than Springer.
100%.
But this year, yeah, I wasn't aware that he was hitting like that.
He was awful last year. Now maybe this is just a hot start, but Springer's been better so far.
See me at the end of the year, and let's see where they end up.
Bogarts, Swanson, Harper, Springer, Arenado all make between 24 and 26. Are those guys significantly better than Altuve?
Bryce Harper is.
Harper's better. Springer, we just defined, is better in 25. Now, I mean, these guys can also be overpaid. Let's consider that. Nolan Arenado's gotten off to a good start and, again, plays a more important defensive position at a very high level.
Yeah, he's an unbelievable.
And it's hard for me to include shortstops in the conversation because they play shortstop. Like, shortstops are paid differently than left fielders or second baseman.
He was supposed to be the second baseman.
Yeah, but he was paid as a shortstop as a free agent. And, like, Dansby Swanson wasn't signed for, like, his silver slugging bat. He was signed because he's a solid bat and because he has a good glove. Like, Jose Altuve is not a premium defender. He probably hasn't been in the last decade. So you can't compare a glove first guy with a bat first guy, in my opinion. Texture, if we ask Bagwell what the back of his baseball card says, well, we know what Jose Altuve's back of the baseball
the back of his baseball card.
Last I checked, Biggio had better numbers than Altuve. In my eyes, Biggio is the greatest Astro of all time. Like, this is really, to me, isn't the greatest Astro of all time conversation. Like, it's not a conversation or a debate that I really want to have. I also have a championship bias. Like, I've made that very well known. I prioritize championships with a very, very large weight. So Jose, like, you can compare Biggio Altuve numbers, and Biggio could have the volume and the counting stats. Jose Altuve brought 2 World Series titles to the city. Biggio never did that. Me, with a championship bias, will always rank Altuve higher than Biggio, and Biggio is my favorite player of all time.
Can you not pile onto that, though, by saying, too, in terms of clutch moments and clutch situations and playoff moments, Altuve has seemingly almost always stepped up, and Biggio and Bagwell are known as much as Hall of Famers for their lack of production in the playoffs.
100 times yes. 100 times yes. Jose Altuve second in postseason home runs in the history of the game.
Behind Manny, right?
Behind Manny. Yeah. Look at you with a little knowledge flex. I love it. So that matters to me. Like that is something that I hold near and dear to my heart. Barry Bonds was 35 when he started crushing the baseball. Never had he didn't start crushing the baseball at 38. Never had a 50-plus home run season before that. Let's get Jose some Barry Bonds supplements. Who was it? Was it McAvee or McNavee or what was that guy's name? Or that was the Clemens guy, I think. I think that was the Clemens guy.
You think of Brian McNamee? Yeah, that was
Clemens'
trainer.
Who was Bonds' guy that gave him the clear and the cream?
That was the guy that he had.
In Miami.
Yeah, he had his own clinic. I forget his name. There was a Netflix documentary about him.
There was.
Yeah, I can't remember.
He got A-Rod his, too.
What's he up to these days?
The clear
Does
and
he
the
like
cream
Houston?
guy.
His name was Greg Anderson. Does that sound right?
No,
that's not the guy I'm thinking of.
No, this guy, I want to say he did time, right?
Victor Conte?
That's it. That's it.
What's he up to? Does he like Houston? Does he like humidity in 100-degree days?
I mean, if you live in Miami, it's hot enough that you could probably adapt.
Yeah, let's see what he's up to. Let's see if he wants to get his second wind in life. Revitalize a young whippersnapper like 35-year-old Jose Altuve.
At least he's not Albert. Hopefully he's not like Albert Pujols.
I mean, if Pujols found something late in his career.
Oh, boy, did he. The Goldilocks balls and then some.
Might have found Victor Conte.
Uh-huh.
Great song, Stopping for Beer. Rest in peace, Toby. I don't know about y'all, but this powerhouse lineup Dana Brown built is amazing. The amount of runs we score every game, my goodness, it's hard to keep count. Casinos, golf, and tornadoes in Oklahoma, that's it. But what more do you really need? That's a good point.
That is pretty.
Championships mean everything. Bagwell, best Astro. Altuve, most accomplished. It's morphed into a conversation I didn't really want to have. With Tucker and Bregman start this year, what would it be contributed to them being happy they are out of Houston, or was it the coaching? Look, Tucker was off to a great start last year, too. And then he smashed a baseball off his leg that was called a bruise for 2.5 months. Bregman, I don't know about the Bregman thing. Now, if you want to say it's hitting coaches and all that stuff, Bregman has traveled his own hitting coaches for ever. So I don't know where he's going with that.
Yeah, I don't either. And we all know that Alex is extremely obsessed with hitting.
Extremely obsessed.
He just at all any kind of off time at all is not off time. He's in the cages somewhere.
Yeah. So here's where Biggio was at his age 35 season. He had an 838 OPS, a 111 OPS plus, which looks like it's going to be far better than Jose Altuve's. I would take Craig Biggio's 35-year-old season immediately, obviously, right? 838 OPS.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy he was that good. Now, that was early 2000s. They had just moved to Enron Field at the time. The balls were flying out of the ballpark at that time.
Pitchers did not want to pitch.
Biggio finished his career pretty good. Biggio's 35 year, he was 838. The next year, 734, then 763, then 806, then 792, then 727, and then didn't really fall off until his final year at the age of 41 with a 666 OPS.
If 700 is average, that's pretty impressive.
Well, 700 is not average. It changes by the year. You have to look at OPS plus to look at average because it changes by the year.
Nonetheless, I would expect those numbers to be a lot lower.
Biggio's offensive numbers are also a lot higher than Biggio's second to last year at the age of 40 had an OPS plus at 84. So that's pretty low.
Yeah, low.
Altuve now is what, at 95? Altuve has a 95 OPS plus and a 681 OPS. Biggio had a 727 OPS in his second to last year and an 84 OPS plus. Offensive numbers are way down now.
Yeah. I believe, Jeremy. I believe.
They're way down now.
No, but I believe in Altuve getting him back up.
But you're not willing to bet it?
No.
If he's somewhere between the 681, 750 OPS range, where should Jose Altuve be hitting in this lineup? Because I would argue to you that if he's going to be somewhere in that, even if he's on the upside of that range, that he shouldn't be occupying the second spot in the batting order.
See, here's the problem that I have is that this lineup to me right now is got so many question marks in it that I'm not sure that I don't think he should be 6, 7, 8, 9. I think more so than anything else, I might return him back to the leadoff spot, depending on how Jeremy Pena continues to produce, because maybe Jeremy Pena is more valuable in the 2-hole, and maybe he can at least be the leadoff hitter he's been in the past, minus the home runs. But that's where I would say I would still keep him in the lineup.
I'm not taking him out of the lineup.
No, I know, but I'm saying I wouldn't put him like 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I would actually just bat him third. Just go third. Like, to me, his on base isn't enough to be in the leadoff spot. His overall hitting isn't enough to be in the 2-hole. I think you bat him third. I think that I would be hitting him because of what he's done in the past, because he does have like the resume and the reputation. And look, I think he's going to be better than this too. I would just go ahead and bat him third. And if you get Yordan back, maybe you put Yordan in the 4-hole and he's got a little bit of protection.
Yeah, because I mean, for me, I believe that he's going to he's going to pick it back up. But I also understand if it's between the leadoff spot and the 3-hole. I also think that if Paredes continues to hit, that Paredes to me is a guy that may be capable, but his on base percentage and his average is probably not.
His on base is not bad because he walks a lot.
Yeah, and because he's got a great eye at the plate that I would consider him if you wanted to move Altuve down, but I'm still keeping him in the top 5.
Yeah, me too. Third for me. Like, third is the perfect spot, I think, bro. And you know what? Jose Altuve won his MVP. You know where he was hitting? Third. Get a little Yordan protection when he's back. It's the best for all parties.
And no one's as superstitious as baseball players, but we hear about it all the time with Pena. Like remember how many times and how many years he really picks it up when he's hitting in this spot, but he hates the fact that he's hitting in that spot. Remember there was the push when he was in the 2-hole for a while, and then when they took him back out, then he kind of slumped.
Yeah.
But I don't think Altuve is quite like that. But I just think that no matter where you put him, he's got to be in your top 5.
Rocky, Jose just got uprooted from his last position. That can 100% affect your offensive mentality. Maybe he's trying to do too much, too, because the offense is awful, and he knows it. Another texture, until Altuve's production gets to a Jose Abreu level, he's still a solid player, deserves the salary for what he's done for the organization. Again, last time to be clear, I'm not saying that they should trade him, release him, tell him to retire early. We're just having an honest conversation about the level of ball player that Jose Altuve is at the age of 35. And because of what Jose Altuve has done for this organization, in my opinion, the greatest Astro of all time, I am totally okay if they overpay him for the remainder of his career. At the same time, we can have a real grown-up, honest conversation about the level of player that he is in 2025 at the today ripe young age of 35.
I don't know if I like the changing position excuse that the previous texter brought up, because he got off to such a great start. Like if the reason is, playing left field, all that comes with it is on his mind, then why did he start so hot for the first 3 weeks?
Yeah, good point. It's a really good point. And if you're a baseball savant guy, don't look at Jose Altuve's baseball savant.
Bad.
It is bad. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Is Draymond Green right about Dylan Brooks for refusing to shake hands after Game 7? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. He is a game changer. We look for game changers in sports all the time. Well, he's a game changer when it comes to getting your hair back. As a guy, and most guys struggle at some point in their life with some kind of hair loss, I can tell you that it wasn't a conversation that I wanted to have, but that Doc asked me to have, in terms of one day we were at an event for ESPN 97.5. He said, hey, when you get a chance, I want to sit down and have a little consultation with you. I just want to run some stuff by you. And I said, okay, look, what do you got? And he started to explain to me the way he can get your hair back. In my case, my hairline, my forehead had become an 8 head. In other people's cases, you lose hair on the top of your head, other spots on the top of your head. The fact is once he and his staff explained to me everything with that consultation, it all started to make sense. This isn't gimmicky. This isn't like the things you see on late night TV, the sprays, the creams, the foams. This is real deal stuff that's going to work because it's your own hair. What I found out in that consultation as well that I didn't know is you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. Therefore, he can take some of that, kind of like resodding your lawn, and he can put it where you need it most, thus the neograft procedure. He can also fertilize your lawn by using PRP treatments for the hair you still have on your head, which makes them stronger, longer, and look more lush and give you more coverage area. The fact is those two procedures work phenomenally well. I've had them both. I have the results to prove it, and I'm here to tell you you can get them too. Because you're listening to me and you want to at least talk to him, you get the consultation that I had for free. People off the street pay $150, but you're listening to me tell you about it. You're following my lead to go to 975hair.com to sign up for it. You get it for free. just a Q&A session, them explaining all the different ways that these two procedures can help you, showing you pictures before and after like mine, and letting you make up your mind. Nothing to come out of your pocket, sign on the dotted line for, or pay for in any way, shape, or form to commit to. It's just you and Doc staff getting a Q&A session that maybe will change your life for the rest of it, because this hair that you're going to get is going to be there. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. They're the best in the business. Go to 975hair.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
One last text on Altuve. To be realistic, the most important, exciting thing we have to look forward to in the next 5 years is to support Jose's pursuit of 3,000 hits and beyond. Thinking this team is on a World Series trajectory in that window is a stretch at best. It doesn't have to be a stretch, but I will say, this team and this trajectory is giving off Astros late Biggio's career, where Carlos Lee, Miguel Tejada, rather. What is Granado's take?
They entered their Carlos Lee era.
Oh, yeah. It's giving me those vibes. It's giving me those vibes, sure. Yeah, Altuve's playing the role of star franchise player chasing 3,000 hits.
Yeah, you know, Verlander, by the way, is 0-2, so he hasn't even gotten a win this year. When we were talking about it the other day, because
that seems very out of left field.
No, because I was thinking about him. He's chasing
pitching
stats too. He's chasing 300 wins. He's chasing a lot of things. But I think from an Altuve perspective, chasing 3,000 hits, you're starting to make me very concerned about the last year of the contract here, and then the fact that he's going to want to, if it means anything at all, he's going to want to continue to play.
He might need another contract
Yeah,
to get to 3,000.
He's got 4 more years after this year, by the way. I said 3 earlier. He's got 4 more. He's under contract for 26, 27, 28, and 29 through the age of 39.
I still believe that to get to 3,000 hits, he's probably going to need another contract.
Oh, for sure. But he's not going to be worth $25 million a year.
No.
Yeah.
That's my concern, too. Like, if you do believe in this whole loyalty for him above everyone else and keep him with the Astros, hopefully, with Scott Boras and everything else, you don't try and get as much or more, because at that point, I have no chance in believing it's going to be worth it.
To be fair, Altuve's always played nice with the contract.
Yes.
With the Astros. Always. Even his last deal. Like, if he was a free agent, like, I know where we're saying he's not going to live up to the value of this contract. If he was a free agent at the time he signed the Astros extension, he would have gotten bigger than this. He would have gotten bigger.
Yeah. I look, I'm not criticizing him in terms of his ability to be a friendly negotiator, but I am deeply concerned that what that last contract would have to look like.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure he would do it cheap. Like, even this contract, he reverse escalated. Like, I know that it doesn't change anything in terms of the average annual value, like in what it means to the luxury tax and all of that, but what it means out of Jim Crane's pocket. He makes $30 million this year, $30 million next year, $30 million in 27, and then he drops down to 10 in 28, 10 in 29. Now, it doesn't change the luxury tax payroll. They take the average annual value of the life of the contract. But for what Jim Crane is paying, it does dip down to $10 million a year the final 2 years. So, like, what does it look like if they had to go on a year-by-year basis with Altuve to chase after 3,000 hits? I bet you it would be $10 million or less a year.
That'd be fine.
Yeah, it would be fine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I totally agree.
But I also think that instead of being like the Carlos Lee era of Astros baseball, I do feel that there's still enough talent on this team, pitching staff and otherwise, that and this is where it gets dicey and you got to get creative. And even still, I don't know if it's possible or they're willing to do it, but I think that they still could be better than that if they just added another bat.
Well, yeah.
I just don't think they'll do it.
I agree. They'd be better if they added a bat.
Well, okay, smart ass. I get what you're saying, but I'm saying, like, I think there's enough talent on this roster that it's not going to take a whole lot for them to be a team that maybe not a World Series contender, but a solid playoff team.
No, I would agree. I mean, they could very well be a playoff team right now. Where do you hide Altuve in the field when he's 39? You're looking at it. He's your left fielder. That's why they started the move now. As long as Yordan Alvarez is still on this team, he's your left fielder. If Yordan Alvarez is not on this team, he's your DH.
Yeah, I was thinking to say the only way he's a DH is if something happens to Yordan.
You're going to have a 220 hitting, 600 OPS DH at the age of 39.
And you're welcome to the world of the other guys that we mentioned, the Albert Pujolses and the Miguel Cabreras and others.
And this is why when you sign players into those deals, you do not win unless you're a team that can chase bad money with bad money.
Loyalty can kill you. I mean, it can hurt you. It's not going to kill you because, your fan base is going to love you and respect you for keeping him in the Astros uniform for his entire career. But the result, the return on investment ain't going to be productive.
That's not. And if you're operating with a salary cap, like Jim Crane kind of does with the luxury tax payroll, then it does restrict you. It restricts what you can be as a team. All right, here's what let's listen to what Draymond has to say, and then we'll react on the other side. Draymond Green went on his podcast, running his mouth a bit. He called out Dylan Brooks for not shaking hands after Game 7.
Dylan Brooks ran off the court. So when I say you see what guys is made of, he ran off the court, like ain't shake nobody up, and you admitted that you was trying to hurt Steph hand, which again, fine by me, bro. Like I get it, we all get it when you hoop. You know what I'm saying? So if you're gonna be on that type of time,
you gotta be on that time all
in the press
you gotta
conference,
be on that time all the time.
You're gonna be talking. You're gonna be Mr. Big Bad Wolf. Don't lose and then not face the music.
There you go. So he didn't like that he didn't shake hands. Didn't shake hands there. Do we agree with that part from Draymond Green? 713-780-3776. Does Draymond have a point here that Dylan Brooks should have shook the hands of the Golden State Warriors? We'll discuss next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Should Dylan Brooks have shook the hands? ESL. Should Draymond Green have shook the hands of the Golden State Warriors after the Rockets lost the series? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what do you think?
So here's my take on this. He doesn't have to shake Draymond Green's hand if he doesn't want to. If there's just too much that's not water under the bridge and there's too much that's still fresh and real and you don't want to shake Draymond Green's hand, that's fine. But I think that there are 14 other guys in this series and a coaching staff that you competed against. And at the end of the day, I believe that I don't think that you should hate all of them or be so affected by the fact that you just lost the playoff series that you turn and walk away and ignore everyone. Like, if you got beef with some guys, I totally get it. Because I was curious. I was watching at the end of the game because of how contentious this series was, the history of like a Steven Adams and a Draymond Green. But I believe that whether they dapped up or not, I still believe they shook hands. I was curious. And the fact that Brooks didn't do it with anybody and kind of darted off the court, I think it's classless.
Yeah, I think you should shake all their hands, including Draymond.
I understand if he doesn't want to shake Draymond's.
Well, I can understand it, but you do it anyways.
I wouldn't.
You do it anyways. They beat you. They were the better team. They beat you in a 7-game series, 4-3. I think that you have to be a professional. You have to be a man. You have to. Congratulations. You don't have to mean anything, but you go shake the hand. You go shake the hand. Coaches do it. Coaches have bad blood. They do it. Why is it any different for the players? These are pro players. They got beat. You go pay respect to the dude that beat you.
I disagree simply because of the fact that even when the coaches do it, sometimes things break out we've seen it in the handshake line. To me, if you've got, it's still fresh, it's still real, and you've got issues with a guy and you don't want to with one individual or two, fine. But I think that it's classless for everybody else that you don't do it for them, for the coaching staff, whoever. I think he should do it with everybody else, but I totally understand if he didn't want to do it with Draymond, because I think I was curious that there's a couple guys on the Rockets, Şengün with Amen, with Steven Adams. I was curious because if they didn't want to, even Fred, but I know Fred and Draymond have a previous relationship. But I understand it if you just don't want to shake Draymond's hand, but I'm going to shake Steph's hand and Jimmy's hand and Buddy Hield's hand and the guys, like you said. You were better. You beat us.
I think you do. You shake everybody's hand. You got beat in the fight. You go shake the guy's hand that beat you in the fight. All these boxers, they had bad blood. They're sitting there selling the fight, talking all kinds of ish about each other. They get beat in the fight. What are the first thing they do? They go shake the hand. These UFC fighters, bad blood, actual real physical contact. What do they do after the fight? They go shake the hand. It's part of being an athlete. It's part of being a man, quite frankly. You beat me. You're a good sport. You're a good man. You go congratulate. Even if you don't like the guy, go shake the hand. You beat me, and then you move along with your way.
If you tried to...
You don't have to hug and kiss him.
If you tried to physically affect my career or hurt me in a way that you reacted, like Draymond's capable of doing, I'm not shaking your hand. I mean, I'll shake the other guys on the hand. I'm sure I've got good relationships, or at least relationships, and I appreciate the competition of everybody else. But if you're a cheap shot artist, if you're a dirty player, and you tried to pull one of your dirty moves to try to potentially hurt me, I'm not shaking your hand.
Dylan wasn't trying to hurt Steph?
We don't know for sure, because you can show me the replay where he did.
Draymond thinks that he did. I'm not sure that it actually was like intentional. I think that Dylan was kind of living up to the image a bit. King of Twitch on Twitch. Dylan Brooks came off as a jack. You know what? Agree Blanker says, Allison, don't be fake. Don't shake hands with people you have known current issues with. But they beat you. Does your softball team do the handshake line with teams that they have bad blood with?
Mm-hmm.
Look at this.
Well, I don't know.
They're
how many teams we have
professionals.
bad blood, but, well, I mean, I'm also not afraid to tell the coach on the other team if they did something I don't like.
Will you shake his hand if they beat you?
No.
Oh, come on.
That coach? Are you kidding me?
That's classless.
That's classless.
Yes.
If you're up like by 15 runs and you're still stealing and you're giving the steal sign, and then when I call you out on it during the field, your response is, hey, we got beat several times this weekend, so we're going to do what we got to do. Guess what? I'm going to do what I got to do, too, and that involves not shaking your hand.
What else are you
doing?
doing?
I would really like to punch him in the mouth, but I'm not going to do that.
Are you throwing the softballs high and in?
No.
You telling your pitcher to go a little high and in? They're trying to steal at 15?
I'm not doing that because I'm trying to teach my kids the right way to play.
Well, you're not shaking hands?
I'm not running up the score either. I'll tell you what we do is if we get up big in a game, we'll bunt and we'll work on things where we don't run up the score too much on another team. I'm not going to be stealing bases up 15 runs.
How old are they?
9, 10, 11.
You're getting mad at the opposing coach for stealing bases
Damn
up 15
right I am.
They're 9
That's
years
a
old.
Bush League move.
So shit, not
That's
shaking
worse
hands.
than Brian on who said it.
Not shaking hands is Bush League.
No, if you're that kind of guy, and if I call you on it and your response is basically get over it because we're going to keep doing it, I'm not shaking that guy's hand.
Throw him out. Throw him out at second base when they're trying to steal. Shake hands or not shake hands, Brian?
In professional sports, I don't think you have to shake hands.
Give me a break.
I feel the same way about that I do running up the score, like in amateur sports, and obviously that's now going back to an even earlier age since college sports have become pro, basically. But in amateur sports, I don't want you to run up the score. Show the great sportsmanship, shake hands after games. That's fine. You should do it. But professional sports, dude's been trying to kick you in the nuts all series. I'm not shaking his hand.
I mean, we're acting like Dylan doesn't also do some
and if Draymond doesn't want to shake
dirty
I was just
things.
going to say, if there are guys on the Warriors, if Steph doesn't want to shake Dylan Brooks' hand, I'm fine with that too.
I would have been fine with it.
Now there's somebody sent me a picture on Twitter of Draymond Green not shaking Tristan Thompson's hands after I guess one of the finals, and which okay, Draymond, you can't call somebody out for not shaking hands if you also are somebody not shaking hands. You can't be the hypocrite. You can't contradict your own actions with your words. Like I'm a believer of the shaking the hands. Whenever we lose a basketball game or we lose to as a broadcaster, I'll go shake the opposing broadcaster's hand. Say,
you do?
Absolutely, I do.
Why?
Absolutely, because I think it's a sign of
You
respect.
didn't play?
Don't care. Like, hey,
All right.
congratulations. Good luck to you the rest of the way. It's called being an adult, being a professional, being a man.
You weren't competing against them, though.
No, I wasn't, but I'm wishing them good luck, and I'm congratulating him for the win. Like, wouldn't you be happy when Texas wins?
I mean, I don't think you have bad blood. With
No, I
another
don't.
broadcaster.
Definitely don't. But that's kind of the ethics of it, in my opinion. And I think that's the difference of opinion. Like, I congratulate the other team whenever they beat me in something.
I think it's easy for Draymond because he's on the winning side of it almost every time. To
Very
where
much so.
it's real easy to go in and kind of gloat through it to see who's willing to shake his hand for being a complete a-hole and still coming out on top. When he loses and there was bad blood with someone, I'd be curious how he reacts.
I'd really be curious about all the times Draymond's lost a series, which obviously he's lost fewer than he's won. If he shook hands with everyone on the roster every single time.
I don't know if that's true. They've lost fewer than they've won.
They've lost fewer series than they won.
I guess you're right.
How would it not be?
Bad quick math.
Okay.
My bad. I concede. I take the L. Now that the hypocrisy of the Draymond Green being the one that says that, I think you could absolutely pick holes in that. 100%. You can't be a dude that, hey, I'm not going to shake Tristan Thompson's hands, but then I'm going to call out somebody who's not shaking my hand. The hypocrisy there is laughable. And a lot of what Draymond Green says in this entire clip, I think, is laughable. But the one point that I agree with Draymond, and again, he's being a hypocrite, is I do believe that when an opponent beats you, you should walk up to that opponent, congratulate them on the victory. You don't even say anything. Shake your hand, offer your hand in defeat. I think it's the professional thing to do. I think it's the athletic thing to do. We went toe to toe in combat. You were the better man this time around. I congratulate you. Then you get your tail in the gym and you try to beat them next time. That's the way that I see it. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Dollar Bill's in the hive. What's up, Dollar Bill?
Hey, what's going on, man? First time caller. Just moved to Houston about 3 years ago, so I appreciate y'all, man. So as a former player and a former football coach, like I'm so geeked up when I played and when I coached that it was hard for me to go shake the opponent's hand, win or lose, because I really didn't like you. I didn't like nothing about you. I didn't like your uniform. I didn't like the coaches. I didn't like your family. I didn't like none of that. So I can see why Dylan Brooks, just because of Draymond Green and who he is, like, I'm not going to shake his hand. And if I'm not going to shake his hand, I'm not going to shake anybody else's hand. I remember vividly Avery Johnson as a coach, when they used to win or lose games, he used to just throw a peace sign and walk off. And I can see, like, Draymond Green saying that because, like you said, he's on the winning side, so he's going to try to poke holes and poke the bear. Yeah, I won, nanny, boo-boo. But I guarantee you, you can go down a list of losses that Golden State has had, and I'm sure Draymond Green has walked in the locker room. The Detroit Pistons did it. I'm sure LeBron did it. I mean, I'm sure some games that he didn't even stay on the bench the whole game, and now he has a platform where he can poke holes at stuff, and he wants to get on there and say, well, I'm not going to shake. You know, it's bad he didn't shake people's hands. I mean, come on, man. Like, I'm all for sportsmanship, but at the same time, you got to know who you're dealing with. And I believe Dylan Brooks is just that type of player. Now, I can see if Steph would have went to Dylan Brooks and said, hey, man, come here, good game. I'm sure Dylan would have turned around and said, okay, I respect that. But Draymond needs to stop that crap, man. I'm sure he has not went over after every loss and shook people's hand. He's just very hypocrisy, and I think he's just doing it to get people to listen to his platform and whatsoever. But as a coach, I encourage my players to do that. But me personally, it'll take me
Wait, Dollar Bill, y'all.
Do as I say, not as I do.
You told your players to go shake hands, but you wouldn't do it?
So, again, I'm so geeked up. If I lose a game, I tell my players, hey, make sure you go shake the hand. I would have to stand off to the side because I'm so self-reflecting on how do we lose to this team. And eventually I'll go over there and I'll shake their hands. But, you know, like at high school games, they make the kids, like, right after a loss. You have some kids breaking their helmets after a game, and then you got kids saying, go shake their hands. I just understand, like, the emotions. Sometimes, you know, you got to look at who you're dealing with. Some kids really, like, buy into all that stuff. And you're going to make a kid go shake a hand who got, like, dogs, and then a fight breaks out or something. Like, you got to be very, like, you just got to know your team and know who you're dealing with.
But if that's the way you were, and I assume that you coach them like you played, and if you're coaching them and they're all geeked up.
Yeah, but I coach them and I understand, like, I understand the moment.
Appreciate
so I try
it,
to coach them better than I was. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like just think about Florida Gators when they were scoring 100 points and Steve Spurrier said, well, they had the same amount of days to prepare as I did. And the other team had to go shake the team's hand because they got blown out 76 to like 6. So, you know what I'm saying? It's a different time. So you just got to know, like, as a coach, I knew I got to teach these players the right way to do things.
I hear you.
But as a player, I was like, look, man, I'm so geeked up. I don't want nobody to say good game because I lost. I can't shake your hand right now. I need a moment before I can, like, even say, like, okay, you beat me.
I got
you. Like,
you.
maybe if I see you at the next game or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, appreciate the call, Dollar. Yeah. You, I told you, your emotions are high. You don't want to shake the hands, but you understand it's the wrong thing to do. So you teach your kids to shake the hands. I get it. I see where he's coming from.
Yeah. There's a little hypocrisy, but I appreciate his explanation.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Texture says to work on your pickoffs, blank.
No, because there's no pickoffs in girls softball.
I agree 100% with Joel here. Bush League move. Don't shake hands with somebody that doesn't deserve respect. Eric the driver. Does Draymond Green not deserve respect?
So if you
how many Texas flagrants did he
how
get
many
this
how
series?
many NBA titles has he won?
But if you do what he did to Nurkic,
that's part of earning respect.
Yeah.
He's hit Steven Adams by his own account. He's hit Steven Adams in the junk twice intentionally. The movie made to Nurkic where he basically close-fisted him in the face and acted like he didn't do it. Like, if I'm Nurkic, am I shaking his hand? Hell no, I'm not.
I mean, the thing with Tari this series.
Which I don't remember the one with.
He rolled over and like leg whipped him in the head.
Yeah, in the head.
Tari shook his hand.
I wouldn't have blamed him if he didn't.
He did it in the tunnel.
Finally, when Tari was in. But he had to go track him down. Tari wasn't intending to do any of that. He ran off the court immediately. He was trying to get to his car. He said, I saw him and went to him. I mean, at a certain point, if a guy's tracking me down to do it, then you're kind of stuck.
Blanker should have coached during the pandemic. We just waved from the dugout and said, good game. We're telling our kids to shake hands after a game, but these professionals our kids look up to won't shake hands. Not right. Bingo.
They're not role models.
Bingo.
Charles Barkley. Come on now.
But they are. Like, they are. Like, absolutely, kids are seeing what athletes do, and then they replicate what those athletes do.
But that's not their problem, though.
No, it's not. I would agree with that. But they absolutely do it. They absolutely do look up to these players and replicate every single one of their moves, imitate all of their moves. They do.
I'm just not worried about what they do based upon that because that's not their problem.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Should you shake hands with an opponent after they beat you in a game or a series? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Should you shake the hands of an opponent after you lose a series or a game? 713-780-3776. I understand the Draymond hypocrisy in this. So you almost have to take him out of it completely and just the point that he's making. Chris on YouTube, baseball teams don't shake hands after a game. Why does it matter in basketball? Well, they shake hands in football, and they shake hands in baseball outside of professional ball. College, they shake hands after a series or a game if it's a midweek. High school baseball, they shake hands, all of that. And usually if it's a big series, usually the manager will go into the winning manager's office and shake their hand. I don't know if the players do that as well, but there is that level of handshakes that do go on in baseball.
I think it's a good idea to take Draymond out of this because
you have to.
Because listening to not all of, but a good portion of his podcast with Baron Davis, where all these quotes are coming from, and he went down the list of Rockets players and gave his 2 cents. He was very complimentary of Şengün, and then he told him if I could give him one piece of advice, it would be to stop whining so much to the officials.
He's not wrong.
Okay, you're right, but guess what? Who whines to the officials more than Draymond Green? Not many people in this league.
I mean, the hypocrisy is hard to take, but he's not wrong that Alpy White.
Oh no, we've all said, look, we get tired of the review signal on every single call and the arms up in the air and all that stuff, and it's a pet peeve of mine. But yes, I understand that. But coming from Draymond Green, it's rich.
What if Dylan wasn't in the right state of mind and just wanted to be left alone? That's soft then. Like, it's soft to me. You shake hands no matter what. You don't have to be happy about it, but it's what you do. Regardless of how you feel personally about the opponent, you don't have to like it, but it's part of competing. It's a form of humility. It's a good sport.
But as opponent as a whole, I get it. But if there's a certain individual that's crossed the line and I feel a certain way about it, or it was like I feel a way because there could have been some like serious injury to it, I'm not shaking that person's hand.
An announcer going to congratulate the other announcer is weird, very douchey. I don't know how it's douchey. And plus, you know these guys. Like, I know them, so hey, congratulations on the win. Good luck the rest of the way. How is that douchey?
It's not douchey. I did think it was weird when you told me that, but I could see myself like on my way out, like waving at the other announcer, like, "Hey, man, good luck this year." But I don't think I would make a point to go shake.
Oh, absolutely, I do. What was the Florida guy's play-by-play name? I forget.
Sean Kelly.
Sean Kelly. We lost on my way out. Stop by. Congratulations. Wow, like that's the honorable thing to do. It's also making like congratulating him in a big moment.
Did the Duke play-by-play guy that we had on the show come over to you and shake your hand?
No. No, but like if we were playing A&M tonight, if we would have, it's a stupid midweek game. If we would have lost the game, I would have went into Andrew's press box before I left. Hey, congratulations on the win. Best of luck to you the rest of the way. That's simple. And like, plus, these guys.
But again,
I don't know how it's douchey.
I think that you guys didn't play the game, and you guys have relationships, as you mentioned, and it's not that competitive fire.
Much
like
easier to shake their hand. Much, 100% agree. I'm not comparing the two
because we used to do it all the time. You get to know all the other broadcasters, and you're friends with a lot of them.
Safe travels.
Yes, absolutely.
Best of luck the rest of the way. Good luck in the tournament. Go win it. Like but yes, you're not heated at each other.
But here's the thing too. It's supposed to be a sportsmanlike gesture. But if you were unsportsmanlike in the fact that you took a cheap, dirty shot at me,
I mean, isn't that the battle though of the arena? It isn't that some of the stuff that Dylan does?
But I'm not okay. But that's what I'm saying. I understand if Steph doesn't want to shake Dylan's hand either, because if you cross the line of sportsmanship and you're borderline or further down the road of trying to hurt someone in the process of doing what you're doing, and it happens to me, I'm not shaking that person's hand.
713-780-ESPN. Out to the HR&P listener line. Troy, you're in the Hive. What's up, Troy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, correct me if I'm wrong, but Draymond was basically criticizing Dylan for not shaking his hand and being unsportsmanlike.
Correct.
Well, what part of his game is sportsmanlike? Really? Hell no, I ain't shaking his hand. I'm walking off the court and I'm not shaking his hand ever. He's as unsportsmanlike, and he is a hypocrite and a crybaby. I'm out.
Thank you, Troy. Short and sweet, to the point, concise. I loved it.
Blank sounds like he gets mad about parking spots as a texter.
I don't care about parking. That's the guy next to me.
I don't get mad. I get annoyed. Does Branham shake the opposing team's mascot's hand? No, I get them to try to engage in a conversation, and they never do it. If this was anyone saying it besides Draymond, it would make a big difference. I think that is fair. I do think that is fair. Sportsmanship is for children. Once you get paid to play, then what does it matter if you shake hands or not? An element of respect. Why does getting Draymond respect mean anything to anyone? And I hate Dylan Brooks being on my team. Draymond is a hypocrite. Eric the driver. He deserves zero respect from anybody. Draymond talking about what classes should never be given the time of day. I mean, it definitely is hypocritical. Very true. No doubt about this. Softball mom Allison, yeah, shaking hands is a show of respect. You have to earn it to get it. It's a fair point. Totally agree. Blankers, also little girls, is way different than athletes with public forums and whatnot. In kids' sports, it's totally different. It's not about getting beat. It's about teams or players who play dirty, not respecting them for that. What if the baseball teams are doing the same thing against U of H? Let's not act all high and mighty. What exactly would happen? Like, I don't understand that.
I'm trying to follow that as well. What if the baseball teams were doing what to U of H?
I don't know.
Not shaking
y'all's
maybe
hands? Running up the score. Maybe stealing bases up 15.
Stealing bases up 15.
Yeah, I'd still shake the broadcaster's hand. He didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, it's kind of why it's an apples and oranges.
But is the
thing.
manager going into the other manager's office and shaking his hand?
They shake hands after every game. Yeah, they shake hands.
I understand it if he doesn't.
Now, a lot of times, not a lot of times, but sometimes the handshake will get a little contentious.
You think like the Kentucky and Kentucky and A&M?
There's videos of the Kentucky coach waiting at home plate for early. Yes, they shook hands.
After they got into all that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely they did.
Well, he's an idiot.
I mean, it's about 50-50, this conversation. Draymond
He didn't
Green.
try to hurt me. That's an unwritten rule of baseball. But still, I would question.
I think he tried to hurt your feelings.
Well, no, I wouldn't shake his hand if I felt like he was embarrassing me and running up the score intentionally and doing things like that. Then I would understand if he didn't want to shake his hand.
Green is the president of the Poor Sportsmanship Club. He should understand. Texter, I surprisingly agree with Branham on this one. What's so surprising about that? Shaking hands right after an emotional sporting event is the dumbest tradition in sports. If you have to shake, do it before you start. Well, I mean, there's an element of congratulations there, though.
But here's where I would take that, because of the fact that Juwan Howard was swinging at players and people, and we've had players go at players I would not force anybody, and now college is almost like professional athletics anyway, but I wouldn't force everybody on my team to have to shake their hand. Just like at the end of an NBA game, you have the guys that have played with guys on other teams and have relationships with other guys and coaches. They dap up and they shake hands and they catch up. But if there's a guy that I don't like or a guy that's ticked me off, I'm not going to force you to go shake his hand, because then things can happen.
Did you see Draymond and Ime? Like, they were kicking it on the way out.
But Ime coached them on USA Basketball. They
if you saw it.
They've known. Yeah, I did. They've known each other for a long time.
It's about professionalism. Another texture. If you're getting paid millions of dollars to be a professional basketball player, you shake hands because you're not a high school kid. You're a pro. So be a pro. Go shake hands. Another texture. You shake hands no matter what. You don't have to be happy about it, but it's what you must do, regardless of how you feel personally about the opponent. You don't have to like it, but it's part of competing. Yeah. I agree. I think
you're not going to tell me
hands.
I have to do that if a guy tried to take my knees out or kick me in the grapes.
It's part of the arena. It's all in the arena. It's about winning the game.
Disagree.
It's about winning the game. I'm all about being competitive in the arena and being borderline dirty in the arena. But once the clock hits zero and you get beat and the other guy's the better man, you go congratulate him on being the better man.
Sometimes you got to do that in the hospital if you hit him after the whistle.
I agree. You should have shaken hands, but Draymond shouldn't be the one saying it. That's probably fair. I think there's nothing wrong with bleep talking on the court and a little pushing and shoving. When you lose, though, you got to tip your hat to the other team. Agree with that?
You can tip your hat in the press conference.
It's not the same.
Okay, that's your opinion.
It's doing it. I mean, you don't think that's the same?
No,
you think
I'm
saying
you that
the press conference is the same as looking a man eye to eye and offering a hand? That's not the same.
Draymond, how many times does Draymond do it at his podcast what he won't do on the floor?
The Draymond thing is very hypocritical. I'm not arguing that at all. You're 100% right about the Draymond Green being hypocritical.
But if another player on
wishing
team,
a guy,
not named Draymond Green, tried to take my knees out,
I'd shake his hand afterwards.
Oh, I would not.
I'd shake his hand
I
afterwards.
absolutely
Good battle.
would not. Nope.
Good battle.
Nope.
Good battle. We'll see you again next year, and I'm
BS
probably gonna do the
battle.
same thing.
Nope.
It's the quiet, confident man. You shake the hand, and I'm getting you back next year.
I'm quite confident if he did it again, I'd punch him in the mouth.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of non-Draymond examples, because Draymond, I think, just kind of completely distorts the conversation. But you remember that play? This is going back a ways. But when the Spurs were playing the Suns and Robert Horry basically gave a hockey check to Steve Nash into the
scores table.
Yeah,
it's good hard basketball. It's playoff basketball.
If I'm Steve Nash, I'm not shaking Robert Horry's hand after the game.
Nash is a professional. He knows it's good hard basketball.
It wasn't.
It's good hard basketball. It's the spirit of the arena. It's the competitive of the arena. It's like Steve Kerr whenever he answered the question about are they hitting Curry's knuckle or thumb knuckle. It's within the rules. It's
Yeah,
within
but
the,
kicking a guy in the nuts like
spirit.
Draymond does isn't within the rules.
Or after the whistle,
not
flailing
inside
and
the
hitting a guy in the
lines.
jaw.
But I mean, think
It's
about
not
it
in the
too.
spirit
Like,
of competition.
I'm going to get him back. I'm not going to shake his hand. Okay.
I'm going to avoid the possibility of me
don't have
losing
to.
money and my temper. That's what I'm doing.
713-780-ESPN. Should you shake an opponent's hand whenever you get beat? The other guy beat you. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Villains don't shake hands, says a texter. He said he's getting away from the Dylan the Villain. He says he's not that guy anymore. Dylan Brooks is not the first and will not be the last person to walk off the court after losing Game 7 without shaking somebody's hand. Yeah, we know that he's not, but is it the right thing to do? What were you saying about the Villain thing?
Who's he kidding? That ain't going away. He's not going to stop doing that. He's not going to stop doing it to LeBron. He's not going to stop. I mean, even the way he reacted when called out about the thing with Curry. I mean, they are who they are. If that's the kind of image you portray and the way you go about your business, so be it. But you deal with the consequences, which is you're not everybody's going to want to shake your hand and like what you do.
No, they're not. From Rackham Pete, I don't fault Dylan Brooks for not congratulating Draymond. It's hard to shake the hoof of a jack. That's well played there. I think Pete's becoming one of my favorite characters. I really like what Pete's bringing to the table lately. Yeah, Pete.
Is that who texted that?
Yeah,
that was good. That was
Rackham Pete.
Yeah, that was good.
Pete's solid. Solid listener.
Mhm.
Pete's a solid member of the Hive. That's the first and only time I'll agree with Draymond. Dylan should have been more professional after Game 7. Shake hands and move on. No shaking hand, not shaking hands. Who cares? It's not Little League. Draymond will find anything to talk his ship. That's true. Draymond has to be one of the most overrated players in the NBA. I don't think Draymond's overrated.
See, I think that goes back to the whole Sports Center baby mentality of, in order to be like impressive, you got to fill up the points in the box score. When you go back and watch some of the games in that series, his ability to play defense, his ability to play intelligent basketball, even offensively, he does a whole hell of a lot to help his team win games.
I think he's an elite role player.
I think that's probably a good way to sum it up. Yes.
He can never be the best player on a good team, but if he's on a good team, he is elite at that role.
Yeah, he can take a good team to a better team, even if he's not the guy leading them in points.
And he's a really good defender. I mean, he's a really good defender.
No question.
And you got to have really good defenders on really good basketball teams. Blankers in hockey, they beat each other's brains out and are still a man enough to shake hands at the end. That's why hockey is a man's game.
Right. Okay. But not everybody, if you got in a fight and a guy hits you with a skate and the grapes and
shake hands
and tries to take your knees out,
shake hands.
BS.
They do.
Not everybody does. I would bet you that there are guys that aren't going to shake another guy's hand if he got cheap shotted.
Remember that never mind, I'm not going to say that. Claude Lemieux used to get handshakes from everybody.
Way to go, Claude.
One of the biggest goons in hockey history. Everybody shook his hand. They respected his goonness. The Claude Lemieux. Brabham sends out, he spelled my name Brabham. Brabham sends out thank you cards on his wife's behalf. I've sent out thank you cards, never on my wife's behalf, but I've sent out thank you cards. I think it's the gentlemanly thing to do. You ever send out a thank you card?
Yeah.
Everybody sends out thank you cards.
Sure, yeah,
thank
for
you cards?
wedding,
Weddings,
yeah, wedding,
sure,
and
but
baby
also,
shower.
yeah.
That's the right thing to do. The time is always right to do what is right.
Not
Sound like a PBS special.
You don't know who said that quote?
No.
Racist. It's MLK. It's Martin Luther King. Okay. It's always right to do what is right. And he's right. He was absolutely right. Is there a such thing as running up the score? Maybe don't suck all game and expect the other team to stop. I think this is to you. Is there a such thing as running up the score? Maybe don't suck all game. I think it's the opposing coach. Is there a such thing as running up the score? Maybe don't suck all game and expect the other team to stop trying or just give up. You're the losing team. Take the butt kicking like you deserve.
No chance, because of the fact, and there's so many things that go into this, but we're playing up against higher competition, but we're trying to get a barometer. And there's only an inning or less to play in the game, and you're up 15 runs, and you're telling me that's the way you'd handle it, then you are, my friend, worse than someone that's not shaking
I think
hands.
there are times you have to take your beating. I'm not saying your time is
We are
one.
taking the
I'm not
beating
saying
down 15.
I'm not saying your time is one, but there are times you have to take your medicine and take your butt whooping like a man, and you sit there and wear it.
But I'm not going to try and steal to get an extra couple of runs at the end
I'm
of
not
the day.
saying your situation. I'm not saying your situation. I'm saying there are situations that exist in sports where you're getting whooped and you got to sit there
for sure
and bear with it. Just and suck it up and
if
have
it's
to
just
deal
a
with
mano, no cheap shots involved, and the better team won that day and they blew you out, then I'm definitely shaking everybody's hand. But as part of the equation, if a guy is trying to take my knees out and kick me below the belt, I'm not.
Corey, the fact that John Jones and Cormier fought and shook hands after shows that it's a respect thing, not a like thing. My favorites were whenever Mike Tyson would like eat the hearts of their children, and then after the fight, he'd be like I don't even know.
Well, Floyd Mayweather for years would. I mean, if you'd watch the promos heading up to the fight, just talk about his opponent like he's a deadbeat dad. He's the scum of the earth. Just trash him. The second the fight's over, they're hugging and he's pumping them up. It was a part of the game.
I will say this to whoever said that about the MMA fighters. One of the most bizarre things I've ever seen is how friendly they are after a fight.
Oh, it's
like
a respect thing.
They go and beat the living hell out of each other, and then they're in the back sharing a beer and just yucking it up like no big deal. That is impressive to be able to do that.
Well, I think it's the fighter's creed.
Maybe so, but whatever it is, from Apollo Creed to the Fighter's Creed to whatever you call it, it's impressive because, like, if I'm going to rip another guy's head off for 3 to 5 rounds, and it's no holds barred, that's going to be a tough scenario to go and shake someone's hand. But it's a business.
Do y'all shake hands after the show? Our series isn't over. Whenever our series is over, we'll shake hands. Shaking the other team's announcer's hand is like little league team moms hugging and exchanging phone numbers. I get the numbers of the opposing broadcasters. That's a fair comparison.
Would you shake like I think we've all been let go from a job on this among the three of us? Do you shake the guy's hand who lets you, or the woman's hand who lets you go?
It really depends on the
scenario. Like if Mr. Gal fired me, pulled me into the office and fired me, and he told me why, and I agree with the reasoning and all that, I'd shake his hand. Thank you for the opportunity.
Has
Mr.
there
Gal.
been a scenario where let's just use our own personal experience.
The only time
here.
I've been fired was through an email, so I didn't have the opportunity to shake that guy's hand.
Okay.
Yeah. Have you?
Yeah. Once I did shake the hand. The other time I did not. But again, it was COVID and it was a virtual thing, so I couldn't.
I've never had the opportunity
to be fair,
to shake somebody's hand after being fired.
It was at the flagship, and I wouldn't have.
Yeah.
But you don't want to burn a bridge either, because you may need that person as a reference, or there might, your paths might cross again somewhere in your career to where you have to take that into consideration, no matter what inside your personal feelings are.
You don't think that Draymond's using or Dylan's using Draymond as a reference in the future? Or?
I mean, it's different on the sports. I'm saying the scenario was brought up about our experiences with getting fired, as opposed to.
I just think that's the closest we could come to like the emotional state those guys are in that moment.
I don't feel like that's the same. He's not getting fired. He's not losing his job. He's still going to be paid handsomely. I think it's very different.
It is different, but it's just the closest we could come to that moment.
Yeah.
Like there's nothing we would do on a regular everyday basis that would put us in the emotional state those guys are in after losing a series.
No, I think it'd be playing pickup.
Yeah, no. There's no stakes
I think
there.
that's way better playing pickup for $100.
You're playing pickup for money?
Sometimes.
When are you playing pickup?
I haven't
for money?
done it. I haven't done it since high school.
You can do
You golf. I mean, absolutely, you do it with golf. That's a great call. You do it with golf. The other guy beats your brains in. He beats you 16-2, and you go pay him his money and you shake his hand. I mean, absolutely.
That is true.
And he might have been talking trash the whole time too. Sometimes you do it with a guy you don't even know. He just picked up with like a buddy, like an acquaintance, like somebody, like a friend of a friend, and he beats your brains in. And you pay the guy the money and you shake his hand. Fantasy football. You ever been in a fantasy football league with somebody you don't like and they beat you in the championship game? What do?
I mean, it's virtual.
What do?
You hardly ever see
do you send him a congratulations text or not?
Yeah, I usually congratulate him on
You might
the
hate
chat.
his guts.
There's no one in my current leagues. I've learned to distance myself from people that I can't stand in those sort of situations.
Yep.
Benefits of being the commissioner.
If in boxing you shake hands after the fight, then basketball you don't get a pass, says a texter. 100 Draymonds versus a gorilla. I would take 100 Draymonds versus a gorilla. Give me Draymond in this situation.
You think that after Tyson tried to bite Holyfield's ear off,
he didn't try.
Okay, he did.
He did. Yeah.
Well, Holyfield was on his way to the hospital.
I was going to
He
say
succeeded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Holyfield seems like the kind of guy that might be forgiving.
Yeah, I mean, they've gotten along now way past the fact. Now, did he bite his ear in Holyfield 1 or 2? I think it was 2, right?
It was 2, yeah.
I think it was in the second fight.
See, because, so let's take the Rudy that we brought up a while back, the Rudy and Kermit Washington. It took years, decades, before those two would even go in a room together.
Yeah.
Well, Kermit's still not over it, right?
Kermit's passed away.
Oh, okay. Wasn't he bitter about it?
He was
till the
bitter.
end?
He was bitter about the way that he was portrayed.
He got blackballed by the
Okay,
league
okay.
that he thought going forward.
He did.
Rudy was not interested for a long time. And that's where I think that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Like, you messed up his world, could have really seriously almost killed him.
I feel like that's apples to oranges too.
But that's during a game.
Draymond didn't end Dylan Brooks' career. He didn't smash his face in where he had to have 100 surgeries to fix his face.
The cheap shots have been to a point where you could have hurt somebody. Not maybe necessarily in this series, but with other incidents.
Probably true, but it's different whenever you do it and you don't do it.
Like the Myles Garrett situation when he with the helmet.
Uh-huh.
Like if I'm Rudolph, I'm not shaking his hand.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a good point. Yeah. I mean, Draymond didn't rip off somebody's helmet and hit Dylan Brooks, though.
Because they don't wear helmets.
He might have tried.
If he had one. You never
totally
know.
do that.
If we have Draymond and they have Brooks, we win the series in 5. If you traded Draymond for Dylan
that's a
Brooks,
good
do the
question.
Rockets win the series? I would argue they do.
I think that they
would
would
say
too.
so, yeah.
Yes.
Because, I mean, how's Golden State stopping Alpy? They're
They
not.
don't.
Yeah, you're
The
right.
answer is
That
they don't.
texture's right. They win that series in
Yeah.
5.
Oh, easily.
And also because of the fact that we were talking about, like, the Rockets were a deeper, better team on paper, just one through whatever you're running through your rotation. But the experience mattered, and Draymond was a big part of the experience that mattered. Those three guys, their experience mattered, and their head coach.
Do y'all shake Granado's hand after he berates you on air, Big Art? I shake Granado's hand every time I see him. Every time I see Granado,
just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Yeah, I mean, I think he hates my guts, but I shake his hand every single time.
Did you shake Lance's hand after he went off on you a few weeks ago?
John and I are fine.
I don't think we had an opportunity to do that.
Okay,
but I would. I have no. I
mean,
didn't care they went off on
he's
me.
up here all the time.
Yeah, but I mean, I see him all the time. It's not the end of our. It's not the closure of our book. Like the series is the closure of a book. Lance and I's book is not closed.
So you just have an unlimited time for that handshake?
Well, it wouldn't be unlimited. Like I get axed. Hey, I see him on the way out. Lance, is great knowing you. I think you're great on air. I think your Hall of Famer is well earned. Yeah, end of story. Absolutely. I'd have no problem doing that. High school football coach for 30 years, probably coached 350 games. Not once I ever not shook hands with the other coaches. Been time for security reasons players have not. But he is a coach in 350 games, has never not shaken the hands of a coach. Jaybert, let me get this right. Blankers wants the other coach to show sportsmanship by not running up the score, but doesn't want to show sportsmanship by shaking hands. Says Jaybert.
If you do something that is unsportsmanlike, then it's hard for me to have to be the person to be the bigger man to show sportsmanship.
So if somebody doesn't show sportsmanship, you're going to counter that with not showing sportsmanship.
It depending on how egregious it was.
I think people would be on your side on that. I don't think you're the only one that would have that thought. Peter K. Blank Hands hates puppies, kids, nickel corners, the Rockets, property taxes, beef fajitas, Draymond Green, trampoline park workers, and coaches that run up the score.
This is your guy that you like?
No, that wasn't Pete. That's Peter K. Different guy.
Well, you
keep up.
Okay. No, I'm asking you so you can differentiate for me.
We need the running list somewhere in studio.
Because we got several Pauls too, right?
Probably, yeah. I don't like you don't like Draymond or Patrick Beverly till they're on your team. Troy, that's true. Who do the NBA fans hate more, Dylan or Draymond? Probably Draymond. Draymond's more popular. He has more cachet. All right, who's the top sports villain in Houston sports history? 713-780-3776. Is Draymond on this list?
Yes.
It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Who are the biggest villains in Houston sports history? 713-780-ESPN. Draymond Green was talking after the series. They asked him, like, hey, does it mean more winning in Houston? And here was Draymond Green's answer to that.
It's always fun winning in the city and winning in this arena. So Fred had made a comment earlier in the series, said this ain't that team. It's that organization, though. And we like coming to this city and playing in these situations. It's been good to us.
There you go. Where does Draymond fall on the list as biggest sports villains in Houston sports history?
He's up there, man. He may be top 2-ish.
See, I would have Steph higher than Draymond.
I was also going to say it's amazing how much Steph kind of gets more of a pass because he's not the villain that Draymond is. But Steph has ripped their hearts out, had more to do with ripping their hearts out than Draymond.
See, I can, like, the antics are annoying and all that. I can deal with the antics. Like a guy going off for 35 and hitting clutch shots at the buzzer or late in the fourth quarter. That's what really gets to me as a villain type of deal. So
like
I would have Steph Curry higher than Draymond from like this current iteration of the Warriors.
See, because it's interesting because of the fact that there's two kinds of ways that Houston can hate you. Hate you because you ripped their heart out, or hate you because you're Draymond Greenish. Right, you're just dirty and you're, like the difference between Cortland Finnegan and or Draymond Green,
sure,
as opposed to
similar,
as opposed to Albert Pujols or Steph Curry, right? You don't hate them as people.
You hate their antics.
You hate the fact that they crushed you on the sports field, whereas you can easily hate them as a person, Draymond Green and Cortland Finnegan.
In category A, you hate their performances against your Houston team. And then category B, you hate their antics when you watch them play. Because Finnegan would be in that box. Draymond would be in that box.
Danny Ainge, when he threw the ball off of Mario Elliott's face.
Antics box, for sure. And then Steph Curry, Albert Pujols would be in category A, where their play just absolutely destroyed you. A lot of Pujolses are coming in. A lot of Stocktons and Hornaceks.
I had Malone
coming in too.
I had Malone too because Malone would.
You go Malone over Stockton?
Malone was a cheap shot artist.
Malone would drive to the basket, knees up
and elbows up.
Stockton hit the shot though.
Stockton hit the shot.
So again, Stockton from a performance that crushed you and ripped your heart out. Yes, Malone from the standpoint of not only was he productive on the court, but he also was dirty as hell.
He was very dirty.
Yeah.
Like the whole Utah team was dirty.
Right. That was the first one. Matt Harpring was a guy
hated Matt
before Patrick Beverly that everyone in the league pretty much hated, but Utah fans, because he was dirty as hell, but he was effective for them.
A lot of Stocktons. Draymond is only a bully because the current NBA is soft. 90s NBA, he'd kick his butt. And yeah, that's probably true. People would go back at him. Another John Stockton. Joe Kelly.
I got Joe Kelly on my list.
Why Joe Kelly, though?
Because Joe Kelly's he's that guy that.
Oh, my bad. I was thinking Jim Kelly. Joe Kelly, the pitcher for the Red Sox Dodgers.
And the Dodgers.
I was thinking Jim Kelly.
The whole whiny face to Correa.
Yeah, that was fun.
The whole that's exactly why Joe Kelly's on my list.
He would go into the antics box.
Right. Aaron Judge is a guy that because Aaron Judge is the best player on the Yankees.
Has he killed you, though? He hasn't killed you.
He hasn't really killed you, but people still hate him. Houston fans still hate him.
They do. There's a rivalry between Yankees and Astros. He's in box A. He's just not on the echelon as some of those other players that we're talking about.
It's just hard I guess he's in that list, but he never did anything against you in the playoffs. And Altuve won the MVP the only time he's been in an MVP
but
race.
But then he went and bashed Altuve and thought that he got screwed out.
Okay, that's fair. That part's fair, yeah.
So,
and for that same
Bellinger,
thing,
I have Bellinger.
Bellinger would be there, but he'd probably be he'd be more antics though, right?
Yeah.
Yes, because
Bellinger
he called them out and he kept calling them cheaters, and then Correa responded to him, and he started that whole back and forth to where Correa finally put him in his place with the F-bomb. Cody Bellinger's on my list.
Frank Reich says a texter.
Oh yeah,
absolutely, because he just destroyed you in the 35-3.
Yeah, you got three categories. You got the category of, like you said, however you classified it, where it's more their antics and their crap. Then there's the performance alone that has ripped your heart out, and then there's the ones that didn't even have to play in the game to make you want to hate them forever. Brian Cashman. Brian Cashman after the GQ article and always whining and whiny babying.
It's more running their mouth. So you have performance antics running their mouth.
Right. Or Rob Manfred
Hate Manfred.
Right. So Rob Manfred, like
Piece
Brian
of metal.
Cashman, like Amy Adams. Amy
Skunk.
Adams.
Yeah,
Amy
good
the
one.
skunk.
See, I would put Bud
Or
Adams
Papa,
ahead of
too.
Amy Adams, though.
But
Way higher.
But he's no
Way
longer
higher.
around to
I
take
can
it.
still not like him.
Yeah, you can.
Absolutely, I can still
But
not
Amy
like him.
Adams carried that through and then continues to do it with the Oilers uniforms and all the ways she's trying to like take the little jab.
That doesn't stack up to Bud, though. That doesn't stack up
No,
to
it doesn't stack up to Bud, but I think that she's on the list.
She made the list.
Yeah. Ted Cruz.
You just made the list.
Ted Cruz is a good one. Yeah.
Houstonians hate Ted Cruz and they cringe at any time he's at a.
Although he wasn't there on Sunday.
Okay, it's my bad if he wasn't.
No, but you weren't the only one. Lots of people said he was there.
officially
He was
wasn't
not
there?
there. Yeah, he was not there.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think we covered everybody. The only other ones I had, Corey Seager, because he had the follow-up shot. Garcia from the Rangers.
Adolis.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one,
Adolis.
sure.
Uvalde, because that was the back and forth that he had taken some shots.
I don't mind Eovaldi as much.
And Trevor Bauer, because he
was
looked,
on my list,
Yeah, he
yeah.
always looked to single out the
You're
Astros.
missing a big one though.
Who?
And he was actually an Astro. Mike Fires.
Yeah, Fire's getting a
Oh,
lot
yeah,
of
yeah,
texts.
absolutely should be on there.
He's
Yep.
getting a lot of texts. He
Yep.
would be in the run the mouth cat box.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Because he never hurt you on the field.
Well, he was a weasel.
I guess you could put him antics too, but maybe both of those boxes.
This is clearly performance, but Patrick Mahomes, I think, would be on the list.
See, I don't hate Mahomes.
I think Peyton Manning is.
I think people are getting to the.
Yeah, Peyton probably
Let's
more
discuss
than
Mahomes real quick.
Yeah.
Like I feel like people are getting there with Mahomes, but I don't hate Mahomes.
I don't hate Mahomes either.
I don't really hate him.
Maybe it's just can you just put a whole team? Can you just say the Chiefs?
I don't hate the Chiefs.
See, because
Really?
you haven't
No.
you haven't proven to be on the level with the Chiefs.
See,
yet.
I think that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
Like to me,
But
they're
they
not
knocked you out of the playoffs multiple
right.
times.
But I felt like they were going to be knocked
Yeah,
out of the playoffs
I expected it.
there. Yeah.
Huh.
Like I didn't feel like they were on the same level.
Oh,
Right.
okay. Well,
Like
speaking
whereas
of the
Golden State, like Curry, Draymond, whenever they beat the Rockets, like you were right there. Like you were right
Mhm,
there. Like that was the hump to cross. And I know that the Chiefs were
I
the
mean,
hump
you're
too.
up 24-0 though.
Yeah, but it was a fluke 24-0, and no one expected them to win.
but
They're
maybe-
probably double-digit dogs in that game.
Maybe that makes Bill O'Brien someone that should be on this
O'Brien's
list.
getting a lot on this list. You know who else is getting a lot on
Jack
this list?
Easterby.
Jack Easterby.
Without a question.
So O'Brien, would you put it in the performance
One
or the
fish, two
antics?
fish, red fish, blue fish.
I think you would put O'Brien in the performance.
Yeah.
And I think you would put Easterby in the antics
Correct.
and running their mouth.
Yes.
Redfish,
yes.
bluefish.
Yes.
713-780 ESPN. Lamar Jackson kills the Texans in the regular season in the playoffs. I don't hate
I don't
Lamar,
hate him at
though.
all.
Yeah, I don't either.
No, that's another one where I just felt like they've never proven to be on the level of the Ravens.
Yeah, and I've never like I don't hate Lamar. Scott Foster says somebody that's a good
It's
call.
a great call.
That would probably be that could be performance.
Yeah, because
Like a referee's
his
performance
record
is weird,
and
but-
his antics that go with it showed that he was a Rockets hater.
Fire's number one, freaking snitch. Bud Adams number one, just because he fouled the earth with his offspring, who carries on his bitterness decades
That's great.
longer.
Rack 'em.
Sheesh.
Rack 'em.
713-780 ESPN. Let's go ahead to the HRMP listener line. Michael, who's the biggest villain in Houston sports history?
I would say Samuel Perkins for the Supersonics. He was
Wow.
absolutely a rocket killer.
He's going back.
That's what kept them out of. Yeah, well, I'm 54, but
Sam
that
Perkins,
one
he said?
that
Yeah, he
really
said Sam
hurt.
Perkins. Appreciate the call, Michael.
Big
Yeah.
Smooth?
I mean,
Sam
I would've-
Perkins would have never came up to
Me either.
I would have put Kemp or Gary Payton
Gary
on the
Payton
list
for
before
sure.
I would have put
Always
Perkins.
liked Peyton.
Gary Payton because he was a
He
massive crap
trash
talker.
talked, yeah.
Yeah,
I kind of liked it though.
he dragged you on his way to killing you. Yeah.
Sam Perkins.
I put Damian Lillard on my list. I mean, it's really for one moment.
Beating you.
Yeah, I mean, that
Performance
was
Until he got hurt, Brandon Roy was the same kind of guy. He
Yeah,
just,
but you
just
won-
couldn't stop him.
You won that series, though, so he's not as high for me.
The
The Rockets won that series.
Are
What?
we gonna hate Bregman eventually? They're on MVP watch list. I don't think we'll ever hate Bregman here. He meant too much to the Astros.
Had Jim Edmonds on my list.
Yeah, I had
And now
him
Pujols
on my-
obviously gets the brunt of it from those
that catch.
Yeah, well, the catch, and not only that, but he also had the walk-off home run in
Mm-hmm.
Game 6 in the series that you lost of the two NLCSs.
Who else you got?
You mentioned Stockton Malone. They played two series against this guy, same team. Deron Williams and Carlos Boozer drove me crazy there for a couple
Darren
years.
Williams?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Darren Williams, sorry. Yeah.
Carlos Boozer was annoying.
And Dirk Nowitzki.
His
Even
bald
before
head
he-
would
even
creep me
before
out
he started
too.
spray painting
Like
on
he
his
had the
beard and his hair.
overlapping skin, like it was kind of drive me crazy.
That was the game that they won Game 7 here. Darren Williams and Carlos Boozer
They won
Was,
Game 7
won a
here.
Game 7 here in Houston.
And
Was
then they
was
won in
AK-47
6 the
on that
next
team?
year.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, I didn't like him either.
They also had Mehmet Okur. He was annoying.
Yep.
Maybe the core was annoying.
Yeah, it was annoying.
very-
Jazz
I think
team.
Matt Herpring was still around to even be on that team.
The Jazz man like had two different. They had the Jazz with Stockton, Malone, Hornacek,
Yeah.
and then they had Jazz 2.0.
Yep.
Pretty much.
With all of them.
Yeah,
I hated
Ostertag.
See, yeah, I didn't.
That
like
was on
him
the
either.
old one, yeah.
Right, I'm
he
saying.
he used to get called something else.
He sure did.
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
I've said it before. I'll admit it.
What? Canceled.
Yeah, you're out.
Come on. I didn't actually say it now.
Of all the Rocket rivals over the years, the Jazz for me are clear and away number one.
Look at Vernon Maxwell's tweets to this day.
Utah's number one. Golden
Yeah.
State would be second. I didn't really. I didn't. All the other Western Conference teams during the Olajuwon years didn't bother me as much. Like Seattle didn't really bother me as much. In fact, I think I had Gary Payton's shoes. The glove. I had the glove shoes.
Suns bother you?
Suns a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Good call with the Suns. The Suns would probably be
Kevin
second
Johnson,
in that era.
Ainge,
Marley. Yeah.
Didn't like
and
Barkley a whole lot.
Chuckster led that.
Oh yeah.
Didn't like Barkley a whole lot.
The butt kicking business is good.
In that era, it would be Utah by far,
Uh-huh.
Phoenix second. That might be I didn't hate Seattle.
San Antonio?
Yeah, San Antonio's a good call because you had the I-10 rivalry.
Yeah.
Robinson won the MVP. San Antonio would definitely be third. I didn't hate the players though. Like I didn't hate.
No,
I didn't hate
it's hard to
Robinson.
hate Dave Robinson and Sean Elliott.
Yeah, I didn't hate them. I didn't hate them.
Now, a
Like,
lot of
I
people hate
hated
Ginobili.
Utah. Yeah, but that was different.
Yeah,
Like, Ginobili was further in the future.
Ginobili, Parker, and Duncan.
Like that wasn't the Olajuwon years.
No, a little.
Like, but they were already the Rockets were already done. Like they were done.
They were on
winning.
the way down. Yeah.
Like, I'd have to see how much crossover there was there. And I'm not. Was there ever a playoff series with Rockets in San Antonio with the Duncan, Ginobili, Parker teams?
Yeah, there was the one because Ginobili blocked Harden's shot in that.
But that wasn't the. That wasn't Olajuwon.
Duncan wasn't
Oh,
on.
I'm sorry,
That's
with
different
Olajuwon.
era.
Yeah.
Different era.
And Duncan was the one. Wasn't on the one where Harden didn't want to shoot.
The Spurs won their first title. What 99?
Yes. Well, that was one of them.
So there would have been a little bit of a crossover there with.
But
the
I'm not
team,
sure
right?
they played in a series.
Yeah, but you're right. Probably not in a series, no. But there was some crossover there, but towards the end of the Kings years.
Ross on Twitter, AJ Brzezinski.
Oh, of course.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
Like that's a low key good call.
Yeah,
like he's not
that's
up
a good
there in
one.
the upper echelons.
Yeah.
But like kind of like the role players of who we hate.
He's kind of a
AJ
Draymond-y guy
Brzezinski.
a little bit.
Yeah, I mean Draymond's probably hated more.
Oh, no question. But like
AJ
you said,
Brzezinski's
low-key
filling out a
Draymond.
role player on this hated team list.
If he wasn't currently a broadcaster for the Astros, would we have Jeff Blum on the list for that
No.
home
Did you
run?
see he threw out the pitch
I did.
in a White Sox jersey
I
this
did.
weekend?
And then worked the game.
Yeah.
Worked the Astros game.
Did he work the game wearing a White
Kinda
Sox
awkward.
jersey?
I hope not. He took it off, I hope. I don't think Blum would be on that list.
I don't either.
Even if he wasn't a current broadcaster?
I don't think so. No, because I mean, people like Blum was also loved as a player here.
Yes.
Well, it
And
was
like,
more
yeah,
of
he hit a big home run against you, but
it was more of a Bucky Dent moment.
Nah, I would say Pasednik was more the Bucky Dent. Like,
Okay,
Bucky
that's
Dent
fair.
is hated in Boston.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put.
Well, that's
Bucky
where
Dent
I was
on
going
Blum.
with it.
I would put Bucky Dent on Pasednik, but not
Okay.
Blum. Not Blum.
That wasn't Blummer's homer the difference in Game 3?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it was 14 inning home run.
It was
off
extra
the
Yeah,
second
I was
house.
at the game. That's what I'm saying.
Oh,
so why was Pasednik
Johnny
more?
Big Tickets over here?
Because he wasn't beloved in Houston prior to that. Like Blum had a tenure in Houston where he was loved.
Oh, I see what
Like-
you're saying.
like
He
people
actually
like Blum
played
a
for
lot.
the Astros before he
Yeah.
did it to him.
Yeah,
Okay.
Pasednik never had that history with Houston.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN. Who are the most hated villains in Houston sports history? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Who are the biggest villains? Houston sports history, 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Jeremy, who's the biggest villain?
Yeah, I've got two for you. First one is John Starks, and the second is Frank Reich, or by his other name, Prevent Defense.
Appreciate the call, Jeremy. Great takes from that guy. He's got great takes. Frank Reich for sure, just for that one singular game.
Yeah.
Who was the?
He said
John Starks.
Oh,
John
Starks. That's a good call that we haven't heard yet, just because of the finals in '94.
Guy,
but you got the best of it.
That's the thing. Like,
that's okay.
If I beat the team, it's not as high up on the list for me.
Now,
I mean, everybody's saying
remember-
Pujols. You beat Pujols that year.
Yeah, I lost him the year before though.
Sure.
Starks didn't really like.
But we don't hate Pujols for 04.
True.
We
You
hate
hate him
Pujols
for
for
the Lidge
05.
moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing with Stockton. You beat Stockton.
True. Yeah. The first title.
So I don't
yeah,
think-
Western Conference Finals.
he beat you too.
Sure. But
that
you
game
also
winner,
beat them.
that walk-off game winner was tough.
For sure. But I don't think that beating the guy means that they're not hated.
No, it's also kind of like Starks. I don't think had any big performances, and I don't think he was dirty.
He had some big performances in that series. Didn't he keep him alive in game
6? Didn't he crap the bed?
No, he
crapped
crapped the bed in game 7.
7, he was awful.
Game 6, I think he was hot, and that's why everybody thought in New York that he was going to hit
That's
that
the one
corner
where Dream
three.
blocked the shot at the
Yeah,
end.
and they feel like if it didn't get blocked because he was so hot that he was going to knock it down. I'm pretty sure he had a big game 6. I think he the bed in game 7.
I think that sounds right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what happened. 713-780-ESPN. If y'all said Stockton Malone, we have Deshaun Watson. That's an interesting one.
Yeah.
Nick Anderson, greatest ally. That's a good call. GM Jeff Bagwell, most hated. Okay. There is a lot of disdain for Bagwell. Like him as a player, hero, him as a GM, like he is a villain. 713-780-ESPN. Back out there to the HRP listener line. Aaron, who you got?
I got Jason Terry, Jim Larish, and Kevin Brown.
Okay. Padres.
Kevin Brown for the performance against the big unit.
Larish hit a big home run in that series, too.
That's right.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
I want to say it went off the foul pole, if
Here?
memory serves me right.
Here?
I want to say it was in the dome off the foul pole. Now, you double-check me on that. I'm not 100% sure about
Saying
that.
foul pole makes me want to put Howie Kendrick on the list.
Great call.
Oh, that's
great
a good call.
Really good call.
I mean, kind of want to put AJ Hinch on the list for
I mean, it was a
pulling
rinky-dink home run.
Greinke and then not putting in Cole. More for pulling Greinke, but
Yeah, I would have kept Greinke in if I could relive that inning.
yeah.
I remember there being a bad ball strike call on Soto, too. That changed the
yeah.
complexion of that at bat.
I
And he
remember
eventually
that as well,
walked.
yeah.
I remember that being a thing. John Starks was always running his mouth, says a texter. Brad Lidge, a big villain? I can't
I
go
don't think
there.
so.
I can't go there.
No,
I liked Lidge. Fat Randy. Randy was kind of hated.
Oh, Randy Bullock. Yeah, he was hated. Yeah, he was hated.
Peyton Manning, says a texter. It's a good call. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Javier, who's your most hated villain?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. This one's probably way out in left field, but I got to go with the general manager who broke up the original Clutch City, because I think if we had never brought Barkley in, then we may have repeated for a third time. I'll take it from there.
That would be Carroll Dawson.
Was he the one that broke him up?
Because Carroll Dawson made the trade. Robert Ory, Sam Cassell, Mark Bryant for Charles.
So he didn't like that they traded out Cassell and Ori.
Yeah, I don't know that Cassell and Ori would have led you to another championship.
What do you like? Alternate reality? They don't make that trade. Like, what do you think the outcome would have been? I mean, you lived it, so you would be.
In my opinion,
an
they
expert
would
on
have
it.
been similar to the Aaron Brooks, Luis Scola Rockets. That I think that they'd have been about a 500 team, 41, 42 win team. I don't think Clyde was coming back on that in that scenario. Dream was definitely way past his prime. I don't think that they ever would have come close to a championship if you kept them.
Cassell was obviously the best player that they sent in that trade. Ori had huge moments. Cassell turned out to be really stinking good.
He was damn good.
He had probably a couple of All-Star years, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if he was ever an All-Star like that.
The years he had in Minnesota.
Well, that was him with KG and Sprewell. They made it to the
One-time All-Star.
finals. Yeah, I didn't think he had won multiple.
He finished MVP. He finished 10th in MVP voting one year.
the Minnesota year?
In
one of the Minnesota years?
04 or 2004.
Because he also was on really good Bucks teams that had Ray Allen, Glenn Big Dog
He had some
Robinson.
good years. He never averaged 20 a game, but he had like 4 years where he averaged 19 or more.
He's also a coach on the floor. I mean, he was a floor general for sure.
If you could do that over again, knowing what you know now,
still do it.
See, I disagree.
I still do it simply because of the fact that first year, they got Scotty just completely disappeared. But that first Barkley, Dream, and Scotty, and even one of the Barkley, Clyde, Dream years, they had their chances.
Yeah, but they never got you there.
No, because
But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like hindsight 2020.
But I think they would have gotten closer
Probably.
and further along than any of the teams with Mark Bryant, Robert Horry, and Sam Cassell.
Cassell doesn't have you live the Matt Maloney days, though. It's true. We wouldn't know who Matt Maloney was if they don't make that trade.
Matt Maloney once started all 82 games.
That's neat, but they wouldn't have known who Matt Maloney was if Sam Cassell was here. Didn't hear if he was mentioned, but Easterby was mentioned. Back out to the HRP listener line. Biggest sports villains in Houston. Cliff, you're in the Hive. What's up, Cliff?
Yeah, man, I just got off work. I don't know if this name came up, but I knew as a Houston Texans lifelong fan, 2 Sundays out of here, this guy was going to wear us out, and it was T.Y. Hilton.
Yeah. It's a good call.
Yeah, he was crushing.
T.Y. Hilton famously called NRG Stadium his second home.
And he wore the clown mask.
I was going to say he wore the clown mask.
You know why he wore the clown mask?
Because
I used to know.
One of the Texans called him a clown, right?
You know, I sparked that whole thing. Not to pat myself on the back.
Sounds like you're about to pat yourself on the back.
But this is whenever I was covering the Houston Texans. T.Y. Hilton called NRG Stadium his second home. Jonathan Joseph was doing his press little meeting in the locker room, and I said, hey, what do you think of T.Y. Hilton calling NRG Stadium his second home? That's all I asked. And he said he thinks that was a clown statement, and we think that, he kind of ran off with it. And then T.Y. Hilton got caught wind of Jonathan Joseph's answer to my question, and that's when he wore the clown mask into the playoff game, in which the Colts won.
Colts dominated the Texans.
Colts won that game. So, hey, I've been stirring it up for a long time. I've been stirring, but I think it's a fair question to ask him.
Yes.
Hey, what do you think of this receiver running his mouth? I think it's a clown statement,
absolutely a fair question.
That's a fair question.
That reminded me, you talk about Texans defensive backs, brought another person to mind, Ed Reed.
Oh, yeah. Stole money.
Stole money.
Big time.
Stole money.
Yep.
T.Y. Hilton's a good call. That one has been texted in a lot, but we hadn't mentioned it yet. Someone said Buddy Ryan. I didn't think Buddy Ryan was hated.
They loved him for punching Kevin Gilbride.
Did they love him for that?
Team Buddy?
I was Team Buddy.
I mean, the offense was pretty good. Run and shoot days, throwing it all over the park.
Wasn't it Gilbride that started it with Buddy? So Buddy came over and punched him?
I remember I don't know who initiated. I can't remember who came to who. I thought Ryan came over to the offensive huddle.
I actually thought Gilbride said something to Buddy, and then Buddy just went back and punched him.
I remember the punch. I don't remember the moments before the punch. I bet you they shook hands afterwards, though.
I bet you they didn't.
You don't think so?
No, not with Buddy Ryan. Oh, no
They had to coexist the rest of the year.
Doesn't matter. Maybe later on the coaches made them. I don't think Buddy Ryan's shaking anybody's hand.
I think Jack Pardee made him shake hands.
At some point, but not right after the game.
Actually, didn't go to U of H.
Oh,
He actually went to A&M. He was a Junction boy.
Who was?
Jack Pardee.
Oh.
He coached at U of H.
That's why I was.
But he was an Aggie.
Yeah, I didn't think he went to U of H. I thought he coached.
He was a Bear Bryant Junction boy. Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Who are the biggest villains in Houston sports history? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Look, a lot of basketball going on right now. Your kids want to play basketball. You want to play basketball. Your significant other wants to play basketball. And if you're going to get a goal, you need to get a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard, breakaway rims, stainless steel hardware. It's also rust-proof, and it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. Their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's their lightning adjust feature, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, next level. LED light kits for night play. Look, it gets dark early. We understand you're at work, kids are at school. You can only play whenever the sun goes down. Well, if you get LED light kits, you can play throughout the night. Backstop nets, pull pad lettering, and lots more. And you can order everything, including professional installation online. That's right. The pros from Pro Dunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros from Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call right now, 281-351-9822, and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Twitter, they say umpire Joe West. I'll never forgive him for that faint interference call. That was ridiculous. A lot of people were saying the referee who made the Hunter Renfrow end zone call, who missed it, called it incomplete instead of a touchdown. I need to go back and watch that game.
Isn't that Mike Renfrow?
Yeah.
Wasn't it? Right?
Flex.
I'm asking.
I believe it was, yeah.
Because I wasn't in town yet.
Yeah, it was Mike Renfrow.
That was the Oilers
Mike Renfrow.
Steelers bad call, right?
Yeah, a lot of people said 70 Steelers, Chuck Noll. The Steel Curtain did do some damage to the Houston Oilers back in the day. Chris Paul's hamstring, says somebody. It's hard to make it about the hamstring, but it does probably cost him a trip to the NBA Finals.
A trip to not winning it.
That's what I said.
No, I know. You said it accurately. A lot of people always say that hamstring cost you a title. You still had to go out and win the finals.
You also had to win Game 7.
That's true.
There's no, I mean, obviously Chris Paul helped you in Game 7, but it's no guarantee you win that game with Chris Paul. Yeah, true. Buddy Ryan was ticked because Kevin kept throwing the ball and the offense kept going 3 and out. Buddy Ryan initiated it. That makes sense.
Okay.
Why Buddy Ryan would hate that. Stop throwing the ball. We have the lead. Stopping the clock. That would irritate a lot of people. Yao's foot and ankle could have had more time. It's more annoying than anything else. It's hard for me to be mad at Yao. How could you be mad at Yao?
You're mad at his foot.
So lovable.
He is lovable.
I'm never mad at
I think you're mad about the fortune of the injuries. Kind of like we're not mad at Jordan. We're mad at his misfortune with the hands, you know?
I think I mentioned Dirk earlier, but are there any other Mavericks from that era that you'd put on the list?
Jason Terry was
Someone
interesting.
said Jason Terry.
I also would have put Michael Finley on the list.
Yeah.
He annoyed me.
Terry was interesting because he then came to play here.
Yeah.
Oh, I hated Derek Fisher.
Hated Derek Fisher. Yeah, especially after you cheap shot at Scola that time.
Hated Derek Fisher.
Yeah, Derek Fisher's definitely on the list.
Couldn't stand him.
The kid from Wisconsin that several times cheap shot at Rockets, played for the Mavs, the point guard, starting point guard.
JJ Barea?
No.
I can see him.
Yeah, I can too, because he did it multiple times where he kind of did Derek Fisher-esque stuff to the Rockets.
Yeah, I can see him, but I can't think.
He's
I
a
can't think of
Badger,
his
too.
name.
Why can't I remember his name all of a sudden?
Yeah, I can't think of it.
I'll look it up.
713-780-ESPN. Ginobili says somebody. I never really hated Ginobili.
Devin.
It wasn't Devin. Was it? It wasn't Devin.
Devin something.
It was Devin. Wasn't Williams, was it?
No.
Chandler Parsons. I didn't hate Chandler
No.
Parsons. Didn't hate Parsons.
You dodged a bullet, too.
Devin Harris.
There you go.
Devin Harris.
That's
I
it.
could see him.
Yep. Devin Harris did a lot of cheap shots.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. I didn't really love Dirk.
Was Jay Kidd
Uh,
as a Mav?
I didn't really think so.
Derek Harper?
Yeah, wasn't that a previous Mavericks team?
And
Yeah,
also,
Derek
I don't
Harper
think,
was really super physical. But
and the Harper Mavs never really were that good, were they? I remember the Mavs being really bad when he was there.
Yeah, 90s Mavs were not really.
Now, Harper was a
threat to
Laker
the-
I didn't love.
he was a Knick, too. He was on that Knicks team in 94.
Yeah, I don't really remember him much in
True.
that series, though.
Him and Greg Anthony were the guards.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRMP listener line. Biggest villains in Houston sports history. Steve, what's up?
Hey, how you doing?
Good,
Hi,
good.
Steve.
Hey, I just wanted to take you down memory lane. I hated this guy so much in the '80s when he played the Rockets, and that was Seattle Supersonic Tom Chambers. I don't know how you felt about him, but I could not stand that guy watching him play with the King.
Tom Chambers got under the skin
Appreciate
of some
Steve.
people. He also had one of the iconic dunks that people always show on the dunk reels where he took off from like by the free throw line and had his like chin by the rim. He could fly.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't really have a whole lot of recollection about Tom Chambers.
No, it's like, I mean, Tom Chambers was, and he played for the Suns too, but I mean, he was Detlef Schrempf.
He played for the Jazz, too.
Tom Chambers played for the Jazz?
Late in his career, 93, 94, 94, 95.
I don't remember that.
Played 20 minutes a game, roughly. I have very, very vague memories of Tom Chambers.
Was Detlef
a little
Schrempf
bit before
hated
my
when the
time.
Sonics were
I
getting,
didn't really like Detlef.
I figured.
No, I wouldn't put him high on the list, but I would
he's
put him
below
more disliked
Peyton
than
and
like.
Kemp for sure.
See, I liked Peyton, and I like Kemp because he was a highlight machine. Like, I didn't really mind those two. In fact,
Well,
like
it was more that you knew you couldn't beat him. Like that
See,
era,
I
of the
never
Rockets
felt like
could
Sean
not beat
Kemp
the
was a guy that
Sonics.
was beating me with his
Yeah.
overall play. He just was a guy that was a high flyer.
I love their game. Like I liked watching them play.
Yeah, the
And
alley-oops.
like my NBA Jam team. Give me a little Gary Payton and Sean Kemp. That was a great NBA Jam team.
I was always Warriors, Hardaway, Mullen.
Oh yeah, a little
Shoot
run.
the
DMC.
threes, yeah. Shoot the threes with Mullen.
713-780-ESPN. Back out. Let's go to Dave.
Don't sell
Dave,
Mitch
you're in the
Richmond
hive.
short, by the way.
I liked Mitch.
Yeah.
Dave, you're in the hive with the bees. What's up?
Hey, listen, I'm a little old school, so I'm gonna go back to this was the beginning of what he did. Joe Montana came back on the Cougs in the Cotton Bowl. I want to say 79, 8, whatever there, and it destroyed my little high school years. All right, that's it.
Yeah, that was like the Ice Bowl. It was really cold. There was ice and snow everywhere.
And he
I wanna
also
say it
beat
was
the Oilers
78.
in a playoff
I was
game.
going to say he also was with the Chiefs, right? He
Yeah,
beat the
so
Oilers.
that's a good call with Joe.
In the Dome. I think they won as a 6 seed.
Yeah, the Oilers. That was the year the Oilers started off like 1-3 and then won 11 straight. And they had, I believe, they got the bye.
And the Chiefs had Marcus Allen then too.
They did.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it was a bye.
I think the Oilers got the bye that year.
I wanna say
because they
they
faced
were
they faced the Chiefs in the second round, and I don't think they won a playoff game that year.
I thought it was the first round. I thought it was a divisional round.
I don't
or wild
think
card
so.
round.
I think it was second round.
Let me look it up. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Scott, you're in the hive. What's up, Scott?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Jerry Glanville.
Well, Jerry Glanville, hey, appreciate
Why?
you. Probably because he was a bad coach. Oh, okay. You're right, Brian. It was the divisional round. The Oilers lost 28-20. Texans did have a bye, coached by the legendary and the great Jack Pardee. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go through quickly through these texts.
Oh, okay.
Kermit Washington mentioned somebody.
Because he punched Rudy.
Ty France, Lorenzo Charles. Somebody said Jimmy Valvano. It's hard to hate Jimmy Valvano with what happened after that.
Yeah, I'm not going to ever hate on Jimmy Valvano. If you want to hate on Lorenzo Charles's catching the air ball and dunking it, or that NC State beat the Cougs, I get it. But I'm not. I was always a fan of Jimmy V.
Yeah, it was what he would. He was kind of. He had charm.
He did.
Walter Clayton Jr. game-winning block. Way too soon, man. You're
Ooh.
banned for the rest of the show. Remember the KJ baseline and Akeem? Do you remember that?
Oh my God, yes.
Kind
That
of
was a
like-
massive dunk by Kevin Johnson.
I remember they both had chase down blocks in that series. I think Kevin Johnson had it first, and then Akeem did it like the next game.
Kevin Johnson dunked on Dream, and then Dream caught him from midcourt. He was going for a breakaway, and Dream was at midcourt and caught him and blocked it.
I could still see that Kevin Johnson dunk in my head without even closing my eyes.
Yeah.
That's
Nasty for a guy that small.
It was unbelievable.
Thinking about baseball, the whole Atlanta Braves pitching staff. That's a good call. You know who I hated from those Braves teams? Who was kind of like a low key hate? Walt Weiss.
The shortstop.
Hated Walt Weiss. And it was mostly because of that bases loaded, nobody out situation. And I think it was it Caminetti or Eusebio? I can't remember. They hit a rocket up the middle. Walt Weiss makes this play of a lifetime, going up the middle and making a diving effort and then getting the out at the plate. Ridiculous. I think Eusebio hit it and he threw out Caminetti. I want to see that's what happened. But I hated Walt Weiss.
Jock Peterson. Doing all the money gestures in the World Series and all that. God, he drove me nuts.
A lot of people say Kobe Bryant is a villain. I didn't like Bryant when he was
just
with LA.
so good. Yeah, you hate him because he ripped your heart out.
He was in the performance bucket. He
For
would
sure.
kill you.
Yep.
Back out to the HRP listener line. Peter, who's your villain?
Hey guys, how are y'all doing today?
What's up, man?
I would have to say my villain honestly was James Harden, just for the way he tried to control the roster, always let us down, and then forced his way out.
It's a good call.
Thanks, Peter. Look, and you can go so much further than that. Like the game where against San Antonio we mentioned where he refused to shoot for the first half,
and then he got benched in the fourth.
Or the block that they were playing without Kawhi and all their stars
and Aldridge, I think, right?
And Ginobili blocked him to save that game. I mean, want me to keep going? I could go on for hours. The Golden State Western Conference Finals, where we got a chance to beat the Warriors and go to the finals, and he sets the all-time record for turnovers with like 13 or 16, and he just kept coughing it up.
People
And
call
then
him
he
a
got
great
mad at
passer, too.
Mikal and got fat the next year and got him fired.
Yeah, I was never a Harden guy either. Jim Edmonds. Jim Edmonds made that diving over the shoulder catch against you.
Yeah, I mentioned him with he also had the home run off of Dan Maselli.
You had the home run.
You know who I didn't like from that Cardinals team too? Was David Eckstein.
Yeah.
Good call.
He had that little punch and Judy single that set up Albert Pujols. And I think Edmonds might have walked after him. Or Edmonds walked, Eckstein singled, or Eckstein singled, Edmonds walked.
I don't
remember. And then the
remember.
Pujols homer. Eckstein and Edmonds got on base before the Pujols homer. I can't remember who hit in front of the other. Jordan Poole for his BS shot against Houston. Yeah, good call. Jack Easterby. Always hated Edmonds with the Cardinals. Kobe destroyed the Rockets. JJ Barea. Did you ever hate JJ Barea?
Oh, yeah. A lot of people hated JJ Barea.
Really?
Yeah, because he was that kind of pesky.
Little pest.
Yeah, get under your skin kind of guy. And he wasn't afraid to jaw. Yeah, JJ Barea was on a lot of people's lists.
I have jogged more than most people. A lot of Mike Fires in here. A lot of Cortland Finnegans in here. Where would you have Curry as we wrap it up? Top 5?
Yeah, just from performance alone. I mean, they beat you 5 straight series. 5 straight series, and he's been on all of them. He's the constant because
I might think of number one for as far as Rockets fans go.
I think he and Draymond might get.
It depends on the era.
The player bucket
tough.
And the antics bucket.
Yeah,
I think anyone.
You think Curry has antics?
No. I said.
Oh, gotcha.
Draymond gets the antics. Curry gets the player.
I think anyone our age or older will probably still say Jazz.
Stockton for sure.
Yeah, but Rockets fans that are maybe 30 or below, I bet would all say Warriors.
Curry and Draymond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. I kind of respect Curry though. I've
always
Curry's
liked
game.
Steph, and the fact that he seems like so like small and not really like a big muscular guy or anything like that, but yet the fact that he just the shots that he makes and where he makes them from is just ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Do you want to go to Greek Fest? Buy tickets at HoustonGreekFest.com. Admission tickets are good for all 3 days. Admission's also granted free with 3 canned goods per person, gyros, Greek salad, and souvlaki. Greek pastries, live Greek music, dancing, and more. Chance to tour a Byzantine-style church right here in West Houston. Travel to Greece, no passport needed. Greek beer and wine. Santorini Market with imported Greek products to take home with you. Carnival rides and games for the kids. It is located at 1100 Eldridge Parkway. It's 1100 Eldridge Parkway, just south of I-10 on giving away some tickets right now, 713-780-ESPN. Caller number 3, you're going to Greek Fest, 713-780-3776. And again, you can buy your tickets at HoustonGreekFest.com. You can get them free if you bring 3 canned goods per person.
There you
Pretty
go.
good deal. Some fantastic food. I like the gyros myself.
Bring some food, then get some food. Great food there.
What's your go-to Greek?
I like a good gyro.
I do too.
Yeah.
I like a good gyro. I'm not sure I've had
Traditional
the
or chicken?
souvlaki. I like the
I like the
chicken
traditional.
personally.
Yeah, I like the traditional too.
I like the chicken more. I've never had souvlaki though. I might have to go try some.
Oh man,
Have you had some
I used-
souvlaki?
Yeah, I used to live at Nico Nico's when I lived in Midtown.
That doesn't mean you've had souvlaki.
I've had it. I mean, Dimitri's. Everything they serve there is great.
I know it is.
Yeah.
They have underrated French fries.
Their fries are awesome.
They really are.
They are really, really good.
They're very good. Let's get to our car wreck of the day. All right. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what is yours?
First one, Abdul Carter, Penn State first-round draft pick, asking Lawrence Taylor if it'd be okay to take his number down so he could wear it.
What's wrong with that?
What are you kidding me? It's Lawrence Taylor, one of the greatest NFL players of all time, and you want to wear his number?
Is that a sign of respect?
I mean, CD Lamb wears 88.
Okay, but why, Lawrence? I'm not even thinking about asking Lawrence Taylor. If I'm Lawrence Taylor, as he should, shut it down as quick as he possibly could. Like, what are we doing here?
Could you imagine, like, somebody, like, you have your jersey retired, can I wear it? And you're like, no, you can't wear it. That's kind of weird.
You don't even know what
I
kind
think
of
Lawrence
player
Taylor's
he is. Like,
the
I
car
think
wreck.
it'd be different if, like, Abdul Carter comes in, he's dominating the league. He's one of the best defenders in the league, so I want to wear 56. Now, at least it's a discussion. But you could crap the bed and not be a good NFL player. You want to wear a legend's number? I'm not doing it.
Brendan Rodgers wears Carlos Correa's number. Victor Caratini wears Lance Berkman's number.
PJ Tucker used to wear Mario Ellie's number.
Vernon Morency, remember him? The running back for Oklahoma State came here and wore 34.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't like any of it.
I don't know. Like, I think it's a sign of respect.
I don't like
What else you got?
the Colorado fan that is now suing the NFL for $100 million for pain and suffering for what they did to Shedeur Sanders.
Worst they can say is no.
Just a dumbass.
That's crazy. I didn't realize that was happening.
They just announced it today.
That's awesome. Alex is nominating Brian for his parking job. It's good.
Alex nominates you every day.
You didn't even see it.
Yeah, Jeremy didn't post pictures today.
Yeah, because I'm in the lines. That's why I didn't take a
No,
picture of it.
I admitted you were in the lines, but you're parked at an angle.
Who cares?
Me.
I mean, you as an audience of
and
one.
Alex.
Yeah.
It's an audience of at least 2.
Cult.
Of at least
Jeremy's
2. And
parking
he
cult.
didn't need to see it. I painted the picture perfectly.
Yeah.
Perfectly painted the picture. Josh from Seabrook, car wreck of the day. The proposed Hunsu alternate uniforms for Alabama, supposedly designed after Bear Bryant's iconic hat or something.
The
checker thing?
I thought that was fake.
I
That's
don't know.
real?
I didn't see it.
There's no way that's real.
I didn't either. Isn't it like, wasn't it Houndstooth?
It looks like Snowy Stash.
Houndstooth, yeah.
I don't think it's real.
I hadn't seen it.
I don't think it's real. Somebody nominates the Astros offense.
Mm-hmm.
Fair.
The Derby winner for not running the Preakness.
Saw that.
Athletes have gotten soft these days. The Kentucky Derby winner's not running the Preakness. How soft are these athletes?
Wussification of sports yet
It
again.
is. Wussification of sports.
Do you think the horses who came in didn't win the
journalism?
The Kentucky Derby shook the winner's hand.
They shake hoofs.
You think they shake hoofs?
They
Think
low
did?
hoofed.
Can you believe that? The Kentucky Derby winner's not running the Preakness? The softest thing I've ever heard.
I mean, he's just going to go stud. He'll be fine.
Unreal.
No, he didn't say he's not going to run again. He's just not running the Preakness.
Yeah, he's going to do the
He's going to do the one after that.
Belmont.
The Belmont Stakes. Yep.
Belmont. I'm going to nominate the Shin for technical difficulties yesterday in the game. You didn't catch the technical difficulties?
I did not.
They went radio silent. Like their screen
they lost
froze.
The audio? Oh.
The screen froze. They went to break. They tried to bring it back. You couldn't see the screen. You could hear like muffled voices.
What inning?
Of TK. It was late in the game.
Oh, late in the game. Maybe I turned it off by then.
7th or 8th, somewhere there. And then all this interest in the Met Gala. There's so much interest in it.
Yeah, I'm not about all that either.
Brian, what are you nominating?
I'll nominate the Celtics shooting 15 of 60 against the Knicks.
Not an elite night.
No, not an elite
45 of those were ruled to be uncovered.
All right, what's winning?
Astros offense?
The guy's suing the NFL for $100 million.
Let's go with that. That wins. It does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brian. And we'll talk to you tomorrow. Good night.